Yi, what's wrong with you? The teacher is calling you. His arm was poked hard twice, and Yi abruptly snapped back to reality. Looking at the group of little kids around him dressed in strange outfits, and then at the crooked big characters on the blackboard, Yi's face immediately darkened. His mind was still buzzing. 1 second ago he was at his desk working overtime sorting spreadsheets. The next second, he closed his eyes and opened them, and everything around him had changed. A torrent of memories flooded into his mind, and he was stunned. The world of Naruto. Konoha village. Ninja academy. Most importantly, his name was Yi. Holy shit. Thinking about a few years later, that legendary my foolish little brother dutiful son Itachi wielding a blade and slaughtering through the Uchiha clan, like cutting melons and vegetables, he felt a stab of pain in his liver. Other transmigrators at least had a buffer period, but he directly received a death sentence. Once Sasuke graduated, the entire Uchiha clan wouldn't even survive a dog at the village entrance. Oh vast heaven, how unjust to me. Just as he was despairing, a crisp ding sounded in his mind. Defeat strengthened system, binding successful. System description: as long as you make others break down and generate strong emotional fluctuations, you can obtain break defense points. These points can be used in the system store for lottery draws. 1,000 points per draw, with a guarantee of a top-tier item after 10 consecutive draws. Yi was stunned, then his eyes gradually lit up. Messing with others' minds. That was a job he knew well. Yi, what are you spacing out for? The teacher is looking at you. The boy with spiky hair wearing goggles whispered urgently beside him. Yi turned. Yuzhibo Dai too. This was his deskmate and childhood friend. On the podium, the unknown Shunin teacher already looked impatient. Yuzhibo Yi, it's your turn to introduce yourself. What are you dawdling down there for? Yi stood up and spoke matter-of-factly. My name is Yuzhibo Yi. My hobby is watching people who don't like me but can't do anything about me. My dream is to die of natural causes. Report complete. The whole class looked bewildered. The Chunin teacher on the podium twitched the corner of his eye. What kind of nonsense? Break defense points from Chunin teacher 66. Break defense points from Yuan Fei Isama 33. Break defense points from Shi Ri Hong 12. Hearing the sporadic notification sounds in his mind, Yi was delighted. It really works. But the points are a bit low. He sat back down. Dai Tu beside him leaned over and muttered, Yi, you're acting weird today. Yi ignored him, but his gaze noticed Dai Tu absent-mindedly peeking toward the window. Following Dai Tu's line of sight, there was a cute girl with short brown hair and purple markings on her cheeks. Yi Yuanlin. Yi leaned into Dai Tu's ear. Dai Tu, what are you looking at? Dai Tu was startled, his face instantly red to the root of his neck, stuttering. Nothing. That girl. It's her turn to introduce herself soon. I just am curious what her name is. Yi looked at Dai Tu's innocent young boy act and sneered inwardly. This silly kid seeing Lin for the first time and already frozen. You want to know her name? Yi raised an eyebrow. Well, Dai Tu shyly nodded. Yi patted his chest with a loyal look. He'll go ask her for you right now. Dai Tu turned his head sharply, eyes shining with gratitude. Really? Yi, you're too kind. Thank you. As soon as the words were spoken, Dai Tu suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, class is still going on. Yi completely ignored Dai Tu's obstruction. He abruptly stood up and amid the astonished gazes of the entire classroom swaggered out of his seat, walking directly toward Yi Yuanlin. Yuzhibo Yi, where are you going? The teacher on the podium had just called the next student's name, and seeing Yes action immediately became angry. Yi turned a deaf ear. He stopped in front of Yi Yuanlin's desk. Lin was just about to stand up for her self-introduction when she saw Yi approaching with an imposing manner. She froze, somewhat at a loss. Yi slightly bowed his head, looking at Lin. The classroom was dead silent. Dai Tu in the back row stretched his neck, nervously swallowed, and silently prayed in his heart, that guy Yi is really loyal, truly my brother. The next second, Yi suddenly raised his right hand and slammed it against the wall beside Lin's seat with a bang. The movement was extremely fast, creating a gust of wind. A direct wall slam. Yi Yuanlin was trapped between Yes' arm and the wall, their faces inches apart. She could even feel the heat of his breath, and she was completely frozen. The whole class was collectively petrified. What the hell was this guy doing? Yi stared straight at Lin, a crooked smile curling at the corner of his mouth in what he thought was a very charming manner, and spoke in a deliberately lowered voice. Beautiful lady, may I ask your name? Time seemed to stop at this moment. A few seconds later, Yes' mind exploded. Break defense points from Yi Yuanlin 666. Break defense points from Chunin teacher 888. Break defense points from Maite Kai 300. Break defense points from Yuan Fei Isama 450. Break defense points from Yuzhibo Dai 2999. Break defense points from Yuzhibo Dai 2999. Break defense points from Yuzhibo Dai 2999. Break defense points crazily filled the screen. In the back row, Dai Tu's hands were gripping the edge of the desk, his mouth so wide it could fit an apple, his eyes bulging as if about to pop out. What did he hear? What did he see? That was his brother. That was his secret crush. Wasn't he supposed to ask? You went and wall slammed her. At this moment Dai too felt a green glow over his head, and his whole world collapsed. He heard the 999 ringing in his mind like a rainstorm, and almost couldn't help laughing out loud. This wave was too fat. Dai too truly lived up to being the ultimate innocent boiling sheep of the Uchiha clan. His emotional outburst was terrifyingly powerful. In just a few seconds Yes' account balance had soared to over 5,000 points. He looked at Lin's panicked face, his mind full of images of the system lottery, and couldn't help letting this laugh in the dead silent classroom seemed particularly perverted. Lin shrank back into the corner in fear. What's wrong with this guy? Not only was his behavior strange, his laugh was so creepy. Dai too, watching from behind as he wall slammed Lin and made that eerie hee-hee sound, had his mentality completely shattered. Yizibo-yi. Dai too let out a miserable scream, scrambling out of his seat. At that moment the system notification sounded again. Ding. Detected that the host has 5,000 break defense points. Would you like to start a 5-draw immediate? No. Yi shouted in his heart without hesitation. 5,000 points looked plentiful, but the gacha game was too deep a pit. Single pulls ruin a life, 5-packs are pure charity, and draws without a pity system are just attacks on stupidity. He took a deep breath. The painful lessons of countless days and nights in his past life, spending money frantically without ever seeing a single SSR, were vividly before his eyes. He was now extremely clear-headed. Only the 10-pull pity system costing 10,000 points was the sole way to change the fate of this body. Thinking of 10,000 points, Yes' mind was filled with rosy future plans. Unconsciously a thread of excited saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. Slurp. He instinctively swallowed it back. Usually that sound was nothing special. But now what kind of occasion was this? The entire class was dead silent. Even a pin dropping could be heard. This slurp was amplified infinitely in the quiet classroom, drilling straight into everyone's ears. Noera Rin, huddled in the corner, was completely numb. She had originally only thought this guy was mentally ill. Now hearing this sound, she slid down a section along the wall. Several girls in the front row got goosebumps. The gaze of the surrounding classmates towards Yi had completely changed, transitioning from looking at an idiot to looking at a pervert. Breakdown value from Noera Rin, 999. From Saratobi Asuma's breakdown value 50. From Yuhi Kurinai's breakdown value 50. Accompanied by a piercing breaking scream, Obito rushed over, stumbling and crawling. His mind was a tangled mess, with only one thought left: can't let this guy continue to embarrass himself in front of Rin. Obito grabbed Yes' collar tightly regardless of whether Yi was willing, and pulled him back to his seat with all his might. I'm sorry. Really sorry. Obito, while dragging the person back, frantically bowed to the surrounding classmates. Especially towards Rin. His hedgehog-like short hair was almost shaking into blurs. You didn't sleep well last night. His mind is not clear. He's really not a pervert. In between bows, Obito couldn't help sneak a peek at Rin. After confirming that Rin didn't hate him because of this, his face instantly flushed red all the way to his neck. He was pulled back to his seat, smoothed the wrinkles on his clothes, and looked completely calm. The Chunin teacher on the podium had a face dark purple, his chest heaving violently. Today was the first day of school, and he really didn't want to make a big scene. The teacher banged the blackboard hard, chalk dust falling in showers. Everyone quiet down. This farce ends here. The Chunin teacher forcibly restored order, picking up the roll book. Those who haven't finished introducing themselves do it after class. Now let's start the lesson. Today we'll talk about the force analysis of ninja tool throwing. The voice on the podium became dry and boring. He sat in the back row, supporting his chin with one hand, not listening to a single word. Force analysis. Could that thing block Uchiha Itachi's blade? Now his mind had only one goal: to gather 10,000 breakdown points. Still a few thousand points short. Yes' eyes began to scan around the classroom. The values given by ordinary classmates were too low, jumping up by tens of points. The efficiency was too slow. To quickly farm points, he had to find high-quality prey with strong emotional fluctuations and high self-esteem. Soon his gaze passed through the crowd and locked onto the back of a white-haired boy in the front row. Hatake Kakashi. This kid was the genius of this year, always wearing a mask to act cool at a young age. A circle of fangirls around him had eyes glowing green. More importantly, this guy always maintained a cold, keep-away look that was just asking for a punch. Cold. Yi sneered inwardly. In this world there was no defense he couldn't break. He casually tore a corner from his notebook and carelessly rolled it into a small paper ball. He pressed his thumb against his index finger and flicked. The paper ball traced an extremely precise parabola through the air. Passing over the heads of several classmates, it accurately hit the silver-white back of Kakashi's head. A pata sound. The sound was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear in this front row area. Kakashi's body paused slightly. He slowly turned his head, his iconic dead fish eyes locked onto Yi in the back row without any emotion. The two stared at each other across the space. The surrounding classmates all gasped. Was this Uchiha Yi crazy? He had just teased Noara Rin, and now he was provoking the top student Kakashi. Is he asking for death? Meeting Kakashi's icy gaze, he showed no panic. He put on an extremely sincere and concerned expression. He leaned forward slightly, asking in a stage whisper that could be heard clearly throughout the entire classroom. Classmate Kakashi, you wear a mask every day, is it because you have an unspeakable hemorrhoid by your mouth? Silence. Dead silence. The teacher on the podium stopped writing. The girls in the front row covered their mouths. Kakashi's perpetually calm deadfish eyes at this moment visibly widened. The veins on his forehead twitched violently twice, and his originally tense aura instantly turned chaotic. Hemorrhoids. On the mouth. From Hatake Kakashi's breakdown value, 444. From Hatake Kakashi's breakdown value, 222. In Yes' mind, the sound of a large amount of income immediately rang out. The speed of this genius dropping points was indeed different. Just as Kakashi's gaze was about to kill Might, Guy sitting next to him suddenly stood up. Unforgivable. Guy clenched his fist, his thick eyebrows furrowed, pointing at Yi in the back row and shouting loudly. How dare you use such vile words to insult my rival? This is a desecration of youth. Uchiha, Yi, have a manly duel with me after school, and let's sweat it out. The entire classroom's attention was instantly drawn to Guy. He looked at that thicky-browed guy with a watermelon head and green tight suit, rolled his eyes, and leisurely leaned back against his chair. I refuse. Yes' voice was extremely flat. Are you afraid of losing? Guy asked loudly. No. Yi shook his head, his face full of disdain. Getting hemorrhoids is a minor issue, but if I catch your watermelon head, and that green tight suit's aesthetic taste, my life will be completely ruined. The classroom fell into dead silence again. Everyone's eyes swept back and forth between Guy's watermelon head and Yes' face. Breakdown value from Might, Guy 233. From Might, Guy's breakdown value 111. Guy froze in place, looked down at his proud green training suit, then touched his hair. He visibly deflated as if struck by a soul-level blow. Having provoked two major figures in a row, the Chunin teacher on the podium had completely lost his patience. Uchiha Yi. The roar shook the window glass, buzzing. The teacher's chalk was crushed to powder in his hand, white powder falling through his fingers. The Chunin teacher grabbed the hard wooden eraser covered in chalk dust on the podium and flipped his wrist. This was the real deal of Chunin-level wrist strength. The eraser flew out of his hand with a whistling sound, cutting through the air like a thrown kunai, heading straight for Yes' face. Get out and stand outside. Extremely fast. The entire class held their breath. If it hit, it would definitely disfigure him. Yi sat on the chair, unhurried. The eraser rapidly enlarged in his vision, and he didn't even blink. Just as the eraser was about to hit his face, Yes' right hand suddenly reached out to the side, accurately grabbing Obito's collar. Obito was daydreaming at this moment, his mind full of how to explain to Rin after class. Just as Obito was distracted, an irresistible force came from his nape. He lost his balance entirely, was pulled down to the left, and perfectly blocked in front of Yi. A heavy, muffled thud echoed from the back of the classroom. The blackboard eraser smacked squarely against Obito's forehead, landing with unerring precision. Chalk dust scattered through the air. Obito's stunned expression froze instantly, leaving a perfectly formed white rectangular imprint right in the middle of his brow. The eraser clattered onto the desk, bouncing twice. The entire class stared in shock. The seamless, unhesitating betrayal, sacrificing his own best friend as a shield, had shattered everyone's expectations of decency. Was this even human? Using your own best buddy as a meat shield. A full 2 seconds passed. Then a piercing scream erupted. Aya. Obito clutched his forehead, wailing 100 times more miserably than when he had charged in earlier. He spun around, tears brimming in his eyes, staring in sheer disbelief at the unharmed best friend hiding behind. Uchiha Yi. You bastard. Obito's composure completely crumbled. Having his forehead smacked was bad enough, but now he had to lose face in front of Rin. Worst of all, he hadn't even had a chance to dodge before being yanked over to take the hit. Break value from Uchiha Obito, 888. Break value from Uchiha Obito, 666. Break value from Chunin Instructor Gang, Ziyun, 666. Break value from Gang Ziyun, 500. Break value from an unknown student, 100. He stayed safely behind Obito, the system notifications in his mind, ringing like firecrackers on New Year's. That cascade of dancing numbers was the most beautiful melody in the world. He glanced at the system panel. Break value balance, 10850 points. Enough. A cocky smile tugged at the corner of Yes' lips. This ninja academy was totally worth it. On the very first day, he had already saved up enough capital for a temple. The Chunin instructor, panting with rage, pointed toward the classroom door. You and Obito, both of you get out and stand in the hallway until school's over. Yi shrugged and stood up without hesitation. Standing in the hallway. That suited him just fine. How could he draw his prizes in peace while stuck in class? He grabbed Obito, who was still wiping his tears, and strolled boldly out of the classroom. As he passed Kakashi, he threw a smug glance. The hallway outside was empty. Obito, with the white mark still on his forehead, huddled against the wall in misery, tracing circles on the floor. He, leaning against the wall, closed his eyes and sank his consciousness into the system space. Staring at the glowing gacha will, he mentally rubbed his hands together. System, cut the chatter. Start the 10 pull. At the command, 1 of his break value points were deducted instantly, and the massive wheel in the system space began spinning wildly. 10 dazzling beams of light descended from the void. He held his breath, eyes fixed on those pillars. What good stuff would come out? Could he rewrite the accursed fate of the Uchiha? This one pull would tell. The hallway was empty save for the breeze blowing in through the window. Obito crouched by the wall outside the classroom door, listlessly picking at the tile cracks. The square white imprint on his forehead was still there, making him look as if a death talisman had been pasted on him. How long do you think we'll be standing out here? Obito turned his head pitifully. But Uchiha, didn't even acknowledge him. He was leaning against the corridor wall, eyes tightly shut, arms crossed, standing ramrod straight. If you ignored the bizarre grin threatening to split his face from ear to ear, you'd think he was engaged in some profound meditative practice. In truth, all of consciousness was locked inside the system space. 10,000 break value points were swept clean in an instant. Far from feeling pain, he mentally rubbed his hands together. A 10 pull, and with a pity system, what could explode out of this? A Mangekyo Sharingan trial card, or the Senju clan's Sage Body bloodline. Failing that, even a beginner's manual for the Flying Thunder God technique would do. With just one of those, he'd be solidly established in this perilous hidden leaf village. Boom. 10 light pillars smashed down from the void onto the system space's floor, blindingly bright. Breath caught in his throat. The first pillar trembled, fine cracks spreading across its surface before it shattered. A paper covered in runes drifted down and settled into the first slot of the system inventory. An explosive tag. Yi raised an eyebrow. Though not a Kekkei Genkai, explosive tags were solid currency in the ninja world, devastatingly powerful. He immediately tapped the item details with his mind. Congratulations. Item obtained, absolutely non-explosive explosive tag. 1. Yi blinked. He reread the fine print below. A supremely safe anti-explosion product. Designed for the user's life safety, this tag has undergone special processing. Even if you throw it into a fire and burn it for 3 days and 3 nights, it will obediently turn to ash without producing a single spark or sound. Face darkened on the spot. That's just a useless piece of paper. What kind of explosive tag brags about being safety-proof? I might as well buy 2 rolls of toilet paper from the general store. At least that's soft for wiping. Before you could curse, the remaining pillars burst open one after another like firecrackers. System notifications flooded in. Congratulations. Item obtained, Kanai that always misses its mark. 1 description, due to anomalous internal gravity structure, once equipped, no matter how skilled your throwing or precise your aim, it will inevitably veer at an awkward angle, ensuring the target remains unscathed. Congratulations. Item obtained, pink concealment smoke bomb with flash effect. 1 description, releases thick pink smoke upon activation, accompanied by high decibel bass heavy dance music and strobe flashes. Using this for stealth, you'll be the most dazzling person in the entire battlefield. Congratulations. Item obtained, strawberry flavored soldier pill that guarantees diarrhea within 10 seconds. 1 description, extremely nutritious. The only side effect is that 10 seconds after ingestion, the user's sphincter will go on a complete strike. Congratulations. 9 blind boxes in a row. The system inventory was stuffed with a bunch of bizarre junk. All of them were new-style Ninja World death traps that made you die faster. He stared at this collection of garbage that defied common sense, feeling a rush of blood pressure spike to his skull. In the hallway, Obito, bored and picking at the wall paint, suddenly heard a sharp intake of breath beside him. He turned his head and shuddered violently. He was still leaning against the wall, eyes shut tight. But the muscles on his face were twitching wildly. One moment, he was gnashing his teeth, the next his eyelids were jumping, his features twisted into a knot. Finally, he opened his mouth wide in a silent, ferocious roar of a grimace. Obito swallowed, a chill running down his spine. Using his hands for support, he carefully scooted but a full 2 meters away to the side. It's over. Obito muttered frantically in his mind. He was acting weird in the classroom, and now his face is twitching. Has he gone crazy? Break value from Uchiha Obito 66. The sudden notification pulled Yi back from the edge. He steadied his breathing immediately. Having been a veteran unlucky gacha victim in his past life, he had weathered far worse storms. Yi quickly calculated in his mind. 10 pull 9 duds. What were these extreme trash items? They precisely proved the system hadn't tampered with the drop rate. Only utterly insane junk could pave the way for a world-shattering jackpot. The system was just going through the motions. This was the path from unlucky to legendary. With that thought, Ten's face gradually relaxed. Then a smile he couldn't control crept across his mouth, a serene, all-knowing, slightly deranged smile. In the hallway, Obito had just exhaled in relief when he turned to see Yes' expression, a serene, yet twisted grin. Obito's hair stood on end. This smile was even more terrifying than his twisted face. Yi, are you okay? If you feel unwell, we should go see the school nurse. Obito's voice trembled as he scrambled back into the corner, hugging his knees tightly. Breaking value from Uchiha Obito 120. Yi completely ignored the commotion outside, because within the system's space the final beam of light had finally begun to change. The beam did not shatter directly. Instead, it suddenly erupted into a dazzling golden radiance that blinded the eyes. The golden light swept across the entire system space like waves, making it nearly impossible for Yi to keep his eyes open. Such a commotion. Yes' heart pounded like a drum, and his soul trembled with excitement. An ultimate treasure. A great weapon was coming. The golden light swirled in midair, gradually condensing into a talisman paper that emitted a faint golden halo silently suspended in the void. The system's utterly emotionless mechanical voice resounded solemnly in Yes' mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering the 10-pull guarantee. You have obtained an ultimate item, ultimate detonating tag that will never explode. 1. As the voice faded, the system space fell into dead silence. He stood as if frozen by a spell. He stared at the gold-rimmed talisman paper, his brain completely blank for a full 5 seconds. A breeze swept through the corridor. He sharply inhaled a breath of cold air. He roared hysterically in his mind, "System, get the hell out here and explain. What do you mean by ultimate and will never explode? What's the difference between this thing and the first piece of scrap paper I pulled?" The system was silent for 2 seconds. Then a line of precise textual explanation appeared on the screen. Reply to host. The ordinary version is a damaged second-hand item. The ultimate version is brand new with a gold-powdered edge, highly collectible. He felt as if a knife had been stabbed deep into his heart. Highly collectible? Who the hell wants to collect a detonating tag that never explodes in the shinobi world? Am I afraid I won't die fast enough, so am stacking up high-end funeral money. Just as Yes' legs went weak and he was about to slide down the corridor wall, a highly conspicuous prompt suddenly appeared in his mind. Ding. Breaking value from Uchiha Yi 9. He had inflicted 999 breaking value on himself. He looked up at the corridor ceiling at a 45-degree angle. A tear containing the heart-wrenching sorrow of an unlucky non-blue silently slid down from the corner of his eye. Yi, you're crying. Obito stared dumbfounded beside him. He didn't answer. Tired. Let it all burn. On the corridor, a gentle breeze brushed by. He leaned against the cold wall, gazing up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. His eyes were closed, and the tear of unlucky sorrow in the corner of his eye had already been dried by the wind. He took a deep breath, forcefully swallowing the urge to strangle the system. Would anger help? No. As a wage slave who had suffered enough from society in his past life, he knew well that even if the boss turned his back, you still had to obediently reply received. Now the system was his boss. Although the 10-pull guarantee, giving him a highly collectible explosion-proof detonating tag, was indeed extremely frustrating. But this breaking value system was his only lifeline for survival on the future night of clan annihilation. As long as he could keep exploiting the system and getting gold coins when he eventually pulled a Rinnegan or Sage Body, he would repay today's bitterness with interest on Uchiha Itachi. With that thought, Yes' breathing steadied. He reopened his eyes, revealing a determined look that was both world-weary and still stubbornly hopeful. At the nearby base of the wall, Obito was crouched 2 meters away, still holding a piece of wall plaster in his hand. He watched Yes' face twist, then tears well up at the corners of his eyes. Now he was clenching his fists with a resolute gaze, and Obito felt completely unsettled. He swallowed, shrinking his neck, and asked tentatively, "Yi, is there something wrong with your brain? I think that blackboard eraser didn't hit you on the head. Maybe I should ask the teacher for leave, and we can go to the medical room to check your brain. He'll pay the medical fee, okay?" As Obito's trembling voice faded, a faint prompt chimed in Yes' mind. Breaking value from Uchiha Obito 12. Seeing this meager point income, Yi ignored Obito's care, and instead a bright flash of inspiration struck his mind. Wait. He swiftly reviewed all his actions from the moment he awakened the system up to now. Whether it was cornering Noera Rin Faceta Face, mocking Hatake Kakashi for having hemorrhoids, or using Obito as a human shield for the blackboard eraser. All these actions that yielded large amounts of breaking value involved direct, in-your-face provocations. This raised a crucial logical question: does the system's judgment mechanism require a named breaking value? That is, the victim must clearly know Uchiha Yi did this to me, causing emotional fluctuations for the system to award points. If you dig a hole on the road and someone falls and cursing as they climb out, but don't know who dug the hole, under this anonymous state, would the system still settle the breaking value? This was extremely important. Yi quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. If ambushing in the dark or striking from underhanded means could generate breaking value without the victim knowing it was him, Then he could completely operate behind the scenes, acting like a harmless, well-behaved student during the day and turning into a delightfully dark schemer at night to farm points wildly. But if it didn't work, only direct taunting and face-to-face provocation could earn points. Then at his current rate of courting death before the dutiful son came wielding a blade in a few years. He estimated that in a few days he'd be hacked to death by the entire village's ninjas. He had to find some unlucky guy to be the guinea pig for this blind test. Just as he was mulling over candidates, a clatter of noisy desks and chairs came from the classroom. The door was yanked open. Gang Ziyun, whose face was still as black as a pot bottom, strode out quickly. Holding a thick grade book, he announced loudly in the corridor. Everyone stop the noise immediately. Gather on the training ground now. Today is the first day of school, first period. We'll have a ninja tool throwing basic test. All of you get your ninja tools ready. This test affects your initial rating for the semester. As his voice fell, wails erupted from inside the classroom. For these newly enrolled brats, ninja tool throwing was a highly difficult technique. Not everyone could hit the bullseye with their eyes closed like a genius, such as Kakashi. Hearing the words ninja tool throwing test, yes, originally Deadfish, eyes instantly blazed with piercing light. Good opportunity. It was like a pillow arriving just when you're getting sleepy. His gaze locked straight onto Obito, still crouching beside. That look was like a starving wolf after 3 days of hunger, suddenly spotting a plump, lost little lamb in the sun. Obito was just about to stand up when he was caught by that eerily intense stare from Yi. A cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. Obito instinctively clamped his hand over the ninja tool pouch at his waist, shuffling half an inch backward along the wall. He swallowed and asked, "You don't look at me like that." I'm a bit freaked out. Yi quickly retracted that slightly perverse expression and replaced it with one of extreme sincerity, even a bit of righteous confidence. He stepped up to Obito, directly extending his hand palm up. "Obito, I was in such a rush today that I forgot to bring my kunai. How many do you have? Lend me some to get through the test." Obito's eyes bulged like copper bells, and he exclaimed incredulously, "Are you insane? Yesterday at the new student registration, the teacher stressed repeatedly that we must bring all ninja tools on the first day. Could you forget your sword when going to battle?" Obito got more and more agitated. "You even forgot the tool that feeds you. How come you didn't leave your brain at home?" Breaking value from Uchiha Obito 88. Though his mouth was firing like a machine gun as the famously innocent and loyal best friend of the Uchiha clan, Obito grumbled and cursed while dutifully untying his own ninja tool pouch from his waist. He slapped the entire pouch into Yes' palm. "What rotten luck to be stuck with a deskmate like you. There are 6 standard kunai inside. Take 3 and use them. Don't take all of them. I need to show off in front of Rin later." Even while standing outside as punishment, Obito had precisely locked onto the voice of Rin's self-introduction and learned her name. Yi accepted the weapon pouch with both hands. This brother could be trusted. If he had a pouch, he would really give it. "Relax, would I ever screw you over?" Yi flashed a grin. He smoothly turned around, leaving his back to Obito. In the instant his back was to the crowd, Yes' hands moved so fast they became blurs. Only the faintest zipping sound could be heard. Without any hesitation, he dumped all 6 brand new real kunai from Obito's pouch into his own pants pocket. Then with a thought, a gleam of light flashed from the system inventory. The 3 kunai that would always miss when thrown from the tendra had instantly appeared in his hands. They looked ordinary on the outside, but the blade edges emitted an eerie black glow. No matter how accurately one aimed, these things would always dodge the target at a tricky angle. Such a counterintuitive physical phenomenon was perfect for shattering a normal person's mental state. Obito, for the sake of your brother's grand ambition, you'll just have to bear with it." Yi murmured silently in his heart, stuffing the 3 bizarre scraps of iron into Obito's empty weapon pouch without changing his expression. He zipped it up and smoothed it flat. The entire swap took less than 2 seconds. Yi took a deep breath and slapped the weapon pouch back onto Obito's chest. He grabbed Obito's shoulders with both hands and encouraged him earnestly. "Thanks, bro. During the test later, you have to go all out. I've got my eye on you." Obito took the weapon pouch out of habit and weighed it in his hand. The weight was fine, and 3 kunai remained. The fool had no idea that the conventional weapons in his pouch had been replaced with causality-cursed artifacts. He patted his chest and replied with a bright, sunny smile. "Of course. Just wait and see me take first place today. That show-off Kakashi is nothing. Rin will definitely be captivated by my awesome moves." Yi suppressed the smile tugging at his lips and said nothing. The 2 walked side by side to catch up with the main class group, which was moving in a grand procession down the stairs toward the training ground. The path to the training ground was short, and the new students were chattering about the upcoming test. Mike Guy forced his way through the crowd and sidled up to Yi. The thicky-browed youth clearly hadn't recovered from the earlier blow, but he still clenched his fists and announced, loudly clinging to his youthful fighting spirit. "Uchiha Yi, I lost the verbal duel just now. But the real test of shuriken jutsu is coming up. I won't lose to you." He didn't even lift his eyelids, staring at an ant by the roadside. He brushed him off casually. Yeah, you win. By the way, is that green jumpsuit of yours a one-piece? When you go to the bathroom, do you have to strip it off from the collar? Guy's passionate expression froze instantly. His hands stopped in midair, and without thinking, the embarrassing image of himself using the toilet popped into his mind. His face flushed all the way to his ears. For Mike Guy, frustration points 155. Hearing the points arrive, he nodded with satisfaction. Kakashi, walking ahead, turned his head slightly and coldly swept his gaze over Yi. His deadfish eyes radiated undisguised disgust. Kakashi thought that this guy not only had a foul mouth, but also acted without any logic. A dangerous lunatic. Yi keenly caught Kakashi's glare. Instead of holding back, he smoothly blew a flying kiss across the distance. Kakashi's body stiffened abruptly, his stomach churned, and he quickly turned away and quickened his pace to put some distance between them. From Hitaki, Kakashi, frustration points 50. Obito had no mind for these side dramas. Noara Rin was walking ahead and Obito stared fixedly at her back, lowering his voice. Do you think if I hit the bullseye 3 times in a row, Rin will come talk to me on her own? Yi patted the 6 real kunai in his own pocket and answered without changing his expression. Be confident. Once you throw that weapon, everyone's eyes will be on you. I guarantee it. Konoha Ninja Academy Training Ground. The sunlight was blinding and the air was thick with the astringent smell of dry soil. A Chunin teacher stood in front of the line, pointing at a row of wooden targets 25 meters away. The bullseyes were painted with red circles and fake trees were set up around them as obstacles. The rules are simple. The teacher announced loudly. Each person gets 3 tries. Hitting the center is 10 points, hitting the outer ring is 5 points, and a miss is 0. The 25-meter distance was extremely harsh for 6 or 7-year-old kids. The first group stepped up. The 3 students' hands trembled as they gripped their kunai. After a few crisp whistles of air. Miss. 5 points. Miss, were you throwing a kunai or a brick? The teacher's furious voice echoed across the field. After a dozen people in a row, the highest score was only 5 points. Obito was sweating profusely and his confidence began to leak. 25 meters is so far. He swallowed his saliva. He stood behind him at an angle, his gaze fixed gloomily on the opening of Obito's swinging weapon pouch. What's there to fear? You're an Uchiha. A mere 25-meter target. Easy pickings, right? As soon as Obito heard the word Uchiha, his back shot straight. Next, Hitaki Kakashi. The teacher called out. The entire field instantly fell silent. Kakashi strolled slowly to the throwing line, hands in his pockets. He didn't assume a standard stance. Instead, his right hand swiftly swept across his weapon pouch. 3 black gleams flickered at his fingertips simultaneously. With an utterly casual flick of his wrist, there was no buildup of power. The 3 kunai traced tricky arcs in the air, colliding with each other once their trajectories altered after the crisp clang. Thud, thud, thud. All 3 kunai struck dead center into 3 different targets without deviation. The field was silent for a second, then erupted with gasps. 3 perfect scores. The teacher's voice was excited and the girls let out a round of screams. Kakashi turned coldly and walked back to the line. When he passed by Obito, he paused for a moment and left a faint remark. Uchiha, that's nothing special. Obito's eyes instantly turned red. This was like dancing right on his landmine. Next, Noara Rin. Noara Rin stepped forward with a blush. Taking a deep breath, she threw 3 kunai. 2 missed, and 1 stuck into the outer ring. 5 points. Rin jogged back to the line and gave Obito a polite smile as she passed him. That smile completely captivated Obito. He felt his blood boil and strength surge. Next, Uchiha Obito. Obito's eyes blazed with light. He yelled, yes, and swaggered out of the line with an arrogant, overbearing stride. The entire class gaze was fixed on him. Kakashi lifted his eyes slightly, and Rin also cast a curious glance. He stood still, looking at his classmates like they were lush crops waiting to be harvested. His lips slowly curled up. His breathing slowed, and his heart began to pound uncontrollably. The verdict was about to be delivered. If the blind test mechanic worked, Konoha would no longer be under the Hokage's sole command. At the throwing line, Obito took a deep breath and struck his coolest sideways starting pose. His eyes locked onto the bullseye, already rehearsing the cool gesture he would make after hitting it. His right hand reached to his waist, and with a shoo sound he pulled open the zipper. Obito's fingers touched the kunai. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed one, and in an instant, threw it. Watch this. Obito roared, his right hand exploding with power. He hurled the first scrap metal kunai, tainted with the system's causality rule, with overwhelming momentum. Daitu stood at the throwing line, the entire class gaze converging upon him. Rin Noara stood slightly behind to the side, peeking out. Kakashi at the far right of the crowd had one hand in his pocket, casting an extremely perfunctory glance his way. He stood at the back of the crowd, arms crossed, a faintly genial smile curling at the corner of his lips. The wind picked up dust from the training ground, sweeping across Daida's goggles. Daitu let out a loud shout. He bent his knees, slightly lowering his center of gravity, assuming the most standard throwing stance of the Yuzhibo clan. His right hand shot toward the ninja tool pouch at his waist, yanking the zipper open with a sharp tear. His fingers clenched tightly around the eerie, black gleaming scrap metal kunai. Take this. Daida's wrist suddenly exploded with force as his waist twisted sharply, pouring all his strength into the throw. The very air seemed to rip apart. The first kunai tore through the air with a suffocating whoosh, leaving his hand. Immediately after, his right hand swept back to his waist twice in rapid succession. With almost no interval, he smoothly drew out the remaining 2 kunai, his wrist flicking twice. Shwip, shwip, shwip. 3 black shadows streaked through the sunlight in sharp arcs, flying out in succession. The entire throwing motion was crisp and fluid, a flawless series. This combo fully showcased the Yuzhibo clan's profound foundation in weapon handling. So fast. Several civilian freshmen in the front row gasped in awe. After hurling the last kunai, Daitu didn't even bother to check the result. He turned around with confidence, his left hand on his hip, his right hand swinging back, naturally flicking his bangs aside with a casual side spin. It was the standard Yuzhibo finishing stance, a pose he considered extremely dashing. His gaze instantly locked onto Rin Noara in the group with precise accuracy, a smug smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The moment their eyes met, Daitu felt his entire soul bubbling with pink heartbeats. A surge of pride filled his chest. Daida's mind raced with calculations. Though he hadn't scored 3 perfect 10s like that show-off Kakashi, hitting 2 bullseyes from 25 meters was more than enough to outshine all the fresh-faced rookies of his year. Lin must be captivated by my performance. Should I seize the moment and walk over to talk to her? What should my opening line be? Am I afraid I won't die fast enough, so am stacking up high-end funeral money? Just as Yes' legs went weak and he was about to slide down the corridor. That's no good either, too arrogant. Just as Daitu, brimming with pink daydreams and a beaming smile, prepared to bask in cheers up in the air. The trajectories of the 3 kunai took a wildly physics-defying turn. The first 2 abruptly bent midair, veering off at absurdly impossible angles. They hurtled straight toward 2 completely different directions. Thunk, thunk, squelch. 2 crisp hitting sounds rang out in succession. Daitu heard the noise and caught a glimpse of the target field 25 meters away from the corner of his eye. He distinctly saw 2 kunai deeply lodged in the center bullseyes of distant targets. His smirk grew into a full grin as he tilted his chin upward. Yet the training ground fell into dead silence. No cheers. No exclamations. The Chunin instructor standing nearby trembled violently, his face dark as coal. He abruptly raised the grade book and slashed 2 brutal strokes next to Daida's name with his hard-tipped pen, tearing straight through the page. Yuzhibo Daitu. The Chunin instructor roared, his voice echoing across the entire training ground of Mai. 0 points. The class remained in dead silence. The triumphant arc on Daida's face froze solid. He stood stunned for 2 seconds, then sprang half a meter into the air like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Flailing his arms in the air, he immediately broke into a high-pitched protest. 0 points. How can you give me 0 points? Teacher, are you mistaken? Where's the logic? I clearly hit 2 bullseyes. They're right there. 2 big kunai stuck in the red circle, can't you see them? Daida's face flushed red as he pointed at the far target and argued loudly. The Chunin instructor's chest heaved with anger. He rolled the grade book into a hard paper baton and pointed straight at the target ahead. The instructor gritted his teeth, spitting out words one by one. Open your eyes wide and look clearly. You did hit 2 bullseyes. But you hit the targets next to yours. The one on the left is Asuma Sarutobi's. The one on the right is yours. There's nearly 10 meters between the 2 targets. Your own designated target didn't even lose a splinter of wood. Daida's voice cut off abruptly. The entire class turned their heads in unison, following the direction the teacher pointed. An extremely bizarre scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. Directly in front of Daitu, the number 3 wooden target with its red circle was perfectly clean, utterly untouched. Asuma swallowed hard, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. When that thing had flown over, he thought he was about to die on the first day of school. Thankfully, it hadn't ended up stuck in him. The color drained from Daida's face in an instant. He stood there, dazed, arms hanging limply at his sides. His worldview shattered in that moment. How was this possible? The strength had felt absolutely fine just now. Why did 2 of them veer off and hit targets 10 meters away? He hid behind the crowd. He lowered his head, shoulders shaking uncontrollably, biting the inside of his lip hard. He barely managed to control his facial muscles, stifling the laughter in his belly. Ding. 888 defense breaking points from Yuzhibo Daitu. Yi smacked his lips in satisfaction. That kid Daida's emotional fluctuations were always so cost-effective. Just as he was about to look away, the system backend suddenly pinged 2 golden highlighted alerts without warning. Ding. 999 defense breaking points from Chimu Kakaiksi. 999 defense breaking points from Chimu Kakaiksi. The dense system chimes flooded the visual panel. Yes, expression management shattered instantly. His eyes shot wide, his mind filled with enormous question marks. Daito made a fool of himself. Daito got 0 points. Why on earth did Kakaiksi explode with such terrifying defense-breaking points? Though he had always suspected that Kakaiksi and Daito were true loves. But was the bond between these two men already this deep? Hadn't they just met? Love at first sight. With extreme bewilderment, Yi quickly turned his gaze to locate Kakaiksi. Kakaiksi still stood at the far right of the crowd, maintaining that iconic hands in pockets pose. His silver-white hair was styled sharply in the wind. His head tilted slightly upward, adopting a standard 45-degree angle to gaze at the clouds in the sky. His posture was extremely aloof and proud, perfectly befitting a top genius, showing no visible disturbance. But as Yes' eyes drifted downward, he instantly froze like a statue. On the left calf of Kakaiksi's gray trousers, that third kunai that Daito had thrown was now vertically and deeply embedded in the muscle of his calf. The blade was buried in flesh, leaving only half the kunai exposed. Crimson blood was slowly seeping along the fabric's weave, dripping onto the dry soil of my training ground, spreading into a small dark red halo. Yi gasped sharply. That kunai on a spin trajectory that had flown straight out of the target area and disappeared had crossed the crowd and a long distance with a ballistic trajectory, defying all aerodynamics. Precisely homing in on the man with the strongest show-off presence in the entire field. The law of causality, it will definitely miss, manifested its most absurd aspect at this moment. It bypassed the target and actively sought out a living target. Kakashi didn't look down at his leg at all. He didn't even bend his knees. But his hands buried in his pockets clenched tightly. The fabric was stretched taut, and the veins on his knuckles bulged. His fingers were locked together, nails digging and fingertips trembling. The genius Kakashi absolutely could not be struck by a stray shot from the worst student on the first day of school. If he cried out, the aloof persona he had painstakingly maintained would be utterly destroyed. So he could only stare at the sky, enduring the searing pain in his calf. The system notification in Yes' mind was still thrumming madly. Frustration value from Hatake Kakashi 500. Frustration value from Hatake Kakashi 444. A cascade of bright red numbers stacked up, thoroughly betraying the frenzied roar and collapse of this genius heart beneath his dead fish eyes. Knight quietly watched this scene, completely confirming one thing. Kakashi would never guess the kunai had been switched. But the system counted this debt against Uchiha Knight. The frustration value was credited in full, not a single point less. Knight revealed a genuine wide smile from the heart, the huge boulder in his heart finally hitting the ground. The anonymous blind test mechanism was perfectly established. This meant that as long as the causal chain was initiated by him, regardless of whether the victim knew the truth, the points would still be awarded. From now on, there was no need to confront anyone directly. As long as he seized the opportunity to dig traps, set up schemes, and use others to do the dirty work, he could watch others step into pits and break down from behind the scenes while comfortably counting his points. The sky above Konohagakure seemed a few shades brighter in Knight's eyes. He gazed at the stone-carved faces on the distant Hokage rock, a cold sneer curling in his heart. The Uchiha clan annihilation. Then let's see who annihilates whom. The afternoon sunlight bathed the training ground, and everything appeared peaceful and serene. Except for the center of the test area, where a hedgehog-haired boy with a white mark on his forehead knelt on the ground, howling at the sky. Why did my kunai go crooked? Obito wailed in agony, utterly baffled. Obito didn't know the answer. But Knight knew. Next, the instructor called out loudly. Knight patted the 6 real kunai in his pocket, originally belonging to Obito, feeling immensely pleased. The Chunin instructor Gang Ziyun took a deep breath and forcibly turned a page in the scorebook. Just now Obito stubbornly refused to admit he had missed, insisting that the wind had blown his kunai off course. This excuse, which even ghosts wouldn't believe, almost gave Gang Ziyun a heart attack from rage. He stared at the 2 holes next to Obito's name, forcing down his internal injuries. He rubbed his temples vigorously to calm his raging blood pressure. It's fine. There's still one Uchiha. Next Uchiha Knight. Gang Ziyun called out loudly. As he spoke the name, he looked up, his gaze scanning the chaotic crowd of new students on the training ground. A flicker of complex hope still passed through his eyes. Although this kid's mental state was incredibly bizarre on his first day, and his actions were more outrageous than the last. Bloodline was still bloodline. Even if he acted like a patient who had escaped a mental hospital in the classroom, once he picked up a kunai and stood on the throwing line, the talent inherited from birth would never lie. In previous years, every Uchiha freshman's throwing test had started with a bang. Although Obito had indeed failed, Knight was this year's renowned genius of the Uchiha clan. If he could pull off a textbook-level throw, the class bottom line could still be salvaged. The murmuring on the training ground instantly hushed. Countless pairs of eyes swept toward the back row in unison. Knight swaggered slowly out of the crowd. His right hand slipped into his pocket, touching the 6 real kunai. He casually pulled out 3, leaving the other 3 inside. Might Guy stood nearby, his thick eyebrows shooting up at Knight's nonchalant demeanor. Uchiha Knight. A ninja tool is a partner entrusted with a ninja's life. Your flippant attitude is a desecration of youth. Knight stopped, not even raising his eyelids, and glanced at Guy. When you go to the bathroom and the zipper on that green jumpsuit gets stuck, do you call it an obstacle to youth? Guy froze, picturing the desperate scenario of being trapped in his suit and suffocating. His face turned green instantly. Frustration value from Might, Guy 222. Knight withdrew his gaze with satisfaction, swaying as he walked to the throwing line. Unlike other nervous freshmen who assumed a rigid stance, and unlike Obito with his grandiose opening pose, he lazily hooked his index finger through the kunai's ring, tossing it up, catching it, tossing again, catching again. The movement was casual, almost infuriating. But no one on the training ground laughed. A few girls in the front row unconsciously rose on tiptoes. Noera Rin tilted her head, slightly curious for a look. Gang Xian stared intently at the kunai in Knight's hand. The metallic glint flickered in the sunlight, the rhythm of the toss unhurried. A master's hand reveals all. Just that casual toss and catch showed his impeccable control of the kunai's center of gravity. Gang Xian's breathing grew heavier. Come on, show me something. Yet Knight, standing behind the white line, didn't even glance at the target 25 meters away. His gaze passed through the crowd, locking firmly on Kakashi at the far right. Hatake Kakashi was enduring the most agonizing 3 minutes of his life, with Obito's kunai still stuck in his left calf. Though it hurt to preserve his first genius image, he stealthily bent down while everyone watched Knight. His fingers secretly reached for the hilt on the outside of his left leg. His dead fish eyes narrowed as he calculated how to swiftly pull out the kunai and stop the bleeding. 2 girls nearby looked puzzled. Was Kakashizen tying his shoes? Watching Kakashi's furtive face-saving suffering predicament, Knight smiled. If Obito's random stray shot, a blind cat catching a dead mouse, could trigger double 999, then his own were genuine standard kunai. 2 happiness at once understood. Knight abruptly turned his body straight, skipping any build-up. He raised his right hand and flicked his wrist twice. Swoosh, swoosh. The first and second kunai left his hand with a cold, sharp whistle. His technique was fast and fierce, and all eyes instantly followed the afterimages. But then everyone's pupils contracted simultaneously. The flight trajectory of those 2 kunai was off by miles from the very first millisecond. They didn't head toward Knight's personal target number 3 at all. Thunk. The first kunai buried itself perfectly in the bullseye of Sarutobi Asuma's brand new target. Asuma was crouched nearby, pulling out Obito's kunai. The dull thud exploded beside his ear, showering his face with wood splinters. He felt his scalp tingle and a warmth in his crotch. He scrambled away 3 meters, landing flat on his, but with a thump, his face pale as death. Huh. The second kunai grazed the scalp of Uchiha Tower, a tuft of hair falling away. The kunai was firmly embedded in the target post, its tail quivering violently. Tower froze for half a second, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. He reached up to touch the bald spot on his head, his eyes rolling back as he nearly fainted. One might mistake him for Hinata Tower. Damage value from Sarutobi Asuma 666. Damage value from Tower 999. Gangzi's eyes were wide with disbelief. Gazing at the names on the report card, the new pen he had just replaced slipped through his fingers. Genius. The talent of Uchiha. Bloodline purity. It's all nonsense. 2 Uchihas, one hitting a target, the other hitting a head. Before Gonzi could have a heart attack, yes, third kunai was already in motion. The kunai cut through the air at a sharp angle, accompanied by a piercing sound, heading straight for the right side of the playground. The edge of the crowd. Kakashi had just pinched the grip of the kunai in his left leg, preparing to grit his teeth and pull it out. The blade pierced through flesh. Kakashi felt as if struck by lightning. His fingers were gripping the ring of the first kunai tightly as he slowly lowered his head. A brand new standard kunai was perfectly embedded in the calf of his previously unscathed right leg. The depth of the stab, the angle, even the rate of bleeding were nearly perfectly symmetrical with the kunai in his left leg. It couldn't be measured more accurately with a ruler. 2 legs, 2 kunai perfectly aligned. Even the most severe obsessive-compulsive disorder would find the utmost redemption in this moment. But Kakashi's facial expression completely broke down, a strangled groan escaping his throat. His hands, which had been tucked in his pockets, suddenly shot out, fingers digging into the dry earth. His knees could no longer support him. The most prominent genius newcomer of Konoha Ninja Academy, with a thud, knelt down straight on the playground on the first day of school. Each leg had a kunai embedded. The posture was grotesquely tragic, blood pooling into 2 dark red puddles. Yes, mind erupted with chaos. Damage value from Hatake Kakashi 999. Damage value from Hatake Kakashi 999. Damage value from Hatake Kakashi 999. The golden prompt flooded the screen like fireworks on New Year's Eve. The entire area fell into silence for a full 3 seconds. Everyone's heads turned in unison towards the right side of the playground. Kakashi's. Why is he kneeling on the ground? No, he has 2 kunai in his legs. The girls let out piercing screams. Asuma's mouth fell open in shock, while Guy stood frozen, his pupils shaking in shock, forgetting to clench his fists. Kakashi's. Noera Rin cried out, her face filled with urgency, as she rushed out of the crowd. She quickly ran over, crouched down, took out bandages and hemostatic medicine, her voice tinged with tears. Don't move, let me help you with simple first aid first. Kakashi gritted his teeth hard, staring at the kunai in his leg, his pride being ground into the dirt. Meanwhile, Toby, who was standing at the front and preparing to watch Kakashi's misfortune, suddenly fell silent. His mouth gaped open, his eyes nearly popping out. What did he see? His beloved goddess was kneeling beside that show-off, her hands even touching Kakashi's leg. Why wasn't it me who got hurt? Why didn't Rin feel sorry for me when I just got a 0? Toby's world collapsed. 1 damage value from Uchiha Toby 999. Damage value from Uchiha Toby 990. Hearing the massive points in his mind that surpassed even Kakashi's, he sucked in a breath beside him. This isn't a classmate, this is a freaking perpetual motion machine. As long as Kakashi and Rin are present, Toby can spontaneously combust at any moment. Asuma, who had just gotten up from the ground, pointed at Yi and began to curse loudly. Uchiha Yi, you did this on purpose. You were just watching Kakashi. Is this a provocation from your Uchiha clan against us? Yi paused, took out a kunai he hadn't thrown yet, and casually smiled. Asuma-san, as the son of the Hokage, is this your own opinion or the Hokage's opinion? Missing the target is something Toby just did too. Does that mean he did it on purpose? Toby, hearing this beside him, had his brain short-circuit from embarrassment and shouted out. I did it on purpose. How could Uchiha's throw ever miss? This forced self-justification directly confirmed the accusation. Asuma trembled with rage. All right, you Uchihas are truly arrogant. Yi threw the useless kunai at Asuma's feet, producing a crisp metallic sound. Yes, gaze turned cold, sweeping over the audience. Don't rush to judge. This is just a free reminder. Since this is the ninja world, let's act according to the rules. If you can't stand me, meet me at the 7th training ground in the south after school. I'm always up for a challenge. The personal grievances were suddenly elevated to the level of proving one's strength in combat, causing Asuma to pause, his momentum weakening by half. On the podium, Gongzi Yun completely collapsed. He grabbed the hard pen that had just slipped, and with a forceful grip, broke it in 2. Medical team, hurry and take Kakashi to the infirmary. Gongzi Yun pointed at Yi, screaming hysterically, his voice clearly choked with tears. Uchiha Yi, 0 points. Get back. Go stand by the playground immediately. You're not allowed to go home until you stand there until school ends. All right, teacher. Yi shrugged, indifferently shoved his hands into his pockets, fingers rubbing against the remaining 3 real kunai. He turned and walked back. As he strolled, he happily opened the system panel. Balance 24550 points. Enough for 2 more 10 consecutive draws. This school was truly a blessing. On the first day, he had already taken down all the notable individuals. Passing by the stunned Toby, Yi casually patted his shoulder. Then as he walked past the kneeling Kakashi, he paused for half a second. Their eyes met. Kakashi's eyes were bloodshot, filled with a burning desire to crush Yi into dust. Yi met that gaze with the most sincere smile of the day, walking away without looking back. Inside the Hokage building not far from the Ninja Academy, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood before a large desk, a pipe in his mouth. Reflected in the crystal ball before him was the entire scene of the Ninja Academy's playground. When he saw his own son frightened and sitting on the ground, as well as the genius Kakashi kneeling with kunai precisely embedded in his knees, the muscles in Sarutobi's face twitched uncontrollably. He removed the pipe from his mouth, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke, his gaze fixed intently on the Uchiha boy with his hands in his pockets. Uchiha Yi, Hiruzen murmured to himself, his brows furrowing into a deep frown. When did the Uchiha clan produce such an unpredictable rebel? It seems necessary to have the Umbu keep a close watch on this kid. The punishment of standing outside the playground didn't last long. The Chunin teacher Gang Xian, scowling, leaned half of his body out of the teaching building and waved his arm vigorously. Uchiha Yi, get back to the classroom. Prepare for theory class. His tone was full of the exhaustion of please stop vandalizing the playground. He curled his lips, hands in pockets, swaggering back to the corridor. The moment he pushed open the classroom door, his first glance caught sight of Kakashi sitting in the front row. It must be said the ninja constitution plus medical ninjutsu is truly absurd. Just tens of minutes ago, Kakashi was kneeling on the playground, blood streaming. Now, with both legs wrapped in thick layers of bandages, he could still sit firmly on the chair. His back was straight, his waist upright, and his masked face showed no expression, as if the one who had just suffered a humiliating injury was not him at all. When it comes to showing off, Kakashi is definitely serious. As he walked over, Kakashi slightly turned his head, shifting his gaze. They stared at each other for 0.3 seconds. In those dead fish eyes there was no anger, only pure disgust. That cold stare at you could be translated as "you better pray we never get assigned to the same team in this life." He grinned back at that gaze, smoothly blew a casual kiss, and slipped back to the back row with content. The muscle on Kakashi's thigh twitched, the wound triggered pain, and he quickly turned his head back, as if he had swallowed a fly. From Hatake Kakashi's frustration value, 199. He pulled out a chair and sat down. Beside him, Dato was lying face down on the desk, his fingernails digging into the desk corner and drawing circles frantically, nearly causing wood chips to fly. His mouth was still mumbling weakly nonstop. Why did it miss? Why did the kunai turn? Obviously I'm the victim. Why did Rin go to bandage that show off? He couldn't be bothered with this emotional, deadened, perpetual motion machine. He closed his eyes and his consciousness sank directly into the system space. The number in the upper right corner was extremely conspicuous: account balance 24550 points. Capital for 2 10-pull draws. He rubbed his hands in his heart. The last 10-pull gave a bunch of junk items. According to the mystic law of sacrificial roles, he had already been backstabbed by the system once, and the time for bad luck to turn good had arrived. System no nonsense, start the second 10-pull draw. 10,000 points were deducted instantly. The wheel spun wildly, and 10 beams of light crashed down. The first 9 beams shattered one after another. Congratulations. You obtained common item premium tissue that causes breakouts after wiping face. 1 congratulations. You obtained common item military canteen that makes you thirstier the more you drink. 1 congratulations. You obtained common item ninja sandals that automatically fall off when worn. 1 congratulations. You obtained common item premium brush that always leaks ink when writing. 1 congratulations. You obtained common item comb that always loses teeth after use. 1. Description: every morning when combing, a comb tooth will definitely fall off and get stuck in your scalp. Congratulations. You obtained common item extremely glaring, glowing green underwear. 1. Description: wear it and you become the brightest light source in the dark night. Even wearing several layers of pants cannot block its penetrating power. Congratulations. You obtained common item concentrated stinky tofu juice that refreshes you with 1 sniff. 1. Description: pure biochemical weapon. Yes, facial expression management began to crack severely. His temples throbbed. The system backpack was stuffed with more outrageously useless junk that challenged human cognition limits. He stared intently at the last beam. The beam shook violently and erupted with dazzling golden light. Come on, Sharingan, Sage Body, Flying Thunder God. The golden light dissipated and a kunai with a faint golden halo floated quietly in midair. Ding. Congratulations, host triggered the 10-pull pity. Obtain supreme item, supreme kunai that will never hit. 1. Description: brand new surface plated with a layer of pure gold powder, highly collectible. No matter how skilled the thrower, this kunai will avoid all living and non-living targets by defying the laws of a true pacifist. He stood in the system's space, his entire being, as if struck by lightning, his mind completely blank. After a few seconds, he mentally flipped the table. How is this essentially different from the scrap iron he drew on the first pull? Changed the color, gilded it, not even changing the name, just to fool people again. He looked down at the premium explosive tag that will never explode in his backpack, and then at this gilded edition kunai that will never hit. Putting these two pieces of junk together, is it to form a ninja set that will never win? Collecting the entire set, could it summon an ultimate achievement of never leaving the Uchiha clan ground alive? It's all from the same source, isn't it? I frustrate myself, then give you the points, and you give me a bunch of shiny junk. Ding. Frustration value from Uchiha, Yi 999. Another self-inflicted income. Yi felt his blood pressure had exceeded human limits. But he had no time to break down. In extreme despair, he gave up on himself. The last 10,000 points all in. Third temple draw go. Meanwhile, in the real world, Gang Ziyun on the podium knocked hard on the blackboard, chalk, dust falling. Everyone quiet. Perk up and open your textbooks to page 7. I'm going to test you on an extremely obscure ninja world history problem. He turned around and wrote a line on the blackboard, asking loudly. Combining the historical background of the first Hokage establishing Konoha and the resource allocation background of the early days of the 5 great nations, expound on the core driving forces of the establishment of the 5 great ninja villages and their impact on the current ninja world pattern. Who will answer? As soon as the question was posed, the classroom, which had a bit of whispering, fell instantly silent. The freshmen, like quails encountering natural enemies, uniformly buried their heads in their textbooks. This question is definitely beyond the syllabus. We only got the textbooks yesterday. Who knows how the initial distribution among the 5 great nations was? Asama complained in a lowered voice to the classmate beside him. Some started frantically flipping through books, some directly lay on the table pretending to be dead. No one dared to meet the teacher's gaze. Dato curled up even more, his face almost pressed against the textbook. Gang Xian scanned the room and let out a long sigh. But he soon noticed that only two heads in the class were still held high. One was Kakashi in the front row, propping his chin with one hand, confident. The other was Yi in the back row, his eyes vacant, staring at the ceiling, the corner of his mouth twitching wildly. Seeing Yes' deadpan expression, Gang Xian's eyelids jumped rapidly, and he quickly averted his gaze. Can't call on him. Absolutely cannot call on him. Heaven knows what inhuman nonsense this madman will spout. Chimu Kakashi, you come. Gang Xian decisively raised his hand. The whole class secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Kakashi stood up, supporting himself on the desk with one hand. The wounds on his legs sent faint tearing pain, but he didn't even frown. Kakashi endured the pain in his muscles, straightened the bandages on his calves, and stood extremely upright. He began to speak in a cool voice, starting from the grievances between Shinsho Zhujian and Yuzhibo Ban, his reasoning clear and logic rigorous. In the early days of the five great nations' establishment, Konoha occupied the most fertile forest resources. The first Hokage established the initial balance of power by distributing tailed beasts. Every argument was precise and incisive, even touching upon the covert operational mechanisms of the Dark Division that were not covered in the textbooks. The entire class lifted their heads, their eyes brimming with admiration. The girl's eyes sparkled with stars, and Noera Rin cast a look of profound approval. In the back row, Obito clenched his teeth in fury, his fingers gouging splinters from the desk. Gang Xian nodded repeatedly, the gloom on his face finally dissipating. He revealed the first genuine smile since the start of the semester. Now this was a true genius. Today's lesson finally had a textbook-defining highlight. Kakashi's answer entered its concluding phase. Therefore, the establishment of the five great shinobi villages was essentially a product of war fatigue and the interplay of interests rather than a pure ideal of peace. Above summary concluded. Perfect. Gang Xian's face was full of gratification as he raised both hands, his palms about to meet, ready to lead the applause for this prodigy. In that split second of a millisecond within the system space, the first 9 trash light pillars of the third Tendra had all shattered. The final light pillar exploded. No bizarre items, a pure azure sphere of chakra hovered in midair, radiating a warm and immense wave of energy. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the Tendra guarantee. Obtained premium reward, peak genin level chakra volume. Description: permanent enhancement. Host's total chakra directly elevated to the peak genin standard, meridians widened simultaneously. Ye's eyes blazed with light, the despair in his heart swept clean away. The original body had always been frail, and this broken system finally did something decent. This meant he had directly leaped over years of arduous training, gaining real combat capability. Yi froze for a full second. The next moment, without any warning, the sphere of light crashed directly into and merged with his body. Pure chakra, like a bursting flood, instantly filled his dried-up meridians. His bones let out a pleasant resonant chime. Every limb and organ greedily absorbed this vitality. The ultimate sensation of relief, like rain after a long drought, surged with tingling numbness straight up to the crown of his head. He completely lost control of his facial nerves. In the dead-silent classroom, at the very moment Kakashi had just finished showing off, in the instant Gang Xian's hands were suspended midair, about to applaud. Uchiha Yi, seated in the back row, involuntarily jerked his neck upward, his eyes half closed. From the depths of his throat escaped a long, bizarre, mellifluous, and utterly ecstatic sigh. The sound was not only drawn out, but also carried a slight trembling twist at the end. It was not loud, yet in the theory class where a pin drop could be heard, it was magnified infinitely. This sound was like a piercing DJ track played inside a funeral hall, unmistakably drilling into every... Time stood still. Gang Xian's hands, frozen midair and ready to clap, stiffened rigidly. Kakashi's knees, already halfway bent to sit down, locked entirely. His wound gave a sharp twinge, and he collapsed heavily into his chair. That face, perpetually maintaining an aloof persona, darkened to the point of dripping ink. His textbook-perfect show-off from moments ago had been utterly crushed and ground to dust by that single sound. In the front row, the pencil in Noera Rin's hand dropped with a thud. Yuhi Kurena's face flushed instantly scarlet. She covered her ears and nearly burrowed into the drawer. Uchiha Tetsuka's pen fell from his mouth onto the desk with a clatter. Mike Guy's mouth hung open in shock, forgetting even to clench his fists. Saratobi Asuma's lips twitched convulsively. The entire class turned their heads in unison toward the last row. What everyone saw was Uchiha Yi leaning back in his chair, head slightly tilted, face flushed. A bizarre smile of utter bliss, satisfaction, and perversion curled at the corners of his lips, as if his soul had just undergone some indescribable transcendence publicly in this classroom. After a brief silence, a nuclear explosion erupted in Ye's mind. 666 frustration points from Hitaki Kakashi. 666 frustration points from Gang Xian. 233 frustration points from Uchiha Obito. 88 frustration points from Noira Rin. 210 frustration points from Sarutobi Asuma. 150 frustration points from Mike Guy. 150 frustration points from Yuhi Kurenai. 122 frustration points from Marino Ibiki. 100 frustration points from Shizun. 666 frustration points from Uchiha Tetsuka. A dense barrage of notifications flooded his retina, nearly bursting the system's backend. The worldviews of these brats were shattered into dust by that single soulful sigh. The whole class's attention had shifted to that freak, who still remembered what Kakashi had just said. Obito sprang up from his hunched position, clutching his head, leaning frantically into the aisle, retreating half a meter in sheer horror. He tried to use body language to prove to the entire class that he had nothing to do with that deskmate, crying out in agony, "I don't know him. I really don't know him." 777 frustration points from Uchiha Obito. He slowly opened his eyes, stretched comfortably, and let out a yawn. He clenched his right fist, feeling the surging chakra within his body filled with explosive strength. As long as the lottery kept producing such good stuff. Let alone Uchiha Itachi with a blade a few years later, even if Uchiha Madara came back to life and rose from the dead, he dared to peel off 2 layers of his skin. The corner of Ye's mouth lifted slightly, completely ignoring the dozens of horrified stares fixed on him like he was a ghost. On the podium, Gang Ziyun took 2 deep breaths of cold air, then 2 more. He slowly lowered his suspended hands, his 10 fingers gripping the edge of the lectern until they cramped, knuckles cracking audibly. He was frantically performing psychological self-construction. Do not kill. Do not lose your temper and kill in the classroom. This is Konoha, the Hokage is watching. If he lost his temper again, today's lesson would be completely derailed. Sit down, Kakashi. Your answer was excellent. Gang Ziyun's face turned purple, his lips trembling. He practically ground his molars to dust to force out those words. He made no mention of what had just happened, nor did he dare glance at the last row, fearing that one look would cause an on-the-spot cerebral hemorrhage. He turned around and continued reading the textbook in a stiff voice, forcibly dragging this excruciating theory class back on track. Kakashi sat expressionless, his back ramrod straight, never turning to look at Yi, because he knew that the moment he turned, the last shred of dignity he maintained today would be utterly lost. Yi reclined comfortably in his chair, savoring the abundant chakra within. Gazing at the resurging balance in the system, he gave a contented yawn. He began to anticipate the ringing of the class bell with extreme eagerness. After school, Asuma, the Hokage's princeling, was still waiting. With this peak, genin-level chakra, if he didn't pluck every last arrogant little brat down to the roots today, then his name, Uchiha Yi, would be written backwards. The moment the dismissal bell rang, Gang Ziyun on the podium let out a long breath. He felt as though he had never been so mentally exhausted in his entire life. The mere thought of having to endure 3 more years of such heart-pounding days made him want to hand in his resignation right then and there. Today's theory lesson ends here. Shiri Hong, Yuzibo Tiawa, Shinuechuyan. The 3 of you stay behind to clean up today. Before the 3 could protest, Gang Ziyun packed up his lesson plan with an extremely fluid speed that completely transcended the limits of a chunin and strode out of the classroom in 2 steps. His fleeing figure exuded an unmistakable air of desperate escape. While his voice still lingered in the classroom air, he had completely vanished at the end of the corridor. Daitu hastily stuffed his textbooks into his bag and zipped it up instinctively, leaning over to Yi. He opened his mouth about to say, "Let's go together," but the words got stuck in his throat. He sat on the chair slightly, tilting his head, propping his chin on one hand with a faint smirk. "Are you sure you want to go back with me?" Daitu sharply inhaled, his cerebellum nearly shriveling. With a boom, in his mind a series of surreal flashbacks from today began fast-forwarding wildly, Yuan Lin cowering in the corner like a quail after being forcefully pinned against the wall. The white chalk eraser stain on his own forehead that he couldn't rub off. The absurd kunai on the playground that had crossed half the field and with GPS-like precision stabbed into Kakazai's calf. And that soulful sigh that echoed through the entire classroom, capable of causing instant social death. Daitu shuddered violently, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. The way he now looked at Yi was not at all like a childhood friend, more like a living king of hell in human skin. Daitu waved his hands frantically like a rattledrum drenched in sweat. "I suddenly remembered. I promised the old lady at the Sandingmu crossing that I would help her cross the street 10 times today. I won't bother you. I'm off now. Farewell." Before the words faded, Daitu swung his bag over his shoulder and scrambled out of the classroom, stumbling and crawling. He curled his lips. This measly score wasn't even a fraction. He rose unhurriedly, brushed the dust off his pants, and let his gaze drift over the empty seats to settle. Asima was eagerly holding a broom, bustling over to Shiri Hong's side, snatching the cleaning work from her. "Hong, how could you be doing such dirty and tiring work? Just sweep the desks. Leave all the dust in the window corners to me." Asima beamed with a sycophantic smile, thumping his chest loudly, displaying the responsibility of a young master to the fullest. He was like a fervently preening, pure-hearted boiling sheep. Shiri Hong smiled politely. Thank you, Asima. That smile made Asima completely float. Actually, Hong, yesterday the Huaying. Cough. My dad praised me for having talent and chakra control. I'm usually dead accurate with Kanai. Oh, it was that demonic wind on the playground that threw my aim off. As Asima gestured, he shamelessly made excuses to save face. Another day when you're free, let's go to the training ground, and he'll show you the true techniques of the Yuan Fei clan. Yi watched Asima's beaming, eager face, and the corner of his mouth rose to the sky. This kid had probably forgotten the 7th training ground duel from before class entirely. Love-struck, brains truly ruin people. He didn't interrupt his sweet moment. He put his hands in his pockets and leisurely strolled out of the classroom. The corridor was packed with freshmen who had just been let out and were heading home. The chattering crowd instantly fell silent the moment they saw Yi step out of the classroom. Dozens of students recoiled in unison as if a plague god had been unleashed, pressing their backs hard against the walls. Forcibly right in the middle of the not-so-wide corridor, they cleared a path a full 2 meters wide for Yi. A few timid girls even turned and ran upstairs. Without even lifting his eyelids, Yi descended the stairs and walked straight out of the Ninja Academy's main gate. He casually scanned his surroundings, eventually stopping at the edge of a flower bed to the left. A perfectly square red brick with sharp edges lay quietly in the soil. Yi's eyes lit up. He walked over, bent down, picked up the flawless brick, and weighed it in his hand. The weight was just right. The rough texture fit perfectly in his palm. The feel superb. 5-star review. Absolutely a handy weapon for physical transcendence. Thus he stood brazenly in the middle of the school gate, gripping the brick with his legs slightly apart, casually tossing and catching it with his right hand, while patiently waiting for Asima to appear. Passing students saw this, and instantly flashed back to the playground, their minds filled with the gruesome image of Kaka, she kneeling, blood dripping. School was over and someone was actually blocking the gate with a brick. The already cowering crowd surged at the crowded gate with Yi as the center. A 10-meter radius of absolute vacuum, where no one dared step, was automatically cleared within 3 seconds. Even a stray yellow dog passing by the gate tucked its tail and silently crossed to the other side of the road. A quarter of an hour later, footsteps and laughter came from the direction of the teaching building. Cleaning finished, Asima walked in front carrying a broom with great effort, while Shiri Hong followed with her bag slung over her shoulder. Asima was in excellent spirits, feeling he had greatly boosted his favorability in front of Shiri Hong, so he couldn't stop talking. The two chatted and laughed as they ambled to the school gate. Shiri Hong was nodding with a polite smile when her gaze inadvertently passed over Asima's shoulder and landed on the gate ahead. The next second her steps froze suddenly, her face pale, both hands clamping tightly over her mouth. Staring at Yi tossing the brick, she was so terrified she couldn't make a sound. Is this some new training method unique to the Yuzhibo? Asima, completely unaware, still wore a beaming expression as he casually looked up and swept his gaze across the gate. Directly opposite, Yuzhibo's motion of tossing the red brick stopped. His 5 fingers slowly closed, firmly gripping one corner of the brick, standing there against the glaring sunset. Their gazes collided sharply. He tilted his head slightly, looking at Asima 10 meters away, and slowly curled his lips into an utterly twisted, cold smile. The smile on Asima's face froze. His Adam's apple bobbed violently as he swallowed a mouthful of bitter saliva. Yi said nothing. He raised his right hand and arrogantly brandished the rough red brick. Then, looking into Asima's eyes, his lips slowly moved silently, forming 5 words. 7th training ground. As his mouthing ended, Yi took half a step forward. Just that half step was enough to scare Asima half to death. The dignity of the Huaying Sun, the image in front of Shiri Hong, all thrown to the wind. That was a goddamn red brick. Getting hit in the face with that brick would definitely kill. You can hit on girls anytime. Life comes first. Asima let out an unearthly, piercing scream. The sound was so loud that it startled several crows perched on the roof of the teaching building. He spun around, not even glancing at Shiri Hong, frantically clawing the air in front of him. Then, sprinting with the fastest speed of his life, he madly dashed toward the other end of the street. Run. He let out a cold snort, the smile on his face growing even broader. The Genin-level peak chakra that had just fused within his body burst forth without reservation at this moment. The surging energy channeled through his meridians instantly filled the muscles of his legs. Bang! The bluestone slab beneath his feet cracked on the spot, fragments of stone splattering everywhere. He, clutching the brick, left a streak of afterimages as he shot forward. 2 figures, one after the other, engaged in an utterly insane life-and-death sprint along the streets of Mai. In less than 2 seconds, he had already closed into within 10 meters behind Asima. Ahead, Asima ran as if his soul were about to scatter, tears and snot trailing into threads in the wind. His legs churned like wind and fire wheels, one shoe flying off entirely. He looked back in despair. In his line of sight, that harbinger of doom was raising a red brick, clinging relentlessly to his heels. Leveraging his chakra advantage to shadow his target like a specter, Ye's voice, amplified by the far superior chakra reserves of his age group, boomed like a great bell, shaking half the street. He shouted at the top of his lungs while running. "Señorissima, what are you running for? Back on the training ground, weren't you the one proclaiming to defend the Hokage's dignity? What happened to the Hokage's son never backing down? Stop. Let my brick in your proud forehead have a don't dodge, just one hit. I promise I won't go inside." Each word pierced the heart, each word pierced the heart indeed. Asama nearly collapsed on the spot. "A duel, my ass. What kind of ninja fights with a brick to the forehead? Don't come any closer." "Aya!" Asama howled in a broken voice as he ran blindly, crashing into a fruit stall by the roadside. Dozens of apples rolled across the ground, sending the startled vendor into a frenzy. Yi leaped lightly, stepping on the airborne apples, landing smoothly 3 meters away, and continued to follow steadily behind. The system backend chimed incessantly, more densely packed than firecrackers during New Year. Listening to the sound of breaking defense points leaping in his mind, he let himself go, completely running with ever-growing zest. To maximize the profit of breaking defense points, he was in no hurry to catch up. He precisely maintained a 10-meter oppressive distance. The moment Asama slowed down, the brick in Ye's hand would whistle as he made a feigned throwing motion, forcing the Hokage's son to squeeze out more stamina and accelerate frantically. Isn't that the Hokage's son? Who's chasing him? Chasing the Hokage's son with a brick. Has this guy lost his mind? The villagers of Mai stopped in their tracks, staring in stunned disbelief at this surreal scene. The two swept past the street corner of Sanchome like a whirlwind. On the vacant lot at the bend of the corner, Maite Kai, clad in a green jumpsuit, was doing push-ups on one hand while standing on his head. He was in the middle of his daily after-school hell training of walking 500 laps on your head in the spirit of youth. 998, 999. Suddenly the dense sound of footsteps and shrill screams broke through. Two shadows whizzed past the blast of wind, nearly flipping Kai over. Kai twisted his neck with difficulty. In his upside-down view, he recognized the back of the figure running wildly with a brick in hand. Yuzhibo-yi. Kai froze. Those steady, powerful strides, that stubborn persistence, and the passionate shouts echoing through the streets. In that instant, Kai's eyes reddened without warning. Large hot tears flowed backward along his inverted cheeks, falling straight to the ground. "So, I completely misunderstood ye." Kai flipped over and stood up, his fists clenched tightly, his entire body trembling from extreme excitement. Not only can he let out those transcendent, soul-stirring sighs during theory class, after school, he even engages in such wild physical pursuit training. The brick in his hand. Is that his highest tribute to weighted training? He isn't cold-hearted and indifferent. He too has such a passionate chasing youth. This is the sprint of youth. Kai raised his head, gazing at the sunset clouds, already dyed, orangered his green garment, seeming to burn. He let out a soul-shaking roar. "Burn. Ye. Burn. Maite Kai. How could a moment this blood-boiling lack me? Count me in." The moment the words fell, Kai's legs shattered the stone slabs beneath his feet. Like a wild horse gone mad, his whole body erupted with fierce fighting spirit, and he charged straight into the fleeing group ahead, joining the chase. Ahead, Asama was already nearing his limit. Hearing the earth-shaking roar behind him, he struggled to glance back. At that sight, his soul flew completely out of his body. What had been one monster behind him had become two. The madman with the brick still wore that murderously kind smile. Behind the madman followed another figure with a bowl-cut hairstyle and thick eyebrows, eyes shimmering with eerie green light. He was opening his mouth wide and swinging his fists, closing in at terrifying speed. "Oh, help!" Asama's vision went black, a warmth spread in his crotch, and he was utterly overwhelmed by despair. Under the sunset of Mai, the Hokage's son in front, the brick demon king in the middle, and the wild green-skinned monster at the rear. Three figures, accompanied by heart-rending screams, ran farther and farther toward the busiest commercial district of Mai. Inside the Hokage building not far away, Yuenfei Risen, who had been about to take a sip of tea to calm his nerves, watched the entire scene through the crystal ball. An ANBU ninja knelt on one knee outside the door, cold sweat pouring from his forehead, not daring to breathe, loudly awaiting the supreme order. Meanwhile, Yi, running on the streets of Mai, watched the wildly jumping numbers on the system panel and grinned brilliantly. His account balance was surging toward the 100,000 mark at a terrifying speed. On the outskirts of my village at the end of Sanchome, in a dilapidated block, the sunset cast 3 elongated shadows onto the potholed dirt road. People grew scarce, and only a few closed-up general stores lined the broken street. Asama ran at the front. His pace had degenerated from the initial frantic sprint into a staggering drag. His legs were as heavy as lead. He panted heavily, his eyes bloodshot. Never in his life had he suffered such humiliation. He was the Hokage's son, the crown prince of Mai. And now I'm being chased like a dog through the streets by an Uchiha wielding a brick. Asuma ran while looking back. In his sight, he leisurely followed 10 meters behind, casually tossing that rough red brick in his left hand, his steps light. With peak Genin-level chakra circulating through his body, he hadn't even broken a sweat, his expression thoroughly relaxed. He wasn't even looking at Asuma ahead. His gaze was locked on the system panel before him, his brow slightly furrowed. The consecutive high-value prompts of 999 and 666 from the system backend were undergoing an extremely eerie change. His face instantly darkened. What the hell is this deflation? From 3-digit numbers in the beginning, now it was down to single digits. The Hokage's son's fear threshold had been maxed out. For him, the simple chase had gone from "I'm going to die" to a resigned numbness of "I can't escape anyway." That punk has developed resistance to bricks. Quite adaptable. Yi sneered inwardly, trying to desensitize. No way. You can't shave the leek entirely bald, you must switch the sickle. Since mere physical pursuit could no longer extract substantial emotional value, the only option left was to subject this Hokage's young master to some high-intensity harsh treatment. Yes' right hand quietly slipped into his pocket, his fingertips brushing against several kunai. They were from a system temple blind box. Those causal law kunai that would never hit a living target lay quietly at the bottom. He drew out 3 kunai with his right hand, pinching them between his fingers. He abruptly halted, channeling the freshly filled chakra within his body, and bellowed at the back ahead with all his might. Asuma-san, catch this. 15 meters ahead, Asuma shuddered. Almost reflexively, he turned his head, numbly, his eyes nearly bulging out. He watched in horror as Yes' right hand swung high, and the 3 black streaks between his fingers instantly flew out. With a sharp, piercing howl, they shot straight toward his face at a terrifying speed. Asuma's scalp tingled with horror, and his heart skipped a full beat. This bastard is going for the kill. He's serious. Asuma wanted to dodge, but his aching legs wouldn't obey. His mind went completely blank in that instant. He even forgot to evade, closing his eyes in despair, waiting only for the white blade to enter and the red blade to exit. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. An extremely bizarre scene unfolded. In the 0.1 second before the 3 kunai would have struck Asuma's face, they forcibly altered their trajectory at an angle that defied the laws of physics. One brushed past his left earlobe, the wind howling close to his ear, carrying away 3 strands of hair. Another scraped past his right cheek. The last one most absurdly grazed his scalp, precisely shaving off a small tuft of slightly greasy black hair. Asuma could clearly feel the breeze stirred by the blade slicing through the air. That suffocating sensation of a death scythe brushing past the neck was 10,000 times more terrifying than being stabbed. In that moment, Asuma felt as if half his foot had already stepped across the threshold of the Pure Land. Ayah! Asuma let out a ghastly scream, utterly inhuman, clutching his head with both hands. His previously depleted potential burst forth again. His completely ruined legs astonishingly burst forth with incredible speed again, his legs becoming blurred as he crazily accelerated. Ding! From Sarutobi Asuma's frustration points, 999. The system's crisp chime sounded in Yes' mind. He clicked his tongue in satisfaction. Indeed, the frustration points extracted when life is threatened are the purest. Fear is like chili, once you get used to it you need to increase the dosage. Bricks are mild, kunai to the face are super spicy. The ensuing chase completely turned into Yes' unilateral hurting. As long as Asuma's speed slowed down even a little, as long as the frustration points on the system panel dropped to single digits. He would precisely pull out a kunai from his pocket and flick his wrist. Swoosh. The kunai would never hit, but it would invariably scrape past Asuma's vital points with extreme cunning. Brushing past the tip of the nose. Skimming the Adam's apple. Slicing through the finger gaps. Either grazing the neck or scraping the inner thigh. Each time the cold wind swept by, Asuma would let out a pig slaughter-like shriek and then bolt forward with all his might. From Sarutobi Asuma's frustration points, 888. From Sarutobi Asuma's frustration points, 777. He followed behind, listening to the system balance skyrocketing, his face almost splitting with laughter. This Hokage's young master truly is an inexhaustible goldmine. Just then an earth-shattering roar came from the rear of the group. Burnt. Meitikai, sweating profusely, his bowl-cut hair bouncing, ran on all fours to keep up. He watched the kunai flying ahead and Asuma's scurrying figure with his head in his hands, tears welling in his eyes. Kai trembled with excitement, fists clenched so hard they cracked, his voice choked with tears as he bellowed. What a magnificent training. Not only does it involve weight-bearing, running under extreme fatigue, but also real combat kunai evasion training at the brink of life and death. Pushing a classmate to the edge to awaken his dormant potential. Using extreme pressure between life and death to force a comrade to break through his limits. Is this the deepest expression of the Uchiha clan's bond with their comrades? How beautiful. This cruel tenderness. Yi, I fully acknowledge you now. Asuma-san, don't disappoint. Yes, good intentions. From Maidakai's recognition points, 500. Yi heard Kai's roar and almost lost his composure. Cruel tenderness. What the hell are you talking about? And what the hell are these recognition points? Kai's roar echoed through the empty street. Asuma running at the front heard this and was so furious that a sweetness rose in his throat, almost spurting old blood onto the road. The hell with deep expression. The hell with good intentions. Is that bushy eyebrows head filled with nothing but muscles? Which eye of yours sees this as training? This is murder. Are you blind? From Saratobi Asuma's frustration points, 999. Another huge influx. He almost laughed out loud. Kai's cross-frequency conversation unexpectedly provided divine support, dealing a devastating secondary mental blow to Asuma. Under the dual extreme torture of physical and psychological torment, Asuma completely lost his sense of direction, panicking and fleeing recklessly. He dashed headlong into a narrow alley, clawing at the walls as he charged in. 3 meters, 5 meters, 8 meters. The moment he rushed in, Asuma was plunged into despair. A dead end. Before him was a 5-meter-high red brick wall topped with broken glass to deter thieves. The base was piled with discarded wooden crates and worn-out baskets and sacks. No way out. Asuma's legs gave way, and he collapsed with a thud onto the muddy ground. His back pressed tightly against the wall, his hands clawing frantically at the dirt and gravel, his body trembling uncontrollably. He gasped for breath, his face streaked with tears, his eyes fixed on the alley entrance. In his heart, he fervently prayed to all the past Hokage. Please, don't come in. Don't let that demon follow me in. Tap, tap. The steady, powerful sound of footsteps echoed at the alley entrance. Each step seemed to land directly on Asuma's fraying nerves. The blood-red glow of the setting sun poured into the alley, casting a long, slender shadow onto the ground. Uchiha Yoru leisurely stepped into the alley entrance. Standing against the light, his face hidden in shadow, only that bone-chilling, kindly smile vaguely visible. The sunset's glow struck his back, elongating his shadow until it completely engulfed the slumped Asuma. He still held the red brick in his left hand, while his right hand spread its fingers, slightly gripping for kunai. One of them even faintly shimmered with golden light. That was the system's premium guaranteed item, the gold-plated kunai that will never hit. The golden coating refracted intensely dazzling light under the setting sun. Step by step, he leisurely walked in. Asuma's pupils violently contracted, his lips trembling so much he couldn't utter a complete sentence. Don't come any closer. He did not stop. The moment Asuma caught sight of those gilded kunai, his psychological defense collapsed entirely. What kind of student casually pulls out a kunai, forged from pure gold? Just how wealthy is this Yuzhibo clan? How twisted? Asuma completely abandoned all pretense. With tears and mucus streaming down, he frantically pressed his palms together and bowed wildly toward Yi. Then he directly knocked his forehead to the ground, his face a mess of snot and tears. Don't come closer. Bro. I'm calling you bro. Blood brother. I was wrong. I really was wrong. What happened on the training ground was just my loose tongue. Please put down that brick. Put down the kunai too. Spare my life. He'll never dare again. He paused, his steps tilting his head. He looked down at Asuma from above, listening to that heart-wrenching cry of blood brother. Bro, you let out a light chuckle. You're calling too early. If he wasn't running anymore, that meant there was no more juice to squeeze. Without another word, Yi responded to Asuma's plea with action. As his words fell, Yi slightly bent his knees and leaped into the air without warning. While airborne, Yi executed a highly stylish 360-degree midair spin and hover. The red brick in his left hand was held behind his back, while his right hand, empowered by the savage rotational force of his waist, hurled forward with violent momentum. Aya! Asuma threw his arms around his head, shut his eyes, and let out a wail. Doke! 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 For extremely crisp and rhythmically powerful sounds of metal piercing would exploded in Asuma's ears. The anticipated searing pain did not come. Asuma trembled as he opened his eyes and swallowed a mouthful of dry saliva. The 4 kunai, as if wielded by the most masterful of silhouette outlining artists, had outlined Asuma's humanoid silhouette on the wall with perfect precision, completely and faithfully drawn upon it. One kunai was embedded in the dirt between his legs, a mere half-inch from his vital area. One skimmed the outside of his arms and plunged deeply into the wooden crate behind him. One grazed the sides of his neck and was driven firmly into the wall. The last one hovered almost directly above his head, severing a corner of his headband. Not a single one touched his skin, yet each was so close that he could feel the chill of the metal. Extremely precise. Extremely symmetrical. This required not only terrifying throwing skills, but also an exceptionally cruel disposition. Asuma's entire body stiffened for a full 2 seconds. Then his pupils dilated completely, his brain shut down entirely. Even the capacity for thought was forcibly erased by this series of moves. His head lolled to the side, his eyes rolled back, white and froth bubbled at the corners of his mouth. His entire body, like a mudslide, collapsed limply along the base of the wall, fainting dead away at its foot. Yi landed steadily and dusted off his hands. The system's voice rang out in his mind for the last time. Ding. Frustration points from Unfei Isama 0.01. Yi stared at the number and remained silent for 3 seconds. 0.01. Is this damn well squeezed dry to the point of shutdown? He looked down at the unconscious Isama, then at the system panel, and let out a deep sigh. The dignified son of the Hokage reduced to being squeezed below single digits. Useless, this leak can't be harvested today. He looked down at the solitary 0 on the system panel. 01, he sighed helplessly. Squeezed to shut down. He stepped forward and with swift movements pulled out the kunai embedded in the wall and ground one by one. With a thought, the kunai dissolved into motes of light and vanished from his palm, neatly stowed into the system space. Then he crouched down and slapped Isama's face twice with moderate force. Wake up, don't play dead. Isama's body jerked sharply as he slowly regained consciousness. The moment his pupils focused, he made out the face before him silhouetted against the setting sun. Aya! He sprang up from the ground, as if electrocuted, scrambling on all fours, his back pressed firmly against the rough red brick wall, until his head slammed against the corner of the wall with a bang, leaving him no room to retreat. He clamped his hands over his head, curled his entire body into a ball, and screamed hysterically with a tone of utter despair. Don't come any closer. I really give up. He did not move. He watched Isama's terrified posture like a bird startled by a bow and slowly retracted the earlier chilling smile. The seamless transition in expression was a textbook-grade face switch. Yi lowered his voice and put on an appearance of extreme sincerity and calm. His tone was as gentle as if soothing a frightened little animal. Don't worry, Isama. Today's sparring ends here. He paused, spread his hands with palms up, indicating he had no weapons. I absolutely will not attack you again. Isama stiffened all over. He carefully moved his clasped hands apart by a crack and stared intently at Yi. His voice still trembling. You mean all that? Yi nodded emphatically, the corners of his mouth lifting into an extremely sunny and cheerful smile. That smile was as pure as Mu-Ye's April sky. There was not a shred of murderous intent, as if the person who had chased him half across Mu-Yi village with a brick just moments ago simply didn't exist. Isama's nerves stretched to the breaking point, finally snapped with a pop. He let out a long, turbid breath, and his entire body, as if boneless, slumped limply along the wall. Only then did he realize that his shoes had somehow flown off his feet during the chase. His blistered soles burned with fiery pain. The aching, almost tearing muscles of his calves incessantly testified to how desperately he had fled. Isama raised his head with difficulty, his gaze sweeping over Yi's entire body. He was horrified to discover that after such a high-intensity chase and shuriken jutsu display, the Yuzhibo Yi before him had not broken so much as a single drop of sweat. Not even a wrinkle on his clothes was disturbed. Isama laughed bitterly inside. It's over. Completely over. This is fundamentally an opponent on a different level. From start to finish, he had been nothing more than a dog being led around. The last shred of resistance dissipated like smoke in the wind. Yi generously extended his right hand and hauled the limp, mud-like Isama up from the ground. He considerately patted off the dirt and gravel clinging to Isama's upper garment. His movements were natural, his strength moderate. Only his hands avoided with extreme precision the area of Isama's crotch, which was conspicuously darkened by a large patch. Yi exclaimed with a straight face, I guess this is what they call from conflict comes acquaintance. Isama opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but not knowing what to say. His state of mind was extremely complicated now. Hate. Yes. Fear. Scared to death. But looking at Yi's excessively sincere face, what he felt more was a sense of helplessness after being thoroughly subdued. The words on the tip of his tongue were all swallowed back. Now, he just wanted to go home and wash his pants. Ding. Frustration points from Unfei Isama 0.01. Yi's expression did not change. Alright, even a mosquito leg is meat. Amidst this awkward silence, hurried footsteps came from the alley entrance. What a magnificent friendship. A thunderous roar erupted from the alley entrance. Maite Kai, drenched in sweat, burst in his round eyes beneath thick brows fixed intently on the moving scene of enemies turned friends. Yuzhibo Yi was gently dusting off Isama, who though disheveled had no external injuries. Kai's eyes instantly gushed 2 streams of hot tears, and he raised his fists to the sky, roaring. A bond forged through life and death trials. A dialogue of souls exchanged through fists. This is the purest youth. Yi, you made Isama acknowledge your strength with your fists, and then embraced your former opponent with your heart. This friendship combining cruelty and gentleness makes my blood boil. The corners of his eyes began twitching wildly, and his lips trembled. He almost cracked my skull open with a brick. He almost confiscated my tool with a kunai. You blind single-celled paramecium. Asama let out a bitter scream in his heart. Keep this damnable youth for yourself to experience in the future. I'm absolutely done with it. Ding. 55 breakthrough points from Asuma Saratobi. Ding. 300 recognition points from Mike Guy. He glanced at that recognition points notification, a flicker of thought crossing his mind. This was included in the breakthrough points, hinting at a new mechanism. He made a mental note. Amidst this strangely sentimental atmosphere, Guy's stomach suddenly let out an earth-shattering growl without any warning. Grumble. The sound was so loud it bounced back and forth between the walls of the narrow, deadened alley, reverberating endlessly. Guy's face flushed red. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head and offered a sheepish grin. Sorry. I haven't eaten since noon because of the after-school training. My body is crying out with the spirit of youth. Yes, I suddenly lit up at these words. That gleam was exactly the same as when he had locked onto Obito's weapon pouch in the classroom. His right hand slipped naturally into his pants pocket. With a thought, the faintly pink spherical object from his system backpack silently materialized in his palm. A strawberry-flavored soldier pill. Within 10 seconds of consumption, the sphincter would surrender completely. He held the pill on his palm and extended it to Guy. My dear friend. Yes, voice was low and sincere. This is a secret soldier pill of the Uchiha clan. Extremely nutritious. Give it a try. That word friend struck the softest part of Guy's heart with precision. Guy's eyes welled up once more. With trembling hands, he took the pink soldier pill, cradling it in his palms, as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. Yee. Guy choked up. He tilted his head back and unhesitatingly shoved the pill into his mouth. He chewed twice. Guy's eyes instantly sparkled, his pupils dilating. He jolted upright, as if electrified. It's strawberry-flavored. So good. Yee, do you have more of th? His voice cut off abruptly. Guy's expression froze in a state between excitement and euphoria. From his stomach erupted a roar as violent as a mountain crumbling. Grumble, 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 grumble. The smile on Guy's face instantly solidified. His body went rigid, his legs clamping together in an unnatural tense posture. Sweat poured down his forehead like broken beads, more than he had sweated during the entire run across half of Konoha. His complexion shifted from ruddy to pale, then from pale to a sickly purple. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. Yee. I. Guy's voice twisted, turning thin and quivering, carrying an extreme suppressed tremor entirely stripped of its earlier boldness. Another thunderous intestinal rumble interrupted his words. Guy's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. He clutched his lower abdomen with both hands, his body leaning forward slightly. His entire center of gravity was sinking, bending him over like a boiled shrimp. He took 2 steps back, crossed his arms, and looked on with full concern. What's wrong, my friend? You don't look too well. Asuma, standing nearby, watched Guy's expression, one about to explode, and suddenly felt that his own ordeal today wasn't so bad after all. Ding. 999 breakthrough points from Mike Guy. In the shadow of the setting sun, the corner of Yes' mouth slowly curled upward. Meanwhile, Guy's brain had completely shut down, leaving only one desperate thought. Bathroom. Where was the nearest bathroom? Grumble. In the narrow alley, Guy's stomach erupted once more with a thunderous roar. The sound bounced off the surrounding walls, endlessly reverberating. This time, Guy didn't even have the strength to speak. He squeezed his legs together, hands pressed firmly over his abdomen, his eyes nearly bulging out. His lips were tightly sealed, a deeply humiliating muffled groan escaping his throat. I. Guy's voice had completely changed, degenerating from that hearty, hot-blooded vigor into the faint buzz of a mosquito. His face alternated between blue and purple, large beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. The next second, Guy held his stomach bent over and dashed out of the alley entrance. His legs were clamped tightly together, his gait extremely odd. Bathroom. Where's the bathroom? Guy's voice was hoarse and dry, but his speed was so fast that he left a green afterimage in the air. He rushed out of the alley in a twisted posture and disappeared around the corner. He stood in place, arms crossed, watching Guy's receding figure, and let out a sigh. He silently calculated in his mind. From here to the nearest Konoha public restroom, a normal person running would take about 40 seconds. But at Guy's current crab-like legs per said together speed. He shook his head, not wanting to think further. But he was even more curious about another matter. 10, 9, 8. He silently counted down in his mind. He was intensely curious whether within those 10 seconds of the countdown, Guy could successfully unzip the damn collar zipper of his one-piece tight suit. If he didn't unzip it within 10 seconds. That image was simply too beautiful to imagine. Yes' eyes narrowed, and he turned his head to look at Asuma, still slumped at the base of the wall. The Hokage-san's appearance now was utterly tragic. His hair was disheveled like a bird's nest, his face covered in streaks of tears, his school uniform smeared with dirt and gravel. His hands were gripping the rough brick wall, desperately, his legs trembling. Most critically, his feet were bare. The tender soles scraped against the rough stone pavement were covered in large blood blisters, their edges stained with mud. His shoes had been flung off during the early part of the chase, likely now being carried off by some stray dog as a chew toy. Asuma tried to move his right foot. A sharp piercing pain shot straight into his skull. He inhaled sharply, his body tilting, nearly collapsing again. He couldn't even take a single step. The proud Hokage's son was now as wretched as a beggar on the street. Asuma gritted his teeth and grimaced, pushing himself up against the wall, his bare feet on the rough ground. He just wanted to get home as fast as possible, take a shower, change his pants, and seal the memory of today deep in the darkest corner of his mind. Just as he was about to flee barefoot, a leisurely, unhurried footstep sounded. He strolled over slowly and stopped in front of Asuma. Asuma tensed up, instinctively wanting to shrink back. But he soon noticed that Yes' face showed no killing intent, only calmness. Yes' right hand was in his pocket, his mind quickly connecting to the system space. A flash of light, and a brand new pair of black ninja sandals appeared in his palm. A top-tier piece of junk from the system's temple, ninja sandals that automatically fall off upon wearing. He held the sandals on his palm and extended them toward Asuma. His expression was incredibly sincere, his tone as gentle as a spring breeze, even laced with a hint of comfort. Asuma, I see you have no shoes. The stone paths of Konoha are too hard. Put these on for now to get by. Don't ruin your feet. He looked at the brand new black ninja sandals in Yes' hand, then at Yes' harmless, innocent face. His brain went into a brief blue screen of death. Then a perfectly logical chain of reasoning solidified in Asuma's mind. Why was he so furious today? Why had he chased him across half of Konoha with a brick? Because Asuma had falsely accused him in front of the whole playground. A genius like he would never stoop to underhanded tricks to ambush Kakashi. His style was so wild, clear in love and hate, distinct in gratitude and resentment. He had said at the time that it was a miss. Asuma was the one who insisted it was intentional. A person with such a clear sense of love and hate would never bother to lie. How could he ever commit such a sneaky act as swapping a kunai? He was using physical means to defend the pride of the Uchiha clan. And after hitting someone, he even gave him shoes. What a magnanimous mindset. The more Asuma thought, the more he felt like a jerk. He had chased him for half a Konoha, hadn't really hurt him, and now was even giving him shoes. His nose stung, and his eyes reddened on the spot. Thank you. Asuma's eyes were red, fighting back sobs as he took the sandals, crouched down, and put them on. The sandals fit perfectly. The soft sole enveloped his blistered soles, instantly alleviating most of the pain. Asuma stood up, looking down at his pants, which were significantly darker in a large patch. He braced himself and spoke. By the way, do you have any spare pants? He glanced at Asuma. Yes' eyes twitched uncontrollably. He forcibly suppressed the urge to laugh out his dinner and shook his head decisively. I really don't. Then he put his hands in his pockets, turned around, and strode out of the alley. His departing figure was crisp and resolute. He concealed his deeds and fame. As he left, he casually stuffed the red brick into his ninja tool pouch. This was a precious treasure. Asuma leaned against the wall, his face full of gratitude, watching Yes' figure disappear into the sunset. Asuma sniffled and sighed. What a good person. His departing figure was crisp and resolute. He concealed his deeds and fame. As he left, he casually stuffed the red brick into his ninja tool pouch. This was just as his soul was about to touch the ground, the automatic release mechanism triggered perfectly. The straps at the ankle of the brand new sandals came loose instantly. The whole shoe, as if growing legs, slipped right off Asuma's foot. Asuma stepped onto empty air, his bare foot landing heavily on the edge of the sole. At the same time, the friction between the sole and the ground was reduced to zero by a mysterious force. His foot slipped. His left foot exactly tripped over the right. Baji. A dull thud. Asuma fell forward completely. His chin hit the rough bluestone slab hard, filling his mouth with the taste of dirt. Hiss. Asuma held his chin and struggled up, looking utterly bewildered. He turned back to glance at the sandals lying quietly on the ground, then grimaced and rubbed his chin, confused as he looked down at his feet. The ground was perfectly flat, no stones or holes. I ran too hard just now, my calf muscles are severely cramped, I can't even take steady steps. Asuma quickly completed his self-reflection. Gritting his teeth and enduring the pain in his chin, he picked up the shoes and put them on again. To be safe, he tied the straps tightly. He continued walking. 1 step. 2 steps. The straps instantly popped open again, and the sandal flew off. His foot slipped. Baji. Asuma once again face-planted. This time it was a side fall. His whole body slapped the ground like a dead fish, his shoulder aching terribly. His front tooth busted, his lip, blood trickling out. What the hell? Are my legs completely useless? Asuma lay on the ground, completely stunned. He stared straight at his feet, his mind racing. He never suspected the shoes were the problem. After all, the shoes were brand new, and he had given them to him so sincerely just now. How could it be the shoes' fault? It was all because of his own muscle cramps. But he never dreamed that the problem was precisely with the shoes on his feet. The next stretch of road would be the most tragic journey home in the history of Konoha. Asuma lost his shoes every 2 or 3 steps. Every loss led to a slip, every slip led to a fall. He could only walk, while dropping shoes, picking them up and falling in a chain. His already exhausted body was battered against the stone path. In just half a street's distance he fell no less than 20 times. His knees were scraped, his palms bleeding. 3 large bumps swelled on his forehead, his face bruised and swollen. The dirt on his school uniform was thick enough to plant crops, and the clothes were torn into ragged strips. Passing Konoha villagers glanced sideways. Isn't that the Hokage's son? Why is he walking as if he's drunk? So young and already like this, does the Hokage know? Passing Konoha villagers glanced sideways. Isn't that the Hokage's son? Why is he walking as if he's drunk? So young and already. He knelt on the ground, hands supporting him on the stone slabs, and crawled in a humiliating posture toward the public restroom at the end of Konoha Street. 10 minutes later, Asuma finally crawled to the entrance of the Konoha public restroom. He slumped against the sink, panting heavily, ready to crawl in and wash his face to clear his head. Suddenly, from the innermost stall of the men's room came a weak, trembling voice with obvious tears. Is that Asuma outside? Asuma was taken aback. The voice sounded familiar. Kai. Asuma gripped the edge of the sink and stood up. There was a 2-second silence in the stall, then came Kai's feeble call. Asuma, can you do me a favor? What favor? Can you swap clothes with me? Kai's voice was full of pleading, even humble. It completely lacked his usual vigor. Asuma frowned deeply after hearing this. Swap clothes? With that disgusting green bodysuit of yours? How shameful would it be to wear that? Walking down the street like a moving green glow stick. Asuma instinctively wanted to refuse. But then he looked down at his own pants. If he went home wearing these and his old man saw him, the honored Hokage's son had wet himself in fright. Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely hang him from the rafters and beat him, choosing the lesser of 2 evils. Compared to getting beaten, wearing the green suit didn't seem unacceptable. It's already dark, I can just run home and change. Alright, let's swap. Asuma gritted his molars and agreed. Soon the stall door opened a crack. A wadded-up green bodysuit was handed through the gap. Asuma took it with a frown. As soon as he received it, he felt it was a bit heavier than expected and carried a strange heat. During the handover, the clothes fell noticeably faster. But Asuma was eager to change out of his wet pants and paid no attention to these details. He quickly stripped off his jacket and pants, balled them up, and threw them through the window. Then he unfolded the green bodysuit, held his breath, and resignedly pulled it on. He slid his legs into the legs and zipped it up. The moment the zipper reached the top, Asuma froze on the spot. This bodysuit was wrong. Kai, who had just changed into Asuma's pants, let out a terrified shriek. Creak. The stall door was pushed open. Mike Kai walked out holding onto the doorframe. He wore Asuma's pants bare-chested. Asuma stood by the sink wearing the figure-hugging green bodysuit. In this eerie atmosphere, both turned their heads, and their gazes met in midair. Just one look. From each other's utterly hopeless, desperate eyes. Asuma and Kai finally understood what terrifying thing was on the other's clothes. Boom. Their worldviews collapsed that day. Heya. 2 heart-wrenching screams exploded simultaneously, echoing long in the twilight of Konoha. Kai's knees gave way. Unable to support his weight any longer, he fell with a thud directly onto the wet tiles of the public restroom floor. Asuma's legs trembled, his feet slipping. Those damned sandals once again fulfilled their duty at this moment. With a smack, he fell heavily to the ground. This time, he didn't even want to get up. Both of them held their heads in their hands, looking up at the restroom ceiling, tears streaming down. No sound was heard. At the entrance of the Uchiha compound, he was leisurely walking on the stone path home, his mind full of calculating today's gains and tomorrow's plans to reap benefits. 2 consecutive notification sounds rang in his mind. Ding. Breakthrough value from Sarutobi Asuma, $9.99. Ding. Breakthrough value from Mike Kai, $9.99. He stopped in his tracks, a face full of question marks. He rubbed his chin, puzzled, turned to look at the empty street behind him, and then at the direction of Konoha's commercial district. What are these 2? Up to now, he had already been walking for nearly 10 minutes. The bond between those 2. Can they resonate across different channels? Yi muttered, utterly baffled. Yet this did not dampen his spirits. Yi cheerfully opened the system balance interface. Gazing at the astronomical figure, his account balance had surged by nearly 2,000 points, and the corners of his mouth lifted once more. Who cares? As long as he could earn money without lifting a finger, the process was irrelevant. With such a fortune tonight, he absolutely had to spend lavishly in the system shop. As for those 2 classmates questioning their existence at the restroom door, there would be plenty of time to milk them tomorrow. The night breeze of Konoha blew, and everything was peaceful. Humming an unknown tune, Yi walked with his hands in his pockets, stepping through the clan compound gate. Meanwhile, on the street before the Konoha public restroom, a boy in a green jumpsuit covered in mud and barefoot, and another boy crouched inside the restroom door, shirtless, his face filled with utter despair. The 2 knelt in the sunset, their shadows stretching long. Neither spoke a word. because some pains could no longer be described by language. The gate of the Uchiha clan compound stood tall and imposing. Two stone pillars engraved with the fan crest cast long shadows in the twilight. Yi whistled, humming the same unknown melody, leisurely crossing the threshold. His mood soared to the pinnacle. The frustration points in his account were sufficient to sustain his indulgence in the system shop for a while. Just as he entered the main road of the compound, a fully armed squad of the Uchiha police force approached from ahead. Four in a group, standard patrol formation. They wore high-collared dark trench coats with redanned white armbands on their sleeves. Swords at their waists, forehead protectors polished to a shine. Normally a full-armed dispatch of the police force indicated a major violent incident in Konoha. Yi halted, stepping aside to clear the path, his gaze scanning the group. He quickly sensed an extremely subtle dissonance. The leader at the front, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard, moved sluggishly, even turning his head to chat with a nearby teammate. The young member behind him unabashedly yawned in the street, casually adjusting his coat collar. The entire squad exuded an eerie air of laziness. One of them even secretly gave Yi a thumbs up. This was hardly the demeanor of an emergency response, more like an after-dinner stroll. He kept his hands in his pockets, stepping aside to let the team wander out of the compound gate. Interesting. Before he could ponder further, a sudden rush of heavy footsteps echoed from the corner. Yi, wait up. Yi. Obito bellowed, sprinting from the intersection. He was drenched in sweat, his goggles crooked on his forehead, nearly sliding down his nose. Panting heavily, his face bore the relief of escaping a calamity. The moment he approached, Obito grabbed Yi's sleeve, bent over, and gasped for 5 or 6 breaths before lifting his head. That face was etched with the relief of surviving a disaster. You run so fast. I searched for you all over the intersection ahead. You came back early, great. Yi raised an eyebrow, letting Obito grip him, his tone flat. What do you want? Weren't you going to help an old lady cross the street? Obito stamped his feet in panic, lowering his voice, glancing around, then leaning close to Yi's ear. In an exaggeratedly mysterious tone, he said, forget about helping old ladies. A huge disaster. Konoha nearly turned upside down today, you know. Yi played along, raising an eyebrow. What disaster? Obito swallowed hard, his eyes wide. Just now in District 3, a deranged maniac appeared. I passed by the shopping street in District 3. The whole street was smashed to pieces. Fruit stalls overturned, apples rolling everywhere. Trash cans all knocked over. Obito grew more excited, waving his arms wildly. In broad daylight, a crazy lunatic came out of nowhere, holding a brick this big, this thick, a special construction-grade red brick. Obito stretched his hands to outline an exaggerated brick shape nearly half the size of a head. Solid brick from a construction site. One hit to the head, and you're done. That madman chased down the Hokage's son, Asuma Sarutobi, in the streets. Yi said, blinking with feigned innocence. So serious. Who did it? Obito grew more animated. I heard from passers-by. That madman was inhuman. Ran faster than a dog, waving the brick near Asuma's head as he chased. I saw it myself. The fruit stall was knocked over. Asuma lost his shoes from running. He was utterly Obito patted his chest, still shaken. That police force team earlier. They responded to reports from shop owners specifically sent to capture the thug who disrupted Konoha's peace. This incident is huge. Even the Hokage's office got involved. I heard the window there was pushed open. Maybe the Umbu has already been dispatched to search the whole village for that maniac. Yi looked at Obito's spit-flying face, feigning extreme shock, gasping. Chasing the Hokage's son with a brick. That guy's got guts, doesn't he want to live? While echoing on the surface, Yi's mind was rapidly calculating. He quickly estimated the time difference. From the moment he used 4 kunai to outline Asuma in the deadened alley, at least 20 minutes had passed. The Uchiha police force, the core law enforcement of Konoha, was stationed within the clan compound. A 3-minute run to District 3. Yet they took 20 minutes to deploy. Even a turtle would have arrived faster. Konoha was small. District 3 was a bustling area. As the force responsible for Konoha's security, the Uchiha police force's sluggish assembly could only mean one thing: Hiruzen Sarutobi dared not intervene. Yi sneered inwardly. That old man was shrewd. He had watched the live broadcast through his crystal ball, but would never order intervention. The reason was simple. Yi had boldly chased Asuma half across the village with a brick precisely because he understood the current political landscape of Konoha's leadership. Even if the old man was smashing his crystal ball in frustration in the Hokage's office, he absolutely dared not order the Umbu to arrest Uchiha Yi. Why? Because at its core this was just a scuffle between 2 6- or 7-year-old academy students. The cause was Asuma's rude talk on the playground. They had agreed to settle it after school at Training Field 7. Yi merely moved the training field to the main street and swapped kunai for a brick. No lethal moves were used. Asuma had no fatal injuries, only psychological terror. A fight between 2 academy freshmen was at worst school bullying. But if Hiruzen Sarutobi used his authority as the third Hokage to order the Umbu to intervene and define the event, then the nature would completely change. A personal grievance between children would instantly escalate into the Hokage's faction, using village authority to openly target and suppress a genius of the Uchiha clan. In this era of mutual suspicion and extreme tension between the Uchiha and Konoha's leadership, with the fragile balance between them as thin as a cicada's wing, Hiruzen Sarutobi, that old fox well-versed in political balancing, would never willingly ignite this powder keg that could cause internal village strife just to avenge his son's embarrassment. Thus the Hokage building could only remain silent. It had to pretend not to see. It could only label this as a youthful street sparring full of vitality. Sarutobi Hiruzen was forced to swallow this bitter loss. Meanwhile, the Uchiha police force consisted entirely of shrewd individuals. They naturally sensed the eerie silence from the Hokage building. If the Hokage wasn't in a hurry to order the arrest, why would the Uchiha side be eager to apprehend their own clan's genius? Thus what ye had just witnessed came to be. The police force leisurely went through the motions, pretending to patrol the streets for a while and half-heartedly addressing the shopkeepers' complaints. That was enough to smooth things over. Having figured out this layer, ye felt immense pleasure. The esteemed Third Hokage firmly controlled by a 7-year-old brat. Such was the exquisite beauty of political maneuvering. As long as he kept recklessly pushing boundaries within this safety baseline, the Konoha higher-ups could do nothing to him. The night of the clan massacre a few years later. As long as he collected mental breakdown points fast enough, by that time it was uncertain who would be exterminating whom. Completely unaware of the truth, Obito continued to vehemently denounce that pervert. He patted his chest with lingering fear, looking at Yi with eyes full of relief. Good thing you left quickly and came straight back to the clan compound. If you had been wandering on the street and run into that brick-wielding lunatic, both of us would have been in for it. Obito gritted his teeth and shook his fist, his expression filled with righteous indignation. That bastard better never cross my path. If I see him, I'll hit him with a fire release. A scum like that is a disgrace to Konoha. The Umbu should have been dispatched to catch him and throw him into the torture department. Obito grew more heated, his fists cracking. What gives him the right to chase people with a brick on Konoha's streets? This is complete psychological distortion, not even a shred of ninja dignity left. Don't you agree, Yi? Yi looked at Obito's indignant appearance and nodded very approvingly. You're right, it really is quite perverted. As he spoke, he found his hands, having been in his pockets for so long, a bit stiff. He casually shrugged to adjust his stance. Just as his shoulders dropped because the red brick in his ninja tool pouch had been uncomfortable, he had taken it out when entering the gate and casually tucked it under his left armpit. Now with his shoulder movement, the grip suddenly loosened. The support from friction completely vanished. That sharply angled, rough-surfaced, premium construction red brick lost all restraint and slid down the inside of Ye's trench coat. Thud! A dull, clear sound of collision rang out between the two of them. The red brick landed precisely half an inch in front of Obito's toe. The hard bluestone pavement was immediately gouged with a conspicuous gap by the weighty brick. A few gravel chips bounced up and landed on Obito's shoes. The red brick, not even a corner chipped, lay silently on the ground, intact and flawless. Sharp angles, rough surface, dust and dirt clinging to it. A gentle breeze passed by. In front of the Uchiha clan compound's main gate, there was a deathly silence. Obito's mouth, which had just opened to continue denouncing the brick-wielding thug, froze completely. The words he wanted to say got stuck in his throat, emitting a strange gurgling sound. His mouth remained open wide enough to stuff in a whole rice ball. Still in his indignant posture, Obito slowly, inch by inch, lowered his head. His gaze locked onto the premium construction red brick in front of his toe. Red brick. Premium construction grade. Rough surface. Covered in dust from running. How many people in the history of Konoha would carry such an absurd building material on their person and tuck it under their armpit? Obito's Adam's apple rolled violently as he swallowed a large gulp of saliva. His gaze slowly lifted from the brick, passing over Ye's trouser legs, passing over the hem of his open trench coat, finally staring blankly at Ye's face, which wore a friendly, harmless smile. He showed no panic at all. Still with his hands in his pockets, he cocked his head slightly and gave Obito a... The breeze blew and Obito understood. In his not-so-large brain, he instantaneously deduced everything. Obito's pupils contracted violently, his entire body as if paralyzed, his breath ceasing. Ding. Mental breakdown points from Uchiha Obito 999. Obito's brain completely crashed. What had he just been cursing? A deranged lunatic. A psychologically twisted pervert. A bastard with no ninja dignity left. A scum and disgrace to Konoha. Obito's face instantly lost all color. His legs uncontrollably trembled, and his body involuntarily stepped back half a pace. He, looking at Obito's petrified expression that seemed about to burst into tears, felt even more delighted. He slowly bent down and picked up the intact red brick. Under Obito's fossilized gaze, he weighed it in his hand a couple of times, then casually blew the dust off it. Obito, He raised his head, winked at Obito, his voice as gentle as a spring breeze. You were just saying? Who were you going to burn with a fire release? Obito's knees went weak, and with a thud he fell straight to his knees on the damaged bluestone slab. The dull sound of kneecaps hitting stone echoed through the quiet main road of the clan compound. He didn't press further. He securely tucked the perfect red brick back under his left armpit and gave Obito, still kneeling, the last sincere smile of the day. Get home early. See you tomorrow. He turned, hands in his pockets, strolling away leisurely in the twilight. His back was crisp and clean, concealing his merit and fame. Behind him, Obito remained in his kneeling position, frozen for 30 full seconds. The evening breeze blew, and his goggles hanging askew on his forehead finally lost their last support, slipping to the ground with a clatter. Obito didn't pick them up. He slowly transitioned from kneeling to squatting, clutching his head with both hands curling up into a ball. He was silent for 5 seconds. Then from the deepest part of his soul erupted a heart-wrenching wail. Damn it, that lunatic was Yi All. The sound echoed in the twilight of the Uchiha clan compound, startling 3 crows perched on the roof. Ding. Mental breakdown points from Uchiha Obito 666. He, already 20 meters away, heard the crisp notification in his mind, and the corners of his mouth lifted a bit more. He cheerfully opened the system balance interface. The number had jumped up by nearly 2,000 points. Whatever. As long as he could collect passively, who cared about the process? With this fortune tonight, he would definitely splurge on pulls in the system shop. As for his deskmate, who was currently questioning life at the clan compound's main gate, there was still plenty of time to milk him tomorrow. The night breeze of Konoha blew. Everything was so peaceful. The first day of school was perfect. The moment he pushed open the gate of his own courtyard, the lingering cicada chirps within the clan grounds and the lazy footsteps of the distant patrol were completely sealed off behind him. He pulled the special-grade construction red brick, which had earned illustrious military merits, from under his armpit and weighed it in his hand. The weight was just right, the edges were sharp, and the rough texture on its surface fit perfectly into his palm. Handy, durable, and cost-free. 5-star rating. He casually placed the red brick next to the shoe rack by the door. I'd have to bring this thing to school tomorrow. A top-tier physical defense tool, recyclable on the spot after use, with a cost-performance ratio that crushes all other ninja tools. In 3 strides, he entered the bedroom and fell backward onto the wooden bed. The springs groaned with a dull creak as he sank into the thin blanket. He let out a long, turbid breath and stared at the dim ceiling for a few seconds in a daze. A day of frenzied wealth accumulation had finally come to an end. He eagerly sank his consciousness into his mind and directly summoned the system panel, which shimmered with golden light. Current balance 78550 points over 78,000. He felt his breath catch and his heart pound wildly. Starting from the morning when he cornered Lin in the classroom, to the ultimate double kill in the public restroom after school. Then to the clan gate, where Dai Tuss' heart-wrenching wail contributed the last few waves of a fortune. All told, in less than 12 hours, he had started from 0 and forcibly extracted this number. He stroked his chin and began to review the contribution ratios of the various leaks in his mind. That fellow Kakashi, with kunai stuck in his legs and his classroom show-off crushed, had contributed at least 15,000 from start to finish. Dai, too, that perpetual motion machine, had been outputting steadily all day, guaranteeing over 8,000. Asima alone accounted for more than 20,000, from being scared out of his wits on the playground to changing clothes in the public restroom squeezed dry until nothing was left. The remaining scattered income came from the mass breakdown of the entire class, plus the 1,000-odd recognition points contributed by that single-celled organism Kai. 78,000. Still a little over 20,000 short of the 100,000 mark. He took a deep breath. 10,000 points could trigger a top-tier guaranteed drop. Although of the first 3 10 pools, 2 had yielded a bunch of underworld-grade scrap iron. But the third had genuinely given him the chakra volume of a peak genin. So what if he saved up a full 100,000 points? 10 temples. Or would the system unlock a higher dimensional hidden prize pool? A legendary ultimate guaranteed drop. Like directly dropping a Sharingan. Or perhaps a Sage Body. Yes, Adam's apple bobbed. A gambler's instinct told him that this system definitely had hidden consumption tiers. The drop pattern from the first 3 10 pulls was already laid out. If he dumped 100,000 points in one go, what the system would give would absolutely dwarf all the gains he had made so far. Single pulls ruin 3 generations, 10 pulls ruin a lifetime, but going Allen is a man's romance. Yet on the flip side, what if all 100,000 points went in and he got 10 gilded kunai? He closed his eyes, forcibly suppressing the urge to pull and shutting down the system interface. Pulled back, and the sky is the limit. Only 100,000. Konoha was full of high-quality leaks. Based on today's efficiency, one day of harvesting at school tomorrow would be more than enough to gather 100,000. A couple more kicks to Asima, a few more strawberry-flavored soldier pills to Kai, and it would be gathered in a few days. Even if there was no hidden prize pool, 10 temples would guarantee 10 top-tier items. Probability is conserved. After extreme adversity comes good fortune. At this moment Yi lay with his hands behind his head staring at the dim ceiling. The night breeze slipped through the window crack, bringing a hint of chill. The excitement in his mind gradually faded and his expression grew a shade more solemn. That was because of the harsh reality. He began to pull up the timeline of Konoha in his mind. It was now the 43rd year of Konoha. He was 6 years old, just enrolled in the Ninja Academy. According to the standard academy system, he would graduate 3 years later and be assigned to a team. 3 years later. That would be the year he turned 9. Yes, face darkened inch by inch. Age 9, which precisely coincided with the period when the Third Great Ninja War fully erupted and all nations committed their main forces to the meat grinder. Konoha would face a round of beatings from Sunigakure, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Kumogakure, turning the entire ninja world into a chaotic mess. Back on Earth in his past life, what were 9-year-old kids doing? They were still in the 3rd grade of elementary school, arguing red-faced every day over the young pioneer captain's armband and cartoons. Occasionally getting punished by the teacher for not finishing homework would make them cry for half a day. The biggest worry after school was what to eat for dinner and whether they had enough pocket money to buy spicy strips. But in this world where human life was cheaper than a kunai, at age 9, he would be wearing a Konoha headband, gripping a bloodstained kunai, following a jonin deep into the battlefield, fighting desperately with ninja from other nations amid mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Sending a 9-year-old brat to the front line to bayonet fight with a bunch of murderous adult men. A 9-year-old genin dying on the battlefield wouldn't even have his name remembered. How could carbon-based life forms do something like this? Capitalists would weep and black market laborers would fall silent. This perverse child labor exploitation mechanism of the ninja village was even more insane than the most ruthless slave drivers. Life and death combat was no child's play. Once on the battlefield, who cared if you were a rookie? A kunai-piercing flesh would still leave you cold as ice. He sat up and clenched his fists. He felt the ample chakra of a peak genin surging within his body, the energy flowing and rolling through his meridians. This power placed in today's Ninja Academy could crush peers without a doubt. But his eyes were very clear without a trace of pride. He was very self-aware. Take Kakashi, when others had just become Chunin, he had already become a Jonin. And Yuzebo Yu was even more terrifying. At age 7, he already possessed combat abilities at the ANBU level. His own training talent was absolutely no match for these monsters. Not to mention Maite Kai, that madman of taijutsu, who treated his body like forged iron. So he had to grasp 2 things from now on. Starting tomorrow, chakra control, ninja tool techniques, and taijutsu would all be maxed out. But relying solely on conventional step-by-step training was far too slow. Even if he trained until he coughed blood, being thrown into the meat grinder of the Third War at age 9 wouldn't make a ripple. The other path was to cling tightly to the system's thigh. Squeeze the maximum frustration value out of these ninja every day. Use points to exchange for power, use power to survive. As long as he had enough frustration points, he could strip the system store bare and crush all talent and bloodlines with numerical superiority. This was the first hurdle. Yet even if he managed to survive the Third Great Ninja War by a stroke of luck, an even bigger blade was hanging over his head. Yes, brows furrowed tightly. The hair-raising timeline node surfaced in his mind. The night of the Uchiha clan's annihilation. This was the true sword of Damocles hanging over every member of the Uchiha clan. That massacre occurred around the 58th year of Konoha. There was still a buffer of over a decade from now. It seemed far away, but in reality the rift between the Uchiha clan and the village's high command had been deepening since the present. Every abnormal move by the Uchiha was being scrutinized under a magnifying glass by the Hokage's office. When that damn night truly arrived, whether it was the conspiracy of the village's high command or the blade of that ultimate filial son, Yuzebo, no one would reason with you. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not easy to speak of, but Shimura Danzo played a disgustingly vile role in that affair, and those who understood knew it well. If your surname was Uchiha, your head might part company with your body while you slept at night. When he first transmigrated, he thought of taking advantage of his young age to defect from Konoha. He would fly high and wide, hiding in some remote small country untouched by the flames of war. After the night of the clan massacre, he would come out and have his fun. But that idea lived in his mind for only 3 seconds before being snuffed out. In this twisted world of shinobi, among the rogue ninjas on the registry, except for those officially endorsed as double agents, how many had come to a good end? Even a rogue ninja of Orochimaru's caliber was hunted after leaving the village. It was only his strength that rendered the Umbu powerless. But a child defecting. The Umbu wouldn't even need to dispatch a full squad. A couple of Chunin could seal his head in a scroll and courier it back to Konoha. Without absolute power surpassing the Kage level, an ordinary rogue ninja would be hunted to the ends of the earth by village Umbu. Even the gold exchange bounty hunters who valued money more than life would see you as walking cash. In the end, you die in the gutter with no one to bury you. Defection was just a different way to die, even more wretched than staying in the village. This escape route was completely blocked. Ahead was an abyss behind a sheer cliff. Since there was no retreat, only one path remained. Desperately increase his strength, stay in the village, and overturn the entire table. With this realization, the heaviness in Yes' eyes dissipated layer by layer. He would not retreat. Not only had he transmigrated into the Uchiha clan, but he also held a system that could shatter common sense. The defense break power-up system. He would not merely survive, he would live more arrogantly than anyone else. Why must he passively defend against the cruel, predetermined fates? Why must he die according to the script? He would not retreat. Not only had he transmigrated into the Uchiha clan, but he also held a system that could shatter common sense. The defense break power-up system. He would not merely survive. It was interference. Interfering with hearts, with situations, with destiny. He possessed the omniscient perspective of a transmigrator, knowing the time, place, and key nodes of every future disaster. With the system, he was fully capable of influencing the course of this world. Interfere with the plot, overturn the heavens. Yes' heart pounded wildly as an extremely insane plan took shape in his mind. To let those who should have died continue living. To derail the predetermined tragedies completely. This would not only make up for his regrets as a spectator in his past life, but more importantly, profit. Enormous profit. Once the characters who were supposed to die survived, once the original plot was forcibly twisted, the schemes of those who thought they controlled everything would be thrown into chaos. Deviation bred chaos. Chaos bred emotional fluctuations. Emotional fluctuations were defense breaking points. The resulting butterfly effect. Deviation bred chaos. Chaos bred emotional fluctuations. Emotional fluctuations were defense breaking points. The resulting butterfly effect would stir up a storm across the entire shinobi world. You thought he was dead. Sorry, he's alive and well. You thought the plan succeeded. Sorry, the plan fell apart from the very first step. This ultimate sense of dislocation shattering all perceptions. How many defense breaking points could it yield? It was like directly slap dancing on the nerves of the entire shinobi world. This was the ultimate pinnacle of exploitation. Once the butterfly effect spread, the day those at the top of the shinobi world lost their minds, the system's back-end numbers would likely explode. By then, defense breaking points would surge like a tsunami. 1 million. Even 10 million were possible. Having made up his mind, Yi quickly sorted through the major shinobi events in his mind. It was now Konoha year 43, and he was 6 years old. The closest, most far-reaching, and most capable of shaking Konoha's high-level nerves was a shocking tragedy. Yes' eyes lit up fiercely. Konoha year 44. That was next year. The suicide of Konoha's white Fong Hatake Sakumo, the father of Hatake Kakashi, a man of legendary renown in the shinobi world whose strength rivaled the Sannin, and even the legendary Sannin would give him a wide berth. Because he chose to abandon the mission to save his comrades during an strength mission, he was met with collective scorn from the rescued and the villagers upon his return. His reputation was ruined, his spirit shattered, and he ultimately hanged himself in his own living room in utter humiliation. With the White Fang's death, Konoha lost one of its pillars. This was also one of the indirect triggers that emboldened other nations to launch the Third Great Ninja War. The disgusting role Konoha's high-ups played in this affair needed no elaboration. And this event was less than a year away. Yi lay in the darkness, his eyes blazing with an unsettling brightness. If he made sufficient preparations within this year, and forcibly dragged the meritorious Konoha White Fang back from the brink of suicide, the chain reaction would completely rewrite Konoha's trajectory for the next 2 decades. Shimura Danzo's mentality would absolutely shatter on the spot. That old schemer who had painstakingly orchestrated political suppression would find the White Fang sitting at home drinking tea. If he had to break down, the points head yield would be an astronomical, incalculable number. Besides, Kakashi had been tormented so badly by him today. Those dead fish eyes were filled with a loathing that wished to carve him into 1,000 pieces. Yi thought of another extremely delightful scene. What if one day Kakashi learned that the person who dragged his father back from the gates of hell was Uchiha Yi, the one who stabbed his legs with a kunai on the first day of school and made him a public embarrassment? TSK. The mere thought of that scene made Yi chuckle out loud. Kakashi's worldview would shatter on the spot. This immense gap between loathing and the heavy debt of saving his father would be enough to grind the genius into the dirt countless times. His iconic dead fish eyes would probably roll back in a faint. He let out a long breath and turned over. In the perilous darkness of Konoha, he had established his first small goal of defying fate in this cruel shinobi world. Not to be cannon fodder, not a defector, not a lamb waiting for slaughter. I want to be the player who overturns the board. Hatake Sakumo. He lay on his back staring at the ceiling. In his pitch-black pupils reflected the pale moonlight outside the window. His voice was soft yet utterly resolute. I will protect your life. He closed his eyes and chuckled softly. In the darkness he murmured again, that pretentious bastard Kakashi. A meaningful smile curled at the corner of his lips. You owe me a huge favor. Tomorrow there was a whole school of ninja leaks waiting to be harvested. The future of Konoha was destined under Uchiha Yoru's benevolent smile to veer onto an extremely crooked path of no return. The morning light dispelled the lingering mist over Muyi. 6 o'clock sharp. He stood before an old courtyard gate in the Uchiha clan's territory and raised his hand to knock 3 times. A tremendous clatter erupted from within the house, followed by Daitu's terrified howl. I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming. Don't kick the door. He'll be right out. The door was yanked open. Daitu emerged with his hair a complete mess, his goggles hanging askew around his neck and 2 buttons of his uniform misaligned. Spotting only Yi outside with his hands in his pockets and a placid expression, Daitu froze for 2 seconds before letting out a long sigh of relief. You scared me. I thought the police force had come to arrest me. Yi raised an eyebrow. What heinous act had this fellow committed to warrant a home visit from the police force? But Yi didn't dwell on it further. Let's go. School. His tone was flat, his stride proper, and his face an eternal glacier. Anyone would praise him as a pure-blooded Uchiha. Daitu walked beside him, unable to resist stealing glances at his deskmate. No brick. No kunai. No spine-chilling, amiable smile. Gazing at Yes' utterly non-threatening profile, Daitu exhaled deeply. A wave of comfort rose from the depths of his heart. Perhaps yesterday had truly been nothing but a nightmare. Recalling how he had cornered Lin against the wall in the classroom, turned Kakai's legs into a pincushion on the playground, and threatened to see Ma with a brick at the front gate. Daitu shook his head vigorously. No. He had always been a law-abiding person. Those were surely just absurd nightmares born of insufficient sleep. This naive self-hypnosis lasted about 3 minutes. That old lady over there. Let me help you cross the street. Daitu sprinted off. He stopped and crossed his arms. He leaned against a utility pole at the corner, watching Daitu escort an elderly woman, whose legs were sprightly enough to run a marathon, dutifully across the entire street. 5 minutes later, Daitu returned. They walked another 2 intersections. That old lady crossed without looking at the traffic light. Too dangerous. Daitu took off running again. Yi-side shifted his posture and continued leaning against the wall. And so across the span of just a few intersections, Daitu stubbornly singled out 4 elderly women in need of help from the crowd, and even located the owner of an orange cat stranded in a tree. Every intersection inevitably spawned an elder requiring assistance. Yi stood still, his temples throbbing. What kind of broken passive skill was this? The old lady attraction technique. By the time the 2 finally stood before the gates of Muyi Ninja Academy, the sun had fully risen overhead. He glanced at the school gate clock. 8 o'clock sharp. Right on the tail of the class bell. What should have been a 10-minute walk had been stretched into 2 agonizing hours. The moment they stepped into the classroom, one after the other, the long-absent system notification tone began chiming incessantly in Yes' mind. Broken defense value from Yuan Fei, AC Ma 44. Broken defense value from Mai Te Kai 33. Broken defense value from Uchiha Taiho 22. Broken defense value from Shi Ri Hong 15. Though these were scattered small sums, their sheer quantity was overwhelming. The class, previously lively and boisterous, instantly went silent the moment Yi stepped through the door. He swept his gaze across the room. He quickly spotted 2 familiar faces in the front row: Yuan Fei, AC Ma, and Mai Te Kai. These 2 unfortunate souls had endured the deadly brick throwing in the deadened alley and the ultimate dual takedown in the public restroom yesterday evening. Asima cowered in the corner by the wall, 3 band-aids plastered on his face, a bump on his forehead, and dark circles under his eyes. Clearly he hadn't slept a wink all night. He sat stiff in his chair. The moment his gaze met Yes, his eyes widened in sheer terror, his breath caught, and he pressed himself half an inch deeper into the wall. Mai Te Kai sat far away from Asima's face, sallow, both hands clutching his stomach, his eyes vacant as he stared at the desk. The psychological shadow at the bottom of his gaze lingered thick and unshakable. The after-effects of yesterday's ultimate restroom double kill were clearly still festering. The entire class held their breath, waiting for the storm to break. He paid no heed to the terrified stares around him and walked straight to his seat. As he passed the front row, he suddenly stopped. The classroom fell utterly silent. Everyone held their breath, eyes locked on that spot. What did this fiend want now? He turned to face Asima, a slow smile spreading across his lips, bright, innocent, utterly disarming. Asima, good morning. 4 words, warm and natural in tone, flawless in delivery. But to Asima's ears it was nothing less than the death whisper of a reaper. A strangled scream tore from Asima's throat. He trembled violently, kicked his legs hard against the floor, and the chair legs shrieked against the ground. He and his chair toppled half a meter backward. His back hit the corner of the wall, nowhere left to retreat. Asima raised his hands protectively before his chest, his face completely out of control, bobbing his head in frantic stammering agreement. Good morning. His mental defenses had utterly collapsed. He thought that by stealing one more glance at Yi, he'd be dragged off for another session of physical heart-to-heart today. Ding. Broken defense value from Yuan Fei, Asima 999. Yi withdrew his gaze with satisfaction, shoved his hands back into his pockets, and continued toward the back row. A single sentence netted a hefty gain. The son of the Hokage truly was a bottomless well of easy wool. Just as the classroom atmosphere reached its peak of eerie tension, a bang sounded. The front door of the classroom was pushed open forcefully. Gang Ziyin strode in with a dark face, holding a lesson plan. He had barely reached the podium when his eyes swept the room and landed on Yi, still standing in the aisle, not yet seated. Gang Ziyun's eyelids twitched violently, his heart pounding. The soul-shattering protracted sigh that had echoed through the classroom yesterday instantly flashed through his mind. Why was this living ancestor still standing? Yi, what are you doing standing there? Gang Ziyun's voice came out nearly as a roar. Sit down this instant. Get ready for class. Yi shrugged compliantly, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Gang Ziyun exhaled a long sigh, picked up a piece of chalk, and turned to write the day's topic on the blackboard. Today we'll cover practical survival, battlefield trap identification, and the basics of concealment. Recognizing enemy traps, concealing your movements, maintaining stamina in extreme environments. Halfway through the lecture, Gang Ziyun couldn't help but sneak a glance toward the back row. He had already prepared himself to see Yi playing with shuriken or sleeping. But he froze. Yi sat with perfect posture, back straight, spine aligned. And what's more, he was actually holding a pen. He gazed intently at the blackboard notes, occasionally jotting something down rapidly in his notebook. His attitude was exceptionally earnest. Gang Ziyun's hand trembled, nearly snapping the chalk. Every 3 minutes, he warily glanced toward the back row. Each time he saw Yi still diligently taking notes, his shock deepened. The students in the front rows also noticed the teacher's odd behavior and turned around one after another. When they saw the maniac who had chased the Hokage's son with a brick yesterday now absorbed in note-taking, a wave of contrast more spine-chilling than seeing him draw a blade swept through the entire class. Asuma sat in the corner, his face pale. It's over. That lunatic is listening so attentively. He must be plotting something big, figuring out new ways to kill us. He's taking notes. Is that a death note? Is he researching how to kill without leaving a trace? The classmates around swallowed hard, each feeling a chill down their spine. He had no time to bother with the wild imaginations of these brats. He stared at the knowledge points on the blackboard while his mind raced. In 3 years, the third great ninja war would break out in full force. In this meat grinder where human lives were cheaper than dogs, the theoretical lessons on the blackboard were paid for with countless predecessors' lives. But relying solely on this exam-oriented education would turn anyone into cannon fodder on the battlefield. He had to get some hardcore survival trump cards. In the short term, his best hope was the physical arts cheat, the 8 gates. A pure breakthrough in the limits of physical arts, relying on neither Kekkei Genkai nor the Sharingan. As long as one's physical constitution was strong enough, they could forcibly pry open the limits of the human body. Since Kakashi could later open the first gate, it meant Might Guy was an extremely generous, high-quality leak. He raised his head, his gaze passing over rows of heads, precisely locking onto the dark, shiny bowl cut in the front row. This leak could not only give him breaking defense points, but also technical skills. He had to find an opportunity to freeload this trump card. Moreover, starting from today after school, he had to use his peak Genin chakra to train his physique intensively and first temper this body into a solid state. Time passed slowly. The bell for the end of class finally rang. The afterglow of the setting sun shone into the classroom. Obito slung his bag over his shoulders, stretched wide, and yawned as he complained to Yi. Yi, let's go. Class all day, I'm dead tired. When I get home, I'm going to sleep like crazy. Yi's hand, which was packing his bag, paused. He slowly turned his head. His eyes instantly became extremely sharp, staring intently at Obito. The classmates who hadn't left yet were startled and stopped in their tracks. He lowered his voice and spoke in a tone that the whole class could just hear, full of deep pain and disappointment. Obito. His voice was filled with the frustration of seeing someone fail to meet expectations. You're so young, how can you sleep? Obito was stunned, his mouth half open and his half-finished stretch froze stiff. What do you think the difference is between you and Kakashi? Yi, without changing his expression or heartbeat, directly activated his max-level deception mode. I tell you, it's because Kakashi doesn't sleep at all when he gets home. Obito's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. Not sleep. When others sleep, he trains. Yi spoke more and more mysteriously, his tone highly infectious. Even if he really can't hold on and is forced to take a tiny nap. Yi suddenly leaned close to Obito, deliberately lowering his voice to create a spine-tingling atmosphere. His muscle memory would cooperate with his nervous system to instinctively practice sword swinging in his sleep. Even with his eyes closed, his body automatically levels up by beating monsters. Yi sighed and delivered the final blow with extreme seriousness. Look at you. You can dawdle for 2 hours just because you run into a few old ladies. With this slack attitude of yours, when will you ever surpass that show-off? Obito was completely dumbfounded. He stood there dazed. His mind uncontrollably conjured an extremely bizarre image: Kakashi, wearing his mask, lying flat on the bed with eyes closed. His limbs stiff as a zombie, holding a short sword and slashing wildly in the air. Obito gasped. The classmates who were eavesdropping also drew in a synchronized cold breath. The whole class was deeply shocked by Kakashi's inhuman level of competition. No wonder he's so strong. Someone murmured. Muscles automatically swinging a sword during sleep. Is this something a carbon-based life form can do? Just then, at the corridor by the front door of the classroom, Kakashi, who was about to head home after school, walked by with thick bandages wrapped around his legs, following along with a blank expression. Yes, utterly absurd nonsense drilled into his ears word for word. Kakashi's footsteps abruptly halted. He paused for about 0.3 seconds. His eternally unchanged dead fish eyes suddenly widened. What kind of consecutive bullshit is this lunatic spewing? Who the hell has muscles that swing a sword while sleeping? Isn't he afraid of slicing himself into sashimi in the middle of the night? Even Kakashi himself didn't know that he had already reached such a godlike level of competition. He turned his head and looked into the classroom through the door crack. All the classmates, including Obito, looked at him with extreme awe, as if he were a freakish competition king. Kakashi opened his mouth, instinctively wanting to curse. But he immediately saw Yi standing with arms crossed, smiling like a blooming spring flower. Then he looked at Obito's convinced, clear but foolish eyes. The excruciating pain of his legs being stabbed by kunai yesterday surged back to his heart. Can't engage. Absolutely must not engage with this living devil. Arguing with these two extremes would only bring trouble to himself. Kakashi closed his mouth with a livid face, his eyes coldly sweeping over Yi. He snorted with extreme disdain from his nose. Humph. He jerked his head away, quickened his pace, limping, and fled the corridor without looking back. Dead silence in the classroom. 3 seconds later, Obito pointed at the direction where Kakashi had disappeared through the front door, as if struck by lightning. He tugged at his hair violently and let out a soul-shaking scream. Holy crap. He actually admitted it. Listening to the dense sound of gold coins arriving in his mind, Yi smiled even more brightly than the setting sun outside the window. Obito's worldview was ground into the dirt, and Kakashi's frustration turned into solid, massive points. This wave was simply a huge profit. He picked up his bag, slung it over his shoulder, and strode into the sunset. In his mind, a perfect plan to freeload the 8 gates had already taken shape. Meanwhile, on the playground, Mike Guy was doing his unshakable after-school extra training. The setting sun dyed the playground a deep orange. The figure in the green tight suit was punching wildly, each punch carrying a whooshing sound through the air. Yes, gaze passed over the crowd, locking onto that green figure. My rival, he murmured in his heart. I'm reserving your 8 gates first, brother. Konoha at dusk. At the edge of the Ninja Academy playground, before a wooden post battered and pitted with countless blows, Might Dai was unleashing a furious onslaught. Each punch struck with a dull, air-shattering thud, the force of his fists kicking up fragments of gravel that scattered in all directions. He strolled over with his hands in his pockets, striding toward the green figure. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Kai spun around abruptly. His gaze locked. The moment he saw Yes face, his half-thrown punch froze midair. The once mighty motion came to a sudden halt. He leaped backward 3 huge strides, putting a safe distance between them. His arms crossed tightly over his chest in a defensive stance, while his calves trembled faintly. His eyes swept cautiously over Yes' pockets, and only after confirming they were empty did he relax a fraction. Yet his legs remained poised for a sprint. Yi, what do you want? Kai's voice carried clear wariness, tinged even with a hint of tears. I will never eat that pink pill again, even if I die. Back, back, back. The terror of the uncontrollable purge in that deadened alley yesterday evening had carved an indelible scar into this passionate youth's cerebellum. Yes' mouth twitched, a vein bulging on his forehead. What pink pill, eh? He rolled his eyes and grumbled. Stop talking about soldier pills like they're contraband. Anyone would think I drugged you. Kai kept his crossed arms, maintaining a hypervigilant defense. He stopped his teasing and stood still. He took a deep breath, his expression shifting in the blink of an eye. The casual face instantly radiated an aura of profound sincerity and solemnity. He stepped forward, meeting Kai's gaze, his voice low and forceful. My comrade. He looked him in the eye. Can I train with you? A gentle breeze swept across the playground. Kai's crossed hands froze. His wide eyes lost all focus the moment he heard those words. He stood dumbfounded for 3 full seconds. Then 2 streams of bean-sized hot tears burst from his eyes, without warning splattering onto the dirt beneath. He lowered his arms, his shoulders heaving violently. "Yi!" Kai shouted in a cracked voice. Trembling, he tore open the bulging, oversized ninja tool pouch at his waist. He pulled out a brand new green jumpsuit folded with meticulous precision and devoid of a single crease. Kai held the garment high above his head, his choked voice echoing across the playground. "Yi, do you know how long I've waited for this day? This is the battle robe of youth I prepared for you. Put it on. Let us sweat together." In that same instant, a dazzling light panel exploded across Yes' vision. A flurry of crisp system notifications flooded his mind. Recognition value from Might Die 999. Recognition value from Might Die 999. Recognition value from Might Die 999. He clicked his tongue inwardly. This breakdown system should really be renamed the Emotion Harvester. It could mint coins from both positive and negative reactions. Kai held the green bodysuit, radiating an uncanny aura of youth, with both hands thrusting it exuberantly before Yi. Yi looked down, his gaze landing on the green garment that would cling to every contour of the body. In his mind, he pictured himself parading through the streets in that thing, walking handstand side by side with Kai and Konoha. His stomach churned violently. He didn't hesitate. He took half a step back, shoving his hands back into his pockets with decisive speed. The sincerity on his face vanished instantly. "I'm not wearing it." Yes' voice was cold and unyielding, leaving no room for negotiation. "This kind of outfit is impossible for ordinary people to pull off. Keep it for yourself." Kai's hand, still holding the jumpsuit, stopped midair. The tears at the corners of his eyes froze on his cheeks. His once ecstatic face dimmed visibly. His arms drooped limply, the jumpsuit sagging lifelessly. Even the shine of his bowl-cut hair seemed to ding. A familiar crisp chime rang in Yes' mind at the perfect moment. Breakdown value from Might Die 999. Yi relished the heavenly sound, his spirits soaring. A simple refusal had smoothly reaped a dual harvest of extreme recognition and extreme breakdown in one fell swoop. "We'll talk about the clothes later." Yi straightened his expression. "Kai, first take a look at my taijutsu foundation. Help me devise a training plan. I want to know the gap between us." He changed the subject. "We'll talk about the clothes later." Yi straightened his expression. "Kai, first take a look at my taijutsu foundation. Help me devise a training plan. I want to know the gap between us." At the mention of training, Kai's dim eyes instantly blazed with sharp light. He immediately stuffed the green jumpsuit back into his tool pouch and shifted into an extremely rigorous professional mode. "All right." Kai pointed at the sandy track on the edge of the playground. "Start with a baseline test. Run 5 laps around the field at full speed. Then immediately do 100 full-speed push-ups with no pause." He pulled out a worn notebook and a stub of pencil from somewhere, his gaze locked on Yi, ready to record. Yi wasted no words. The peak chakra of a genin coursed through his body, channeling into his legs. He kicked off the ground with explosive force, sending sand flying as he dashed onto the track. 1 lap, 2 laps, 5 laps. After sprinting the full distance, he didn't stop. He placed his hands on the ground and launched into 100 rapid, perfectly formed push-ups. With the boost of chakra, his stamina held. After the last rep, he stood up, chest heaving, a fine sheen of sweat on his forehead. Though breathing heavily, he was far from exhausted. Kai, pencil in hand, quickly jotted down the time and pace in his notebook. Just as he was about to drop to the ground and sit, Kai immediately stopped him. "Don't sit down. Walk slowly. Let your muscles cool down gradually." Kai corrected him loudly. Then he crouched, broke a twig, and swiftly wrote a long series of numbers on the smooth sand at the edge of the playground. "This is your training plan." Kai stood up, dusting off his hands. He leaned in to take a look. 300 laps around the playground every day. 5 kilometers of hand walking. 300 push-ups. 500 squats. 200 pull-ups. A long string of numbers densely carved into the sand. He had initially thought that with his peak genin chakra reserves, such basic taijutsu training would be a breeze. But looking at the suffocatingly dense training regimen on the ground, he felt his scalp crawl. Was this a plan for a human? Doing it would be equivalent to being cremated. Kai explained seriously beside him. "Yi, your chakra reserves far exceed those of a typical new student. This intensity will push you close to your physical limit every day. And after a night's sleep, the muscle soreness won't affect your next day's extra training." He took a deep breath, suppressing the shock. With a hint of probing, he pointed at the numbers on the ground and asked, "This plan is indeed brutal. Kai, what's your daily training volume?" Kai stood straight, raised his right thumb, and flashed a set of gleaming white teeth, even in the twilight. He smiled casually. "About twice your plan." This seemingly trivial remark caused Yes' eyelids to twitch violently. Without chakra to bolster him, relying solely on the relentless daily tempering of his physical body, he had managed to grind out this inhuman volume of training. Watching this melon-headed guy with an honest smile, he couldn't help but exclaim in professional admiration. This further solidified his determination to acquire the 8 gates for free. Alright. Yi gritted his teeth and said decisively, let's test the waters today. The physical training officially began. The two of them initiated a crazy torture mode on the playground. From fist-fighting drills to weighted runs, then pull-ups and push-ups, and finally transitioning to walking on their hands. Yi, relying on his peak Genin chakra reserves, forcibly leveled out the terrifying physical exhaustion. But under high-intensity load, the searing pain of muscle tearing still stabbed through his heart. Sweat drenched and dried, then drenched again. Unconsciously, the sky had already darkened. Around 8 in the evening, the two faced the final torment, walking on their hands. Yi alternated hands on the ground, struggling miserably behind Kai. The two walked on their hands all the way out of the bustling commercial street and plunged into the fringe area of my village. The houses around them grew sparser and the lights cut off accordingly, until the surroundings fell into pitch-black darkness. A night wind blew, making the already uneven dirt road even more eerie. Kai, walking ahead, shouted at the top of his lungs, "Yi, be careful. There are no streetlights here. The ground is uneven. Don't sprain your wrist." This pitch-black environment turned the difficult hand-walking training into a mind-clearing game in seconds. If his hand slipped even once, this gravel-strewn dirt road would definitely scar his face on the spot. He ground his molars, his palms groping little by little through the rough sand and stones. The advancing speed drastically shrank, on the verge of degrading to a crawl. Just then, yes, peripheral vision caught sight of an abandoned, old public toilet on the roadside ahead. Overgrown with weeds, peeling walls as dark as a haunted house. A flash of inspiration struck Yi. He exerted force with his hands, twisted his waist, and landed steadily on his feet. His mind quickly entered the system space. His right hand naturally slipped into his trouser pocket. That peculiar item he had stashed away appeared in his palm. Extremely dazzling, glow-in-the-dark green underwear. Wear it, and you become the brightest light source in the night. Even wearing several layers of pants cannot block its penetrating power. Kai had just turned over and steadied himself, about to ask Yi why he stopped. Yi had already swiftly and accurately stuffed that bundle of fabric into his hand. Yi pointed at the abandoned public toilet and began to persuade with a straight face, "Kai, this is a top-tier gear I specially tailored for you. Go put it on outside your jumpsuit." Kai stared down at the glowing green fabric, his mind blank for 2 seconds. His head filled with question marks. Why wear underwear outside? What kind of weird outfit is this? But his best friend's arrangement must have deep meaning. Driven by his incredibly blind trust in Yi, Kai did not hesitate. He held the bundle of fabric in both hands and strutted proudly into the dark public toilet. 3 seconds later, Yi waited outside the toilet, arms crossed. From inside came the rustling sound of fabric rubbing. In the next second, without warning, this old abandoned public toilet seemed to be ignited by some mysterious force, trembling lightly. A dazzling fluorescent green burst out from every brick crevice and every broken window of the toilet. The light violently tore through the darkness, shooting straight into the sky. Within a dozen meters, this vibrant green light illuminated everything like daylight. The gravel on the ground and the ants moving through the grass were crystal clear under this green glow. Even the leaf vein patterns on distant branches were illuminated distinctly. Yi instinctively squinted, raising his hand to block the intense, harsh light. Seeing the outrageous display from this junk of a system, he clapped his hands in satisfaction. Indeed, garbage from the system, when slightly tweaked, becomes a god-tier cheat. This brightness would be more than enough to serve as a searchlight for Mui Zumbu. Creak. The rickety, broken door of the toilet was pushed open with force. Maite Kai walked out with confident steps. At this moment, he was a fully automatic, high-power, humanoid walking street lamp. Kai looked down at his luminous skin that rivaled cyberpunk, then looked at the dirt road ahead, illuminated as his eyes reddened in a flash. Yi. Kai let out a robust roar, his voice echoing wildly through Mui's night sky. This gear not only doesn't hinder movement, but it also guides the direction of our youth in the darkness. So dazzling. He raised his fists high, the fluorescent green all over his body flickering more violently as his muscles flexed. This is the light of youth. Ding. Recognition value from Maite Kai, 500. He was forced back repeatedly by the green light, watching the glowing melonhead, who was so excited he looked ready to take off. He couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't this a change of perspective? The proper way to repurpose system junk was, let's keep grinding. Without another word, he flipped over and supported himself on the ground, resuming his hand-walking state. Kai marched proudly at the front, his humanoid searchlight on full blast, green light clearing the way. Yi followed behind, advancing smoothly with the aid of the strong light. The field of vision was as clear as daylight, and the gravel on the ground was completely avoided. The speed of hand-walking instantly recovered to peak level. On this exhausting first day of physical training, he had managed to sprucing it up. As long as he kept grinding with this greenlight searchlight every day, obtaining the 8 gates was definitely within reach. The Sarutobi clan grounds late in the night. Risen pushed open the front door when the clock's hands had already passed 10. The ceiling light at the entrance glowed warmly, and 3 dishes and a soup were set on the dining table. The dishes had a layer of glistening oil, and the steam from the soup bowl had long dissipated. Asuma sat at the table propping his chin with one hand. 3 large bumps on his forehead were covered with conspicuous cross-shaped band-aids, and the broken cut on his lip had just formed a dark red scab. He heard the door open, but didn't even lift an eyelid. His right hand listlessly poked at the rice grains in the bowl with chopsticks, his face full of impatience. Pippa, who hurried out of the kitchen, took Risen's Hokage robe and hung it on the coat rack, lowering her voice to complain about how late it was again. Risen rubbed his brow, changed into a comfortable home robe, pulled out a chair, and sat at the table. He had just picked up his chopsticks. Asuma finally raised his eyelids, rolling his eyes to glare at him, his tone carrying the unique resentment and sharpness of a teenager. "Yo, big busybody is back." Pippa, who frowned, and immediately scolded Asuma, "How do you speak to your father?" Risen chuckled lightly, waved his hand to interrupt his wife's reproach, and said gently, "It's fine, let's eat." The 3 began to eat. The only sounds on the table were the delicate clinking of bowls and chopsticks, and the atmosphere silently tensed. Risen's movements were slow as he picked up food, his peripheral vision inadvertently sweeping over the crisscrossing band-aids and swollen bruises on Asuma's face, as well as the obviously new pair of pants. A complex thought flickered in his eyes, but he said nothing. The silence lasted for half a minute. Risen put down his chopsticks, picked up his teacup, and took a sip of hot tea. His tone was as casual as if discussing the weather. "Asuma, I heard you have a classmate named Uchiha." Asuma's hand, picking up food, paused noticeably. A slice of fried egg from the chopstick tips fell back into the plate with a splat. His shoulders visibly tensed, his back stiffening rigidly. This one sentence instantly made him recall some unpleasant matters. Rough red bricks, a kunai that grazed the scalp, and in the dead end 4 ninja tools tracing a perfect outline of the human body. Asuma's Adam's apple bobbed violently. He forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart, lowered his head to steady his chopsticks, and pretended to be nonchalant as he continued shoveling rice. "What's wrong?" Hiruzen quietly observed the subtle changes in his expression and pressed on, "What do you think of him?" Asuma's brows were tightly knitted together, and he remained silent for several seconds. What flashed through his mind wasn't the chase and despair, but the face devoid of killing intent when Yoru put away all his weapons in the dead end. The gesture of brushing the rubble off his uniform, and the smile as bright and clean as an April sky when he finally handed over the brand new sandals. Asuma swallowed the rice, put down his chopsticks, and wore an extremely serious expression. "I think he's a person who can both love and hate." He paused and added, "But his personality is too strange. He and Obito are completely different from any Uchiha I've ever met." Hiruzen's hand holding the chopsticks froze midair. "Different?" "Yeah." Asuma rubbed his nose, his expression twisting in extreme inner conflict. The movement pulled at the wound on his lip, making him suck in a sharp breath from the pain. "The Uchiha I usually see all have their noses in the air, and when they walk they can't help but have 'I'm the best in the world' written on their faces. But Yoru is not like that." Asuma's tone carried an indescribable complexity. "He's arrogant, but it's not the kind of arrogance that looks down. He does whatever he wants, but after beating you up he still gives you shoes." Asuma glanced down at his own feet. Today he had changed into a normal pair of shoes. The brand new sandals from yesterday were stuffed deep into the cabinet. He still firmly believed that it was his own muscle spasm that caused the series of falls. That kind of person, anyway. He's weird. Hiruzen set his teacup back on the table, rubbing the rim with his fingertip, his gaze unfocused. Can love and hate beat people up and then give shoes? If he hadn't witnessed the whole scene through the crystal ball, he almost would have believed that explanation. Asuma yawned, got up, and walked toward his room. As he passed by his father, he paused briefly, as if stating an objective fact unrelated to himself. "By the way, he's very accurate with kunai, more accurate than Kakashi." With that, he walked into his room, without looking back, and slammed the door shut. While clearing the dishes, Bawako noticed that Hiruzen was still sitting in place. The teacup hung in his hand, untouched, his eyes fixed on a blurred spot on the table. "Still thinking about today's events?" she asked softly. Hiruzen did not answer directly. He slowly stood up, walked to the living room window, and slid it open a crack. The night wind rushed through the gap, stirring the stray hairs on his forehead. His gaze traveled over the uneven rooftops of the Sarutobi clan compound toward the silhouette of the Uchiha clan grounds sinking into the night. In Hiruzen's mind, the images from the crystal ball replayed frame by frame. The unbridled abandon of chasing half the village with a red brick, the absolute precision of 4 kunai pinning a perfect human outline, and finally, the switching, seamless, flawlessly sincere face. His thoughts involuntarily sank into a deeper political quagmire. The rift between Konoha's high command and the Uchiha clan was deepening, had been thoroughly won over by those soft-hand hard tactics, unable to harbor any resentment. Hiruzen leaned against the window frame, and crossed his arms over his chest. His thoughts involuntarily sank into a deeper political quagmire. The rift between Konoha's high command and the Uchiha clan was deepening at a visible rate. Danzo's voice was growing more strident. At every council meeting, that old friend reiterated the necessity of tightening control over the Uchiha, even sidelining them. Baya disagreed with such radical measures. But that young man was too idealistic, always believing that sincerity alone could bridge all gaps. Naive. Hiruzen closed his eyes. If only one side were on fire, he could still put it out. But inside the Uchiha clan, it was also burning. The Hawk faction, led by the elder chief, was rigidly assertive, believing deep down that Konoha had wronged the descendants of the village's founders. This smoldering anger fermented into resentment, permeated the clan grounds. Clan head Fugaku acted prudently, barely maintaining balance between the hawks and doves. But Hiruzen knew well that Fugaku's restraint wasn't out of reluctance to rebel, but because the time wasn't right. Both sides were testing the edge of the cliff, and he stood in the middle, his strength to keep the balance draining away bit by bit. Hiruzen opened his eyes, his gaze sharpening again. His fingers unconsciously tapped the window frame in a rhythmic pattern. He remembered another scene he had seen in the crystal ball earlier that day. In the past, every new Uchiha student formed their own clique on the first day, isolating outsiders. But this year Obito proactively mingled with the civilian girl Rin. And Uchiha Yoru was even more outrageous. He voluntarily befriended Might Guy, a civilian dead last. After school, the two trained together at the playground. This completely tore open the Uchiha's closed iron curtain. Especially Yoru, with just a few glances Hiruzen saw through his background. Peak Chunin level chakra, reserves freakish accuracy with ninja tools, psychological combat skills far beyond a 7-year-old. No reverence whatsoever for the identity of the Hokage's son. A genius like this was bound to become a core figure of the Uchiha clan in the future. A thought slowly and clearly took shape in Hiruzen's mind. If he could win Uchiha Yoru over to the Hokage's faction, on one hand Yoru could serve as a key window for Konoha's high command to understand the Uchiha's internal dynamics. On the other hand, a Uchiha genius who willingly interacted with other clans was not constrained by family status, and could even elicit goodwill from outsiders. He himself was the best icebreaker for shattering barriers. As long as he was given enough attention and guidance of the Will of Fire, he could become a bridge between Konoha and the Uchiha, and an excellent tool to counterbalance the Hawk faction within the clan. Biwako untied her apron, walked over, and gently patted Hiruzen's shoulder. It's too late. Get some rest. You still have government affairs to handle tomorrow. Hiruzen snapped back to reality and nodded. He took one last look at the pitch-black direction outside the window and slowly slid the window shut. A different kind of Uchiha. Hiruzen turned off the living room lights and muttered to himself in the darkness. In his eyes, weathered by countless vicissitudes, there was both the deep scheming of a Hokage and a faint glimmer of expectation. Maybe among this generation of youth, a good sapling not bound by narrow clan consciousness could really grow. One by one, the lights in the Sarutobi clan compound went out, and Konoha fell into slumber. Meanwhile, the one on whom the third Hokage had pinned great hopes, whom he regarded as the future bridge of communication for Konoha, Uchiha Yoru, was lying spread-eagled, utterly graceless on the old wooden bed in his shabby bedroom. He wasn't asleep at all. Yoru's eyes shone brightly in the darkness, fixed on the translucent system panel that had popped up in his mind. His gaze locked onto the number in the upper right corner. Current balance, 93550 points. 93,550 points. Less than 7,000 points away from reaching the 100,000 mark. The consecutive 10-pull mechanism was about to unlock, and the legendary hidden prize pool was within reach. Ha 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 ha. Staring at that string of numbers, Yoru let out a long, extremely unrestrained and lewd laugh in the empty bedroom. The laughter pierced through the thin wooden walls, provoking a frantic bark from the black dog in the neighboring yard. A stray cat passing over the roof was so startled by the neurotic laughter that its fur bristled. It fled into the night without looking back. In the early hours, he still couldn't fall asleep. He tossed and turned restlessly. The blanket had been kicked to the corner, and the pillow at some point had been kneaded into a crumpled ball. This feeling was just like the previous live's Double 11 flash sale, where the payment page stuck on the final step, spinning endlessly. He was merely a single shutter away, yet he fell short by 7,000 points. Just as he turned over for the 17th time, from beyond the thin wooden wall came an extremely unrestrained commotion. Snore, snore, haha. The snoring of Dai, too, a single-celled creature, had its penetrating power maxed out. Then the snoring ceased, replaced by a string of slurred, lascivious sleep-talking. Lin. You're so gentle. That pretentious bastard Kakashi. Humph. Lin won't like you. Lin. I will definitely become the Hokage. Then you will marry me. Yi stared at the wooden wall, his entire face darkened. I've been worried about these 7,000 points all night, unable to sleep, yet you bastard are sleeping like a dead pig next door. Not only are you sleeping soundly, but you're even having a sweet romance in your dreams. On the first day of school, you've said no more than 3 words to the girl, yet in your dreams, you've already named your children. What the hell is this ultimate love-obsessed brain? Die 2, Lin's secret crush. These 3 words collided in his mind, and he abruptly sat upright. A bellyful of mischief instantly boiled over, and an extremely sinister plan took shape at light speed. He sprang up like a carp leaping flipping off the bed. Without even putting on shoes, he stepped barefoot onto the cool wooden floor, quietly pushed open the back door, and slipped into his backyard. Moonlight flooded the backyard. In the corner lay a few discarded wooden stakes and used for years and covered with thick dust. Yi rummaged through the pile, selected one of suitable thickness, and dragged it to the spot where the moonlight shone brightest. This thing stood nearly 1.5 meters tall, roughly the height of a female student at the Ninja Academy. He drew a kunai. He crouched down and began to work. Chakra infused his arms, coating the blade of the kunai, allowing him to cut through the hardwood without any resistance. He pushed his hand speed to the limit, with chips flying, the kunai tracing dense arcs in the moonlight. The outline of the head, shoulders, waistline. As he carved, he recalled Lin's body proportions in his mind. In less than 40 minutes, a life-sized human-shaped wooden statue stood under the moonlight. The facial features were merely rough bumps and hollows, but the silhouette of the hairstyle and body proportions were captured extremely well. He simply couldn't be bothered to carve detailed features. A general figure was enough. Then he fetched a half-used box of dusty paint from the house and quickly daubed it onto the wood. He painted the hair brown. On the face, he drew 2 hollow, lifeless black circles to serve as eyes. He smeared 2 purple marks on the sides of the cheeks. He brushed a few strokes of purple where the clothes would be. Crude. Extremely crude. One glance in daylight would reveal it to be a piece of haphazardly painted rotten wood. But in the pitch-black environment of the dead of night, this thing possessed an eerie aura that made one's scalp crawl if stared at too long. To pay homage to the original story, Yi raised the kunai and stabbed directly through the wooden statue's left chest, where the heart would be. A fist-sized hole through which moonlight passed unhindered, casting a ghastly white spot on the ground. Perfect. Finally, Yi made several cuts at the wooden statue's neck. Only a thin layer of wood shaving connected it. With a light touch, the head would fall off instantly. Ready. Hoisting this freshly made, sinister figurine, Yi vaulted over the wall and landed in Dai Tu's yard. Dai Tu slept with doors and windows wide open, completely defenseless. In the bedroom, Dai Tu lay sprawled on the tatami mat, the blanket kicked far away. Drool hung from the corner of his mouth in strings, his expression lecherous beyond words. Lin, I will become the Hokage. Dai Tu turned over again, mumbling in his sleep. Yi watched this scene and sneered inwardly. The love-obsessed brains of the Ujibwa clan were truly irredeemable, one after another. Yi swiftly placed the figurine at the left side of the foot of the bed. That position was extremely deliberate. The cold moonlight slanted in through the window, perfectly illuminating the lower half of the figurine's silhouette, outlining a vague human form. The face was completely hidden in shadow. The hole through the chest flickered in and out of the moonlight. He retreated to the darkest corner of the room, pressed his back against the wall, and steadied his breathing. He raised his right hand, gently pinching the muscles on both sides of his throat with his index and middle fingers. At the same time, he subtly manipulated chakra to precisely adjust the vibration frequency of his vocal cords. This was a basic disguise technique of ninjas. After testing 2 notes, he settled on a clear female vocal range. He tilted his head back slightly, his Adam's apple trembling lightly. He stared at Dai Tu on the tatami and slowly uttered 3 syllables. Oh, bye, do. The voice was soft, ethereal, carrying a desolate tremor that seemed not of this world. It drifted directly into Dai Tu's ears. Dai Tu on the tatami smacked his lips. His body stirred slightly. At first he thought it was a continuation of the dream, his grin widening, drool flowing more freely. The smile on his face grew more lecherous. Lin called my name. Lin. I'm here. Yes, mouth twitched. This guy's defense mechanism was way too low. He intensified his effort, pressing his voice lower and more, wavering, deliberately dragging out a weird, breathy tone at the end. His tone shifted from soft to plaintive, seeping with a deep, creeping despair. Oh, I do. It hurts so much. Dai Tu shuddered. His subconscious finally sensed the extreme incongruity. A chill shot up his spine. Dazedly, he rolled over and half opened his eyes. Lin. You gave him no time to recover. He continued to lower his voice, drawing the end note even longer and more ethereal, like an echo from afar. Oh, I do. Look at me. Dai Tu's brow furrowed tighter. In the blurry vision, he saw a figure standing by his feet. Brown hair. A familiar silhouette. A purple top. Dai Tu's mouth still wore the remnants of a foolish grin, his mind not yet switched out of the dream. Lin, why are you in my room in the dead of night? Yi, hidden in the darkest corner behind the figurine, took a deep breath. His voice suddenly changed tone, from soft to shrill, from ethereal to desperate. The note carried a distorted sob so miserable it made one's scalp burst. Obito, run. This sound pierced like a bone-chilling wind. Full power. All of Dai Tu's drowsiness evaporated instantly. His smile froze. He sat bolt upright. A wave of panic surged from the depths of his heart, tightly clutching his heart. His pupils began to focus, his gaze locked onto the standing figure. He saw a familiar silhouette standing there. It was definitely Lin's figure. But due to the dim lighting, Dai Tu couldn't see clearly. He only felt that the Lin before him stood in an extremely distorted posture. Her body was stiff, lacking any trace of a living person's vitality, with arms hanging at an eerily unnatural angle. Dai Tu's voice was slightly tentative, already trembling. Lin, what's wrong with you? The dark clouds slowly parted. The silvery moonlight poured in through the window, gradually illuminating the outline of the wooden sculpture. Dai Tu's eyes finally adjusted to the dimness. When he discerned the scene before him, his pupils sharply contracted to the size of a needlepoint. What kind of eye? Wide open, hollow, and deathly still. Completely devoid of any living luster, like a ferocious fiend crawling out from hell, staring intently at him. Dai Tu's gaze uncontrollably moved downward. On the left chest, the location of the heart, there was a gaping hole the size of a fist. With no clothes covering it, a large penetrating hole had been forcefully gouged out there. The ghastly moonlight passed straight through that cavity without obstruction, striking the wall behind Dai Tu bluntly. The visual impact was almost cataclysmic. Dai Tu's breath stopped. His mind went completely blank. All the blood in his body froze in an instant. He opened his mouth wide, but couldn't utter a single complete word. Lin, ding. Psychological damage value from Uchiha, Dai, 2999. Dai Tu shot up from the tatami mat, clutching his own hair tightly. His eyeballs were bloodshot, and his whole body trembled violently. Just when he was about to have his mind completely shattered by this hellish scene, an even more terrifying act came. Yi, hiding in the shadows, raised his foot and gave the figures back a gentle kick. Crack. The grinding sound of wood breaking was extremely harsh in the quiet room. The neck, cut deliberately thin to the extreme by Yi, finally could not withstand it. Without any warning, the head of that Lin directly snapped off and fell. Thump, thump, thump. The round wooden head rolled along the edge of the tatami. One circle, two circles. It stopped precisely 3 inches in front of Dai Tu's knees. Those two hollow black circle eyes faced upward, staring fixedly at Dai Tu's face. Silence reigned. Dai Tu's last psychological defense collapsed, and that second shattered beyond repair. Ding. Psychological damage value from Uchiha, Dai, 2999. Ding. Psychological damage value from Uchiha, Dai, 2999. Ding. Psychological damage value from Uchiha, Dai, 2999. Dai Tu's pupils contracted sharply. His eyes underwent a visible transformation at this moment. Deep within the black iris, a glaring crimson began to spread wildly. Circling the pupil, a small black tomo was rapidly gathering and spinning. Dai Tu was covered in tears, and snot, his voice hoarse to the point of distortion. His hands painfully tore at his hair, tilting his head back and letting out a heart-wrenching, despairing roar into the air. Lin. Such a thing. How could I accept? He had been quietly admiring his masterpiece from the shadows while also watching the wildly jumping numbers on the system panel. When Dai Tu roared out this extremely familiar famous line, Yes, eyelid twitched violently. This line is wrong. If this kid keeps shouting, half of the Uchiha clan grounds will be woken up. The patrolling security team would definitely break in within 3 minutes. The word AC was still stuck in Dai Tu's throat before he could spit it out. He directly closed in from behind. Chakra gathered in his palm, and a highly precise and powerful hand blade fiercely struck the back of Dai Tu's neck. Bang! A dull thud, clean and decisive. Dai Tu's emotions that had just erupted halfway, his heart-wrenching wail, and the chakra fluctuations on the verge of collapse, were all forcibly interrupted by this attack. His body jerked violently, his eyes rolled white, and he collapsed forward limply, completely unconscious. He casually grabbed the back of his collar and laid this mess of a body flat on the tatami. The world finally quieted down. Only the summer insects outside the window chirped tirelessly. He stood there shaking his slightly numb palm. In his mind, the system notification finally erupted in full force. Ding. Detecting emotional fluctuations beyond extreme limits, psychological damage, crit calculation in progress. Congratulations, host. Acquired 3,000 psychological damage value. Ding. Psychological damage value from Uchiha Dai, 2888. He opened the system panel, his eyes locking onto the balance in the upper right corner. Current balance 102880 points, breaking 100,000. He let out a long breath of turbid air. The anxiety that had been pinned up all night instantly cleared. The feeling was even more refreshing than drinking an ice-cold cola on a hot summer day. He crouched down, carefully examining Dai 2 by the moonlight. Although this guy was knocked unconscious, his eyelids were still twitching. He directly reached out, and without any psychological burden, pried open Dai 2's eyelids. With a glance under the light, he was stunned on the spot. Dai 2's iris was no longer pure black. Inside the dark red iris, a pitch-black single tomo hung quietly, slowly spinning. A single tomo Sharingan. Even though the person had lost consciousness, the unique cold pupil power of the Uchiha clan could still be clearly felt. He stared at that crimson eye, silent for a full 3 seconds. Then he slowly released his fingers, letting Dai 2's eyelids close naturally. He stood up, unable to help clicking his tongue. This Uchiha clan's Kekkei Genkai was truly unreasonable. Once emotions were in place, it directly forced a leap in rank. Damn, why is the Uchiha clan so OP? They can activate cheat abilities at will. What? I'm also a member of the Uchiha clan. Well then, never mind. Thinking of this, he chuckled twice. However, others needed life and death separation and bloody scenes to awaken their eyes. Dai 2 only needed a ridiculously shoddy wooden figure and a voice changer. Using a worthless scrap wooden carving to awaken a pair of Sharingan, while also helping himself gather a fortune of 100,000 points. No matter how you calculate it, this deal was not a loss. He patted the wood shavings off his hands, looked down at the headless wooden figure on the ground, and the head that had rolled aside. He bent down to pick up the parts of the wooden figure, moved his mind, and in a few motions stuffed them all into the system space. The scene was restored to its original state, leaving no traces. No wonder they say, I am a living bodhisattva. This wasn't messing with people's minds, it was precisely targeted poverty alleviation. Using an immersive murder mystery game to help his deskmate adapt to the brutal beatings of the ninja world in advance, while casually activating a dormant cheat. All kinds of suffering, saving all beings. Dai 2, how will you ever repay this immense kindness in the future? Yi sauntered over to the window, thrust both hands into his pockets, and smoothly flipped out, landing soundlessly. Under the moonlight, Yi stepped over the courtyard wall and vaulted back into his own yard. He returned to his own yard under the moonlight, concealing his deeds and fame. As for Dai 2, waking up tomorrow morning, how he would doubt life, while searching for the head on the ground, how he would be stunned by the red eyes in the mirror. That would probably trigger another burst of emotional value. Yi burst out laughing. This wasn't a deskmate at all, it was clearly a stable gold mine. Plunking down on the bed, the exhaustion from staying up half the night finally surged. But Yi was now so excited he could kill an ox with his bare hands. There was no trace of sleepiness. He sat cross-legged, his eyes frighteningly bright. His fingers tapped in the air, directly summoning the core interface of the system store. Current balance 102,880 points, 102,880. He stared at the string of numbers, pressing his tongue against the roof of his mouth to suppress his heartbeat. Just as he was about to open the temple interface, the system panel trembled violently. The entire translucent interface burst with a circle of golden ripples, and the originally plain blue background with white text was instantly covered by a layer of flowing golden light. On Yes' retina, a line of gilded characters he had never seen before appeared with a bang. Congratulations, host. Cumulative psychological damage value has exceeded 100,000 points. Advanced prize pool unlocked. Advanced prize pool rules: each draw costs 100 points, guaranteed top-tier reward. No pity system because every single pull is a pity. He was not excited. To be precise, he dared not be excited. He pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, letting out a soft click. Involuntarily, his mind began replaying those absurdly frustrating experiences from before. The gilded non-explosive explosive tags, the kunai, that never hit their target, the sandals so slippery they could give you a concussion from a fall. This so-called guaranteed top-tier items from this broken system were nothing but Schrodinger's top-tier items. Could this be another one of those disgustingly twisted word games designed to produce a batch of advanced pitfall-ridden items to send him packing? But that number in the upper right corner of the panel was just too tempting. 102,880 points. For this fortune, he chased Asuma with a red brick by day and scared Obito with infernal figurines by night. He had nearly stripped Konoha bare of every exploitable resource. If he didn't pull now, was he saving it for the new year? Fortune favors the bold, and starvation awaits the timid. He took a deep breath, his eyes narrowing slightly, a gambler's fierce ruthlessness gleaming within. With his mind, he locked onto the golden button of the advanced prize pool and went all in. 10 pull, let's go. A crisp ding echoed and the balance went into a cliff-like dive. 100,000 points evaporated, instantly plummeting from a 6-digit figure to a pitiful 2,880 points. At the same time, a sudden anomaly erupted within the system space. Blinding golden light, like 10 towering pillars, shot up from the ground, piercing the ethereal dome above. This dazzling spectacle was blindingly extravagant, far more magnificent than the ordinary prize pool. He held his breath, his heart racing wildly. The first pillar of light slowly receded. As the golden radiance dissipated, a grotesquely ornate kunai hovered silently. Its blade was even adorned with 3 diamond chips reflecting a dazzling multicolored halo. Top-tier kunai that never hits a living target. Diamond-studded edition perfectly avoids all living beings. Flight trail accompanied by colorful diamond sparkles. Maxed-out show-off special effects. Yes, eyelids twitched violently, and a churning sensation seized his stomach. Though his expression remained blank, his blood pressure was skyrocketing with each passing second. Before he could even curse, the 2nd to 6th pillars exploded in succession. Top-tier royal brush that always leaks ink. Gold-plated limited edition ink comes with a durian-like stench that lasts 10 days. Top-tier ninja sandals that always fall off. Special edition sparks fly when slipping, leaving a trail of dazzling light on the ground. Top-tier military canteen that makes you thirstier the more you drink. Platinum-plated edition. Top-tier luxury facial tissue that guarantees acne after use. Pure silk material. Top-tier windbreaker that tears at the slightest pull and absolutely leaks air. Heavy bass surround sound edition. 6 golden shiny supreme-grade industrial waste products. All flashy, hollow, soul-corroding little trash. They were neatly arranged in the system space like an exhibition of futility. Despite their golden gleam, they only made Yes' vision go dark. His mentality plummeted into an abyss. He collapsed onto the wooden bed in a state of utter defeat, clutching the blanket corners with both hands, silently spewing a torrent of profanity in his heart. This damn system was definitely sent by Danzo to mess with the Uchiha's mindset. What peak Jin and chakra? It was all bait to lure him into going all in. All just to throw that hard-earned fortune into a bottomless pit and exchange it for a pile of junk. Just as he was grinding his teeth ready to accept his fate as a cursed non-lucky one. The 7th golden light dispersed. He had already lost all hope, calculating that if it was still trash, he would smash this wretched panel today no matter what. Within the light, a rectangular block with sharp edges and a rough surface floated silently. He stared intently, frozen in place. The silhouette, the feel. It was exactly like the red brick he had swiped during the day to Hitasuma. He instinctively clicked on the item info. Top-tier indestructible red brick ignores all physical and chakra attacks, the ultimate building material that can never be destroyed. Constant weight, excellent striking feel. Yes' eyes instantly lit up, his previous gloom vanishing without a trace. Indestructible. What did that mean? It meant that even if a tailed beast ball slammed into his face, this brick wouldn't lose a single chip. In this world of constant heaven-shaking, earth-shattering destruction, this was the pinnacle of physical absolute defense shields. Even if Uchiha Madara unleashed his perfect Susanoo and swung down with his sword, all he had to do was raise this brick and smash it hidden, and he could barely cling to life. The thought of Madara using his Uchiha war fan to deflect, and then him using the red brick to deflect Madara's deflection. The perspective instantly expanded, and the image was simply too beautiful for words. Then this top-tier red brick fully unlocked the door to the lucky ones. Immediately after the 8th pillar of light dispersed, amidst the golden radiance, a thick blood-red hue surged, transforming into a pure violent energy. Without any buffer or prompt, it shot out of the system space and poured straight down through Yes' forehead. Acquired peak Genin physical constitution. The moment the energy entered his body, he shuddered, his muscles and bones racked with intense painful soreness and tearing sensations. His bones crackled loudly and bone density doubled, skyrocketing. In just 5 seconds, he was reborn, transformed. Yi slowly stood up, clenching his right fist with force. As his knuckles pressed together, they produced a dull, air-exploding sound. A terrifying power 3 times greater than before surged wildly through his veins. If he was a broken-down car before, now he was a broken-down car at full throttle. After all, he was still a Genin at the core, so Yi was no armored vehicle. But paired with the peak Genin chakra he had acquired earlier, the foundation of his Studentera hardware was now thoroughly consolidated. The 9th pillar of light gave him without much fanfare a top-tier explosive tag that never detonates. You didn't even lift an eyelid, casually skipping over it. All the suspense rested on the 10th pillar of light. The layers of radiance peeled away, revealing a pure, blood-red background. A pair of chilling, sinister pupils with a fierce, cold aura hovered silently in the void. On the jet-black iris, a single tomo was slowly rotating. Acquired 1 tomo Sharingan permanent binding edition. Awakens instantly upon binding. No activation side effects or emotional trigger restrictions, can be cultivated and upgraded normally. He stared at the eyes, his breath halting for a full 3 seconds. Then only one roar echoed in his heart. This was the very foundation of the Uchiha clan's existence. Obito barely awakened his eyes by being scared half to death by a broken wooden carving, and here, he was just casually clicking a draw and getting it for free. Without any hesitation, Yi decisively chose to bind. 2 streams of red light instantly plunged into his eyes. There was no legendary stinging pain, only a particularly pleasant cool sensation spreading along his nerves. He closed his eyes and opened them again. The clarity of the entire world had switched from standard definition to ultra-high definition. The dust dancing in the room, the tiny insects in the gaps of the wooden floor, even the faint changes in the airflow outside the window, all were laid bare before his sight. He could even clearly perceive the perfect route of chakra circulation within his body. The slight envy he had felt earlier for Obito's accidental awakening was now utterly gone, not even a trace left. He couldn't help rubbing his hands together, fantasizing if he saved up 1,000,000 points and did a forced pull, could he extract the sage body and would release. And if he reached 10,000,000 points, wouldn't the Rinnegan be just a matter of minutes? Carrying this overwhelming sense of security and the joy of sudden wealth, he flopped onto the bed with a thud. Staring at the ceiling, he let out a silly, contented laugh for a full minute. He rolled over utterly satisfied and fell asleep in an instant. The next morning, as dawn broke, a thin mist lingered over the streets of the Uchiha clan, the air carrying a hint of chill. A cacophony of banging comparable to a demolition crew echoed, causing even the old wooden walls to tremble. The noise jolted Yi from deep sleep. "Yi, open the door. Something big has happened," Obito shouted outside with a voice like a broken gong. Yi, with visible signs of morning grumpiness, felt his temples throb. He threw off his thin blanket, wearing a scowl, as he walked to the courtyard door and yanked it open. Outside, Obito stood with dark circles under his eyes, his clothes askew. Yet his face radiated an uncontrollable extreme excitement. He grinned widely, his goggles pushed up onto his forehead, his eyes feigning seriousness but revealing everything. Upon seeing Yi, Obito rushed over, lowering his voice to sound mysterious. "I've got the best news ever. You'll never guess what I've experienced." He leaned against the doorframe with his hands in his pockets, looking at him like he was an idiot. Obito's face practically screamed him the best in the world, as if he wanted to engrave "Come ask me for help" on his forehead. It was obvious, even without thinking, that this guy had probably been knocked unconscious by his own hand last night, and woke up to find he had activated his Sharingan. He was so excited that he hadn't slept all night, staring at his red eyes in the mirror, and had been waiting all night to show off at dawn. He, devoid of expression, yawned, barely lifting his eyelids. Dealing with this kind of show-off was something he was highly experienced in, so he casually threw out, "What? Did you step in dog poop and activate your Sharingan?" 7 words turned the air into a dead silence. Obito had just opened his mouth, the pretentious lines he had rehearsed countless times stuck in his throat. His whole body froze in place, his pupils dilating. How is that possible? How could he know? He must have guessed. The overwhelming excitement and urge to show off were doused by Yi with a bucket of cold water. Obito finally reacted. He couldn't admit it. If he admitted it now, all shock value would be lost, and his show-off effect would drop dramatically. Ha ha. Obito stiffly twisted his mouth, producing a series of dry duck-like fake laughs, wildly waving his hands in front of his chest to cover it up. "How could that be? There's no way I activated my Sharingan. I just wanted to say that the weather is nice today, and I happened to find some money last night." Huh. Ding. Obito's defense value has decreased by 666. Hearing the delightful sound of money entering his mind, he turned around contentedly to grab his jacket. "Let's go. If we dawdle any longer, we will really be late." Obito stood at the courtyard entrance, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. Since verbal show-off had failed, it was time for practical demonstration. No rush, there was still Kakashi, that show-off, and the entire class along with Rin. When it came time for the practical class sparring, he would effortlessly dodge all attacks. Then he would naturally reveal his Sharingan, stunning everyone, forcing them all to kneel and sing his praises. Obito's eyes rekindled with hopeful light. Today the ninja school was destined to buzz with the name of Uchiha Obito. As the morning light brightened, the streets of Konoha began to bustle. He walked leisurely with his hands in his pockets, a warm meat bun clutched in his mouth, and a cup of soy milk in his left hand. Obito followed beside him, the curve of his smile harder to suppress than an AK. There was too much drama in that smile. There was sheer joy at opening his eyes, anticipation of his classmates' shock, and pink fantasies of Rin leaping into his arms. He walked with a spring in his step, light as a feather. He glanced at him out of the corner of his eye, and that expression was exactly like a gambler who had just won 5 million and hadn't had time to claim the prize. "Yi, wait a moment." Obito suddenly slammed on the brakes, pointing at the intersection ahead. An old man with a cane was standing unsteadily by the roadside, looking around anxiously. Yes, temples throbbed. They had just left the clan grounds less than 200 meters. Before he could finish speaking, Obito had already dashed out like a runaway husky. 5 minutes later, he returned, now carrying 3 steaming red bean cakes. He continued walking for another intersection. "Yi, that lattice vegetable basket looks heavy." This time Obito had a large bamboo basket in his hands, stuffed with grilled rice cakes, candied plums, 2 skewers of freshly grilled mackerel, and even a fresh green onion sticking out. Yi casually pulled out a skewer of fish and bit into it without any moral burden. The third intersection, the fourth intersection. Obito's amazing grandma magnet technique was in full swing, helping grandmas find their wallets, assisting old ladies up trees to retrieve cats. In just a short 3-block distance, he had walked with the air of a pilgrimage to the west. The bamboo basket in his hands was nearly overflowing. Red bean buns, tempura shrimp, freshly fried dough sticks, and even half a box of handmade mochi, helping grandmas find their wallets, assisting old ladies up trees to retrieve cats. In just a short 3-block distance, he had walked. Obito, if your delivery passive could awaken into a bloodline limit, it would be way more practical than any Sharingan. Obito was just about to shove the third red bean bun into his mouth when he nearly choked on the street. Cough, cough, cough. What nonsense. How could the Sharingan be inferior? He suddenly covered his mouth, glancing at Yi warily. He almost slipped up. If he exposed this early, how could he gracefully dodge the fierce attacks of his opponents in the practical class? How could he suddenly open a single tomo in front of his classmates' disbelieving gazes? How could Kakashi's mask fall off in surprise? The perfect show-off script must not be ruined here. Obito wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth, grinning foolishly. He continued to munch on the fish ding. Obito's excitement value has increased by 122. At 9:20 a.m., at the ninja school playground during the practical sparring class, Gongzi Yun stood at the side, clutching the roster, the veins on his forehead throbbing more regularly than an ECG. Uchiha Obito, where is he? The class fell into dead silence. Only the sound of the wind could be heard on the playground. On the sidelines, Might Guy had already completed his 500th one-finger push-up warm-up. Sweat soaked his green spandex, steaming off him, brimming with fighting spirit. Teacher Gongzi Yun, I'm ready at any time. Guy shouted with all his might. Gongzi Yun's mouth twitched slightly. There was no opponent here. What were you preparing for? The surrounding newcomers began to whisper. That guy didn't run away out of fear, did he yet? He's embarrassed the Uchiha clan completely. Gongzi Yun took a deep breath, his face dark as a pot bottom. He gritted his teeth and raised the red pen in his hand, heavily marking Obito's name on the roster. Teacher, I'm here. A voice-breaking roar exploded from the direction of the playground entrance. Obito rushed into the center of the field, carrying the nearly overflowing bamboo basket with remnants of bun grease and red bean residue still on his mouth, panting heavily. Teacher, I was late because I was helping an old lady cross the road. Dai-Tu gasped heavily, with even a trace of grease still clinging to the corner of his mouth. Gang Xian's face darkened, his pen hovering in midair. Did this brat really think such a threadbare excuse could fool a Chunin instructor? He was about to unleash a reproach, but his gaze locked onto the bamboo basket in Dai-Tu's hand. Red bean cakes, grilled rice cakes, tempura, mackerel, green onions, fried dough sticks, apples, a soy milk pot. The variety was absurdly extensive, impossible to have been gathered from any single shop in Konoha. Gang Xian's Adam's apple bobbed, and all his reprimands died in his throat. His mind spun frantically, swiftly completing a wave of self-persuasion. A child of the Uchiha clan, supremely proud, would never stoop to anything as degrading as shirking a fight. The sole explanation: this kid must have put unimaginable effort into taijutsu. Even his food was so mixed, obviously to replenish the extreme calories he burned. Otherwise, how could such an incredible courier speed be explained? What a deeply hidden Uchiha taijutsu freak. Gang Xian drew a deep breath, forcing down his rage, and his eyes instantly shifted to an expression of intense expectation. Put down your things, fall in. Dai-Tu versus Might Guy. Prepare to begin. Dai-Tu set the bamboo basket at the edge of the field and strode to the center. His heartbeat accelerated, and he furtively touched his own eye socket. After waiting so long, it was time to display true skill. Dai-Tu assumed an opening stance he believed devastatingly cool. Left fist against his waist, right hand extended forward as a palm, chin lifted precisely at 45 degrees. Back to Might Guy, he struck a pose he thought would shatter the heavens with its coolness. Backlit, gentle breeze, hair flowing. Perfect. Just then a clear female voice came from the sideline. Go Dai-Tu. Yi Yuanlin cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted with a smile. Those 4 words, like a paper bomb stuck flush to his face, detonated directly inside Dai-Tu's brain. Dai-Tu's brain immediately froze. He turned stiffly to see Lin, radiant with smiles and lively. But in the next second, the ghostly woman who had stood at the foot of his bed last night overwhelmed reality. A headless torso, a bloody cavity in the chest, a head that had rolled to the ground, and those 2 black-ringed eyes that refused to shut in death. Dai-Tu's eyes reddened in an instant, his nose stinging wildly. The despair and terror of losing his beloved flooded back into his heart. He completely disregarded Might Guy across from him, his fists clenching with a cracking sound, his face full of deep feeling and tragic resolve as he stared at Yi Yuanlin at the edge of the field. No matter what happens, even if I am ground to dust, even if the whole world turns against me, I will never let anyone harm a single hair on your head. This ultimate self-emotion elevated Dai Tu entirely. He was completely immersed in his vow, even feeling the air around him slow down. Match begin. Gang Xian's arm swung down with force. A youthful roar. Mai Takai, who had been holding back all morning, bellowed as his chakra erupted. The green figure turned into a lightning bolt, leaving afterimages on the muddy ground. Kai leaped into the air, his right leg carrying a thunderous roar, aiming a flying kick at the center of the field. The watching classmates held their breath, eyes fixed on Dai Tu. They were eager to see what stunning counterattack this Uchiha genius, whom even Gang Xian Sensei had subtly anticipated, would deliver. No counterattack came. Dai Tu's Sharingan, showing off script, didn't even get to begin. He hadn't even turned his head, still maintaining that 45-degree angle of adoringly gazing at Yi Yuanlin. Bang! A fleshly thud that made teeth ache. Kai's size 42 foot landed squarely and precisely on Dai Tu's right cheek. Dai Tu's facial muscles contorted violently under the force his features squeezed together. His entire body traced a graceful arc through the air, tumbling 2.5 turns. Then, with a sticky splat and a textbook faceplant, he slid 3 meters across the yellow earth. Dust flew. Dai Tu lay face down on the ground, limbs splayed, eyes rolled back. A huge shoe print was stamped on his right cheek, and a thread of saliva hung from the corner of his mouth. He didn't even let out a groan, instantly and thoroughly losing consciousness. Wind blew across the playground, rolling a withered leaf. Everyone's jaws hit the ground in unison. They had imagined countless glorious battle scenes from the Uchiha clan, but they never expected it to end so hastily and with such absurd comedy. Instant defeat. Kicked off the stage by a civilian dead last. 3 seconds later. Is that it, eh? He stood at the side with arms crossed, looking at the mud-caked form, shaking his head speechlessly. Indeed, stupidity plus a love-struck mind is the biggest debuff for a ninja. Ding. Breaking defense value from Uchiha Dai 266. Ding. Breaking defense value from Uchiha Dai 2444. In the last 0.1 second of consciousness before passing out, this kid had clearly sensed his shattered brag dream. Even fainting can trigger a defense break. That's a kind of skill. But today the ninja school was indeed stirred by the name of Uchiha Dai Tu. He murmured to himself, Dai Tu, this ninja school, as you wish. Gang Xian covered his face in pain, his fingers digging deep into his hair. He had just mentally given this dead last a dramatic role and even developed expectations. This was the greatest stain in his ninja career. Dai Tu 0 points. Next group. Gang Xian yelled through gritted teeth. Lin hurriedly ran onto the field, and together with 2 medical ninjas lifted the unconscious Dai Tu onto a stretcher, heading straight to the infirmary. Dai Tu's low point dragged down everyone's expectations of the Uchiha, but the subsequent battle quickly burnished the Uchiha's reputation. Uchiha Tiawa stepped onto the field. His face was cold, his movements crisp and clean. In 3 exchanges of flawless combination, he pinned the branch family member of the Rishan clan to the ground, never giving him a chance to activate the Byakugan for a counterattack, finishing with a side kick. Next was Uchiha Naruto versus Yuanfei Asama. Asama stood in the center of the field, a band-aid on his face. Although he was the son of the Hokage with solid fundamentals, his legs trembled uncontrollably at this moment, his muscles apparently not fully recovered. Begin. Naruto pushed off the ground and charged straight forward. Asama's hands moved quickly to form hand seals, preparing a small fire release to create distance. But before he could adjust, Naruto feigned a move. A body flicker, a sweeping leg, and Asama was thrown. The entire crowd burst into admiration of the Uchiha's sheer strength. 2 consecutive clean victories electrified the audience. This was the true foundation of the #1 clan in the ninja world. Gang Xian nodded, the knot in his heart loosening considerably. He picked up his pen and crossed out Asama's name on the roster. His gaze continued downward. Only 2 names remained on the list. Shimu Kakashi, Uchiha Yi. Gang Xian's hand suddenly froze. He jerked his head up, his eyes sweeping back and forth across the playground. On the left, Kakashi leaned against a tree trunk with bandaged legs, expressionless, exuding a cold aura. On the right, Yi stood with hands in his pockets, that smile on his lips that sent chills down one's back, seemingly harmless. Looking at Yi, Gang Xian's facial muscles began to twitch wildly, his expression slowly settling into an extremely pained, constipated look. Gang Xian pressed his hand against his throbbing liver, racking his brains for an excuse to fudge this match. Just as he was about to call out a name, a hint of chilling air brushed past the nape of his neck. Gangzi, is it my turn? The voice was absurdly close, almost whispering right into his ear. Gang Xian's hair stood on end. Instinctively, he spun around his body, trembling violently. He found himself face-to-face with Yi, who stood with hands in pockets, an innocent expression on his face. When did this guy get behind me? Uchiha Yi. Gang Xian's voice shattered into a shriek, 3 veins bulging on his forehead. I am your teacher. You should address me as teacher, Gang Xian, not some Gangzi. Yi, utterly devoid of respect for his teacher, waved his hand dismissively. A name is just a title, Gangzi. Don't be so hung up on details. He even had the audacity to jump up and pat Gang Ziyun on the shoulder, speaking with an exaggeratedly earnest tone. So it's my turn to face that arrogant bastard, right? Yi pointed at Kakashi across the way, a knowing look on his face. Don't worry, I know you've been itching to take him down. He'll go teach him a lesson for you. His words rang out crisp and clear, carrying across half the training ground. Gang Ziyun's expression froze instantly, his face cycling through an impressive spectrum, pale, flushed, dark, seamlessly transitioning. His facial muscles twitched wildly as he stood there, utterly flustered in the wind. Who said I had a grudge against him? I can't shoulder this blame. In the distance, Kakashi's face was like still water, those dead fish eyes narrowed sharply. He had never provoked this lunatic. The bandages on his legs were still in place, and his wounds still throbbed. And now this guy had the audacity to announce in front of the whole class that he would teach him a lesson for the teacher. Kakashi's knuckles silently tightened. Accompanied by the crisp sound of credits in his mind, he ambled leisurely to the very center of the training ground, indifferent to the varied gazes of the entire class. They stood 5 meters apart. Cheers gradually erupted from the sidelines. Kakashi, go, show him what a genius is made of. Most of the civilian girls were overwhelmingly cheering Kakashi's name. In their eyes, Kakashi was the undisputed strongest freshman of this year. On the left side of the training ground, Mike Guy stood like a volcano about to erupt. He leaped onto the railing, performed 10 backflips on one hand, then roared at Yi at the top of his lungs. My comrade, the flames of your youth can surely set this whole field ablaze. Uchiha Tetsuka and Naruto exchanged a glance. Pressured by family honor, they cleared their throats and offered a couple of token shouts. But the most bizarre scene unfolded. Sarutobi Izuma, cowering in the farthest corner of the field with 3 band-aids on his face, actually rose to his feet on trembling legs. Go Yi! The eyes of the entire class snapped onto Izuma in unison. Those in the know, aware that Izuma had been chased half a street by Yi with a brick yesterday, now wore expressions even more contorted than when Obito was instantly defeated. What kind of Stockholm Syndrome patient is this? Gets beaten and still comes crawling back. Izuma shrank his neck. Deep down, he was utterly unwilling, but the final scene in the deadened alley yesterday. The image of Yi stopping, brushing off the dust for him, and handing him his shoes, that smile as warm as an April sun, had completely conquered his innocent heart. Beating him was the strict teacher in action, handing him the shoes was genuine kindness. Yi was absolutely... Gang Ziyun didn't want to say another word. With a cold face, he waved his hand. Both parties formed the seal of confrontation. Kakashi raised his hands, index and middle fingers together, held in front of his chest. Yi also leisurely lifted his right hand to form the seal. The moment their eyes collided across the distance, he tilted his head and smiled with feigned concern. Hey Kakashi, that hole I stabbed in your calf yesterday, still letting the cold air in today, eh? The entire field drew in a sharp breath. Kakashi's fingertips jerked violently, and the humiliating scene from that day flooded his mind uncontrollably, the kunai piercing through his legs, his bloodied knees on the field. His eyes twitched sharply, and the wound on his calf still throbbed. Humph. Kakashi let out a cold snort, unwilling to engage Yi further. Yi smirked at the corner of his mouth, another chunk of pocket money secured. Begin. The moment Gang Ziyun's arm dropped, Kakashi moved. He exploded from his stance, forcibly suppressing the dull pain in his calf, and shot straight at Yi's face like a blur of shadow. He employed the Hitaki clan's unique close-quarters combat style, lightning-fast vicious angles targeting the enemy's vital joints. Even with his leg injury, he dared to sprint recklessly. This fierce determination drew gasps from the civilian students on the sidelines. As the fist wind closed and Yi remained rooted to the spot, not even taking a half step back. Driven by his peak genin physical capabilities and chakra reserves, Kakashi's so-called ferocious assault appeared laughably slow in Yi's eyes. His muscle reaction speed was a whole tier higher. Too light. Yi casually raised his left arm for a bam! A dull collision echoed across the training ground. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock. He felt as though his heavy punch had struck a slab of solid steel. The recoil sent a sharp ache through his knuckles. Yi wasn't driven back an inch. He stood immovable. My turn. Yi suddenly exerted force, swinging his left arm outward to ruthlessly parry Kakashi's arm, completely destroying his opponent's balance. Then Yi switched from defense to offense. Without any superfluous embellishments, he unleashed a storm of fists, elbows, and knees. The simplest, most basic taijutsu moves, driven by pure monstrous strength, turned into a raging tempest. Each strike with extreme precision neutralized Kakashi's force. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sounds of flesh colliding merged into a continuous roar. Kakashi's face turned pale, his arms trembled from the barrage. He could only desperately clench his limbs, shielding his head and vitals, as he was forced back step by step. His soles carved 2 deep furrows in the dirt. On the sidelines, Uchiha Tetsuka and Naruto stood frozen mouths agape, as if trying to swallow an apple. They never expected Uchiha Yi to completely overwhelm Kakashi in taijutsu. Thud. Another heavy knee strike. Kakashi crossed his arms to block, using the momentum to slide backward several meters, finally creating some distance. In the swirling dust, his arms hung at his sides, fingers trembling uncontrollably. The training ground fell silent for half a second. Yi slowly retracted his right leg, staying where he was without pursuing. He lowered his head slowly, and it seemed as if the wind and chirping insects were sucked out of existence at that moment. In the infirmary at that very moment, Dai too had no idea that his carefully rehearsed Sharingan debut show from last night had just found a brand new owner. Under the breathless gaze of the entire field, Yi enunciated a single sentence with crystalline clarity. "Let this farce end here." As the words landed, Yi sharply raised his eyes. A cold, gloomy, fiercely arrogant crimson hue spread from within his pupils. Sharingan, activate. The training ground fell into a deathly silence. Everyone seemed to have their throats seized, unable to utter a single sound. Tekka's knees buckled, and he staggered backward while Naruto gasped sharply. A Sharingan with a single tomo awakened at age 6. As fellow Uchiha, they understood better than anyone what this signified. Kakashi's breathing became utterly erratic, his gaze locked onto those crimson eyes. He gave him no respite. With a single step, his speed more than doubled from before. The Sharingan's dynamic vision was fully unleashed. Kakashi's every muscle contraction and every breath were all within Yi's anticipation. From this moment on, Yi withdrew his right hand and tucked it into his pocket. He fought with only his left hand. He slapped aside Kakashi's straight punch, then reversed the motion to grab his wrist and yank downward. No matter how frantically Kakashi attacked, Yi's left hand always sealed off his path in advance. With a single hand, he beat Kakashi into complete helplessness, a thorough mockery. On the sidelines, someone was already stunned, mouth agape, forgetting even to breathe. As Kakashi was cornered by that single hand, Yi's right hand, which had been resting in his pocket, slowly emerged. In it was a worn wooden comb with several missing teeth. Under Kakashi's murderous glare, Yi deftly deflected his lethal strikes with his left hand, while casually raising the comb to smooth his own bangs with an air of extreme leisure. In the midst of the fight, Yi slid behind Kakashi and casually combed his hair twice. The comb's teeth were fragile. After 2 strokes, 3 teeth snapped off and fell to the ground. "I'm not one to criticize Kakashi, but do you never buy conditioner? Your hair is way too coarse." Yi disdainfully tossed the broken comb aside and pontificated like an elder. Ding. Frustration points from Hatake Kakashi, 888. Kakashi's eyes reddened, his gaze fierce enough to devour Yi alive. Yi then flicked his right hand and produced a kunai. Amid the intense close-quarters combat, the sharp kunai spun rapidly between his fingers, forming a dazzling pattern of blades. But it wasn't over. At the final moment, Yi locked Kakashi's arms with a grappling move using his left hand. He released the kunai, reached into his pocket with his right hand, and pulled out a red string loop. With 2 fingers, he stretched and twisted it. Before the shattered worldview of the entire class, and under Gang Xian's constipated expression, Yi, in the middle of a combat practice session, formed a perfect bridge shape in 2 seconds. Then with another flick of his fingers, he flawlessly transformed it into an extremely neat tower. With one hand. String figures. Ding. Frustration points from Hatake Kakashi, 999. Ding. Frustration points from Hatake Kakashi, 999. Ding. Frustration points from Gang Xian, 888. Ding. Frustration points from Uchiha Tekka, 155. Ding. Frustration points from Uchiha Naruto, 144. Ding. Frustration points from Sarutobi Asuma, 122. Ding. Frustration points from Yuhi Kurinai, 99. Ding. Frustration points from Marino Ibiki, 88. Ding. Listening to the system panel's notifications, he couldn't help himself. That brief laugh became the final straw. Kakashi stared blankly at the red string in Yi's hand, at those eerie single tomo Sharingan eyes. Hearing that casual mockery, how much did he look down on me? Doing string figures with one hand during a real fight, and even laughing. In Kakashi's mind, there was a crisp crack. The pride of a genius was shattered by that red string at this very moment. He felt like a clown desperately somersaulting at the feet of a giant. Ding. Frustration points from Hatake Kakashi, 999. Ding. Frustration points from Hatake Kakashi, 999. Ding. Frustration points from Uchiha Tekka, 666. Ding. Approval points from Might Guy, 999. The dense notifications merged into one. Yi lightly struck Kakashi's chest with a final palm. Bang! Kakashi flew backward, slamming heavily against a wooden post and sliding to the ground. His silver hair fell, covering those dead fish eyes filled with humiliation and self-doubt. His legs lost all strength, and he knelt directly in the dust, his head hanging low. The entire training ground was deathly still. Yi casually pocketed the string loop and put both hands back in his pockets. As he turned, his peripheral vision caught the entrance of the training ground. A figure with a messy bird's nest of hair was leaning against the doorframe, completely stiff. Obito had clearly just run from the infirmary, still holding half a painkiller tablet in his mouth. His gaze was locked onto Yes' eyes, which were slowly fading from crimson, and that epic scene of showing off. The tablet fell from Obito's mouth and shattered on the ground. Ding. Frustration points from Uchiha Obito 999. Obito was stunned. He had prepared a script for showing off all night, but the protagonist was Yi. And the Sharingan he had unlocked last night at the cost of half his life. This guy also had it. And he used it to beat Kakashi with one hand. He even did string figures afterward. Ding. Frustration points from Uchiha Obito 999. Ding. Frustration points from Uchiha Obito 999. He glanced at Obito at the entrance and gave a warm smile. On the sidelines, Gang Ziyun swallowed hard. The expression on his face could no longer be described as complicated. He waved mechanically. Freshman sparring is officially over. He stiffly rolled up the roster in his hand and stuffed it into a craft paper file. Then he handed it to the supervising teacher beside him and lowered his voice. Send it to the Hokage building immediately. Urgent. The supervising teacher took the file with both hands. He glanced at the figure strolling back with hands in pockets in the center of the training ground, then turned and sprinted out of the grounds. The sparring ended and the freshmen filed in, returning to their positions. But everyone's path deliberately avoided the same seat, the one by the back window, Uchiha Yes' seat. Perhaps feeling humiliated from being in the front, Kakashi, dragging his bandaged legs, shrank into a corner at the very back. He didn't say a word, directly lying on the desk and burying his head deep into his arms. As Asuma passed by Yes' seat, he moved cautiously along the opposite wall, carefully detouring with extreme reverence. He even deliberately slowed his breathing, afraid of stepping on the shadow of this living demon. Gang Ziyun walked up to the podium. He swept his gaze across the class and precisely caught the look everyone directed at Yi. That look was no different from seeing a monster. Gang Ziyun took a deep breath, bent his knuckles, and forcefully tapped the blackboard, producing a dull thud. Quiet. Uchiha Yi, stand up. The entire class shuddered. Tell the whole class how you did it. Gang Ziyun tried to make his tone sound as authoritative as an elder. Awakening the Sharingan at 6, overwhelming taijutsu. Your training method has reference value for other students. Yi slowly stood up from his chair, hands in pockets back and waist relaxed. Faced with the interrogation, he didn't even think for half a second. His expressionless face was filled with righteous dignity. The whole class held their breath. Dozens of eyes stared at him as if wanting to record every word from his mouth and engrave it into their minds. This must be the Uchiha clan's ultimate secret. He looked around and spoke. Actually, there's no secret. The reason I'm so strong is entirely because every day after school, I train in taijutsu beyond my limits with my close friend, Might Guy. The classroom fell into a deathly silence for 3 seconds. Then sounds of gasping arose one after another. Dozens of eyes simultaneously shifted away from Yi. Like high-powered searchlights, they precisely locked onto Mei Tokai in the front row. At that moment, everyone's expression screamed, what kind of hidden boss is this guy? Mei Tokai, sitting in the front row, heard the word best friend from Yes' mouth. His whole body was struck by lightning, stiffening rigidly in his seat. He sharply turned his head, his eyes instantly turning red with suppressed emotion. Hot tears fell like broken beads, and a long shiny strand of mucus trailed from his nose. Yi. You. I really. Kai was so excited he couldn't speak properly. His hands gripping the back of the chair tightly moved beyond words. This is the bond of youth. He spread his arms, lifting his butt off the seat, about to leap onto the desk and roar across the classroom. He naturally pulled his right hand out of his pocket and gently pressed it downward toward Kai. Keep a low profile, Kai. Kai shuddered and obediently sat back down. But his tears couldn't be stopped, silently streaming down, his fists clenched tightly. This interaction, seen by the whole class, instantly completed a seamless and astonishing closed loop. He had trained with Kai, which was how he could dominate the genius Kakashi with one hand. So just how strong was Mei Tokai's taijutsu? So that's how it is. A civilian freshman in the front row muttered in sudden realization. With Kai's devilish training volume, even a Chunin probably couldn't withstand a single punch. Right? No wonder Obito was kicked flying. Another student realized, so it's not that Obito is too weak, but that Kai, this hidden boss, is too strong. How could a Uchiha genius be that weak? He just ran into a tough opponent. Just back in his seat, Obito listened to this sudden realization and understanding from those around him. The color on his face changed from red to purple, finally turning into a liver-like purple. What do you mean it's not that Obito is weak? What do you mean Kai is too strong so it's normal? I've really seen it all. I really wanted to show off. So me being one-shot by a kick is supposed to be taken for granted. Who the hell needs this kind of sympathy? Obito's hands gripped the edge of the desk tightly, his nails almost digging into the wood. Ding. Break defense value from Uchiha Obito 777. The system notification sound rustled in his mind. He felt extremely comfortable. At that moment, a gnashing voice suddenly emerged from the back row. You only followed him to the training ground for extra practice yesterday evening for the first time. Kakashi sharply raised his head, his perpetually lifeless eyes filled with anger. You only trained for a day? You're lying. The discussion in the classroom stopped abruptly. Everyone's gaze turned back to Uchiha Yi. Asuma even thought to himself, the day before yesterday, you were chasing me all over the village with a red brick. When did you have time for daily extra practice? Facing the public challenge, Yi showed no panic for half a second. Instead, he went with the flow and slammed his right hand on the desk. Bang! The loud noise startled the entire class. Yes' eyes blazed as he scanned the room and roared with full energy. That's right. I've only trained with him for one day. He suddenly stretched out his hand, pointing straight at Kakashi in the back row, his tone impassioned. In just one day, I can beat the so-called genius Kakashi with one hand. He looked at the civilian freshman with a disappointed, yet urging expression, his highly provocative voice directly pouring into everyone's ears. Did you hear that? Even a genius like Kakashi knows to practice swinging his sword in his sleep, and I in just one day can trample him under my feet. You all, what excuse do you have not to work hard? As soon as the words left his mouth, it was like throwing a detonating talisman into an oil drum. The eyes of all the civilian freshmen instantly lit up. One day, in just one day, he could crush a genius. What if he trained with Kai for a month? What about a whole year of grinding? Yi is right. A civilian freshman stood up directly, his face flushed. I'm not going home after school today. I'm going to the training ground to practice more. Count me in. I'm going to grind with Kai. Youth cannot be wasted. Senior Kai, accept me as your disciple. In just half a minute, the entire classroom turned into a fervent pyramid scheme scene. Kai in the front row was crying like a waterfall, his whole body radiating a passionate light that seemed to burn the training ground. All the civilians vowed to grind like mad. Even Gang Xian opened his mouth and couldn't say a word for a long time. Only Kakashi cowered in his seat, watching these brainwashed classmates shaking with anger. Ding. Approval value from Mei Tokai 999. Ding. Break defense value from Chimu Kakashi 888. Ding. Break defense value from Uchiha Obito 666. Ding. Break defense value from Gang Xian 444. He listened to the notification sounds in his mind, his face unchanged as he sat back in his seat. Only one word in his heart: awesome. At the same time, in the center of my village, the Hokage building. Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind a large desk. The crystal ball on the desk was dim, but before him lay a file, just delivered urgently. The seal was broken. Hiruzen held a pipe in his mouth, the ember flickering among the tobacco. He scanned line by line the combat evaluation submitted by Gang Xian. Uchiha Yi, 6 years old. Single Tomo Sharingan has awakened. Taijutsu assessment peak, Jinin. Combat performance suppressed. Chimu Kakashi with one hand, extreme humiliation with cat's cradle, no ninjutsu used throughout. Hiruzen's hand holding the pipe paused in midair, a wisp of blue smoke rising from the mouthpiece. He stared at that line for a full 10 seconds. 6 years old. Single Tomo. In the history of the Uchiha clan, geniuses who awakened at this age could be counted on one hand. The crystal ball could only show the surface, but this solid evaluation confirmed his guess. This kid is a little monster with mature mind, ruthless methods, and never plays by the rules. Most importantly, he doesn't put on airs of a noble clan. Not only is he willing to mix with civilians, but he is also adept at stirring up their emotions. Hiruzen slowly closed the file and tapped his pipe on the ashtray. He exhaled a thick puff of white smoke, blurring his wrinkled old face. The rift between the Uchiha clan and the higher-ups was growing wider. The village urgently needed a piece that could stabilize the Uchiha Hawks and lean toward the Hokage faction. He looked up toward the direction of the ninja school, his eyes unfathomable. What an excellent seedling. This little one must be won over. At any cost. Under my root base. In a sunless dark chamber, only a dim oil lamp cast flickering shadows on the stone walls. An ANBU ninja wearing a fox mask as a dark shadow knelt on one knee, holding a scroll high above his head with both hands. Lord Danzo, this is a copy of intelligence just intercepted from the Hokage building. The ANBU ninja's voice was completely flat. This was the first time Danzo had placed an extremely covert spy in the upper echelons of ANBU, directly intercepting a top-secret file intended for the Hokage. Shimura Danzo sat upright on a large stone chair, half his face hidden in shadow. He grabbed the scroll and unrolled it. You may withdraw. Under the dim candlelight, Danzo rapidly scanned the writing. When his eyes stopped on the lines, awakened Sharingan at age 6, and crushed the son of White Fang with one hand, an extremely cold, killing intent erupted. That weakling Hiruzen. Danzo's voice squeezed through his teeth. He actually harbors unrealistic illusions about such a glaring seedling. The Uchiha are an inherently evil clan. Bang! The scroll was slammed heavily onto the stone table, raising a layer of accumulated dust. Since you can't bring yourself to do it, then let Root eliminate the tumor for my. Danzo slowly stood up, the flickering firelight reflected in his eyes like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. In the Uchiha clan's territory, the high-level conference hall, the atmosphere is tense, stifling to the extreme. The long wooden table is filled with stern-faced clan elders sitting upright. The flickering candlelight casts elongated and heavy shadows of each person. At the head of the table, the clan leader Uchiha Fugaku holds a teacup, slowly skimming off the froth. His movements are neither rushed nor slow, resembling someone savoring tea, yet also reflecting on the undercurrents in the room. The first person on his left, the hawkish elder, Uchiha Shana, has both hands tucked into his wide sleeves, his eyes slightly closed. Before him lies a proposal regarding the expansion of the security team's budget. He clears his throat, preparing to challenge Fugaku. Bang! The heavy wooden door is pushed open. Uchiha Jonin Yaohua, not even bothering to take off his shoes, rushes into the hall, drenched in sweat, his chest heaving violently. The muddy footprints drag from the entrance to the table. The elder's previously closed eyes snap open, his brows tightly knitted, and his bony palm slams heavily on the table. Uchiha Yaohua, this is a high-level clan meeting. Your reckless intrusion, without any decorum, is utterly disgraceful. Yaohua pays no heed to the elder's reprimand. His eyes are bloodshot, voice cracking with excitement. Clan leader, elder, something major has happened. Just now, during the practical class at the Ninja Academy, our clan's newcomer Uchiha Yi publicly revealed his Sharingan with a single tomo, and he single-handedly crushed White Fang's son Hatake Kakashi. Clatter! The teacup Fugaku was about to bring to his lips suddenly shakes violently. Scalding tea spills directly onto his pants embroidered with the clan's fan emblem. But he doesn't even have time to wipe it, his usually composed eyes wide in shock. The entire conference room erupts into chaos. The previously icy elders exchange glances, gasping in disbelief. Someone immediately stands up, the legs of the chair scraping loudly against the floor. 6 years old. Single tomo. How is that even possible? The last genius of our clan to awaken at 6 was 30 years ago. He single-handedly defeated White Fang's son. That is the bloodline of Hatake Sakumo. Amidst the incredulity and fervor sweeping through the crowd, the elder remains surprisingly calm. He tucks his hands back into his sleeves, sitting up straight. He even lets out a scoff, lifting his chin slightly, adopting the demeanor of a mastermind who is everything. Several radical high-level members gaze at the elder's, expression of fervent admiration rising in their eyes. Even in the face of a mountain collapse, his demeanor remains unchanged. Truly, the elder is impressive. Could it be this extraordinary genius who has emerged is his secret weapon cultivated in the shadows? The elder enjoys the surrounding reverent gazes, nodding slightly, appearing at ease. However, in the next moment, his body slyly leans 2 inches to the right. With the cover of his wide sleeves, his bony fingers grab the corner of a trusted high-level member's clothing. The elder lowers his voice, speaking in a hurried and somewhat guilty tone that only the two can hear. Hey, who is this Uchiha Yi? The trusted member's expression instantly freezes in shock. He glances at the elder as if seeing an alien, his lips trembling as he stutters an answer. Elder, Yi is a distant relative's orphan. His parents died in a mission. He is currently the most gifted prodigy among this new generation. You didn't know? The elder's eyelids twitch violently. His face stiffens for half a second. Yet having held a high position for decades, his thick skin has long surpassed human limits. Half a second later, the elder suddenly stands up, waving his sleeves dramatically. His booming voice drowns out all discussions in the hall. This is precisely the result I have been anticipating. The elder, with a steady heart and no change in complexion, forcibly raises his voice, leaning on the table, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone present. Uchiha, you have brought great honor to our Uchiha clan. Such extraordinary talent must immediately be met with unreserved resource support from the clan. He is the future blade of our Uchiha clan. The elder becomes increasingly animated, leaving his seat and striding to the end of the long table. He suddenly raises his bony right fist high, his voice echoing violently against the conference room's ceiling. He is the future blade of our Uchiha clan. The elder becomes increasingly animated, leaving his seat and striding to the end of the long table. He suddenly raises, the words ignite the elders and many envious members who kick their chairs aside and stand up. They follow the elder, raising their right fists and shouting fervently. Let the Uchiha clan become great once again. The roar nearly lifts the roof off. Amidst this fanatical wave, only Fugaku at the head of the table sets down his empty teacup. He watches the elder, whose face is filled with excitement and madness, slowly wiping the water stains off his pants with a towel, his eyes dark and inscrutable. A 6-year-old orphan with Sharingan. He single-handedly crushed the son of White Fang. More critically, the intelligence relayed that Yi has actively befriended commoners from outside the clan. These pieces of information connect, leading Fugaku to consider a possibility that fills him with both relief and extreme vigilance. At 5 in the afternoon, the setting sun casts its glow over the Ninja Academy's playground. As the school bell rings, Might Guy dashes straight to Yes' desk. His eyes brim with tears, fists clenched tightly, his voice trembling violently. "My dear friend, to not let down your incredible feat of crushing Kakashi in just one day." Guy shouts loudly, tears streaming down his face. "Shall we continue our physical training tonight?" He steadily packs his bag, shoving his notebook inside. He nods without hesitation. "Of course, let's practice." Guy's tears flow uncontrollably, touched to the point of almost performing a one-handed handstand on the spot. Just as the two step out of the classroom's back door, preparing to leave side by side, two figures block their path from either side. Obito stands with his hands on his hips, gritting his teeth, staring at Yi. His expression screams, "I absolutely cannot be outdone by that arrogant Kakashi." With his neck stretched, he shouts stubbornly and loudly, "Count me in. I want to train too." However, the subtext is clearly written on his face. "What nonsense. I awakened my Sharingan last night too. How can I let you steal the spotlight in front of the whole class? I must roll back in." At that moment, a timid head peeks out from beside Obito. Asuma Sarutobi, with 3 band-aids on his face and slightly wobbly legs, cautiously approaches. He gazes at Yi with an adoring look akin to that of a devoted disciple, his voice extremely humble. "Big brother." Asuma speaks respectfully, "From now on you are my brother. Count me in, I want to join too." Yi halts, looking at the bizarre combination of 4 before him. One is a human-shaped spotlight and a passionate fool. Another is the Uchiha pure love warrior who was just kicked into a pig's head. The last is the Hokage's son who has developed severe Stockholm syndrome from a brick to the head. Yes' smile cannot be suppressed at all. There's no need for him to painstakingly knock them out one by one. 3 high-quality leaks that can continuously yield massive combat power and recognition are lining up to offer themselves. If he doesn't squeeze them dry, it would be a disservice to the system's cultivation. Yi cheerfully waves his hand, putting his arms around Obito and Asuma's shoulders. "No problem. Tonight the 4 of us will fully enjoy our youth." The setting sun stretches the shadows of the 4 youths long. The twilight glow spread across the long steps outside the Ninja Academy gate, casting 4 shadows of varying lengths. Yi Kai-Dai-Tu and Asima. This oddly composed training squad had just stepped out of the school gate. Ahead, 2 Chunin from Konoha walked toward them, arm in arm, swaying unsteadily. Their green vests hung open, and the strong stench of alcohol mingled with sweat, and the sour reek of cheap sake drifted into the nostrils with the breeze. They had clearly gone straight to an izakaya after their mission. Their eyes were glazed, and they were half drunk. One of them scanned the crowd and fixed his gaze on Kai, who wore a green leotard. The man halted abruptly, then elbowed his companion, his voice loud enough to be heard half a street away. "Yo, isn't that the useless son of Maite Dai, the eternal Genin?" The Chunin raised his hand, pointing at Kai's nose, laughing hysterically. Dressed as disgusting as his old man, a big green toad turned into a monster. "It's hilarious." The other took a swig from the gourd, belched, and chimed in, "Exactly. If I had a father who'd been a genin his whole life, I'd have banged my head on a tofu block and died. How can he still have the face to loaf around the village every day?" Asima frowned, and Dai-Tu's brows shot up. Both clenched their fists, about to explode. But Kai acted as if nothing had happened, his head slightly lowered, shoulders tense to the breaking point, fists clenched tightly at his sides. His nails nearly dug into his flesh, knuckles cracking. Without a word, he turned sideways and reached out to tug Ye's sleeve, preparing to slip past. "Let's go, Yi," Kai said softly, though the effort to suppress his trembling was evident. "Dad taught me that the passion of youth is never meant to deal with such boring taunts." Kai could endure it, but Yi had no intention of enduring it at all. He stopped in his tracks, brushed aside Kai's arm with his hand, and walked leisurely with his hands in his pockets toward the 2 Chunin. He halted, tilted his head slightly upward, expressionless. "Apologize." 2 words, flat and crisp, without any fluctuation. The Chunin, whose face was flushed red from drink, was taken aback. He looked down at this newly enrolled academy student who barely reached his waist, as if scrutinizing an idiot. "Did I hear that right?" The Chunin grinned, revealing yellowed teeth. "You little brat, still wet behind the ears, how dare you make us?" Before he could finish, in an instant the pure black in Ye's eyes faded, replaced by a crimson red that filled his sockets. A single tomo swirled wildly in his pupils, a killing intent abruptly emerging. With the explosive power of a peak genin, abundant chakra, and the enhancement of the Sharingan, Ye's body left an afterimage as it shot forward from its spot. No hand seals, no useless words. He leaped into the air. His right fist tore through the air, producing a dull sonic boom. Boom. The knuckles struck the slightly drunk Chunin's chin squarely and precisely. The loud crack of bone splitting echoed across the quiet school gate, horrifyingly clear. The Chunin didn't even have time to grunt. His body weighing over 130 Jin lifted off the ground, flipping 2.5 times in midair like a broken kite with a severed string. With a loud crash, he landed headfirst into a dumpster 10 meters away, overturning 3 slop buckets, his back of the head banging hard against the rim of a wooden barrel. He immediately rolled his eyes, showing no struggle, and fell completely still. Dai-Tu and Asima stood on the steps, their eyes nearly popping out as they drew a sharp breath in unison. One punch. Instant kill. This was a fully grown Chunin. Ding. Shock value from Uchiha Dai-Tu 333. Ding. Shock value from Yuan Fei Asima 444. The remaining Chunin was jolted, completely awake as the alcohol haze vanished, his pupils contracting violently. You little brat. You're asking for death. He roared, spreading his legs into a horse stance, raising his hands rapidly to form hand seals. But he never got the chance. Bullying my best friend. Unforgivable. Kai's eyes reddened as he let out a roar that pierced the cloud. The green figure shot out like a cannonball, executing a perfect Konoha whirlwind. His right leg swept viciously toward the opponent's lower body with a gust of wind. The Chunin, greatly alarmed, abandoned the seals and had to leap up to dodge. But while he was in midair, his escape routes were completely blocked by 2 figures. Dai-Tu and Asima were also fired up, blood rushing to their heads. Who cared if he was a Chunin? Since Brother Yi had already struck, anyone who backed down now was a coward. Yi stood still, his eyes locked onto the midair Chunin, seeing through every muscle contraction and forced trajectory. 3 steps to the left, lower body empty. Yi coldly announced the position. As soon as the words left his mouth, he closed in and delivered a precise kick to the opponent's abdomen, instantly breaking his center of gravity. Immediately after Kai's heavy punch, Dai-Tu's elbow strike and Asima's sweep leg rained down like a storm. Boom. Smack. Thud. The poor Chunin had just landed without even a chance to adjust his balance and was immediately engulfed in a ruthless Foreman righteous gang beating. In the chaotic street brawl, Yi weaved around, delivering finishing blows. Kai focused on dealing damage and breaking defense, while Dai-Tu and Asima pinned down the opponent's arms from left and right. The Chunin was beaten without any resistance, curled up on the ground with bruises and swelling covering his head in agony. Even his fingers, which he tried to form seals with, were stomped red by Asima. Ding. Approval value from Maite Kai 999. Ding. Approval value from Uchiha Dai-Tu 999. Ding. Approval value from Yuan Fei Asima 999. Yi listened to the incoming sounds in his mind, his face expressionless. This round was a huge profit. Passers-by and students who had finished their classes stopped to watch the crowd growing larger. Exclamations erupted, and someone seeing the situation was bad hurried off to call the police. In less than 3 minutes, a series of rapid, orderly footsteps approached from afar. A squad of ninjas in Konoha military police uniforms pushed through the crowd and stormed into the scene. The Uchiha clan crest embroidered on their chests stood out prominently under the setting sun. The squad leader, Uchiha Yoru, scanned the mess on the ground. He then looked at one hanging in the dumpster and another rolling on the ground, clutching his head, his face turning ashen. Stop! Yoru pressed his hand on the hilt of his ninja sword and strode forward, shouting sternly. How dare you engage in a group fight at the Ninja Academy gate? You even beat up Chunin of the village. This is lawlessness. Arrest these troublemaking brats, all of them. The onlookers gasped. Dai-Tu's face turned green and Asima's legs went weak. Win and go to jail, lose and go to the hospital. That was the iron rule of the ninja world. Asima was even considering whether to invoke his father, the Hokage's name, to intimidate them. 2 police squad members walked forward, expressionlessly holding iron handcuffs. Just as the handcuffs were about to be placed, he dusted off his hands and turned around unhurriedly. He looked straight at the squad leader, a slight surprise on his face. Huh, Yi drawled. Isn't this Brother Yoru? Uchiha Yoru frowned deeply and looked closely. When he recognized Ye's face and those slowly fading single Tomo Sharingan eyes, he too froze. Just an hour ago at the high-level meeting. The elder slammed the table, his roar spraying spit all over everyone, still echoing in his ears. Uchiha Yi is the future blade of our clan. All clan resources will be directed to him. Absolute protection. Moreover, even before Yi entered the Ninja Academy, he often visited the police squad, addressing everyone as brother or uncle while asking questions. Sweet-tongued and polite, which elder in the clan wouldn't adore this sensible little genius? Yoru had often guided him in shuriken training and cherished him dearly. With all these factors combined, Yoru's originally cold, infernal judge-like face underwent an extreme Sichuan opera face-changing act in 0.1 seconds. 1 second, he was an iron-faced judge. The next, he became a friendly big brother. He abruptly slapped away the handcuffs that his subordinate was offering. Ah! Yoru exclaimed, stepping over to Yi and patting his head. So it's Yi. What happened here? Did you hurt your hand? The crowd fell instantly silent. Even the Chunin on the ground forgot to wail. He spread his hands and pointed at the 2 on the ground, his tone flat. These two insulted my friend for no reason, so we exercise self-defense. What is it, brother? Is it illegal? Are you going to arrest me? Should I go back with you and stay a few days? Hey. Yahoo was taken aback. Arrest you? The elder would skin me alive overnight. Yahoo suddenly straightened up, his face instantly shifting to one of righteous indignation. He waved his hand grandly and declared resoundingly, hey, what law is broken? No, it is illegal. But they are the ones who broke the law. Picking a fight in public. What you did was righteous bravery. Upholding Konoha's righteousness. Then Yahoo spoke in an extraordinarily gentle voice to soothe them. You, for have been startled. Go about your business. The moment the words left his lips, the captain of the guard spun around abruptly. The warm spring breeze vanished without a trace, his face instantly shifting into the fearsome visage of a merciless demon. He strode over to the Chunin curled up on the ground, lifted his leather boot, and stamped heavily onto the man's back. What audacity! Yahoo's voice rang out as he pointed at the Chunin on the ground, roaring with fury. As a Chunin of my, how dare you deliberately harm a student from the village right on the street? You must be tired of living. Men, shackle him with heavy iron chains. Take him straight to the prison and interrogate him thoroughly. I strongly suspect they are spies sent by other nations. The two Chunin, upon hearing this twisted verdict, were stunned and enraged. Gasping with fury, they rolled their eyes and coughed up blood, then fell completely unconscious. Daitu and Asama stood aside, swallowing hard. Asama, being the son of the Hokage, had always believed that wielding privilege required a low-key art. But today he was utterly dumbfounded. The Uchiha clan's protective antics were blatantly arrogant to the they twisted black into white without even drafting a lie. What kind of outrageous status did Uchiha hold in this clan? The farce came to an end. After the guard escorted the prisoners away in a grand manner, the four-person squad headed straight to the training ground. After this battle, Kai's fighting spirit was fully ignited. He immediately entered strict mentor mode to live up to the bond and protection he has given us. Today's training volume will be doubled. Under the setting sun, Kai first assigned Daitu and Asama a hellish physical endurance test. After gauging their foundations, he promptly handed out 2 training plans that would make anyone shed layers of skin. Daitu eager to humiliate Kakashi in front of everyone the next day, and Asama determined not to let down Big Brother, yes, nurturing care. Clenched their teeth and swallowed their pride, sweating profusely on the training ground, screaming like dogs in exhaustion. Yi, relying on his peak genin physique, kept up with the pace effortlessly. Unbeknownst to them, the sky had darkened. The streets on the edge of Mai were silent except for the chirping of insects. The 4 of them, walking on their hands with legs in the air, somehow moved from the bustling district all the way to an abandoned dirt road outside the village where not even a street lamp existed. The surroundings were pitch black, no light, and the road was potholed, covered with rubble and weeds. Daitu, supporting himself on his hands, felt the stones digging painfully into his palms. He was about to warn the others to be careful not to sprain their wrists, when Kai, who was leading, suddenly exerted force in his arms, executing a nimble backflip and landing steadily. My friend, it's time to use that artifact of youth. In the darkness, Kai's voice was solemn and fervent. Under Daitu and Asama's bewildered gazes, Kai reached into the ninja tool pouch at his waist. With an almost reverent motion, as if holding some sacred relic, he slowly pulled out a piece of cloth. In their sight, Kai decisively pulled the glowing green underwear up and smoothly slipped it over his jumpsuit. The moment it was on, a burst of wild fluorescent green exploded. The green light illuminated an area of dozens of meters of beam, shooting straight into the night sky like a searchlight. Every vein on the grass blades was vividly clear. The 2 unsuspecting souls were hit with a faceful of green light, their pupils shrinking. This image shattered all normal human cognition. Their arms gave way. Asama's wrist instantly lost strength, and his shoulder slammed into the mud with a thud. He didn't even bother to get up, lying on his side looking up at Maite Kai, who stood with hands on his hips, transformed into a human searchlight. Daitu's brain short-circuited, Asama's worldview crumbled. Both thought simultaneously, have I stumbled into some kind of cult? What the hell is this outfit? Wearing underwear outside is bad enough, but it glows green. This is too blinding. Daitu stood bewildered, his lips trembling. He imagined himself wearing that thing and felt nauseous. If Lin ever saw him like that, he might as well just smash his head into a block of tofu. Asama swallowed hard, frantically thinking of backing out. He, the son of the Hokage, walking on his hands with a lunatic in the wilderness at midnight. This was a disgrace to his legacy. He listened to the incoming notifications in his mind, his expression unchanged, and even helpfully reminded Asama, don't lock your elbow joints while walking on your hands, you'll hurt your ligaments. Asama was speechless. Big brother, do you think I'm worried about ligaments right now? Ahead, Kai was completely unaware of the shattered Dao hearts behind him. Forward. Youth Brooks, no hesitation. Kai bellowed with a full voice, his arms churning, kicking up a He alternated his hands, his peak genin dual core drive not even breaking a sweat. His palms moved over the rough ground, as if on flat ground, using the searchlight ahead to push forward smoothly. Dai-Tu and Isama could only grit their teeth and hold on. By the green light, the first 50 meters were barely manageable, but Kai's pace grew faster. The two, already drained on the training ground, were now hanging on by a thread. Arm muscles twitching madly, they panted heavily. But the distance kept widening. 20 meters. 50 meters. The light ahead shrunk rapidly from a searchlight to a firefly, and finally, to just a green dot. They were plunged into endless darkness. The moonless night was silent. With their vision gone, the pain in their bodies doubled. SSS. Dai-Tu, caught off guard, slapped his hand onto a sharp piece of gravel. His palm stung, and he winced, quickly switching hands. But his left hand landed right on a spiky, dry burr, drawing blood from his thumb. He hurriedly switched to his right hand. Splat. He slapped right onto some unknown object. Dai-Tu completely cracked. Oh damn. Wait. Isama was about to reply when his right hand plunged straight into a mud puddle. They wanted to call for Kai to stop, but their pride kept the words stuck in their throats. On one side was maintaining their dignity as normal people, on the other was suffering in the dark. Finally, Dai-Tu collapsed to his knees, his arms sore and numb to the point of numbness. Humiliation. Utter humiliation. He came here to get stronger, and on the first day, he ended up touching something indescribable in the wilderness. But the image of Kakaxi's condescending dead fish eyes flashed in his mind. If he fell behind tonight, you would definitely mock him as a loser in front of everyone tomorrow. Dai-Tu couldn't hold out. He yelled into the darkness with all his might. Kai. Stop. You bastard, stop. The sprinting green light screeched to a halt. Kai supported himself on one hand, flipped over, stood up, and quickly jogged back. He gave a perfect thumbs up behind him, his white teeth gleaming in the fluorescent green light. Dai-Tu. Is the flame of youth burning too fiercely and need a rest? Dai-Tu crawled closer with trembling arms. He swallowed hard, crushed his last shred of pride, and stammered through clenched teeth. That glowing thing you're wearing. Do you have any extra? The moment those words left his mouth, Dai-Tu felt his soul had been irreparably tainted. Beside him, Isama nodded frantically from the mud. Better to be blinded than to grope in the dark and eat dirt. Huh. Kai threw his head back and laughed. This artifact of youth was custom-made for me by my friend Yi. Wanna wear it? You'll have to ask Yi. Dai-Tu and Isama stiffened, turning their heads mechanically. 3 meters away, Yi had long since stopped walking on his hands. He stood with his hands in his pockets, eyeing the two mud figures with the amused gaze of someone watching monkeys. You want it? Yi slowly reached into his ninja tool pouch and flipped his wrist. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 bolts of green light flared up, casting a sickly green glow on their faces. Yi held 2 pairs of underwear, dangling them in the air with a ghostly sway. What, you two want to embrace this dazzling youth? Yi dangled 2 fluorescent green underpants in the air, swaying them lightly. The green light cast a sickly pallor upon Obito's and Asuma's faces. Obito stared at the 2 glowing orbs, his atoms apple-bobbing hard. He glanced at the fathomless darkness ahead, then back at the cursed items in Yes' hand. For the sake of showing off tomorrow, and to avoid touching anything unspeakably grotesque again. Here goes nothing. Gritting his teeth, he reached down to pull them on. Hold on. Asuma suddenly darted over and clamped his hand around Obito's wrist. Asuma's face turned grave. He pointed at the Uchiha clan emblem on Obito's back, his voice quivering. Obito, are you sure you want to wear that, while bearing the Uchiha crest? Obito froze instantly. His mind went blank. With a violent shudder, he instinctively craned his neck to look at his back, then let his gaze slide to the Sarutobi clan's subtle pattern on Asuma's collar. They locked eyes. The air congealed for half a second. If anyone saw the Uchiha prodigy and the Hokage's son doing handstands in glowing green underwear out in the wilderness, that would be a disgrace on par with clan annihilation. No words were needed. Consensus struck instantly. Off, they said in unison. Their movements were wild and swift. Obito tore off his jacket and stuffed it into a roadside bush. Asuma went further, stripping even his inner robe embroidered with the Sarutobi crest, leaving only a thin white undershirt. Then, eyes closed like men marching to their deaths, they resolutely pulled the glowing underwear up from their feet. Virum, virum. The instant they put them on, 2 raging green pillars of light erupted, shooting straight into the sky. The bushes and rubble within 20 meters were illuminated in stark detail. The blinding green glare was so intense that even the crickets in the grass were startled into silence. The 3 glowing green figures standing side by side in the wilds delivered a visual shock that shattered the very baseline of human aesthetics. Obito glanced down at himself, and his pupils constricted. A white undershirt paired with fluorescent green underwear. This image was 10,000 times more nauseating than getting kicked by Guy on the training ground earlier today. What an eyesore. Asuma's lips trembled violently. His expression could no longer be described as mere pain. The son of the Hokage, now crowned with a green glow, looked like a cheap night lamp stuck by the roadside. Yi stood 3 paces away, hands in his pockets, leisurely admiring this masterpiece of an era. He snapped his fingers in satisfaction. This haul was well worth it. Ding. Breakdown points from Uchiha Obito, 888. Ding. Breakdown points from Sarutobi Asuma, 777. The system panel numbers flew shame, driving the breakdown points skyward. Let's go, Yi said, lifting his chin. Youth waits for no one. Obito clenched his teeth and roared, let's go. Guy led the way, and the 3 glowing figures filed out. Obito and Asuma ground their molars as they flipped over, planted their hands on the ground, and resumed their handstand position. This time the view was completely unobstructed, every obstacle lay bare. Bathed in blinding green light, the 2 sped away through the darkness, hurrying to catch up with Guy and Yi ahead. The night grew deeper. On a desolate alley at the edge of Konoha village, a genin in a kimono was staggering along, scraping against the wall. Shimura Rinji, a main branch member, had spent half a lifetime without making chunin. He ranked low in ninjutsu, but his background, his cousin Shimura Danzo's name, could terrify half of Konoha in the shadows. Relying on that connection, he had been embezzling freely from the logistics department, amassing enough wealth to secretly buy a private villa outside the village and keep a mistress. Now he belched, reeking of cheap sake. Returned to the clan compound. Not a chance. That old hag would only nag. Tonight his mistress awaited him. Muscles relaxed. Release. At that instant, whoosh. A wild green streak slashed across the alley entrance. Mike Guy was doing a handstand sprint, looking like a... All was silent, and not a soul in sight. Without a care, he loosened his belt, hummed a tuneless song, and leaned against the wall, just getting ready. Muscles relaxed. Release. At that instant, whoosh. A wild green streak slashed across the alley entrance. Mike Guy was doing a handstand sprint, looking like a green meteor skimming the ground. The piercing green light instantly turned the dark alley into broad daylight, painting Rinji's old face a sickly green. Rinji's entire body gave a violent jerk. The flood about to break was forcibly dammed back into the reservoir, his bladder cramped in spasm. Dazed, he clutched his pants, shrinking against the wall as his eyes nearly bulged out. Well, what the hell? Did Konoha's streetlights gain sentience? He rubbed his bloodshot eyes and peered out the alley. Empty. Not even a cat. Drunk. Definitely drunk. Rinji cursed, slapping his forehead, turned back, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and began to compose himself again. Shush, shush, shush. A rapid rustling sound approached from the darkness. Then 2 even more blinding green beams of light blasted out from the alley entrance. Obito and Asuma were sprinting full speed in handstands. The 2 green lights merged, their brightness rivaling a flare, slamming into Rinji's face from every angle. Rinji's legs gave way, he collapsed to the ground, his drunkenness half scared away. He stared blankly at the 2 glowing green ghosts approaching upside down. His mouth hung open, but not a single sound came out. His worldview lay shattered. Obito and Asuma were also startled. They quickly flipped back to their feet. Looking closely, they saw a man on the ground with his pants half undone, his face twisted in terror, a perverted drunkard. Obito's heart leaped to his throat. Asuma broke out in cold sweat. In the dead of night, in the middle of nowhere, doing handstands in glowing underwear. If this drunkard recognized them, tomorrow's headlines would blare the Hokage's son and the Uchiha boy's perverse hobby. Who could handle that? They absolutely could not let him recognize them. Their eyes met, and agreement was instant. Asuma stepped forward, decisively planted his feet, and clasped his hands together. Obito pushed off the ground and planted his right foot firmly in Asuma's palms. Go! Asuma thrust upward with all his strength, launching Obito into the air. Midair, he became an enormous oppressive green light source. Fueled by guilty fury, Obito straightened his right leg and drove a flying kick straight into Rinji's face. Rinji looked up. The giant green orb swelled rapidly before his eyes. His forehead turned green from the glow. Bam! The kick landed squarely on Rinji's forehead, knocking his eyes white as he collapsed into the mud motionless. Obito landed smoothly and dusted off his hands. Asuma checked for a breath, still alive, then stood and smoothed his hair. The 2 began to rehearse their story with dead seriousness. Self-defense. Obito's face was stern. Punishing public urination, keeping Konoha clean, everyone's duty. Asuma nodded vigorously. Everything they did was righteous, definitely not, because they were afraid of being recognized. Winds up, let's scram. Obito muttered. They flipped into handstands again, 2 green lights glowing, and hurriedly sped away from the scene to catch up with it. The alley fell silent again. After an unknown amount of time, Jisuan Rinja groaned as he crawled up from the muddy ground. Clutching his face swollen like a pig's head, he hissed in pain. No mistake. Absolutely no mistake. Tonight Mai is definitely haunted by a sinister green light ghost, and this ghost even deliberately strikes when people are relieving themselves. He staggered to his feet and scrambled along the wall toward a nearby private residence. Pushing open the half-shut, unlatched courtyard gate, Rinja was about to call out his lover's name, his hand just touching the doorframe, when he suddenly stopped. The inner room's light was on, and two overlapping silhouettes were cast on the window lattice. A series of breathless, impassioned moans and dialogue from a man and woman drifted distinctly into the courtyard on the night breeze. "You devil, take it easy. He won't suddenly show up, will he?" The woman's voice was coquettish. The man's voice came with a teasing laugh. "Relax. That old bastard never comes at this hour. He's definitely at home getting scolded by that old hag. Let's continue." Bang! Rinja's hand slid off the doorframe. Those two words directly fried Ji-Cun Rinja CPU. The expression on his face shifted from shock and fury to blankness, and from blankness to something extremely complex, something beyond the realm of human emotion. A heavy kick aimed squarely at the face. Rinja's pupils trembled violently. He had an epiphany. There were no ghosts. A heavy kick aimed squarely at the face. Rinja's pupils trembled violently. He had an epiphany. There were no ghosts in this world. This was clearly the green light god manifesting. The deity used the most direct green light to slap my face, plus a big smack to kick me awake, just to remind me that I was cuckolded. 3 seconds later, Ji-Cun Rinja's legs gave way, and with a thud, he fell straight to his knees on the cold stone slab. Ignoring the adulterous couple inside, he abruptly turned around facing the alley entrance, the direction where the 3 green lights had vanished, and kowtowed devoutly with a heavy bang. His forehead struck the stone slab with a dull sound. "Thank you, green light god, for enlightening me." Ji-Cun Rinja's tears streamed down his wrinkled face, and he wept with heartfelt emotion. "This believer has awakened. I've awakened completely." The next morning, beneath Dai Tu's eyes hung 2 dark circles from last night's exhaustive activities, but he was full of energy. He stood ramrod straight, striding closely beside Yi like a loyal little sidekick. His mouth chattered, incessantly reciting last night's handstand training insights like a mantra. Grumble. Yes, stomach uncooperatively let out a sound. "Detour. Let's go to the dessert street ahead and buy some 3-colored dumplings to tide us over." Yi unceremoniously changed direction. Dai Tu nodded repeatedly without any objection. He now obeyed, yes, every word. Just as they turned the corner, the road ahead was packed with villagers watching a commotion. Outside a messy shop, a drunkard was being held down on the muddy ground by 2 my security team members with his arms twisted behind his back. The drunkard was none other than Ji-Cun Rinja. He reeked of strong sake mixed with a pungent sour water smell. The right side of his face badly swollen. Dried blood still clung to the corner of his mouth. "Why are you arresting me?" Rinja strained his neck, struggling desperately and howling madly. "I'm not crazy. Beating that shameless adulterous pair was in accordance with heaven's will. The green light god has performed a miracle. The green light illuminated my forehead. That was divine will." Hearing this, Dai Tu shuddered violently. He quickly retreated behind, Yi guiltily hunching his shoulders, his eyes darting around. Yi, expression unchanged, took a bite of the freshly bought grilled rice cake and watched with keen interest. A security team member stepped forward, grabbed Rinja's hair to examine him closely, then leaned in to whisper a report to the squadron leader, Uchiha Yoru. "Captain, I know this old guy. He's a member of the Ji-Cun family, always skimming off the logistics department." Hearing the words Ji-Cun family, Yihua's eyebrows shot up sharply. The open rivalry between the Uchiha clan and Tuanzang's faction had long been no secret. Now that such a perfect handle had been delivered to him, Yihua would be doing his uniform a disservice if he showed any leniency. Ji-Cun family. That makes it even more necessary to arrest him. Yihua waved his hand grandly, his voice like a resonant bell. Openly promoting a cult, causing trouble in the street, and assaulting villagers. Detain this madman and the couple inside, and send them to our Uchiha prison for strict custody. The iron chains clanked loudly. The 3 were locked together and marched away with a clatter. Dai Tu hid behind the crowd, swallowing hard, his mouth wide enough to stuff in an entire lamppost. "My goodness." His voice trembled. One casual kick last night directly kicked off an annual adultery drama. Not only did it expose the affair, but it also legitimately sent Tuanzang's henchmen into the Uchiha prison for free room and board. Without even turning his head, Yi bit into the grilled rice cake, his tone utterly casual. "Calm down. This is called accumulating virtue and good deeds, a karma cycle. Dai Tu, you are a person blessed with great fortune." Ding. Shock value from Uchiha Dai Tu 30 seconds before the bell, the 2 finished buying the dumplings and stepped through the classroom door of Class 1, a year 1, right on time. The buzzing noise abruptly ceased. Dozens of eyes fell squarely on Yi and Dai Tu, their gazes too complex to describe in words. There was resentment, accusation, and a silent cry of, "You lunatics ruined my childhood." The tragic spectacle of last night's wilderness training had been witnessed by many classmates who hadn't yet gone. Mai Tai Kai's wild roar on the playground, combined with Yes Daytime's speech about the king of grinding, completely cornered those slack students. They had thought Ye's claim of crushing geniuses one-handed in a day was just bluffing, but they never expected these lunatics to be serious. Early this morning, several civilian students in the front row had dark circles under their eyes. At least a dozen freshmen crawled to school with their limbs aching and twisted. Some were rubbing their cramped wrists, others massaging their sore thighs. Yi ignored these stares, walked expressionlessly to his seat in the back row, and sat down. In his mind, the familiar prompt sound began to flood the screen. Ding. Mental breakdown value from Shi Rihong, 122. Ding. Mental breakdown value from Sun Nai E Bai Shi, 111. Ding. Mental breakdown value from Jing, Een, 88. Ding. Mental breakdown value from Fei Zhu Qing, Ting, 77. Scattered, but abundant and satisfying. Without lifting a finger, a wave of emotion points rolled unsteadily. Gang Ziyun with a stern face walked to the podium carrying a thick lesson plan. He swept his gaze across the silent classroom, pausing for 2 seconds on Yi. He took a deep breath and spoke in an extremely restrained tone. Yu Zhiboy, yes, spirit of hard training is worthy of the whole class study. After saying that, Gang Ziyun immediately turned around and picked up a piece of chalk to write, stubbornly refusing to add another word, cutting off the topic with extreme abruptness. According to past practice, after a teacher praised a student, they would surely ask the student to come up and share their experience. But Gang Ziyun had learned his lesson. Last time he let you share it directly, turned the whole class into a pyramid scheme scene. Now he just wanted to survive peacefully until the break, giving that scheming little brat no chance to open his mouth and cause trouble. The timeline rewinds to last night. In the backyard of the Hokage residence, the thick wooden dummy had been snapped in two with wood chips scattered all over the ground. Kakashi gripped the white light short sword with both hands, panting heavily as sweat dripped down his silver hair, each drop striking the soil beneath his feet. Having had all his pride shattered by Yes mere flower rope during the day for the first time, he did not practice alone, but stood outside his father Hitachi Sakomo's door. Please, guide me in real combat. Kakashi's face was stiff, and in those deadfish eyes was a stubbornness unbefitting his age. Hitachi Sakomo stood under the eaves watching that small figure, many tender words lodged in his throat, unable to utter a single one. Other children his age were still chasing and playing, but Kakashi, like a little adult, bore all the victories and defeats on his frail shoulders. If possible, Sakomo wished Kakashi didn't have to bear such pressure. Sakomo silently drew the short sword from his back, walked down the steps to the center of the yard, and soon the clang of metal blades colliding echoed far away. Again, Sakomo received Kakashi's attack, which was heavier by a few degrees, his heart filled with shock. That little fellow named Uchiha Yi. What method did he use to drive his always proud son to such a If there was a chance, he must meet this Uchiha genius. The scene cuts back to the classroom. The camera returns to the classroom, where time flies in a morbidly competitive atmosphere. Stimulated by the two madmen, Yi and Might Guy, class 1 of Year 1 fell into a collective, irreversible frenzy. No one dared to pass notes during class. The bell for break was the horn for training. Everyone was either practicing hand seals at their desks or doing weighted squats by the window. Piles of textbooks borrowed from senior students even stacked up on the windowsill. Even Obito had changed. To surpass Kakashi in the final exam, he slogged through theory during the day and practiced horse stance at night, while memorizing chakra extraction principles. After a few weeks, his academic scores soared, and he could always answer teachers' questions fluently. He raised his hand even more often than Guy shouted, "Youth," and even Gang Zian looked at him with new respect. He sat at the back watching this scene of collective madness, a faint smile flickering on his lips. He only needed to show up at the playground on time for devilish sparring with Guy. The rest of the anxiety would take care of itself. The balance on the system panel steadily increased at a rate of 2 to 3,000 points per day. Soon the final exam arrived. In the classroom, there was a pre-battle atmosphere of killing intent. Obito sat in his seat, full of confidence. With the amount of practice questions he had done recently, he could write out last year's exam paper from memory 3 times without issue. If he could just surpass Kakashi in the written exam, he would be able to hold his head high before the whole class. Obito took a deep breath, unzipped his ninja tool pouch, and prepared to take out his stationery. His fingers searched the pouch, kunai, shuriken, exploding tags, bandages. His face gradually turned pale, because he alone did not feel the brush that should be there. Obito's movement stopped, and cold sweat burst from his forehead. He simply turned the entire tool pouch upside down, iron tools clattering onto the desk, but still no brush appeared. Damn, I forgot the brush. It's over, everything's over. Sweat beads grew larger on his forehead, and Obito was so anxious he nearly messed up his hair. He turned his head and whispered to Yi for help. "Yi, save me, do you have an extra brush? I forgot mine, lend me." He found it both amusing and exasperating. He remembered how this kid had mocked him at the start of the term for not bringing ninja tools to class. How quickly karma had arrived. Yi slowly turned his head, looked at Obito's face that was about to cry, and broke into a huge grin. His mind tapped into the system space, and that top-tier piece of junk lying in the corner for a long time finally had its moment to shine. Exclusive Brush Gold Gilt limited edition that always leaks ink. The ink carries a durian stench that lasts 10 days. Yes, Yi replied and reached his right hand into the drawer pretending to fumble around. When he took it out again, there was a brush entirely gilded with gold, quite ornate in design between his fingers. The handle was carved with intricate patterns reflecting a soft golden light in the sunlight. The last one lent it to you. Yi handed the brush over. Obito's gaze was firmly fixed on that brush. He carefully cupped the gilded brush with both hands, looking at its exquisite body, moved to the point of a stuffy nose and hot eyes. At this fate-deciding moment, Yi was willing to lend him such a precious brush. This is truly a brother from... Obito gripped the brush handle, nodded heavily, his face full of solemnity. Yi, thank you so much. To live up to this brush of yours, I will absolutely not fail today. Yi withdrew his hand, then turned and sat down in the corner of the classroom. At that moment, the proctor walked to the podium carrying a stack of sealed exam papers, his voice steady. This is the last exam after its summer break begins. I hope everyone answers carefully. Now distribute the papers. The seals were broken and white papers smelling of ink were passed from the front row backward. Obito received the paper and scanned the first 5 multiple-choice questions. They were all within the scope of the outline he had memorized last night. The recent devilish grind in the abandoned wilderness had not only honed his physical strength, but also dramatically improved his memory for theoretical knowledge. Obito felt his mind exceptionally clear and the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. The first big question, basic distribution chart of chakra meridians. He had written it from memory 7 times. The second big question, the historical evolution of Konoha and the founding philosophy of the first Hokage. He had just memorized it before bed last night. The third big question, differences and application scenarios of the 3 basic nature transformations. Guy had quizzed him during handstand training, and he got every word correct. All correct. Damn, all correct. Obito simply closed his eyes. Not because he couldn't write, but because he knew it too well. Answers automatically surged from his mind. He filled in the blanks purely by muscle memory, writing blind, 3 times faster than with eyes open. The scene in his mind had already switched to the day of the final awards ceremony. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood on the high platform and read out his name. First place in the whole grade, Uchiha Obito. All the teachers and students turned to look at him. In the front of the crowd, Rin held the report card, her eyes full of stars. She trotted over, clasped her hands together, and gazed at him with eyes full of admiration. Obito, you're amazing. And all he had to do was tilt his head slightly and reply in a casual tone. It's okay, I didn't really study much. Behind him, that show-off Kakashi could only shrink in a dark corner, gnashing his teeth, but helpless. Perfect. Obito, with eyes closed, couldn't hide the smile on his face. Just as Obito was composing the second paragraph of his acceptance speech, a smell crept into his nostrils. No, not a smell. It was a heavy cannon. A rich, sharp, unbearably layered stench laced with a hint of cloying sweetness and irritation pierced his nostrils and slammed into his skull. Obito twitched his nose in confusion. The stench did not dissipate, but grew stronger. He reflexively snapped his eyes open. On the originally pristine white answer area of the paper, a pool of black ink was now spreading at the center. The multiple-choice answers he had just written, and the first 3 essay responses had been completely engulfed. Even the outlines of the characters were invisible. Obito's brain crashed for a full 2 seconds. He abruptly raised his right hand. The tip of that gilded brush was hanging, a large ink droplet about to fall. No. No. Obito panicked, cold sweat pouring out. He instinctively tried to lift the brush away from the paper. But due to extreme tension, his arm muscles stiffened and the force from his wrist went completely in the wrong direction. Not only did the brush tip not leave the paper, but it jabbed back heavily. This poke fully activated the hidden attribute of that gilded brush, opening the gates of hell. The ink erupted uncontrollably from the tip of the brush like a floodgate unleashed. The dark liquid blatantly defied the laws of physics, gushing forth as if the brush were connected to an otherworldly ink factory. In an instant, the exam paper was thoroughly soaked, the black liquid swiftly spreading across the surface, even dripping down the edge of the desk with a drip-drip sound. Simultaneously, the concentrated rotting sweetness of the durian-like stench exploded in that very moment. Like an invisible biochemical weapon, it instantly engulfed the entire sealed classroom. Ding. Damage value from Uchiha Obito 999. Ding. Damage value from Uchiha Obito 999. Obito's breath halted for a moment, his mind filled with a single thought: rescue. It was imperative to rescue. He grabbed a corner of the paper and swung his arm wildly in the air, trying to fling off the accumulated ink. Unbeknownst to him, he had performed an act that would go down in the annals of ninja school history. Ink droplets detached from the soaked paper, spraying outwards in all directions around Obito. In the front row, Uchiha Tetsuhan was contentedly putting down his brush, sighing in relief. The final major question, a comprehensive discussion on ninjutsu principles, was worth 30 points. He had spent a full 40 minutes meticulously writing each step of the derivation process in the answer area. To ensure a neat layout, he had deliberately compressed the line spacing, making the paper so orderly that it could be framed and hung on the wall. Tetsuhan flexed his sore wrist, admiring his masterpiece, and rarely showed a hint of a smile. He didn't care about being first in the grade, but this flawless answer sheet would certainly not disgrace the Uchiha clan. At that moment, a fist-sized blob of foul-smelling black ink splat landed in the center of the final. The ink splattered and blurred, instantly swallowing the most crucial steps into a black hole, leaving no blank space on the paper that could be salvaged. Tetsuhan looked down at his paper. His expression went through 4 stages. First second, confusion. Second denial. Third second, confirmation. Fourth second, all the blood rushed to his head, and his rationality was completely shattered. Tetsuhan suddenly turned around. Obito was standing there holding a piece of paper that no longer resembled its original color, his face and hands covered in ink helplessly rooted to the spot. Uchiha. Obito. Tetsuhan forced these words through clenched teeth. His hands gripped the edge of the desk tightly, veins bulging around his eyes, the whites of his eyes instantly bloodshot. A flash of crimson surged deep within his pupils, nearly triggering his Sharingan on the spot. Ding. Damage value from Uchiha Tetsuhan, 999. Of course it wasn't over yet. On the left side of the front row, Yui Kurenai was checking for typos when a drop of black ink landed on the tip of her nose, the stench hitting her like a wall. She dropped her pen, tightly covering her mouth and nose, her stomach churning violently. Each second of exposure brought dry heaves, and tears flowed uncontrollably. On her right, Marino Ibiki had also been splattered with a dozen or so black spots on his paper. His fierce face turned purple as he trembled, fanning himself with his palm, only making the stench more potent. For the Inuzuka clan's newcomer with an acute sense of smell, this was even more devastating. The first boy rolled his eyes and fainted, his head thudding against the desk. The second boy didn't even have time to struggle before slumping over in his chair. Meanwhile, Inuzuka paused, barely held on for 3 seconds, flailing on the desk before kicking his legs and falling backwards. Even the ninja puppy at her feet flipped onto its back, frothing at the mouth, completely losing consciousness. The entire classroom was instantly thrown into chaos, desperate wails rising and falling. Ding. Damage value from Yui Kurenai, 666. Ding. Damage value from Marino Ibiki, 777. Ding. Damage value from Inuzuka, pause, 999. Tetsuhan could no longer suppress himself, kicking his chair aside and standing up, raising his right hand as he glared at the proctor teacher at the podium. Ding. Damage value from Inuzuka, pause, 999. Tetsuhan could no longer suppress himself, kicking his chair aside and standing. His gaze fell on Tetsuhan's paper, which was already in a state of disarray. The balance between upholding justice and the Indo-Fire bonus for Class 2 waged a battle in his mind for less than a second. He straightened his face, his voice serious. Rejected. There is no precedent for changing exam papers in ninja school. In the battlefield, you wouldn't ask the enemy for a redo just because your ninja tools were damaged. He straightened his face, his voice serious. Rejected. There is no precedent for changing exam papers in ninja school. In the battlefield, you wouldn't ask the enemy for a redo. Then I request to have him removed. He severely disrupted the order of the examination room. The handlebar mustache teacher's gaze swept over Obito, then over the disheveled students in Class 1, and his heart beamed with joy. Getting rid of the source of pollution. Dream on. Let this biochemical weapon wreak havoc for a while longer, and Class 2 would be the ones to reap the rewards of first place. He pressed his hands on the podium, pretending to ponder for a moment before raising his hand and striking the blackboard heavily. Rejected. The handlebar mustache teacher's voice grew even more severe. Anything can happen on the battlefield: poison gas, fog, and the enemy's treachery, which you cannot guard against. As a ninja, you must adapt to any extreme situation, anticipate abnormalities, and protect your own information. This is part of the exam itself. The exam continues. Any further disturbances will result in a score of 0 for all involved. Upon hearing this, the entire class fell silent, leaving only the sound of suppressed breaths and grinding teeth. Ding. Damage value from Uchiha Tetsuhan, 888. Ding. Damage value from Yui Kurenai, 666. In the last row by the window, Yoru sat upright. Within the first 5 minutes of the exam, he had completed all the questions using his own brush. At this moment, he rested his chin on one hand, leisurely observing the human tragedy triggered by a single pen. Listening to the proctor teacher's lengthy discourse, Yoru silently gave a thumbs up to the teacher in his heart. This line of reasoning was impeccable. Hadn't he already anticipated and prepared for the situation? His classmates just weren't attentive enough. If they had been as perceptive as he was, this disaster could have been avoided. Yoru turned his attention back to the system panel, watching the constantly fluctuating values, feeling quite pleased. Obito's performance was indeed unparalleled in Konoha. True masters never need to get their hands dirty. Meanwhile, within the teacher's office, all was serene. Class 1's head teacher Steel Zune was lounging with his legs crossed, his left hand holding a freshly brewed Konoha spring tea, its fragrance wafting gently. In his right hand, he savored the red bean cake his wife had made in the morning, feeling utterly content. A physical education teacher passing by with a lunchbox gave Steel Zune a thumbs up. Steel Zune, your Class 1 is definitely securing first place in the grade this year, right? The head teacher of Class 3 at the opposite table smiled and leaned over, his words tinged with a sour note. Of course, Steel-sensei. With those promising students in your class practicing so hard lately, how could this year's new students lose honor? We're all waiting to see you collect your bonus at the end of the year. Steel Zune took a sip of tea, allowing the warm liquid to glide down his throat. He struggled to suppress the upward curve of his lips, putting on a humble demeanor and repeatedly waving his hands. Nothing is ever so absolute. The kids are just being impulsive. Besides, in exams, one never knows if there will be any unexpected errors. It still depends on how they perform today. But in his heart he thought, unexpected? What a load of nonsense. Life doesn't offer that many surprises if first place is already in my grasp. Steel Zune was very clear that victory was assured. He set down his teacup, reclining comfortably in his chair, closing his eyes. The examination room for Class 1 must be orderly and receiving good news by now. My name is Obito. I never expected to rank first in the class. On the podium, Gang Zune held a nearly blackened paper, his expression a kaleidoscope of emotions. Obito, you truly are my lucky star. The next second his voice shot up as he roared at the entire class. Uchiha Obito 0 points, dead last in the entire class. Ding. Uchiha Obito's mental breakdown value, 999. By the rear window, he rested his cheek on one hand, listening to the crisp 999 in his mind. A smile he couldn't suppress tugging at his lips. Jackpot. With this massive influx from Obito combined with a whole year of relentless academic warfare and constant collapses from the class, the numbers on the system panel finally crossed a milestone. Balance 1003,770. 7 digits, 1 million. He stared at the dazzling figure, inwardly reveling in sheer ecstasy. This final exam was an absolute masterpiece for harvesting mental breakdown points. The yield was simply overwhelming. He even rubbed his chin, contemplating writing an anonymous 1,000-word suggestion letter to the Ninja Academy principal, ardently advocating for the implementation of weekly quizzes and monthly exams as an advanced educational philosophy, keeping the children occupied. As the classroom erupted in laughter at Obito's expense, he closed his eyes and sank his consciousness into the system space. The advanced lottery interface blazed with golden light, ostentatiously flashy. The bold red text at the bottom stood out: million-level advanced, 10 consecutive draws. Cost 1 points, guaranteed legendary item. All in. With a thought, the million points instantly vanished. The system interface exploded with golden radiance notifications flooding the entire screen. Obtained Uzumaki Clan Constitution Permanent Binding, significantly enhanced vitality and recovery speed. Obtained 2 Tomo Sharingan Painless Advancement from original 1 Tomo. Obtained Master Level 3 Basic Jutsu Transformation, Jutsu Clone Jutsu, Substitution Jutsu. Obtained Mind Reading Card, one-time concept item. Upon contact, reads the target's current true thoughts. Destroyed after use. Obtained 10 Tails Chakra Fragment. 3 tails cannot be used until all fragments are collected. Obtain ninja boots that automatically tie shoelaces into a dead knot. 10 obtained short sword that always gets caught when parried. 10 obtained whistle that only produces swona sounds no matter how blown. 10 obtained brush that automatically corrects handwriting into polite language. 10 obtained voice changer that makes others think you're barking when you speak. 10 He paused for a moment at the short sword. This was a concept grade item, but his focus remained on the top 5 premium rewards. Fused. As the command left his lips, a wave of warmth surged from his heart, instantly flooding his entire body. His bones crackled like beans in a pan, shattered and reshaped by a force both gentle and domineering. Every muscle fiber, every nerve underwent a rebirth under the baptism of this life energy. Then an intense coolness spread through his eyes. Within his jet-black pupils, a second Tomo materialized out of nowhere, shimmering in tandem with the first, rotating slowly into place. The entire world was instantly dismantled and slowed before his eyes, rendered with piercing clarity. All the hand signs and muscle memory for the Master Level 3 Basic Jutsu became ingrained in his mind like instinct. He clenched his fist, feeling the earth-shaking transformation within, and let out a long breath of turbid air, utterly refreshed. At this moment, he was no longer just a fledgling Ninja Academy student. As for the final 10 Tails Chakra Fragment, he glanced at it and rolled his eyes internally. Shameless system pulling a collectible card game, trick huh? 9 fragments to collect before activation. How is this any different from the old supermarket promotions where you collect cards for a grand prize that never comes? Dingling. The dismissal bell rang, heralding the start of summer vacation. Before the bell had even fully faded, Mike Guy kicked his chair aside, striding over to Yes' seat with momentum. His hands clenched into fists, his eyes blazing, as if engulfed in raging fire. He roared with fervent passion. Yi, the term is over. Aren't we going to kick off a youthful summer hell training regimen right away? At least double the training volume. Faced with this tireless grind monster, Yi calmly raised a hand to pacify him. Of course, but I have some personal matters to attend to first. When the time is right, I'll find you on the training ground. Guy nodded emphatically, utterly compliant, his eyes starting to glisten. This is what they call bonds. They'll be waiting for you doing handstands on the training ground. As Guy dashed out of the classroom, Asuma, pinching his nose, sidled over. His gaze locked onto the lingering, odorous zero-score paper in Obito's hand. He retreated a step in disgust. Good grief, Obito just tossed that thing already. It reeks. I don't know how Gang-sensei managed to grade that paper without being knocked out cold. He's lucky to be alive. Obito's already shattered Dao heart suffered a second devastating blow. Ding. Mental breakdown value from Uchiha Obito 666. Obito bit his lip, but the tears head held back finally spilled over, rolling down his cheeks. He yelled, his voice choked with sobs, "Stop scolding me. Please just stop." Then he turned his head, staring at Yi with a gaze mixed with grievance and accusation, unblinking. That look clearly said, "What kind of pin did you give me?" Yet that wretched pin was something Head begged for himself. No way to shift the blame. Obito's mood was 100 times worse than swallowing a fly. Yi, expression unchanged, ignored Obito and turned his gaze to Kakashi, who was approaching with his backpack. Throughout the entire year of academy life, no matter how frantically Kakashi trained, whenever he faced Yi in practical combat, the outcome was always the same: getting ground into the dirt with one hand. Once he even blindfolded himself. Over time, Kakashi had a complete awakening and chose to give up. As long as he didn't treat Uchiha Yi as a human benchmark, he remained undeniably the top genius of the class. After letting go of that rivalry, the once hostile tension between them dissipated. Occasionally, Yi would casually toss him a sweet cake Head swindled from Obito, and Kakashi would silently catch and eat it. Their relationship had become surprisingly civil. "Kakashi," he called out to him, speaking naturally. "Is your father at home these days? I've hit a bit of a bottleneck and wanted to ask Uncle Tsukumo for some advice on practical sword techniques." Kakashi stopped, turned around, and stared at Yi for 2 seconds with his signature deadfish eyes. After a moment of thought, he said, "Probably not in the coming days." Kakashi's voice was as flat as ever. "My father told me yesterday had accepted a mission set to depart very. He's making final preparations for his ninja tools. That might be a while before he returns." Depart on a mission. Those words struck Yes' ears, and his heart skipped a beat. The timeline lined up. In the original story, Konoha's White Fang Hatake Tsukumo took on its rank top-secret mission concerning the village's future at this very moment. It was precisely because he chose to save his comrades during that mission resulting in failure that he eventually faced the village's condemnation and scorn, ultimately drawing his blade to end his own life. The main storyline, which he had endured for an entire year, had finally arrived. The gears of destiny had begun. Hearing the phrase "father is preparing his tools before the mission" made Yes' heart skip a beat. Once the mission commenced, there were only a few short days left before this leaf hero would fall from grace and take his own life. Without hesitation, he reached out and clamped his hand on Kakashi's shoulder. His other hand casually patted Obito, who was still lamenting over his 0-point paper, and kicked Asuma, who was gagging and holding his nose. "Let's go. Since it's the first day of vacation, my buddies and I will visit your house. I just happen to want to seek some advice from Uncle Shimo." Kakashi shrugged dismissively, unable to shake him off. He rolled his eyes dramatically, but still did not voice his desire to chase them away. The 4 of them pushed and shoved their way to the Hatake residence. From afar, he could see the plain wooden door wide open. On the porch, Hatake Shimo was dressed in a faded home kimono with his sleeves casually rolled up. He held a chipped wooden ladle, leisurely watering the short pine trees on the porch. Humming a slightly off-key tune, the water splashed onto the green leaves. This serene scene hardly resembled the infamous White Fang of the Leaf, who had once carved a bloody path through the ninja world, leaving the scorpion an orphan. Hearing the commotion, Shimo looked up. The moment he saw Kakashi walking in front, his expression softened. His gaze then drifted past his son to the 3 other boys behind him, whose appearances were quite abstract. Shimo paused in his watering, put down the ladle, and couldn't suppress the smile creeping onto his face. "You're back." He looked at Yi, his tone warm, laced with the characteristic teasing of an elder. "You, you little rascal, are here again. Kakashi has been well taken care of at school, hasn't he?" The emphasis on "take care" was unmistakable. Kakashi turned his head expressionlessly, visibly reddening around the ears. Shimo understood fully. The previous Kakashi had been a genius burdened with social awkwardness. However, ever since he was pushed down into the mud and rubbed around by Uchiha Yi, this kid not only chose not to graduate early, but also learned to face his peers, and even endure Obito's goofy antics. As a father, Shumo felt nothing but gratitude towards Yi. Yi quickly withdrew his hand from his pocket, waving it repeatedly, smiling innocently. Not at all, we help each other out as classmates. Uncle Shumo, I actually came here to ask for your guidance on swordsmanship. Shumo laughed, shaking his head. You Uchiha clan's sword techniques have been passed down for 100 years with moves that are sharp and lethal. Do you really need my guidance? Forget it, let's head to the backyard. The sunlight filtered through the tree canopy, casting light on the wood chips in the Hokage family's backyard. The sturdy wooden training dummy had already been replaced with a brand new one. On the weapon rack lay several wooden swords of different specifications. Shumo picked one of moderate weight and tossed it to Yi, then stepped to the edge of the training area, crossing his arms. Come on, show me what you need guidance on. Yi caught the wooden sword with one hand, weighted, and suddenly exerted force with his feet, lowering his body slightly. In the instant he swung the sword, his skeletal and muscular structure synchronized their power. His form zipped like lightning as he delivered the first strike, a standard Uchiha slash. The blade carved a menacing downward arc, targeting the junction of the neck and shoulder with a deadly intent passed down through generations. Then the momentum shifted abruptly. In the last moment before exhausting his strength, Yi's elbow pulled in at an incredibly odd angle. The wooden sword instantly altered its trajectory, stabbing directly at the throat of the wooden dummy in midair. No unnecessary movements, it was clean and decisive. This was the Hokage style's direct thrust. Two completely different killing techniques were being forcibly switched in the same person's hands. Though the transitions were somewhat awkward, the lethal intent aimed at the vital points sent chills down one's spine. The spectators were instantly in uproar. Obito's mouth formed an O shape, while the apple Asuma held fell to the ground with a soft thud. To their eyes, this strike was both swift and ruthless, completely beyond their expectations. But Kakashi, standing at the front, widened his eyes in shock, gripping the seams of his pants tightly. He was far too familiar with this. That final thrust was clearly the Hokage family's short knife technique, which he had been corrected on countless times during nightly practice with his father. He had only received a few tips from his father, yet he had extrapolated the power techniques and directly integrated them into the Uchiha framework. This was undoubtedly an outrageous amalgamation. The lightness on Shumo's face dissipated, and his gaze sharpened instantly. He understood Yi's intentions. He wanted to break apart the Uchiha slashing techniques and the Hokage's close combat thrusts and recompose them into a new style that delivered fatal strikes without retreat. Kakashi, you three pay close attention. Shumo barked, drawing a wooden sword from the weapon rack. He stepped forward, instantly entering Yi's attack range. Just resembling the form is not enough. The essence of swordsmanship is to deliver death, not merely to stitch together techniques. The wooden sword swept through the air with a sharp whoosh. With 3 cunning diagonal slashes, he sealed off all of Yi's escape routes. The force was precisely controlled at the critical point of not quite lethal, but guaranteed to make you howl in pain. Shumo was applying extreme pressure, forcing Yi to expose the flaws of his Bodis instincts. Bang! Yi gripped the hilt tightly, bracing himself against Shumo's slash. He was jolted back 2 steps, his palms tingling. In the face of the overwhelming power of the White Fang, the Uzumaki clan's physique within Yi was activated in an instant. A surge of vitality coursed violently through his veins. Torn muscle tissue was rapidly repaired, and the tingling in his palms subsided in the blink of an eye. His nervous reaction speed had been forcibly elevated to a new level. Crack! Bang! Crack! The 2 unsharpened wooden swords clashed furiously in the backyard, producing piercing, muffled sounds. Obito swallowed hard, unable to use his Sharingan. He could no longer keep up with the blurred images of Yi's sword swings. Asuma stood nearby, feeling breathless, just watching the spectacle. Kakashi remained silent, his gaze locked on the blades of the 2 fighters. The more Shumo fought, the more alarmed he became. This 6-year-old brat not only withstood his relentless pressure, but each time he was pushed back and charged again, the traces of the 2 techniques merged would diminish. This kid truly was a genius. The intense sparring lasted a full 10 minutes. Seizing the opportunity, Shumo slashed at the back of Yi's sword and retreated 3 meters, standing still with his sword retracted. That's enough for today. Shumo looked at Yi for the first time, dropping the teasing tone of an elder, offering an extremely positive evaluation. Your approach is correct. To withstand this level of sparring, your physical condition is truly impressive. The 2 styles complement each other, and once perfected, their power will undoubtedly surpass any single sword technique. However, there's a long way to go. What you need to focus on next is to streamline the unnecessary power movements. Yi smoothly planted the wooden sword into the ground. He wiped the sweat from his face with his sleeve, looking at Shumo with bright eyes. Even with the support of the Uzumaki physique, he was starting to feel a bit tired. but he estimated that in less than 10 minutes he would be fully recharged. Thank you, Uncle Shumo, for your guidance. When you return, I will definitely master this sword technique. By the way, I heard from Kakashi that you are going on a mission. What kind of mission is it? I also want to go outside the village to earn some commissions. It's so boring just staying in the village. Shumo smiled helplessly and glanced at his son. He put the wooden sword back on the rack, responding with a carefully measured answer. Haha, you're still young. Children shouldn't pry into adult missions. Once you graduate, there will be plenty of missions waiting for you. Just at that moment, as Shumo laughed it off, Yes' right hand tucked into his pocket had quietly pinched a card as thin as a cicada's wing. Shumo casually brought up the topic of leaving the village. He casually pulled off the white towel from the wooden post and tossed it to Yi. Wipe off your sweat, don't catch a cold. Yi caught the towel, effortlessly smiling innocently. In the moment their fingers crossed, the mind-reading card hidden in the gap between Shuomo's fingers transformed into a beam of white light and silently entered Shuomo's body. Shumo remained oblivious, even bending down to pat Yi on the shoulder. A message panel popped up on Yi's retina. An extremely massive classified piece of intelligence directly flooded into his brain. This contained the highest level of secrets regarding Shuomo's mission. Mission destination: the mountainous border between the land of fire and the land of earth, the 7th concealed stronghold. Core objective: infiltrate and completely destroy the underground warehouse where large-scale explosive tags are secretly constructed in Yan'an village. Mission level S. Estimated warehouse capacity: strategic level bombing supplies covering the entire front line. Departure time: 3 days later at dawn. Routes, personnel configuration, terrain features, and Yan'an patrol frequency were all meticulously detailed. This was a complete strategic blueprint repeatedly simulated by an elite ninja before departure. Now it lay in Yi's mind without a single word missed. Yi wiped his face haphazardly with the towel, covering the thoughts hidden in his eyes. The warehouse's capacity was even more staggering than he had anticipated, reaching a strategic level. Yi's mind raced quickly, linking his past memories with the intelligence. If this batch of supplies was not destroyed, the Third Shinobi World War would erupt in full force, and the Konoha ninjas would face overwhelming saturation bombing of explosive tags from Yan'an on the battlefield of the land of Earth. The casualty rate would undoubtedly skyrocket. Everything aligned perfectly. If Shuomo were to abandon such a high-level mission to save his comrades. If this batch of supplies was not destroyed, the Third Shinobi World War would erupt in full force, and the Konoha ninjas would face overwhelming saturation bombing of explosive tags from Yan'an on the... This was the underlying logic behind the villagers' collective outrage in the original work, where they accused the hero with fervent hostility. Yi put down the towel and smiled brightly. Thank you, Uncle Shumo. Once you're done, I'll come by to seek your guidance. Shumo waved his hand with a smile. Yi waved goodbye to Kakashi, Obito, and Asuma. Then I'll head back first. Enjoy your summer vacation. The four stepped out of the Hokage residence. As the door slowly closed, the innocence on Yi's face vanished in an instant. He lagged at the end of the group, hands in pockets, his expression serious. With Shuomo's strength as Konoha's white fang and his high tactical acumen, even if unexpected events occurred during the mission that required saving comrades, it wouldn't result in a total defeat unless someone had sold the operation route to Yan'an in advance, setting up traps along essential routes to force the infiltration mission into a deadlock. More critically, the subsequent storm of public opinion. The anger of Konoha's villagers fermented too quickly and uniformly. Such a public sentiment that could precisely ignite the entire village's hatred and push a peak powerhouse to the brink of suicide was definitely not a natural outcome. Someone was manipulating events from the shadows. Someone with the ability and motive to silently control both Konoha's upper echelons and the emotions of the common people. There was only one possibility. He lifted his head, his gaze crossing over the bustling street, looking towards the shadow behind the Hokage building. At the same time, deep underground in Konoha, in the root base, in a dark stone chamber, Shimura Danzo's half-face was hidden in the shadows where the candlelight could not reach. In front of him, a root ninja wearing a raccoon mask knelt on one knee, his back arched. Codename Rain. Danzo raised his right hand, rhythmically tapping his wooden cane on the stone floor. Tap, tap, tap. Rain. Shuomo's preparations have been completed, and he will depart for the land of Earth border at dawn in 3 days. The voice was devoid of any inflection. Danzo flipped his wrist, drawing out a black classified parchment from his sleeve, and tossed it directly onto the stone table in front of Rain. This is the marching route and assault plan for the White Fang squad. Take it, bypass the outer dark sentries of Konoha, and deliver it to the frontline command of Yan'an without leaving a trace. The moment this blatant treasonous order was issued, the air instantly froze. Rain's pupils constricted violently, and the Adam's apple under the mask rolled with difficulty. As a Konoha ninja, the education and instincts he received from a young age made him resistant to actions that betrayed the village's top combat strength. even though he was a root dead man. Lord Danzo this. Rain raised his head, attempting to break the silence. The 5 words barely escaped his lips. Danzo's gaze coldly swept over. There was no fluctuation of chakra, but the palpable killing intent locked directly onto Rain's throat. Rain's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. Enough. Danzo observed Rain's hesitation, withdrew his gaze, his tone, even carrying a hint of feigned concern. You don't seem well today, go rest for 2 days. Rain felt a wave of relief, lowering his head with his fists on the ground, preparing to rise and leave. Just as his knees were about to lift off the stone slab, the wind stirred. Danzo's figure vanished from the stone chair and appeared directly behind him. In the darkness, a bony hand transformed into a hand blade, accurately striking Rain's neck from above. A dull sound of bone colliding echoed in the stone chamber. Rain couldn't even let out a grunt. His body went limp, collapsing straight onto the cold stone slab. Danzo stood beside the fallen Rain. He took out a white handkerchief from his wide sleeve and leisurely wiped away the dust that had accumulated on his fingertips. Clap, clap, 2 crisp claps. With a swoosh, 2 shadows wearing different masks suddenly appeared in the darkness, kneeling on one knee before Danzo. Codenames Heaven and Earth. Danzo casually tossed the handkerchief onto Rain's face. He pointed at the black scroll on the ground with his cane and looked at Heaven. The scroll, take it to Yanin. Immediately. Yes. Heaven picked up the scroll and vanished in an instant. Danzo then pointed his cane at Rain on the ground, looking at Earth. He has developed impurities in his thoughts and is no longer pure. Take him away and reprocess his brainwashing. Earth said nothing, hoisting Rain and disappearing into the depths of the corridor. The dark chamber fell silent once more. Danzo turned around, walked to the wall, raised his head, and stared intently at the carvings of the past Hokage on the stone wall. Finally stopping at the face of the third Hokage, his withered lips murmured, releasing a chilling whisper. The cane creaked in his grip. Shuamao, your reputation is too high, so high that it has draped you in the Hokage's half-sleeve. But the weight of that clothing is something you cannot bear. The voice squeezed out between his teeth. Now that Konoha is in turmoil, the village does not need an uncontrolled hero. Konoha only needs a single son for the greater good of this village. You must disappear. As evening descended, the setting sun's afterglow spread across the rooftops of the Uchiha clan, dyeing the sky crimson. He stepped through the gate of the clan, walking along the main street, stepping on the elongated shadow he cast. He was acutely aware of the current situation, with enemies lurking in the shadows and their power immensely vast. Yanin would definitely deploy heavy troops to lay a web of traps, coupled with the root dead men secretly launching surprise attacks. This level deadlock was exceedingly perilous. His current physical body was only 7 years old. Even with the Uzumaki clan's extraordinary physique and the dual Tomo Sharingan providing a significant chakra reserve and explosive power beyond that of a typical Chunin, it was still not enough. To intervene in the battlefield at the border where Umbu and elite Jonin gathered and rush to the front lines single-handedly would mean certain death for him. If he wanted to interfere with White Fang's mission to save Shamao and seize the opportunity to trigger a major upheaval at the top, he needed to leverage external help. He needed strong reinforcements. Ideally those with superlative combat power, highly protective personalities who acted illogically and were impulsive enough to create chaos. Among the entire Konoha, the group that best fits this description was none other than the Uchiha clan. Yes, gaze darted back and forth across the clan compound. At the street corner, a familiar figure was emerging from the security force headquarters. Uchiha Noi, captain of the security force, a solid triple Tomo Jonin. A few days ago, right at the Ninja Academy entrance, he had forcefully pinned a gang assault on a Chunin and thrown him into prison, the ultimate protector of his own. He instantly switched his expression, pulling out a brilliant sunshine-like smile as he trotted over. Yes' voice was crisp and loud, his tone extremely affectionate. No, he was unbuckling his ninja sword from his waist, rolling his neck to loosen his muscles, wondering where to grab a few drinks. Hearing the call, he instinctively turned around. Seeing it was his perpetually stern, devilish face instantly melted, blooming into a grin like a chrysanthemum. This was the prodigy who had awakened a single Tomo in combat class, crushed Kakashi, and was cherished by the elder and the entire high command as the apple of their eye. Well, if it isn't the future light of our Uchiha. No, he strode over, crouched down in one swift motion, and covered Yes' head with his broad hand, tousling it roughly. His tone was incredibly indulgent. What? Little genius just got on break, and instead of resting at home, you come looking for your big brother. Want me to give you some private lessons? He planted his hands on his hips and thumped his chest loudly, brimming with confidence. Tell me, hit a bottleneck in training. The security force has been patrolling with nothing to do lately. Come on. They'll take you to the clan's most secret training ground and show you real Uchiha fire release. Faced with this triple Tomo Jonin ready to skip work and teach everything, you didn't cheer. Instead, he shook his head in an exceptionally obedient manner. He stepped forward, extended 2 fingers, and gently tugged at the hem of Nohi's clan garment embroidered with the fan crest. He glanced left and right like a thief. After confirming no one was around, he stood on tiptoe and leaned close to Nohi. "No, brother Nohi. I don't want to train in the village." He spoke slowly, each word deliberate. "I want to ask you to take me outside the village for training." The surroundings were eerily quiet, the setting sun like blood. Hearing this, Nohi looked down at the kid who barely reached his waist and froze for a full 3 seconds. Then he threw his head back and roared with laughter. "Ha ha ha, what a guy." Nohi laughed so hard, he couldn't straighten up. The laughter startled a few crows off the telephone poles. Passing Uchiha clan members glanced at the hot-tempered captain and quickly hurried away, heads down. "Kid, you've got some wild ambition." Nohi mercilessly tousled Yes hair into a bird's nest. In his eyes, this was just a child's bold talk after doing well on a test, innocent and naive. The laughter subsided. Nohi straightened up and put on his stern devil face again. With the authority of an elder, he pointed toward the village gate and lowered his voice. "Kid, don't think the grown-up world is so simple. Outside the high walls of Konoha, it's not a playground for your... Within 100 miles of the village, it's a real meat grinder. Rogue ninja and bounty hunters are everywhere. To survive, wandering ninja can slit anyone's throat in an instant. Even under the roots of trees, there could be chains of explosive tags." Nohi patted the hilt of his ninja sword. The metallic clink was sharp and jarring. "I know you're a rare genius. No matter how fierce you are in the academy, once you step outside the village walls, it's a whole different set of rules. A genius who hasn't fulfilled his potential is still just a cold corpse if a kunai pierces his heart." He thrust out his chest and offered a compromise. "Hey, race the deal, stay in the village these few days, and he'll personally teach you some real killing techniques from the battlefield." Nohi raised a finger and casually made a promise. "The day you reach Chunin level, I won't say another word. I'll take you out of the village to see the world." Every word is a nail. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yes' eyes lit up. He zeroed in on the core conditions, staring intently at Nohi. "Brother, as long as I reach Chunin level, you'll take me out of the village, right?" "You said it." "Of course. When have I ever shot blanks?" Nohi grinned widely, his face full of certainty. "Once you meet the standard, I won't stop you. Come on, follow me to the training ground." With that, Nohi turned and strode toward the back of the compound. After 4 or 5 steps, he didn't hear footsteps following behind. Puzzled, Nohi stopped and turned around. "Yi, what are you standing there for?" His voice caught in his throat and cut off abruptly. His mouth was slightly open, pupils constricted sharply, as if a heavy hammer had smashed into the back of his head, leaving him frozen solid. He stood there, hands in his pockets, not moving an inch. Those originally pure black pupils had instantly switched to a chilling crimson. 2 pitch-black tomo floated in the center of the blood-red irises, rotating slowly and steadily. With the awakening of the second tomo, a violent surge of chakra exploded from Yes' small body. This was definitely genuine Chunin-level combat power, or even stronger. But Nohi had completely stopped evaluating strength. He stared fixedly at the 2 tomo in Yes' eyes, his brain short-circuiting on the spot. 2 tomo. A 7-year-old with 2 tomo. As an Uchiha who had crawled out of a pile of corpses, Nohi knew better than anyone the curse of these eyes. The deeper the pain, the stronger the eyes. Only soul-shattering agony could bring evolution. Nohi recalled his own life. He was 12 when he awakened his second tomo. On a rain-drenched night, he lay face down in the mud, watching helplessly as the comrade who took a blade for him was bisected, and the Chunin captain's neck was twisted by his Suna puppeteer. Hot entrails mixed with mud splattered all over him. He was 17 when he awakened his third tomo. Half his squad was blown to pieces. He himself had crawled out of a trench, carrying the girl he treasured most in his arms. She breathed her last in his embrace. A severed hand landed on his foot. That was a hell ordinary people could never endure. And this child before him, a 6.5-year-old branch family orphan, alone and helpless. He always wore a smile and got along with everyone. What level of despair had he experienced in the unseen shadows? Was it loneliness? Was it secret bullying? Or did he collapse on the brink in some forgotten corner, forcing himself to swallow all the blood and tears? Nohi's eyes reddened visibly. His heart felt as if a coarse hand was squeezing it mercilessly, sorrow exploding in his chest. A 7-foot Iron Man, the devilish dictator of the security force, actually shed a scalding tear in the middle of the street. Plop. The warm tears splashed onto the Uchiha clan garment, spreading a dark ring of moisture. "Xiaoyi." Nohi's voice was completely hoarse, trembling uncontrollably. You've suffered." 3 feet away, he stood with his hands in his pockets, staring at the burly man before him, whose eyes had suddenly turned red and tears streamed down his face. His expression went blank for a second. He tilted his head, 3 big question marks popping up above it. "What's going on? Brother, why are you crying?" Didn't I just press the system lottery button and painlessly advance to 2 Tomo? Yi dared not voice this thought, of course. He could only wear a face of pure innocence. One that screamed, I have no idea why you're crying, but I'm profoundly shaken, and blink awkwardly. Ding. Heartache points from Yuzibo, Yahua 999. Ding. Approval points from Yuzibo, Yahua 999. Before Yi could even speak, Yahua abruptly raised his rough hand, wiped away the tears on his face with a single swipe, and took a deep breath. He strode forward in large steps, half squatting, and clamped his bear-like hands firmly onto Ye's shoulders, the force almost pressing him into the ground on the spot. Yi say no more. In Yahua's eyes flickered 3 parts pity, 3 parts fervor, and 4 parts self-commiseration. Brother understands you. All those unspoken hardships. From now on your brother will bear them for you. Yahua clenched his teeth and abruptly straightened up. The living Yama face that had been frantically trying to dissuade him a second ago now performed an extreme Sichuan opera face change. With your current strength, you're fully qualified to leave the village and roam wild. Wherever you want to go outside the village, you go. Leaving the village, your brother will take care of it all. Now it was Ye's turn to be stunned. He had thought that displaying Chunin-level strength would require at least some effort to convince this stubborn mule. But unexpectedly, the other's ability to fill in the blanks was this strong. However, it was a serious crime for an undesignated student to leave the village without permission. Brother Yahua, do we need to report to the Hokage Tower before you take me out? He was truly bewildered. Report. Hokage Tower. Hearing those words, Yahua let out a cold laugh. He stood straight, chin slightly raised. On his face surfaced the arrogance etched into the bones of the Yuzibo clan. Those politicians sitting in offices sipping tea. They can control heaven and earth, but can they control when the police force takes a dump or farts? Konoha's public security. The Yuzibo call the shots. Yahua tapped the fan-shaped clan crest on his chest, leaned close to Yi, and lowered his voice, exuding a wild brother's got your back aura. We'll go directly through our internal patrol passage. I'll casually fill out a spy hunting slip and list you under training on the job to sneak you in. The guards at the gate won't dare to make a peep when they see our badge and clan emblem. Whoever dares to stop us, I'll slap them right across the face. Utterly arrogant, completely disregarding Konoha's village rules. Yi silently exclaimed, darn, to himself, unable to suppress the corners of his mouth. This use of borrowed strength was a pure win. Roping Yahua in was indeed a brilliant move. Power was stratified. The Hokage faction had the Umbu, and the Yuzibo had the police force. This was the legal gateway to break through Konoha's defenses and reach the border battlefield. Then I'll rely entirely on you, brother Yahua. Yi nodded decisively. 6 sharp, we leave before dawn. Meet at the abandoned sentry post on the east side of the south gate. Go back and pack your ninja tools. Yahua made the final call with lightning efficiency. The two split up at the street corner. Yi slipped back home in delight, while Yahua turned around and charged straight toward the police force headquarters like a storm. 10 minutes later, on the top floor of the police force building, the clan leader's office was brightly lit. Behind a broad solid wood desk, Yuzibo Fuyue sat upright and solemn. His left hand pressed firmly on a budget mediation report, and his right hand gripped a brush pen, brow deeply furrowed. The official document under his hand had just been delivered from the Hokage Tower. Those politicians had found another sanctimonious excuse to forcibly cut the quotas for detonation tags and high-grade ninja tools in the second half of the year. Add to that the day's tantrum from the great elder at the meeting and the fake smile from the old fox Hiruzen Sarutobi. Every single thing was a headache. Caught in the middle, Fuyue was walking a tightrope every day. Bam! The heavy solid wood door was kicked open with such force that the frame shook. Yahua didn't even knock, didn't take off his sword, and stormed in with dust trailing from the soles of his boots. He braced his hands on the desk edge and spoke bluntly. Clan leader, I'm taking Yuzibo Yi out of the village tomorrow morning. We'll take the patrol passage, go for a spin at the border for some special training, and grab a few fugitives on the side. Fuyue's mind was fully occupied with how to squeeze funding from the higher-ups. He didn't think twice. Without even lifting his head, he dipped his brush in ink and waved his hand impatiently. Got it. Go to logistics and grab 2 sets of detonation tags, then fuck off. Thanks, clan leader. Yahua moved cleanly and quickly spun around and left. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The hand holding the brush froze awkwardly in midair. A thick drop of ink stretched from the tip and splattered onto a top-secret scroll, staining a large patch black. His overworked brain finally processed those 4 absolutely unignorable words. Yuzibo Yi. Stop. Fuyue snapped his head up. Snap. The wolf hair brush in his hand was broken clean off. He slammed the desk and sprang up, the motion so violent that he kicked the high-backed chair behind him flying. Crash! The chair hit the floor. A surge of wild chakra instantly filled the room. Yuzibo Yahua, is your head filled with shit? Fuyue's roar thundered across the office, his eyes nearly bulging out. He rounded the desk and jabbed a finger at Yahua's nose, unleashing a torrent of curses. Who the hell are you taking out of the village? Yuzhibo Yi. He's the only sapling our clan just dug up. 6 years old single Tomo. He's the century-old prodigy our clan uses to break the deadlock. Fuyue's spit flew everywhere, practically giving Yehua a facial, his voice hoarse to the point of intimidation. You're taking a 7-year-old rookie to the border for a spin. Don't you have any idea how messed up things are out there? If you run into an assassination squad from a Awakens, can you guarantee his safety? If he gets so much as a scratch. Fuyue's molars ground audibly. How many lives are you going to pay with? Cancel it right now. If you dare take him one step out of the village, I'll skin you alive. Facing this furious storm, Yehua didn't flinch. Instead, his back straightened even more. He neither dodged nor avoided meeting Fuyue's devouring glare heat-in, and took a deep breath. Then, in an extremely calm tone that packed maximum damage, he dropped a nuclear bomb. Clan leader. Yehua enunciated each word steady as an old dog. Yi. He's not single Tomo at all. The roar in the office stopped as abruptly as a duck with its neck squeezed. Fuyue's curses got stuck right in his throat, and his expression froze solid. What kind of bullshit are you spewing? Fuyue's voice cracked. I said you just flashed double Tomo right in front of me. Yehua wore a flat expression while delivering an utterly lethal show-off. Moreover, his chakra reserves. They've probably already reached the peak of a chunin. Fuyue was dumbfounded. Gone was the rage, replaced by pure extreme shock. His eyeballs trembled violently, and the muscles on his cheeks twitched wildly. His mouth opened and closed, but he couldn't squeeze out a single syllable. 7 years old. Double Tomo. Chunin level chakra. Is this something a human can do? Fuyue's legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the overturned leather chair. He fell into a state of utter self-doubt. Meanwhile, in the small house of the Yuzhibo clan compound, he was squatting happily on the ground, taking stock of his inventory. He tucked the system-exclusive supreme-grade indestructible red brick securely into the deepest pocket of his ninja tool pouch. This abstract concept-level defensive item, capable of directly repelling even a tailed beast ball, was his ultimate confidence booster for causing major havoc at the border. He raised his head and glanced at the deep night outside the window. Only 2 days remained until Shursui stepped into that death trap. A deathly silence filled the office, so profound that even heartbeats could be heard. Fuyue slumped into the overturned leather chair, his chin nearly striking his chest. As the clan leader, he was all too familiar with the harsh cost of evolving the Xylunion. A single Goyu at 6, 2 Goyu at 7. How could this be a mere human? This was clearly a monster cloaked in human skin. Yet no matter how absurd, he was still a peerless treasure sprouting from the Uchiha's own soil. In this ninja world where lives were as cheap as weeds, a prodigy possessing such terrifying foundation at the age of 7. The future of the Uchiha was simply unimaginable. No matter how perilous the outside world, the Uchiha's blade must taste blood in the true Shura field. Fuyue took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the shock on his face had twisted into sheer ecstasy, and the calculating clan leader was instantly revived. He yanked the chair upright, bent down to scoop up the broken wolf hair brush from the floor, and snatched the crumpled village departure application form that Yehua had scrawled like a chicken scratch. He pulled open a drawer, grabbed the clan leader's special seal, and pressed it firmly into the vermilion ink box. Slap! The bright red Uchiha fan seal slammed onto the paper, nearly piercing through the desk. Fuyue's eyes gleamed as he pounded the desk and roared, "Go wander the border." Absolutely. Let him roam freely out there. Then, bracing his hands on the desk, he stared intently at Yehua and raised 3 fingers. 3 rules. First, not a single hair on his head shall be harmed. Second, not a scratch on his skin. Third, if he suffers the slightest grievance, he'll personally twist your head off and hang it on the security force gate as a wind chime. Yehua puffed out his chest and bellowed with confidence, "Clan leader, rest assured. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Get lost." The next morning, the sky was overcast outside the abandoned guard post on the east side of the south gate. He leaned against the broken wall, yawning lazily. "Hey." Yehua approached from the shadows, fully armed, his ninja sword slanted across his back, and the zipper of his green vest pulled to the top. He held the travel document stamped with the bright red seal, nodding with satisfaction. "Let's go. Big brother will take you out of the village to see the world." The two walked side by side toward the south gate of Mai. The massive iron door was only slightly ajar, and the chunin in the guard booth was dozing off. Seeing someone trying to leave the village, the guard was about to step forward and interrogate them as per protocol. Slap. Without a word, Yehua slapped the specially approved document onto the guard's desk, splashing tea water everywhere. "Open your eyes wide. This is an official Uchiha security force operation tracking down a rogue spy. It bears clan leader Fuyue's seal. Open the gate." The guard captain shuddered in fright and hurriedly leaned in. His eyes swept over the brilliantly red clan leader's seal and the dual approval of the security force, and he swallowed hard. He looked up to meet Yehua's ferocious, murderous face. Then his gaze shifted downward to the little kid, who barely reached the table. Yi said nothing, just stared at him calmly with those deep pitch-black eyes. The guard captain's scalp went numb, and he instantly stepped back 2 paces, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Open the gate. Clear the way immediately." "Smart move." Yahua snorted coldly and swaggered across the threshold. The two of them, one after the other, vanished into the dense forest along with the cold wind and morning mist. Only when they were completely out of sight did the guard captain finally let out a long breath and wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. A rookie beside him leaned in and muttered, "Captain, are we just letting them go?" "That's Uchiha Yi, the one everyone at the Ninja Academy is talking about, an ungraduated student leaving the village." "What do you know?" The captain turned and glared at him, his expression extremely grave. "When the higher-ups fight, it's the common folk who suffer. We can't stop this, but we absolutely must report it. You take a shortcut to the Hokage building and run fast. Report every word of this to Lord Third." "Yes, sir." The dense forest outside the village. After walking for over 20 minutes, Yahua took a deep breath of the earthy air and stretched comfortably. "You once we're past this wall, it's real combat. So where do you want to train?" "Within the land of fire you point, and Big Brother will take you there." He pretended to pull out a map, his fingers sliding precisely to the northwest. "I heard there are many abandoned camps near the land of earth border with complex terrain. Perfect for real combat, and the game is fat. Yahua, care to take a look?" Yahua glanced at it, completely unconcerned. "The border. It's a bit far, but with fast legs we can make it in 2 days." He slapped Yi on the back with a big hand and grinned broadly. "All right. With Big Brother watching over you, as long as we don't run into the main forces of Awakens, you'll be walking tall." The two quickened their pace along the forest path. Half an hour later, the forest grew deeper and darker. Walking ahead, Yahua couldn't suppress the itch to play the wise elder. Sure, the kid had 2 Goyu and strong chakra, but he was still a greenhorn who had never left the village. The exam-oriented tricks taught at the academy, how could they compare to the micro-maneuvers honed by licking blood on the battlefield? He had to show off the essence of an elite Jonin skills before this peerless prodigy. Ahead stood a towering ancient tree that would take 5 men to encircle, its trunk soaring straight upward. Yahua suddenly stopped, cleared his throat, and walked to the tree with an exaggerated swagger, arms crossed. "Xiao Yi, in field combat the terrain is your second life. Today Big Brother will teach you a tree climbing technique. Precisely adhering chakra to the soles of your feet. This is advanced micromanipulation." Yahua lifted his right foot and stepped directly onto the vertical trunk, followed by his left. Completely defying gravity, he walked upward with his back to Yi, beginning a practical lesson in an extremely seasoned tone. "Control the chakra at the soles of your feet. Too much and you'll crush the bark, too little and you'll fall off. Those teachers at the academy could never teach you this trick." Yahua strolled all the way to a thick branch 10 meters high, one hand on his hip, showing off beautifully. The morning light just happened to shine on him, making him gleam with gold. He looked down at the ground, a confident smile of a veteran on his lips. "See, even a Chunin would need weeks of practice to get this right. Back when I was 9, your Big Brother." Rustle, rustle, rustle. A few extremely regular and light footstep sounds came steadily from below. Yahua's words instantly stuck in his throat, his eyes bulging. He saw Yi with his hands in his pockets, his body at a 90-degree angle to the ground, as if strolling in his own backyard. Slowly he ambled up the trunk. No hand seals, no running start. The chakra control at his feet was textbook perfect. He didn't even scrape off a single patch of moss from the bark, a steadiness that sent chills down one's spine. He stopped on a branch opposite Yahua, looking at him with an innocent expression, and asked in a crisp voice, "What about when you were 9, Brother Yahua?" "The wind was too strong." "Oh, I didn't catch that." A deathly silence fell among the tree crowns. Yahua's confident smile completely collapsed, and his face uncontrollably twitched wildly. You haven't even graduated. No one taught you this technique. How did you learn it?" Yahua's voice. He spread his hands and sighed. "Is this really hard? I just watched you do it once, and the feeling in my feet clicked right away. It's as easy as having hands." Actually, Yi was lying to Yahua. He had suffered plenty when he first learned to climb trees on his own. Buzz. Yahua's brain exploded. "As easy as having hands, my ass. Just watch once and learn, my ass." Back when he was 8, he fell 37 times trying to learn this trick and broke 2 ribs. On the day he finally mastered it, the clan even set off firecrackers and praised him as a genius. Before this 7-year-old little monster, his own pride was nothing but a joke. Ding. Breakthrough value from Uchiha Yahua 777. Ding. Breakthrough value from Uchiha Yahua 888. Hearing the system's cash flow, Yi was overjoyed. Yahua took a few deep breaths, forcibly swallowing the blood that surged to his throat. He gritted his molars and forced a save. Ahem. That was just basic stuff. Keep moving. There's a river ahead. No way. As a Jonin, his dignity absolutely could not be lost. Tree climbing was a fixed target. The upcoming water walking was the real advanced technique. This time he had to make the kid see what true disparity meant. 10 minutes later the two arrived at the riverside. The river was a full 30 meters wide with white waves churning and a roaring sound. Yahoo walked to the bank, turned to give you a look that said, "Learn well and watch closely." This time he made no preamble at all. Without a word he strode directly toward the river's surface. Chakra pulsed beneath his feet as he stepped steadily onto the flowing water. Rising and falling with the waves, Yahoo walked all the way to the middle of the river. The torrential current rushed past his soles, yet he stood as solid as a rock, even slowly crouching down. The river water was clear, several plump grass carp were swimming around his feet. Yahoo pointed at the fish in the water, waved to the shore, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Little Yi, quick look. This is the pinnacle of chakra control, water walking. Water is fluid. The required chakra frequency changes moment by moment. Actually, none of that matters. I mainly want you to see how fat and delicious the fish in the river are." Yahoo grew more excited as he spoke, his mind wildly conjuring images of Yi frantically running around begging him. "Want to learn? Just call me Big Brother, and ill personally. They do look rather plump and delicious." A voice murmured softly by his left ear, so close he could feel the breath. "Brother Yahoo, that biggest one in the middle. Let's grill it tonight." In that instant, every hair on Yahoo's body stood on end. Maintaining his crouch, he turned his neck a stiff mechanical 90 degrees. At some unknown moment, Yi had silently stepped onto the turbulent water surface. He just casually crouched beside Yahoo, hands resting on his knees, feet as steady as Mount Tai. He even extended a fair finger to tease the big grass carp underwater. Time seemed to stop at that moment. Yahoo's smug face, ready to bask in admiration, shattered like glass struck by a hammer crashing to pieces. Even most Chunin had to train for months. Maintaining balance in a torrent was an extremely difficult micromaneuver. This kid learned it just by watching again. What Yahoo didn't know, however, was that before even enrolling, Yi had already secretly taught himself water walking. Yahoo looked at Yi, then down at the water. His last shred of desire to teach, his dignity as an elder and the pride of an elite Jonin were all ruthlessly ground into the water by this little brat. Ding. Mental breakdown value from Uchiha Yoru 999. Ding. Mental breakdown value from Uchiha Yoru 999. Big brother, why aren't you talking? Yi blinked, his face full of concern. Yahoo remained silent. He crouched on the river surface with his head in his hands, motionless as a wooden chicken staring blankly at the distant flowing waves. A morning breeze brushed the water, tousling his bangs. He suddenly felt that his over 20 years of cultivation career was nothing but a continuously updated long-running joke. What is this world coming to? Yahoo muttered, completely sinking into a state of self-doubt and isolation. Yahoo crouched in the turbulent center of the river, doubting his life for a full 3 minutes. During that time, he tried calling him twice, but his eyeballs didn't move at all. He tactfully kept his mouth shut. Half a minute later, Yahoo's pupils finally refocused, forcibly rebooting from his profound self-isolation. He coughed dryly twice, his gaze falling unnaturally on the plump grass carp underwater. Then he abruptly straightened his body, putting on his living king of hell face. Little Yi, when you're out in the world, the battlefield changes in an instant, and you may face the dire straits of running out of food at any time. Yahoo's voice resumed the tone of a seasoned battlefield veteran. The fish in this water are nature's most precious gift. As a ninja, you must cherish every piece of food before you. Today, Big Brother will give you this first practical lesson. With that, Yahoo waved his hand grandly, chakra adhering to his palm, and slapped the water surface, shattering it. His palm plunged precisely into the water, firmly grabbing the gill of that plump grass carp. The whole fish was flung into the air, Yahoo holding the wildly thrashing carp with one hand, strode briskly toward the shore, thus concealing his extreme inner discomfort. Let's go. Make a fire and grill the fish. Big Brother will teach you wilderness survival. Yi followed behind, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Alright, that topic shift was pretty awkward, but he didn't call him out. After all, for the next 2 days of travel, he still had to rely on this 3-tomo jonin for escort. Give Big Brother some face, a strategic investment. By the riverbank, a campfire rose. Yahoo's wilderness fire-making skills were indeed solid. 3 dry branches formed a tripod, and a small fire release ignited the dead leaves underneath. In less than 2 minutes, golden red flames licked the grass carp. Fish fat dripped onto the charcoal, making a sizzling sound, and the aroma spread everywhere. The two sat facing each other. Yi gnawed on the tenderest belly meat, eating quietly and calmly. Yahoo took a fierce bite of the crispy yellow fish back, but his eyes kept darting sideways, the abacus beads in his mind clicking loudly. Tree climbing. Owned. Water walking. Owned again. These were the micro-maneuvers he had once prided himself on. But in front of this little prodigy, it was like child's play. The squad leader's face had completely hit the ground today. No. He had to regain his standing. He had to pull out some solid practical skills and show this kid what an elite jonin was truly worth. If basic micromaneuvers couldn't beat talent, then compete in depth of practical ninjutsu accumulation. He was just a 7-year-old student. No matter how monstrous high-level ninjutsu's chakra transformation and hand seal system couldn't be learned by self-study alone without a teacher. Absolutely impossible. With that thought, Yehuo's confidence instantly returned. He tentatively cleared his throat and asked in a feigned casual tone, "By the way, little Yi, what practical ninjutsu have you mastered so far?" Yi paused his chewing for a moment, then shook his head very honestly, "None at all." The moment he said that, Yehuo froze, his eyes bulging like copper bells. "What did you say?" "Ninjutsu. Never learned." Yi tossed the fishbone into the fire. "I never claimed the free quota given by the clan. In fact, the Uchiha clan had vast resources. Ordinary clan members could go and choose 3 crank or lower ninjutsu scrolls for free self-study. For example, the Great Fireball technique, which every Uchiha could use. Yi hadn't even selected it. His past life memory of watching over 700 episodes was vivid. That Great Fireball was practically the kindest technique in the ninja world. It had maintained an extremely stable 0-kill record over the years. But upon hearing that Yi hadn't even learned basic ninjutsu, Yehuo's eyes lit up instantly. Had finally caught this unprecedented prodigy's blind spot. No matter how outrageous this kid was, his ninjutsu system was a blank slate. And he, Uchiha Yehuo, with over 20 years of battlefield experience, had mastered 223 types of fire release alone. This time it was finally his turn as big brother to shine. Yehuo jumped up, slapped the remaining hellfish onto a stone, and raised one finger with extreme seriousness to lay down the rules. "In that case, big brother will personally teach you today. But we need to make 3 rules. Biting off more than you can chew won't work. Ninjutsu values refinement. You learn one, then he'll teach you the next. He'll personally turn you into a ninjutsu master." Yes, eyes sparkled, and he stood up, patting dust off his pant legs. "Thank you, brother Yehuo." This thank you was sincere. Yehuo was a 3-tomo elite jonin who had been to the battlefield and killed. The ninjutsu reservoir he carried was the greatest treasure of this journey. Yehuo felt utterly pleased by that "thank you," and wiped his hands with satisfaction. He strode to an open area on the riverbank, turned to face Yi, and decided to deliver a powerful dose directly. The foundation of the Uchiha, fire release. Starting from the most basic. He raised his hands, fingers flying. Snake, goat, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. 6 hand seals in one smooth motion, so fast that ordinary people could only see after images. Yehuo took a deep breath, his chest swelling high. The chakra stored in his lungs instantly transformed into scorching fire attribute energy and was violently expelled forward. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. Boom. A massive fireball over 5 meters in diameter erupted. The raging flames shot straight toward the river surface, the terrifying heat instantly vaporizing a vast area of surrounding water vapor, while the air blast twisted the air into a seething heat distortion. The fireball skimmed across the water, its trailing tail, leaving a scorched mark over 10 meters long before exploding on the opposite bank, reducing 3 bushes to charcoal. A thick white mist billowed skyward with spectacular force. This visually oppressive spectacle filled Yehuo with a secret thrill. He withdrew his jutsu, turned around, crossed his arms, and wore a smug grin at the corner of his mouth. He prepared to relish the shocked expression of the inexperienced brat. However, the moment you recognized the great fireball, his face, once full of anticipation, darkened for an instant. So it was indeed this benevolent fire. But he quickly adjusted his mindset. Setting aside the stereotypical impressions from the anime and reality, this kind of large-scale, high-temperature flame, if not used for a one-hit kill, served as an absolutely superb tactical cover for suppressing positioning, forcing movement, and obscuring vision. Moreover, with his own Uzumaki constitution and 2-tomo, his chakra reserves had skyrocketed. This technique in his hands would undoubtedly produce extraordinary lethality. The moment Yehuo began forming hand seals, he activated his 2-tomo Sharingan without hesitation. Within his crimson pupils, 2 pitch-black tomos spun at breakneck speed. All of Yehuo's hand seal techniques, the contraction details of his finger muscles, and the specific chakra mobilization patterns along his meridians were mercilessly dissected by these eyes and flawlessly copied into Ye's mind. On the riverbank, Yehuo cleared his throat, ready to launch into a 500-word explanation of the chakra theory behind the jutsu. But he had already put down the half-eaten grilled fish in his hand, stepped forward, and raised his hands. Although the movements of his fingers were slightly rough, nowhere near as smooth as Yehuo's, the sequence and hand seal gestures were precisely identical. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Chakra at the peak of a chunin surged through his body, gathering into his chest in one breath. He opened his mouth wide. Boom. A massive fireball slightly inferior to the one Yehuo had unleashed erupted with a violent, scorching blast of air. The wild gust of air swept Ye's disheveled hair backward. The fireball crashed heavily onto the river surface. Large swaths of water were boiled instantly, bubbles bursting violently, and white mist blotted out the sky and the sun. A river breeze passed by, clearing the water vapor between the two. Dead silence hung all around, broken only by the crackling of firewood in the campfire. The 500-word lecture that Yehua had prepared got stuck in his throat, choking his entire face into the color of a pig's liver. He stared fixedly at the two tomo that were slowly receding, and yes, eye sockets, his pupils trembling violently. Then Yehua abruptly slapped his own thigh, producing an extremely crisp sound. Damn, I was too hasty. I completely forgot. This brat had just activated two tomo right in front of me. Besides its superior insight, the core ability of two tomo is to see through and copy. To make matters worse, I had deliberately performed the hand seals slowly and methodically, showing off for visual effect. In front of those eyes, it was like stripping naked and giving a slow-motion replay with bare hands. Recalling my boastful vow just now, learn one and I'll teach the next. Wasn't that like throwing open the door to my jutsu arsenal and letting anyone pick freely? At this rate, by the time this border journey is over, my life's collection of techniques will be completely exposed, not even leaving a ripple behind. Ding. Breakpoint value from Uchiha Yoru 888. Ding. Regret value from Uchiha Yoru 666. Hearing the crisp notification from the system in his mind, he exhaled in satisfaction. Fleecing brother Yehua's will was always such a delight. Yehua nervously took half a step back, swallowed hard, and the veins on his temples twitched wildly. He had already braced himself, expecting Yi to excitedly demand the next advanced jutsu, and was planning excuses to stall. However, the next second he froze. Yi didn't even turn around to ask for another jutsu. He stood quietly on the riverbank, withdrew his hand gesture, and then resumed the starting stance. He knew perfectly well that what he had stolen with his Sharingan was at best borrowed. The wrist muscles were still a bit stiff during the previous hand seal sequence. In a real life and death fight, being even half a second slower could mean a kunai to the throat. Since he had copied it, he had to break it down and make it his own. He took a deep breath and raised his hands again. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Boom. Another great fireball. Then, under Yehua's extremely bewildered gaze, he, disregarding the enormous chakra consumption, spat fireballs at the rushing river again and again. Third time, fourth time, fifth time. Boom, boom, boom. The firelight dyed half the night sky, crimson the river surface repeatedly scorched, and water vapor rose into thick fog. Yes, hand seal speed skyrocketed visibly from clumsy to proficient, his fingers already leaving after images as they flipped. With each exhale, the fireball's form grew rounder and more solid. 10 times, 15 times, 20 times, 30 times. An ordinary Uchiha Genin would have completely run out of chakra after two great fireballs. This kid's chakra reserves are definitely not at Chunin level. Definitely not. Ding. Breakpoint value from Uchiha Yoru 888. What's more absurd is that after unleashing so many great fireballs, Yi, aside from taking a couple of deep breaths, hadn't even broken a sweat. Yehua stood nearby, his jaw practically hitting his chest. This kid's chakra reserves are definitely not at Chunin level. Definitely not. Ding. Breakpoint value from Uchiha Yoru 888. He had no idea that the Uzumaki clan constitution fused within Yi granted him an immense chakra base and an incredibly fast recovery rate. Slowly, the chagrin in Yehua's eyes dissipated. He watched Yi's upright silhouette, that small body executing each hand seal more smoothly than the last. There was no impatience, no greed, no rushing through the process by relying on talent alone. Instead, he was grinding a single technique down to its bones and embedding it deep within himself. Yehua suddenly recalled those Uchiha prodigies he had mentored. Each one couldn't wait to learn the next technique as soon as they grasped one. Yet this child before him, possessing such peerless talent that could make the entire clan tremble, was engaging in the most clumsy and tedious basic refinement. With extraordinary talent and a terrifying resilience and composure far beyond his peers, this was the true blade capable of bearing the Uchiha future. A true genius never relies on talent to crush everything, but uses discipline far beyond the ordinary to convert talent into practical killing skills. The 31st great fireball exploded across the river, raising a towering water curtain. Huff! Yi finished the last fireball and let out a long breath of turbid air. He shook his sore wrists, turned around, and flashed a grin at Yehua, showing a row of white teeth. Brother Yehua, shall we continue the journey? He'll keep practicing this technique on the way. Yehua was silent for 2 seconds. Then he stepped forward and gave Yi a solid slap on the back of the head. Not too hard, but earnest. Let's go. Yehua's voice was a little hoarse, but his tone was 10 times more stable than when they had set out. Before we reach the border, I'll teach you everything I've got. No limits. Ding. Approval value from Uchiha Yoru 999. Yi rubbed the back of his head and smirked inwardly. Yehua sighed in resignation. He stamped out the campfire with dirt, zipped up his green vest, gripped the handle of his ninja's sword, and his gaze instantly turned razor sharp. At this pace, we'll reach the border defense line by tomorrow night. Remember, from now on, put away all your relaxation. Yahweh stared at the dense forest ahead. Beyond this lies the territory of rogue ninjas and enemy scouts. Anyone who gets careless will leave their life in these woods. Yi nodded, his own eyes growing equally grim. In an instant, their figures melted into the pitch-black forest, turning into two afterimages racing at full speed toward the perilous border region in the northeast. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away at the border between the land of earth and the land of fire, deep within the mountain, inside a concealed underground warehouse for explosive tags, 3 elite jonin, wearing awakens headbands, gathered around a stone table. At the center of the table lay an intelligence scroll, just delivered via Root's clandestine network. On the scroll, the movement, route, infiltration time, and tactical intentions of Konoha's White Fang were marked in clear detail. At the border between Tujigua and Huajigua, deep within the border mountain range. No. 7 underground concealed warehouse. In the dim stone chamber, 4 elite jonin wearing awakens headbands gathered around a stone table, their gazes fixed on the black scroll lying atop it. The scroll had arrived half an hour ago. It had simply appeared on the table while their heads were turned. At this moment, the atmosphere in the stone chamber was oddly tense. The scroll detailed the marching, route, infiltration time, and tactical intentions of Mui's White Fang squad. Even the chakra attributes of the accompanying shinobi were written down in black and white, every detail crystal clear. It specified the exact hour and which mountain path they would take. The intelligence was so thorough it was as if Mui's defenses had been stripped bare. None of the 4 spoke first. After a few minutes, the first to crack was the burly, bald-headed jonin on the left. He slammed the stone table hard, knocking over a candlestick. Fake. Pure utter bullshit. He pointed at the scroll, a sneer plastered on his face. This is definitely bait from my. Have those politicians in my lost their minds? Selling out their own village's top combat power for us to see. The 2 opposite him chimed in immediately. Exactly. Mai is the foremost of the 5 great shinobi villages. No matter how intense the infighting among their higher-ups, they wouldn't do something so brainless as cutting off their own arm. Where did this scroll come from? Maybe it's just a prank by some other shinobi stationed here. But we should still report that the warehouse's location might have been compromised, then wait for further instructions. The bald-headed jonin snorted, reaching for the scroll to throw it into the fire basin. Wait. The squad leader, who had remained silent all along, suddenly raised his hand and firmly gripped the bald man's wrist. He didn't look at his teammates. His gaze was locked on the 4 characters. Chimushomao. The squad leader swallowed hard, his voice dropping to a whisper. What if this is real? If it's real, Shomao will be here tomorrow, and well, all be dead. As the words fell, the bald-headed jonin's hand froze midair. A layer of cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead. Yes. What if it's real? That's Mui's White Fang. Chimushomao. Everyone present understood the weight of those 8 characters. During the Second Shinobi World War's southwestern front, this man had single-handedly crushed the Sunegakure's 3 defensive lines. With a flash of his blade, Chiandai Grandma's elite puppet formation turned into a pile of firewood. The god of slaughter, who once carved through half the shinobi world in the Land of Wind, going up against 4 gatekeeping elite jonin. Forget counterattacking. They probably wouldn't even see the afterimage of his drawn blade before they were queued up for the Pure Land in 3 breaths. Extreme terror exploded in the hearts of the 4. Better safe than sorry. The stakes are too high. We can't gamble on this. The squad leader grabbed the scroll, pressed it firmly against his chest, stood up, and kicked his chair aside. He'll take it back to the village personally and let Team Sama decide. The remaining 3 exchanged glances, unable to force out a single word of dissent. 2 days later, at Awakens the Tank's office, the third Earth Shadow Daimu floated midair, clutching the sweat-stained intelligence. His wrinkled, orange-like face twisted into a knot. He keenly detected the stench of murder by proxy from Mui's higher-ups. Are you sure this isn't a counter-espionage scheme from Maie? Daimu's voice was hoarse. The squad leader knelt on the floor, his forehead pressed against the cold stone slab. I cannot confirm, sir. But it bears the name Chimushomao. I dared not gamble. Daimu was silent for a full 10 seconds. The strategic importance of No. 7 explosive tag warehouse was too high. Its tonnage was enough to blow half of Huajigua's defensive line to the sky. No room for the slightest mistake. Investigate. Daimu slammed his hand down, shattering the already broken corner of his desk. A fierce light gleamed in his eyes. Activate all high-level sleeper agents lurking around Mai immediately. At any cost. Feed lives into the grinder if you must, but find out Chimushomo's movements. The price of this order was extraordinarily brutal. Within just 3 days, turbulent undercurrents surged outside my village. High-level spies cultivated by Awakens over more than a decade were purged in blood by Mui's ENBU. Within just 3 days, turbulent undercurrents surged outside my village. High-level spies cultivated by Awakens over more than a decade were purged, 4 lives traded for a single piece of final intelligence. Chimu Shimao had indeed led his team out of the village heading toward the border of Tujigua. Staring at those words, Daimyo propped his hands on the desk and remained motionless for a long time. Then he raised his head. In those murky old eyes, murderous intent had crystallized into substance. Good my, you've handed me the knife, handle yourselves. Daimyo laughed in fury, then decisively issued a death order. Chimu Shimao must be eliminated. Daimyo's methods were insidious to the extreme. He did not station the ambush force along the only route 100 li from the warehouse. White Fang's senses were too sharp. A long-range interception would only alert the prey, making it easy for him to escape unscathed. A master hunter laid the simplest traps. Recall all outer patrols around No. 7 warehouse. Daimyo's bony finger jabbed heavily at the sand table. Pull back all heavy forces. The core killing formation. Press it within 300 meters of the warehouse perimeter. Also transfer 2 elite squads from the mainland to reinforce. The staff officer beside him was startled. Sir, concentrating all forces around the warehouse. If White Fang notices the anomaly of the vacated defenses, he won't retreat. Daimyo's voice was icy cold. I've studied Chimu Shimao for 15 years. His only weakness is that he takes his missions too seriously and puts too high a value on his comrades' lives. No matter what happens, he will try to execute the mission. Only when he finds it absolutely impossible will he withdraw. So we let him in. When his blade touches the warehouse gate, close the door and unleash the hounds. A perfect trap to catch a turtle in a jar. Meanwhile, at a concealed mountain hollow less than half a day's march from No. 7 warehouse, Chimu Shimao, covered in dust from the journey, crouched on a rocky tree branch and raised his right hand, making an extremely simple gesture. Behind him, 3 jonin instantly fell silent, dissolving into flickering shadows that merged into the underbrush. Shimao stared at the faintly visible watchtower in the distant mountain range, his breathing steady. Rest here for tonight. His voice was soft, as if uttering a casual remark. At dawn tomorrow we launch the assault. The clouds parted and the cold moonlight spilled onto the white-bladed short sword strapped to Shuomo's back. This hero of mine gripped the hilt of his blade, his mind running through the tactical plan for tomorrow over and over. Of the deadly jaws-wide trap awaiting him ahead, he was utterly oblivious. In the dense forests near the Hojigwa border, Yi sped through the treetops following Wildfire. After 2 days of forced march with Wildfire, an elite jonin, leading the way, they had miraculously avoided all trouble. Wildfire's battlefield instincts were terrifyingly sharp. Wherever there was the scent of traps or traces of human passage in a patch of woods, he could sniff them out and detour well in advance. As he traveled, his mind continued to replay the chakra circulation pattern of the Great Fireball technique. Just then, Wildfire ahead suddenly halted in mid-motion. He reached back and pressed firmly on Yes' shoulder with considerable force. The two immediately suppressed their chakra, completely hiding their bodies among the dense foliage. He didn't make a sound. He peered through the gaps below. In a clearing in the woods below, 2 middle-aged shinobi in their 30s were crouching. They wore no headbands and had brutish faces. Their tattered leather armor was stained with dark bloodstains, and the kunai at their waists bore blood rust. They exuded the thick, feral stench of those who lived on the edge of the blade year-round. Most likely wandering shinobi of Chunin level. The two were crouched on the ground, dividing spoils, bloodstained banknotes scattered around along with a slit merchant caravan parcel. Wildfire released his grip on Yes' shoulder. At this moment, there was no trace left of the hearty, honest, big brother demeanor on Wildfire's face. As if a switch had been flipped, his expression shifted into the extreme cold that belonged to the Uchiha clan. This was the real captain of the police force. Wildfire turned his head and looked at Yi. His lips moved barely, his voice pressed to the minimum, delivering an emotionless command. Kid, the Academy's pretend play-ins here. He pointed his chin toward the clearing below. Go down and kill those 2. Crouching in the shadow of a tree crown at midnight, he fixed his gaze on the 2 figures below, who were rifling through a bundle. The blade marks the bloodstains, the scattered banknotes. These were 2 stray dogs who had just licked their fangs clean. The order to slit throats had come down from Yehua, his tone as casual, as if he were inviting him to grill fish. He said nothing. He knew that for a ninja, obeying the tactical judgment of a seasoned squad leader was the iron law of survival. A high-ranking man's instincts for the situation far surpassed his own. Yet when the kunai slid from its sheath, his palms were slick with cold sweat. As a soul transported from an era of peace, this was his first time killing a living person. His heart raced wildly in his chest. Fear, tension, or the primal thrill of instinct. He couldn't tell. He truly couldn't tell. He licked his dry lips and glanced sideways. Yehua rested his hand on the hilt of his blade, half closing his eyes, without urging, his breathing as steady as an old dog. But the fingers on that hilt had already grown faintly white, and his knees bent slightly. It was the posture of a man who had fully tensed his muscles, ready to step in and protect at any moment. A rookie seeing blood. Yehua was waiting for him to cross this threshold on his own. He took a deep breath of the cold wind thick with the scent of earth. He opened his eyes. The crimson Tutamo instantly flared to life. He swallowed all those messy moral qualms down into his stomach. Chakra exploded from the soles of his feet, bark splintered, and he transformed into a black shadow plunging straight down from a height of 10 meters. But these stray dogs who had lived on the edge of a blade possessed instincts as venomous as a rogue ninja's. The burly man suddenly jerked his head upward, twisting his neck at an unnatural angle. Yes, kunai had been aimed straight for the back of his neck, but in the final half inch his wrist uncontrollably hesitated. After all, he was a soul from an era of peace. He couldn't bring himself to strike. That split-second hesitation allowed the burly man to dodge the vital point. The kunai grazed past his shoulder blade, leaving only a shallow gash. But the opponent showed no mercy. Both instantly displayed the lethal proficiency of peak chunin. With a grunt, the burly man turned on the spot, his fist the size of a pottery jar slamming straight into Yes' ribs. The lanky figure seamlessly followed, already circling to Yes' blind spot, his kunai aimed directly for the back of his heart. A pincer attack, every escape route sealed. From the moment of failure to being cornered, less than 2 seconds had passed. Only then did the burly man see the face of the attacker. A 7-year-old child in a ninja academy uniform. Shock flickered in the burly man's eyes for only half a second, replaced by extreme wariness and killing intent. Because this little brat was erupting with a chakra fluctuation that completely rivaled their own Chunin level. On the battlefield, age didn't matter. Kill first, ask later. In the tree crown, Yehua was about to draw his blade and forcibly intervene, but he stopped himself. At the brink of life and death, Yes, Uzumaki clan physique roared into action. His powerful dynamic vision and vast chakra forcibly compensated for his mental weakness. Instead of panicking and forming hand seals, he relied purely on his Bodis instinct. The master-level substitution jutsu, instinct memory, instantly activated. Boom. White smoke exploded. The burly man's heavy punch and the lanky figure's poison blade both struck the target simultaneously, only to shatter a bloodstained substitute log. Wood chips flew, and the venom corroded the cross-section of the log into charred pits. Behind a tree trunk, 5 meters away, Yi pressed his back against the bark, gasping for air. His hands trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat instantly soaking through his back. If not for the max-level substitution jutsu covering him, that blade would have pierced his heart. He clenched his molars, his mind racing. He was acutely aware of his extremely immature combat psychology. His close-quarters mentality was too weak. When thrusting a killing blow, his instinct would slam on the brakes. Then he absolutely must not duel with these two old dogs and blades. He had to pull back and crush them with firepower. Yes' right hand reached into his ninja tool pouch, and with a flash of thought, 3 sheets of paper slid between his fingers. Explosive tags that absolutely will not explode. Yi burst out from behind the tree with an exaggerated motion. He slapped the 3 explosive tags into a triangle formation, plastering them toward the 2 men while retreating and roaring. Art is an explosion. The 2 rogue ninjas looked up. The tags were almost in their faces. The seals on the tags were clearly visible under the moonlight. The burly man's face turned instantly pale. They had no idea the yield of these tags, but at this distance, taking them heat-in would be certain death. Without a second thought, both dove directly into the muddy pits on either side. Hands over heads, rear ends up, their blast protection posture was textbook perfect. Then, puff, a wisp of pink inferior smoke no thicker than a mosquito coil lazily drifted out from the center of the explosive tags. No explosion, no shockwave. The 3 explosive tags lay on the muddy ground, emitting a pitifully weak hiss before falling completely silent. The burly man, covered in mud, lifted his head from the ground, mud still stuffed in his nostrils. He instantly realized he had been made a fool of by a 7-year-old brat with a dud. Rage, humiliation, and disbelief twisted on his face, veins bulging from his neck all the way to his temples. "I'm going to." The burly man roared as he sprang up. Ding. Frustration value from Rogue Ninja, burly man, 444. Ding. Frustration value from Rogue Ninja, thin face, 388. Ding. Frustration value from Rogue Ninja, 888. Ding. Frustration value from Rogue Ninja, 999. A series of pleasant system notifications echoed in his mind. While the opponents were utterly shattered by this absurd prop, he had already completed his hand seals. The muscle memory from dozens of frantic repetitions on the riverbank last night exploded into action. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Hand seals blurred into afterimages. Chakra poured into his chest without restraint. No more martial honor, just die. Fire release, great fireball technique. Boom. A raging fireball several meters in diameter roared across the ground. The two unlucky wretches just crawling out of the mud pit hadn't even finished speaking before they were engulfed in blinding flames. The scream lasted only half a second. The flames dissipated, leaving only two charred lumps of black smoke exuding a pungent smell of roasted meat. Yes' legs went weak and he leaned against a scorched tree gasping for air. The firelight reflected in his Totemo eyes, his hands still trembling. A churning sensation rose in his stomach, that nausea solidly clogging his throat. Staring at the two piles of charcoal on the ground, he engaged in a fierce self-reflection. He had been too naive. If not for his physique, chakra, and system props forcing a breakthrough, he would have been the one dead tonight. In this life, if you don't cultivate virtue, you must kill and burn. Raw power might be satisfying, but the weakness of his heart had to be fixed immediately. This soft-handed flaw must be changed. He etched that trembling sensation into his memory. Next time there must be not a trace of hesitation. Rustle. Yehua leaped down from the tree trunk, crushing dry branches underfoot. The first thing he did was deliver a heavy slap to the back of Yes' head. That hesitation almost got you killed. Reflect on it yourself. The living Yama's tone was calm. Then his big hand slid down and gripped Yes' shoulder firmly. Yehua's eyes burned with undisguised fervor, but for a first blood and still counter-killing two veterans. You're a natural-born fighter, kid. He nodded silently, calming his heart. Yehua said no more, unrolling a sealing scroll to collect the two charred corpses. Yi cast a puzzled glance and couldn't help asking, why collect the bodies? These two were on the police force's wanted list, Humogakure's external spies. Yehua rolled up the scroll and stuffed it back into his ninja tool pouch, grinning coldly. Taking the bodies back to the village will earn us a decent bounty. A mosquito's leg is still meat. Why not take it? Yehua patted his tool pouch, stood up, and strode into the depths of the dense forest. Let's go. The border situation is volatile. We need to leave quickly. He straightened up, giving one last look at the scorched earth. The trembling gradually subsided. The two swiftly erased all traces of the battle, melted back into the night, and raced toward the northeastern defensive line at full speed. At 4 in the morning, the deepest hour before dawn. The entrance to the No. 7 explosive tag underground warehouse of Tuji country. Shimu Shimao crouched on the rock ledge above, gripping the Baya short blade in his right hand, the blade pressed firmly against his forearm. 3 Maijonin behind him formed a triangular formation, their breathing suppressed to the utmost limit. They had infiltrated this far, and the perimeter defense was disturbingly lax. Shuomo's brows knitted tightly. This was a strategic material hub, not even a single visible sentry. But he had no retreat. Once this batch of explosive tags was transported, the Fire Country's defensive line would suffer carpet bombing with casualties beyond measure. Shuomao made a tactical hand signal. 2 fingers silently pushed forward. For shadows glided rapidly down the rock face. At the entrance, 2 guards dozed against the pillars. A flash of white light. Before they could even mobilize their chakra, the 2 slumped silently, their throats severed. The narrow passage reeked of the acidic sulfur smell peculiar to explosive tags. The stone steps descended deeper until a massive underground chamber unfolded before them. Piles of sealed wooden crates rose like small mountains. Shuomo's pupils contracted. The reserve was 30% greater than intelligence estimates. A single crate's payload could plow through half the forward position 3 times over. Just as he formed the detonate hand sign, the airflow shifted. From behind the massive stalactite hanging overhead, 6 black silhouettes suddenly burst forth. They dropped upside down from the blind spot above, 6 poison-coated kunai aimed directly at the 4 throats. Death descended. Shuomao didn't even raise his head. A white flash. His reaction bordered on inhuman. The blade swept upward in a half-arc, then he spun sideways and thrust continuously in reverse grip. 3 breaths. 6 IW, Yenbu didn't even have time to scream before their necks snapped in unison. Headless corpses crashed to the ground, blood gushing. Normally their idle chatter was about tofu rising by 2 coppers, or which widow's doorstep was rife with scandal. This was peacetime. No official announcements had been made. Who would be? Dense ranks of IWA shinobi surged from every passage. 2 platoons, at least 30 elites, encircled them tightly. A hail of kunai mixed with earth-style bricks descended like a storm. And almost all the firepower was focused on the 3 ordinary jonin beside Shimao. Boom, boom, boom. The chamber trembled violently. The fierce explosions echoed within. A Maijonin shielding Shomao failed to dodge completely. He took a high explosive tag with his body for Shomao. Half of his thigh was blown off the wound on his abdomen, gaping with charred flesh, his entire form crashing heavily into the rubble. The IWA immediately ceased concentrated fire. Dozens of elites spread out into a semicircle, trapping the fallen Maijonin dead center of their kill zone. Kunai rested against his neck, but they did not finish him. The remaining 2 jonin were also forced into a corner against the rock wall, pinned down by earth style. besiege the enemy's reinforcements. A lethal formation tailored for Chimu Shumao. Shuamao halted, his eyes instantly bloodshot. Rescue. Then the mission would surely fail. Not rescue. Then watch a comrade bleed out before your eyes, cut down stroke by stroke. Shuamao hesitated only a moment before making his decision. The mission was impossible to complete. He could not sacrifice his comrades for it. A grim light flickered in Shuomo's eyes as he clenched his molars, blood seeping from his gums. He raised both hands and began forming seals frantically. Chakra surged, and white smoke of shadow clones started to coalesce beside him. He was ready to charge into the death circle with his life, even if it meant being shattered to pieces just to pull the man out. Boom. At that moment, the rock ceiling above them erupted with a deafening roar. Terrifying heat instantly turned the dome's rubble red hot. Molten rock fragments cascaded like a waterfall, crashing into the chamber. Everyone was forced to retreat. A black figure leaped down from the breach, the Uchiha clan emblem on his green vest glaring starkly in the firelight. 3 Tomo Sharingan, blood red and piercing, seething with killing intent. Fire-style fire dragon flame bullet. Chakra erupted. 3 furious fire dragons roared downward from above, bringing the momentum to incinerate all. The fire dragons struck precisely, tearing a 3-meter-high wall of blazing flames between the wounded Maijonin and the IWA encirclement. The heat was so intense that the metal on the nearest 2 IWA forehead protectors melted at one corner. The shockwave forced the IWA shinobi to retreat repeatedly. Uchiha Yoru drew his blade in one motion and landed steadily beside Shumao. Baya, Yoru said without turning, his voice cold and harsh. Carry out the mission first. He'll hold them off. Shuomo's eyes widened. He had never expected any backup. How could the living demon of the village's police force, who only enforced law within the village, appear at the border of Tuji country in such a desperate situation? The IWA commander's heart seized in terror the moment he saw those 3 Tomo. He immediately gave the order: contract formation. Do not meet the Sharingan's gaze. Yoru and Shuamao charged into the battle formation back to back. 2 short blades unsheathed simultaneously, blood splattering. But the situation did not reverse. The IWA were too numerous. They refused direct confrontation. Instead, they used rotation squads of over a dozen to lock down the duo's movements, stalling with hostages. The wall of flames was receding. The severely wounded Mai shinobi still lay in the enemy's depths a dozen meters away, the kunai on his neck tightening. The other 2 jonin were also gasping under pressure, unable to break through. Bloodshot veins emerged in Shuomo's eyes. This kind of situation again, another life-for-life exchange. Uncle Shuomao, don't move. A clear young boy's voice came from the breach above. Shuamao looked up sharp. In the firelight, a small figure in a ninja academy uniform stood on the broken cliff edge, looking down coldly at the intense battle below. In his scarlet pupils, 2 black tomos slowly revolved. It was Yi. Before anyone could react, he reached into his tool pouch and pulled out a nondescript short blade. He didn't aim at any IWA shinobi. Instead, from over 20 meters away, his blade pointed directly at the Maijonin collapsed in the center of the encirclement, his belly torn open and lying in a pool of blood. Raising his hands high, he swung down with all his strength. Catch it. Causality principle activated. 100% empty hand deflection short sword. This was a concept, utterly irrational. Regardless of the target's line of sight, regardless of how many people or thick walls lay between, once this slash fell, the target must catch it. Below, the IWA commander was about to order the execution of the severely wounded man. At the center of the encirclement, the Maijonin, who couldn't even stand, vanished from existence. Defying the laws of physics, escaping gravity, ignoring spatial distance. The next second, thump. He appeared directly on the cliff edge, right before Yi. Both knees slammed heavily onto the hard rock, and his hands uncontrollably clapped together, firmly catching the descending blade. The entire underground warehouse fell into dead silence. The IWA commander's raised hand froze midair, his mouth wide open. Shuomo's shadow clone hand sign was suspended. Yoru, having just cut down an IWA shinobi's neck, also had his mind blank. What kind of jutsu was that? That same question popped into everyone's mind simultaneously. Space-time ninja, no hand seals, no trace of chakra circulation, teleporting a living person over 20 meters in an instant, and making them kneel down precisely to catch a blade. You didn't give anyone time to recover. He glanced at the blade. A deep crack had already formed on it. Indeed, this heaven-defying thing had durability limits. Each use consumed it. But there was no time to worry about that now. Yi withdrew the blade, turned, and locked onto the other 2 Maijonin struggling in the corner of the encirclement below, awakening the Tutomo Sharingan at age 7, moving across turbulent rivers as if on flat ground with minimal effort, unleashing 30 great thump, thump. The 2 appeared on the cliff edge, both knees crashing down, their hands involuntarily clasping together tightly, trapping the blade of Yi. Was this something a 7-year-old child could accomplish? No. This was a heaven-sent sovereign. An absolute living ancestor. On the cliff face, a vertical drop of over 20 meters. 3 jonin from my knelt on the ground, palms pressed together with the one in the middle, desperately clutching a short sword that had shattered into pieces. Their reverent posture would have made anyone think they were worshipping their ancestors. Dozens of IWA ninjas in the underground warehouse craned their necks, utterly dumbfounded. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. A second ago, the IWA commander was still fantasizing about how to dismember the hostage and shatter White Fang's resolve. This second, the hostage had defied gravity and taken off vertically. The expressions on their faces shifted from seeing a ghost to confusion, then to complete stupor. Ding. Break defense value from the IWA commander, 999. Ding. Break defense value from IWA Jonin, 888. The system notifications exploded in Yes' mind like firecrackers. This wave of hard control combined with defense break was a complete victory. He had no time to count the gains. He quickly scanned the condition of the 3 men. The severely injured one still had blood gushing from his thigh, but it wasn't fatal. The other 2 were merely out of chakra, but could still run. This utterly absurd scene tore apart the original death trap. In the center of the underground stone chamber, the blood on Hatake Tsukumo's body had not yet dried, but the despair in his eyes was gone. He looked up at the cliff, his gaze briefly meeting Yes. There was no doubt in those eyes. The moment he saw his comrades freed, he had severed all superfluous. Wildfire. Tsukumo's voice came from below, as calm as discussing everyday matters. Take them and retreat first. Protect ye. Wildfire had already flipped down from the cliff, landing at the edge. With one hand, he roughly grabbed the severely wounded my Jonin and slung him over his shoulder. He shot a glance at Tsukumo. Uchiha members don't need your concern. With that, Wildfire reversed his grip on his ninja sword, kicked off the rock, and led the charge into the narrow escape tunnel. He casually pulled out the short sword, and the blade instantly crumbled into dust. He turned and followed Wildfire into the darkness. With his comrades gone, the last shackle shattered. Hatake Tsukumo took a deep breath and his chakra erupted. The white short sword in his hand let out a clear, ringing vibration. The gentle elder, the domestic man who watered the dwarf pine, all offline. Now standing here was the god of slaughter who once single-handedly swept through the Suna front lines. He's going to blow up the warehouse. Stop him. The IWA commander screamed at the top of his lungs. Tsukumo didn't even look at the enemy's defensive formation. His body blurred into an afterimage. Lightning carved through scorching throats. Within 3 breaths, the first 6 men fell, their wounds impossibly smooth. He moved like he was in an empty space, stepping through gaps straight toward the ceiling core of the explosive tag warehouse. First platoon. Hold him off even if it costs you your lives. The IWA commander's eyes cracked with rage. His bloodied ninja sword pointed straight at the tunnel entrance above. Second platoon, follow me. Slice that Uchiha brat in the school uniform to pieces. Don't let them escape. The underground passage was pitch black and narrow. Wildfire ran at the front with the wounded man on his shoulder, while the 2 exhausted my Jonin followed closely. Their retreat speed was too slow. He brought up the rear, his 2 Tomo fully activated. Hundreds of meters behind, urgent footsteps mixed with frantic earth-release chakra surged like a tide, closing in. Dozens of elite pursuers faster than them. They're here, Wildfire said in a low voice. You didn't reply? He stopped, turned, reached into his ninja tool pouch, and pulled out 2 pink spheres, pink concealment smoke bombs. Between his fingers were also a few whistles that only play Swona no matter how you blow. He scattered the whistles on the ground and slammed the smoke bombs against the wall behind him. Boom. Boom. No choking black smoke, no vision-blocking poison gas. Just an extremely glaring, outrageously flamboyant pink fluorescent glow. The cramped passage instantly turned into an underground rave club. The whistles on the ground were triggered by the blast. Woo, wah, woo. An infernal Swona symphony echoed through the tunnel, sound waves bouncing wildly off the walls. A 3D surround, brain-piercing demonic melody. The IWA, Chunin leading the chase, turned pale, their boots carving deep grooves into the stone. Ambush. Hold your breath. Form defensive formation. The commander's voice cracked in panic. Dozens of elite IWA ninjas, well-trained, slammed on the brakes, instantly conjuring thick earthen walls cowering behind them. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. 15 seconds. The pink light still flashed, the Swona blew ever more cheerfully. Other than that, not even a hair was harmed. The IWA commander poked his head out from behind the earthen wall, staring straight at the garish pink glow. Not poison gas, not genjutsu. It was just a useless light show that did nothing but hurt the eyes. What were we guarding against? An IWA, Chunin muttered to himself. Absolute silence fell. They had defended against nothing. Humiliation struck straight to the skull. Ding. Break defense value from the IWA. Chunin platoon, 999. Ding. Humiliation value from the IWA Commander 1000. Bastards. It's a bluffing trick. Chase them. The commander kicked the earthen wall to pieces, his face twisted, eyes bloodshot. Dozens of men charged again, murderous and humiliated. After running 50 meters, they rounded a corner, and the ninja in front slammed to a halt. On the walls, and among the rubble in the passage ahead, a dozen explosive tags were neatly arranged. The fuses hissed and crackled, the sparks already burning down to the base. Explosive tag trap. Hit the deck. Instinctively, everyone threw themselves to the ground. Faces down, hands over heads, rear ends stuck up, perfect textbook posture. Then, a thin, barely visible wisp of white smoke lazily drifted from the center of the explosive tags. Those explosive tags that will never explode emitted a puff of pink smoke and then crumbled to ash. They couldn't even blow out a candle. The passage fell silent again. The IWA commander lifted his dust-covered face from the dirt, his last shred of sanity shattered. The elite IWA ninjas had been played for fools twice by cheap abstract junk. All units, listen up. The commander ripped off his mask, grinding his molars in fury. From now on, no matter what trash appears up ahead, even if it's the Sage of Six Paths manifesting, you trample it. Anyone who stops will kill him, myself. Ding. Rage break defense value from the IWA commander. Dozens of IWA ninjas, eyes bloodshot, accelerated like mad dogs. The tunnel exit was almost within reach. A light was already filtering in. He reached the exit and looked at Wildfire. Wildfire, carrying one man, pulled out a stack of explosive tags with his other hand. He had swiped 2 sets of high-explosive real tags from Fugaku's desk before leaving, and now he tossed them all to Yi. Yi counted them, a full 12. He laid all the tags in the blind spot of the tunnel exit and lit the fuses. Then he pulled out the last 2 pink concealment smoke bombs and the whistles, smashing them into the pile of tags. The flamboyant pink glow bloomed again, and the familiar infernal Swana chorus rang out. The pursuers rounded the corner, the enraged IWA elites showing no sign of slowing. It's that same useless trick again. Charge. Crush it. The commander led the way, charging recklessly over the pile of tags. The moment their feet landed, the papery texture and the unmistakable intense smell of saltpeter hit their noses. The commander's face turned the color of pig liver in the pink glow. It's over. No. Damn it. Boom. 12 special detonation talismans detonated in the narrow passage, causing a chain reaction that obliterated everything in its wake. Amidst the soaring flames, pink fluorescence flickered wildly, the echoes of the ghostly Swana lingering in the air. The scene was bizarre to the extreme. The terrifying heat sent the rear rock dwellers flying as debris rained down like a shotgun blast. The pursuers didn't even have time to scream before the deafening explosions completely drowned them out. A physical exorcism accomplished in one fell swoop. He crouched in the shadow of the rock wall, clutching his head as the scorching heat whipped past him, nearly curling his hair. Wildfire fiercely protected the injured, cursing under his breath. Are these rock dwellers out of their minds? How dare they step on genuine detonation talismans with their eyes closed? He couldn't be bothered to respond, for the system panel in his mind had gone completely berserk. Ding. 999 fear value from the elite team of rock dwellers. Ding. 1000 defense value from the commander of the rock dwellers. Before he could delight in counting his balance, the ground beneath him suddenly shook violently. Everyone looked up in unison. At the end of the basin to the southeast, a blinding red lotus flame directly overturned the ground. A giant crimson mushroom cloud slowly rose. The magnitude was utterly brutal. The chain explosions in the warehouse tore the entire underground space to shreds. The scorching smoke illuminated half the sky, and the shockwave flattened the surrounding forest. The job is done. Wildfire smacked his lips. Half a minute later, a silver flash broke through the sea of fire and landed steadily. It was Hatake Tsukumo. His white Fong short knife had already returned to its sheath. However, his originally clean clothes were now stained with charred blood, as if he had crawled out of a furnace. Tsukumo turned around and strode over. His gaze directly bypassed the burly Wildfire, locking onto Yes' face. He stared intently for 3 seconds. To be honest, Tsukumo and the Uchiha clan had never seen eye to eye. He carried an inherent awkwardness, otherwise he would never have developed the insane technique known as 1,000 Years of Pain. Most Uchiha were arrogant, their conversations resembling eulogies, with their eyes practically on their foreheads. But today was different. Setting aside the life-saving grace, he managed to teach his reclusive son how to socialize normally with peers, even tolerating the obnoxious Uchiha Obito. Just for that, Tsukumo felt genuinely grateful. Thus the legendary White Fang of Konoha took a deep breath. With his feet together right in front of the 2 Uchiha, he executed an exceptionally proper 90-degree bow. Were it not for your timely arrival, this mission would have ended in utter failure, and Konoha would have faced dire straits due to my misjudgment. Tsukumo maintained his bowing posture, his voice low and hoarse, each word deliberate. This kindness Hitachi Tsukumo will remember. Ding. 999 recognition value from Hitachi Tsukumo. Ding. 999 gratitude value from Hitachi Tsukumo. Hearing the system notification, Yes' heart raced. The white fang of Konoha owed him a life. This connection was worth 1,000 times more than any points. Wildfire beside him snorted coldly, turning his face away in a haughty manner, pretending to look into the distant flames. The pride of the Uchiha clan prevented him from accepting a direct thank you from a Konoha elite. He had to maintain his dignity. Tsukumo straightened up, ignoring Wildfire's awkwardness. The detonation talismans had been destroyed, but a clever man like Tsukumo couldn't be oblivious to the fact that he had been sold out. Who sold this information to the rock dwellers? That question was more deadly than the explosives. He squatted down quickly, lifting his severely injured companion with a broken leg and securely binding him to his back with cloth strips. He'll handle the troubles from the higher-ups. You too, Konoha, farewell. Tsukumo made a tactical gesture, his chakra exploding, and with his companion, they transformed into an afterimage, disappearing into the night. With their departure, the surroundings fell silent, leaving only the distant ruins crackling, the wind rustling through the clothing. Silence lasted for 5 seconds. The pent-up rage and Wildfire suddenly dissipated. He could no longer maintain his facade. He abruptly turned around, his eyes wide as saucers, fixating on Yi. On his living king of hell face, there was now an expression of shock that shattered his worldview. Wildfire stepped forward a couple of paces, his voice lowered to a whisper, trembling slightly. Yi, can you give me some insider information? Wildfire swallowed hard. Just now on the cliff from over 20 meters away, you pulled 3 living people up and made them kneel in formation to receive the knife. Is that the legendary space-time ninjutsu? Space-time ninjutsu had not been seen in Konoha since the death of the second Hokage. However, Wildfire had heard rumors that someone was practicing the second's famous technique, but these had nothing to do with the Uchiha. If Yi truly mastered space-time ninjutsu, the future of the Uchiha would be limitless. He kept his hands in his pockets, not even blinking. But internally he was rolling his eyes furiously. He couldn't tell this thick-head older brother that it was a concept-level item wholesale from the system, could he? The short knife that can catch a blade with bare hands at 100 success rate was a name that would make him socially die in the ninja world for 3 lifetimes. Luckily, that knife had shattered to dust, leaving no evidence. He raised his head, meeting Wildfire's shocked gaze, and grinned, revealing an innocent smile. He lightly uttered 4 words, "It's a secret." After saying that, he turned around, cleanly waved goodbye to Wildfire, and strolled down the ridge. Not a word of explanation more. Wildfire stood frozen in place, cold wind rushing down his collar, yet he felt an overwhelming heat. His brain began to work frantically, nearly smoking. Was it the effect of Yes' short knife? Absolutely impossible. For 5,000 years, which ancient text mentioned a divine tool that could forcibly teleport living beings, and even had a kneeling effect. No seals, no chakra fluctuations, forcibly stripping away others' control over their bodies. This was not just ninjutsu. This was definitely a high-level space-time forbidden technique that transcended common sense. Wildfire gasped, his hair standing on end. Overthinking can be deadly. In that moment, Wildfire completely understood. He got it. He understood everything. No wonder this kid looked down on basic ninjutsu when renting land. No wonder he had to learn fire release on site and never picked up any free scrolls from the clan. How could someone with a world-class brain that could silently develop space-time forbidden techniques look down on such low-grade items? Watching Yes' back, which barely reached his waist, Wildfire's gaze completely changed. The previous indulgence of older brother C's absolute genius transformed into an extreme reverence for something entirely beyond his comprehension. On the way back, the two tacitly abandoned the hurried march, leisurely strolling toward Konoha. Wildfire followed closely behind, lagging half a step. The more he thought, the more alarmed and fervent he became. Space-time forbidden techniques, the double Tomo Sharingan, monstrous chakra. A wild, rebellious thought took root and grew wildly in his mind. If in the future Yi were to take over the family, the Uchiha would have the confidence to upend the tables of the Konoha higher-ups. He wouldn't have to look at the third Hokage or Danzo's face to fight for that pitiful funding. Compared to this heavenly gifted leader, the current clan head Fugaku was nothing more than a mere accountant. Wildfire's breathing grew heavier, his fists clenched tightly. He suddenly stopped, looking at Yes' back, mumbling a radical phrase often uttered by the elder, "Let the Uchiha be great again." Yi, who was walking in front, stumbled and nearly tripped over a tree root. He turned around with a bewildered expression, looking at Yehua, whose eyes were bloodshot. "What are you yelling about, big brother? Is the Uchiha's hereditary delusion acting up again?" In his mind, the system had gone wild. Ding. Fanaticism from Uchiha Yehua 999. Ding. Faith from Uchiha Yehua 888. Ding. Reverence from Uchiha Yehua 888. Yi twitched the corner of his mouth, completely clueless about what earth-shattering plot this rough guy had imagined. but he wisely chose to keep his mouth shut and contentedly act as a harvesting machine. In the following days of travel, it was arguably the most comfortable days since transmigration. Yahuo's attitude underwent a complete 180-degree upheaval, shifting from a leading brother to a fanatical sycophantic tutor. As long as he glanced a few more times, Crankfire release was directly handed over. If he slightly frowned, Brank's secret techniques were almost pried open and forced into his mouth. In the time it took to yawn, Yahua had supplied all kinds of assassination techniques and rank moves in one package. The door to Yahuo's ninjutsu arsenal was smashed open by his own hands with stockpiles gushing out. Not only was he not pained, but he also felt a pleasure akin to old buddy DoubleClick 666, oh all my savings for the big brother. You naturally wouldn't be polite, his Tutomo was always online. Yahua formed hand seals, and he copied, Yahua explained, and he recorded. Relying on his monstrous chakra reserves, in just a few days, ninjutsu stockpile skyrocketed on the spot. On the evening of the last day of their return journey, the two made a fire to rest by a small stream only half a day's walk from Konoha village. Yahua shook off the water from his hands, and his expression turned serious in an instant. You've drained me of all conventional fire release. Before entering the village, big brother will teach you a proper life-saving trick. He swallowed the dry rations and looked up at him. You've drained me of all conventional fire release. Before entering the village, big brother will teach you a proper life-saving trick. He swallowed the dry rations and looked at, but the downside is fatal. It splits the user's chakra equally. Once dispelled, all the fatigue, pain, and memories of the clones will instantly backlash onto the original body. Yahuo's expression was stern. If you're not careful, your neural network will collapse. This is called multiple shadow clone technique. As his words fell, Yahua diverted his chakra. Puff. 3 puffs of white smoke burst out, and 3 Yahuos stood by the stream. Did you see the chakra diversion nodes clearly? Yahua dismissed the clones and rubbed his throbbing temples. Memorize it in your mind first, don't use it unless absolutely necessary. Under the sunset, Tutomo had already recorded the chakra flow of the nodes frame by frame. A full 10 Uchiha stood in a row surrounding him in a circle. All 10 had their hands in their pockets, their movements perfectly synchronized, and even the bang. A series of dense white smoke explosions burst across the clearing. Yahua jerked his head up, almost popping his eyeballs into the river. A full 10 Uchiha stood in a row surrounding him in a circle. All 10 had their hands in their pockets, their movements perfectly synchronized, and even the angle of their smiles seemed copy-pasted. Every single clone's chakra was as stable as an old dog without any sign of chakra depletion. For ordinary people, using this technique was courting death, but this kid used it like drinking water. Ding. Broken defense value from Uchiha Yahua 999. Ding. Numbness value from Uchiha Yahua 1000. Yahuo's head was buzzing, feeling that his entire ninja career of decades had been lived in vain. It feels the middle Yi, the original, spoke and casually waved his hand. Bang. All 10 clones dispelled. The overwhelming environmental memories and fatigue instantly rushed into his brain. A moment of dizziness hit, and Yi frowned. But in less than half a second, the monstrous vitality belonging to the Uzumaki clan, like a dragon awakening, intervened forcefully. Vast energy washed through his body, instantly clearing the fatigue. He let out a long breath, feeling refreshed. He flexed his fingers, the satisfaction of mastering a rank forbidden technique for the first time filling his chest. A solid gain. Yahua swallowed his saliva, completely numbed. In front of these eyes, and this monstrous body, common sense was nothing more than toilet paper. He silently walked behind, he quietly acting as a follower, not wanting to say another word. But in his heart he began to think about how to make Yi the head of the Uchiha clan as soon as possible. The sunset stretched the shadows of the 2 men long. Yi, treading on the afterglow, looked toward Konoha, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Calculating the time, Sakumo Hatake, who had returned to the village early, should already be standing in the Hokage's office by now. That death trap designed for the hero had been overturned by force, and the leak of top-secret intelligence had been laid bare in blood. The expressions of those old foxes in the high command must be quite interesting right now. At the same time, on the top floor of the Hokage building, Hiruzen Sarutobi was sunk deep into a large high-back leather chair. On the enormous solid wood desk, piles of files and documents were stacked so high that they completely obscured his face. In his left hand, he held a pipe, blowing a thick smoke ring as he stared at the ceiling. His right thumb and forefinger were tightly pinching his swollen brow, the veins at his temples throbbing. A budget approval form for explosive tags spread on the desk had already been flipped through 3 times. The Uchiha police force's funding needed to increase, and the Ninja Academy's training ground renovation could no longer be delayed. The Umbu's consumption of explosive tags this year had directly exceeded the quota by 40%. Now, even trivial matters like replacing a batch of bandages at the ninja hospital required his personal signature. Past Hokages had assistants to share administrative affairs. But in his term, Shimura Danzo, under the name of Root, holed up in a dark underground base every day playing dead. He didn't touch a single bit of the complicated internal affairs, frontline logistics, or squabbles among the clans. This old bastard was simply treating the Hokage like a beast of burden. Having become a document-approving machine as Hokage, Sarutobi squeezed the budget form fiercely and slapped it heavily onto the desk with a crack. Sometimes he truly wished he could just set this desk on fire. At that moment, the door was pushed open. Without a knock, Tsukumo Hatake strode in. He hadn't even changed his signature white half-sleeve shirt. His clothes were caked with thick dust and charred bloodstains, the wounds on his chest and arms having formed hard scabs. An extremely pungent smell of gunpowder mixed with blood instantly filled the entire office. Tsukumo had rushed back from the border at full speed, not even entering his home, heading straight to the Hokage building to report after completing the mission. Sarutobi's irritation vanished instantly. He put down his pipe, stood up abruptly, and walked around the desk. He was well aware of the frontline situation. The No. 7 explosive tag warehouse was a stranglehold on Konoha. If these supplies were allowed into the battlefield, casualties would definitely be in the thousands. Tsukumo, how is the frontline? Has the No. 7 warehouse mission been completed? Urgency showed in Sarutobi's tone. Tsukumo didn't respond, nor did he report. He stopped 3 steps away from Sarutobi, rooted to the spot like a plant. He slowly raised his eyelids, scrutinizing Sarutobi's microexpressions. The twitching of the eye muscles, the contraction of the pupils, the rhythm of breathing. In the eyes of this top cage-level powerhouse, these physiological responses were far more honest than the words spoken. In his mind, he recalled the tailor-made death trap. The route, the troops, and even the chakra nature of their team were all known with perfect clarity. Those capable of providing such top-secret intelligence could be counted on one hand in the entire Konoha. He had to confirm whether the man sitting in the highest position was the traitor who had stabbed him in the back. A full 3 seconds of dead silence. In the vast office, a pin drop could be heard. The urgency on Sarutobi's face slowly froze. Being stared at by Tsukumo like this, his heart inexplicably sank, giving rise to a foreboding feeling. This gaze is wrong. Could it be that the mission not only failed, but also caused some other big trouble? The 2 ENBU guarding the door sensed the tense atmosphere, their hands tightly gripping the sword hilts at their waists. Shuo Mao remained silent, taking everything in. When mission and warehouse No. 7-inch were mentioned, Rijan's eyes instinctively widened, followed by a constriction of his pupils. This was a pure physiological response under extreme tension. Cold sweat trickled down his left temple, and he didn't bother wiping it off. Most critically, before he spoke, his body instinctively leaned forward half a step. Only when genuinely worried about the safety of comrades or the mission would one unconsciously make such a forward-leaning motion. The massive stone that had been weighing on Shuo Mao's heart finally eased a little. His tense back relaxed slightly, releasing the force coiled for a sudden outburst. His expression softened a shade. Reaching into his bosom, he pulled out a crumpled mission scroll with scorched edges. He presented it with both hands. Reporting to the Hokage-sama, Shuo Mao said in a calm, yet firm tone. The No. 7 underground warehouse of IWA has been destroyed in a chain detonation, completely obliterated. He presented it with both hands. Reporting to the Hokage-sama, Shuo Mao said in a calm, yet firm tone. The No. 7 underground warehouse of IWA has been destroyed in a chain detonation. The identities of the 2 were far too sensitive, dragging them into such an incident would only harm them. Moreover, Shuo Mao had already sealed his teammates' memories regarding those 2. As long as the mission was completed and the report was reasonable, the higher-ups would not investigate the mission details. Upon hearing that the mission was a complete success, Rijan broke into a smile. Good, good, good. His tense shoulders instantly slumped, and he roared out 3 goods, each louder than the last. The old man laughed heartily, the sound causing the window panes to buzz. Rijan snatched the scroll, not even glancing at it, then raised a large hand and heavily clapped Shuo Mao on the shoulder. Upon hearing this, the 2 ENBU outside the door broke out in a cold sweat, then let out a long sigh of relief. The palms that had released the sword hilts were slick with sweat. Through their masks, they looked into the room, their faces filled with undisguised admiration. Breaking through with a single blade, slaughtering through the enemy's strategic hinterland. The name, White Fang, would once again shake the ninja world. Rijan had laughed enough. He restrained his emotions, withdrew his hand, and took 2 steps back. Shuo Mao, this mission was practically a walk through death's door. You have rendered a great service that ensures the village's fortune. Well done. Raising his right hand, Rijan declared, thus I specially approve a paid leave of 1 month for you. Now the ninja school is on summer break. Little Kakashi is our village's treasured genius. Take this time to train him properly. With your personal guidance, he will surely soar sky high. Hearing his son praised by the Hokage, Shuo Mao's stern face visibly softened. The pride of a father could not be concealed. He smiled gently and restrainedly. Thank you for your cultivation, Hokage-sama. I will keep a close eye on Kakashi's training. Shuo Mao bowed his head slightly. But as his gaze left Rijan, the warmth in his eyes dropped to freezing point. Rijan was unaware of the betrayal. This ruled out the possibility of a stab in the back by the Supreme Leader, an insider who could manipulate things right under the Hokage's nose and deliver the top-secret Shrank route intact to Iwa's desk. The range of suspects could be counted on one hand. Before, when it didn't involve him, he could turn a blind eye to the power struggles among the higher-ups. But now the blade had pierced straight into the hearts of his comrades. They had come within a hair's breadth of turning to ash in a foreign underground. Shuo Mao verbally agreed with the Hokage, but deep inside that string had been pulled taut. In the days to come, even if he had to dig 3 feet into the ground, he would unearth and crush the hidden poison lurking in the shadows. All right, go home and take a hot bath. Get a good night's sleep. Rijan waved his hand. The old man sat back at his desk, picked up a red pen, and was in such a good mood that even the annoying expense reports looked pleasant. Shuo Mao saluted, turned, and pushed the door to leave. Walking down the long corridor of the Hokage building, the setting sun stretched his shadow long, alternating between light and dark. At the same time, deep beneath Konoha in the root base, a gust of cold wind swept through the hall, making the torches on the wall flicker. Shimura Danzo sat firmly on a stone chair, hands resting on a wooden cane. A root operative wearing a tanuki mask knelt below, his voice devoid of any ripple. Danzo-sama, as per your instructions, the village's public opinion has been set in motion. All the covert agents in the major districts are on standby. Once news of White Fang's mission failure returns within half a day, the entire village's criticism will drown him alive. Everything proceeds according to plan. The stone chamber fell silent for a few seconds. Danzo slowly stood up, tapping his cane twice on the stone floor. On his bandage-wrapped face, a cruel smile forced its way out. Excellent. Danzo spoke in a sinister tone. I have thoroughly figured out Shuo Mao. IWA received the complete intel and will surely set an inescapable net. As long as his comrades fall into a desperate situation, he will absolutely not have the heart to abandon them. To save them, he can only give up the mission. Danzo's cane struck the stone slab heavily. And what is the price of abandoning the mission? Those explosive tags will be safely delivered to the Fire Country front lines and blow our thousands of Konoha ninja to bits. His bony fingers slowly clenched. By then I won't even need to stir things up. The fury of the entire village will burn him to ash. Hataki Shu, Amao the White Fang of Konoha. Danzo's eyes fixed on the darkness like a serpent already savoring victory. The higher you lift him now, the harder he'll fall when news of his defeat comes back. The candle flame in the stone chamber jumped suddenly. Danzo sat back down and closed his eyes. He had all the patience in the world, contentedly waiting for the net to tighten. Afternoon sunlight shattered through the forest path, dappled shadows swaying with the canopy. On the forest road, 10 li outside Konoha. Yi, are you tired? Want Big Brother to carry you for this last stretch? Yi plastered on a fawning smile, sidling up obnoxiously, and handed over a water flask freshly filled from a clear spring. His ninja sword at his waist swayed with his stride, the metal clasps making a regular clink. Yi kept his hands in his pockets, not even lifting his eyelids, strolling leisurely forward. Brother Yi, my constitution is fine. Walking a few steps won't kill me. Of course, of course. Yi quickly bowed and scraped, waving a hand casually. With your current strength, even the elite shunin of the village would take a detour when they see you. This former enforcer of the police force, who just days ago had sternly declared he would teach Yi a practical lesson, had now completely degenerated into a shameless #1 fanboy. The two stepped through the slightly lazy sunlight and finally saw the outline of Konoha's tall wooden gates. Before they even fully approached the south gate, the tea stalls and streets beyond buzzed with the villagers' highly excited murmur. Did you hear? Lord White Fang once cut down 13 elite Suna puppet masters along that line in the Land of Wind. A vegetable-selling auntie was spitting with vivid detail, gesticulating wildly in the air. That's nothing. I heard that during the Second War, Granny Kyo's elite puppet formation was dismantled single-handedly by him. Yi's brow rose slightly, his pace slowing for a beat. Interesting. Shuo Mao had just returned from the border, and building up his reputation in the village was routine procedure. Given White Fang's combat record, it was entirely plausible that the higher-ups intended to push him toward the Hokage seat. And Shuo Mao just owed the Uchiha a tremendous life-saving debt. If he reached the top, the Uchiha's early investment would pay off handsomely. As the two drew closer, the villagers' gossip grew increasingly absurd. It said that Lord White Fang's short blade chakra flow is 3 times faster than an ordinary person's. That's top-tier tactical micromaneuvering. A meatball vendor chimed in, pulling a poorly printed pamphlet from his Come, I have a booklet here chronicling Lord White Fang's exploits. An old man smoking a pipe nearby waved his pipe dramatically. My cousin served on the front lines. He said that Lord White Fang once used a lightning release fatal technique to flank the enemy camp, killed 5 men, and didn't even get a drop of blood on his clothes. Hearing this, Yahuo's feet rooted to the spot like iron stakes. He didn't move, but his once relaxed face gradually turned cold. He strode over in 2 big steps, snatched the pamphlet from the meatball vendor's hand, and flipped through it quickly. It was densely printed with precise data and tactical routes from Chimu Shuomo's past ENBU missions. Something was wrong. Extremely wrong. Since when did these vegetable-selling elders know anything about tactical micromaneuvering or chakra attachment enhancement? Normally their idle chatter was about tofu rising by 2 coppers, or which widow's doorstep was rife with scandal. This was peacetime. No official announcements had been made. Who would be so obsessed as to study White Fang's kill records like a national craze? The terminology was too professional. It was as if they were reciting from classified scrolls. Yahua turned his gaze toward the tea house on the street corner. Several unfamiliar middle-aged men mingled among the crowd, acting as astroturfers. Their speech was perfectly timed, every sentence revolving around, White Fang is number 1. These astroturfers sat too straight, and their hands holding teacups were steady as rocks. They were definitely not ordinary folk. Yahua gritted his molars, a chill shooting up his spine. Combined with the death trap at Border Warehouse No. 7 and this overnight printing of pamphlets, Yahua instantly understood everything. Praise first, then kill. This wasn't building momentum. It was tailoring a living coffin for White Fang. A thoroughly treacherous plot of using a borrowed knife to murder. Once the news came back that Shumao had abandoned the mission to save his comrades, this artificially elevated wave of fanatical worship would instantly backfire. Every single person's spittle could drown Chimu Shumao alive. But the next second Yahua laughed, unable to suppress his grin. What a deep scheme. Those old bastards in the upper echelons calculated grandly, yet they missed one crucial point. No one imagined that he and Yi had been there too and had even helped Shumao complete the Shrank mission flawlessly. Now the upper echelons were in an awkward spot. The astroturfers still mindlessly pushed the first half of the praise script while the latter half, the kill, had simply been left unfinished. A sharp light flickered in Yahuo's eyes. The more the upper echelons wanted to destroy White Fang, the colder his heart grew. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. The Uchiha, constantly ostracized by the Hokage faction, could seize the moment and pull the sharpest blade of the ninja world into their own camp. With this thought, Yahua glanced at Yi beside him, only to find the boy completely unmoved. In an instant, an absurd idea flashed through Yahuo's mind. Had Yi dragged him out for training precisely to rescue Shumao? Yahua quickly shook his head, afraid to dwell on it further. Then he grabbed Yi's arm and whispered, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. Xiao Yi, the situation has changed. Go straight home along this street. Don't talk to strangers and don't wander around. I need to go find the clan head immediately and explain this. He glanced at the elderly people arguing excitedly over the pamphlets by the roadside, then at Yahuo's extremely serious expression. As a transmigrator, he was fully aware of Danzo's tactics. But he displayed no hint of arrogant foreknowledge. He simply nodded obediently. All right, brother Yahua. He'll go home and take a bath first. As he turned around, walked 3 steps with his hands in his pockets, a crisp series of notification sounds rang in his mind. Ding. Adoration from Uchiha Yahua 666. Ding. Ambition from Uchiha Yahua 888. Ding. Excitement from Uchiha Yahua 999. Watching the rapidly growing balance, Yi grinned like a pure-hearted villain. It seemed brother Yahuo's head full of muscle had finally evolved. He was probably scheming some rebellious path now. Yahua stood at the intersection watching until Yi's figure disappeared. The next second, he didn't even go home. He unleashed his chakra, fully transforming into a streak of shadow that ignored street regulations, leaping wildly across the rooftops of Konoha. He headed straight for the security force headquarters. The wind howled violently past his ears. In his mind, Yahua was replaying frame by frame the earth-shattering scenes from the past few days that had shattered his worldview. Awakening the Tudamo Sharingan at age 7. Moving across turbulent rivers, as if on flat ground with minimal effort. Unleashing 30 great fireball jutsus in a row without pausing for breath. And that abstract forbidden technique that defied spatial laws, forcing a Jonin to kneel and receive a blade. Not to mention the multiple shadow clones that when dispersed left no side effects. An abnormal constitution. Was this something a 7-year-old child could accomplish? No. This was a heaven-sent sovereign. An absolute living ancestor capable of leading the Uchiha to completely flip over the desks of Konoha's upper echelons. Compared to Yi's unfathomable depth and decisive methods, the current clan head Fuyue seemed painful, huddled in the office every day scraping together scraps of funding, timorous and hesitant. What the Uchiha needed was a ruthless devil to overturn the table, not a pushover. Yahuo's legs exploded with power, his speed surging again as his horizons expanded. At the security force headquarters on the top floor in the clan head's office. Boom. The weathered heavy wooden door suffered another violent assault, kicked open mercilessly by Yehua. The doorframe groaned in pain, dust raining down. Behind the desk, Fuyue was listlessly approving documents, worrying about next month's budget and the hawkish elder. Hearing the noise, he looked up sharply and saw an unharmed Yehua striding in. Recalling the military pledge Yehua had made before leaving, Fuyue let out a long breath. The usually stern man even managed a stiff smile. Back so soon. Fuyue picked up his teacup, blew on the steam, and spoke lightly. How was the special training? You didn't lose any parts, did he? Yehua stood before the wide desk silent. His chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath. Veins throbbed on his neck from extreme excitement. Fuyue stared at Yehua's reddened eyes, his hand holding the teacup frozen midair, his smile fading. Yehua, what madness has taken you? Cack out your tongue. Or is something wrong with ye? Fuyue's heart skipped a beat, nearly giving him a stroke. Had something happened to that monstrous prodigy? Yehua still ignored him. He took 2 large strides and rushed to the desk. Thud. A deafening sound shook the floor. Yehua dropped to one knee heavily on the expensive hardwood floor, the impact launching the inkstone on the desk into the air. He tilted his head up, locking eyes with Fuyue. Taking a deep breath, Yehua roared with a voice hoarse from extreme excitement. Clan head, I implore you to step down. Transfer the position of clan head to Uchiha Yi immediately. Time seemed to freeze at that second. Fuyue's expression shifted wildly, from worry to confusion to shock, until it froze completely into a petrified look. Crack. With a sharp snap, the precious teacup in his hand was crushed by his instinctively released chakra, shattering into pieces. Boiling tea mixed with porcelain shards splashed over him, soaking the classified documents on the desk. But he felt no burn at all. He stared at the kneeling Yehua, mouth agape, unsure what to say. The entire office fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the piercing drip of tea along the desk edge. Drip, drip, drip. Fuyue's brain short-circuited. Past the clan head position to a 7-year-old brat. Uchiha Yehua, is your head filled with paste, or shit? The man behind the desk was utterly petrified, as if struck by a stone release technique. Yehua knelt on one knee, and for a moment clarity returned to his mind. What the hell? How rash. That kid Yi is barely 7 years old. No matter how monstrous his talent, he is still a sapling yet to bloom. He had originally planned to wait until this soul seedling turned 18 for his Tutomo to evolve into a Wanhuating and his strength to completely dominate the entire Mai. At that time, he would raise his arms and rally people to charge straight into the Hoying building, draping Yi in a yellow robe. But today provoked too deeply, his brain slipped the moment he entered, and he spilled all his cards. Wasn't this just setting Yi on fire? If those old schemers in Mai found out, wouldn't they go mad with plotting? Slap. Yehua raised his hand and gave himself a crisp, resounding slap. This time, he didn't hold back at all. 5 bright red fingerprints instantly appeared on his cheek. Yehua frantically slapped his thighs in remorse, wishing he could sew his leaky mouth shut with thread on the spot. Watching Yehua's bewildering act of self-harm, Fuyue's eyes twitched wildly. The worldview shattered by the words, abdicate to a 7-year-old child, was painfully pieced back together. He let out a long sigh and rubbed his temples wearily. Forget it, he wouldn't argue with a lunatic. In the Uchiha clan, anyone who awakened the Xilunian had some mental issues, more or less. Mild cases were severe paranoia, severe ones went mad on the spot. The number of clan members who developed schizophrenia from awakening their eyes exceeded the reimbursement forms he had approved. Probably Yehua had been too stimulated by Yes talent these past days, triggering the hereditary Xilunian mania. Alright. Fuyue shook his sleeve, soaked with tea, his tone filled with helplessness. Go wash your face. The clan meeting will be held in the underground shrine in half an hour. Even if you have to fake it, act normal. Don't show that mad dog look to the elder. I'm still relying on him to keep his mouth shut about next month's police force budget. Yes. Yehua smoothly got up, brushed the dust off his pants, turned, and left without a word of nonsense. In the corridor, Yehua strode briskly, holding his badly swollen face. Though the scene had been embarrassing, his eyes grew brighter and brighter. It might have been hasty, but the general direction was absolutely right. 11 years, at most another 11 years, and the entire ninja world would know the name Uchiha Yi. Half an hour later, in the underground chamber of the Nana Shrine, the high-level clan meeting of the Uchiha was held on time. The venue was clearly divided, the atmosphere tense and hostile. On the right, the Extreme Hawk faction, led by the Great Elder, was passionately ranting, spittle flying. The higher-ups are cutting our funds again. This is blatant suppression. We must put some pressure on the Hoying building. On the left, the conservative Dove faction, led by the Second Elder, pushed up his reading glasses and sneered. The finances are tight. Stop having persecution fantasies all the time. Keep quiet and don't stir up trouble, okay? The two sides erupted into a boiling cauldron over next month's budget allocation, the sound of pounding tables deafening. Fuyue sat in the center listening to the marketplace-like quarrels, trying to smooth things over. But he ended up pleasing neither side. His temples throbbed, and his face was as black as a pot bottom. In the corner, Yehua sat cross-legged, arms folded, not uttering a single word. Watching these old fools arguing fiercely with red faces and thick necks, he felt only deep contempt. Argue fiercely. These people obsessed with petty gains only fought for power and profit every day, completely oblivious to what a dimensional blow or true vision meant. Amid this clamorous background noise, Yehua unilaterally made a decision that defied the ancestors. From today onward, the Uchiha clan would no longer only have the Hawk Dove and Centrist factions. The fourth secret force, the Yi faction, was officially established. Core doctrine: push Uchiha Yi to power and lead the charge to overturn the table of the my higher-ups. Current organization size a total of 2 people. Head enforcer and sole official member Uchiha Yehua. Honorary spokesperson Uchiha Yi still unaware of this and still on summer vacation. Yehua clenched his fist tightly, revealing a fanatical cold smile. One day all these stubborn old bones would be swept into the trash heap by Yi. Time flew by, and the chaotic summer vacation finally welcomed its last day. Early morning at the abandoned training ground outside my village. He stood with hands in his pockets, leaning against a wooden post, waiting early. Before long, a series of desperate gasps came from the dense forest. Maite Kai, wearing the classic green tight-fitting suit, charged at the front, dripping sweat, but still bursting with energy. Following closely was Asuma, exhausted like a dog, his legs trembling. Finally, Uchiha Dai too emerged, crawling out of the bushes on all fours, cursing loudly. Kai, did you take some kind of drug? What kind of normal person runs 10 laps around my at 5 in the morning? Dai too. The horn of youth never waits for a lazy soul. Kai flashed a thumbs up in response. A few minutes later, Kakashi arrived on time, left hand in pocket, holding a short sword with a deadfish look in his eyes. With that, the glowing green underpants handstand squad was fully assembled. As soon as everyone was present, the 5 immediately began an inhuman high-intensity physical training session. After 2 hours of hellish training, 4 of them lay under the shade like dead fish. Only he was still standing calm and composed. He unscrewed his water bottle, took a gulp of cold water, and glanced at the half-dead Asuma beside him. Yes, eyes rolled and mischief stirred in his heart. He leaned close to Asuma, lowered his voice, and threw a direct, soul-piercing question. Asuma, do you like Shirihong? The question was so sharp that Asuma instantly triggered a red alert. He sprang up from the grass like a spring, his face turning as red as a ripe tomato, burning all the way to his ears. No. Who's talking nonsense? I don't like her at all. Asuma waved his hands frantically, his voice cracking from guilt. Hearing this, Maite Kai also shot up. With tears in his eyes, he raised a gleaming thumbs up and roared to the sky. This is youth. Bravely pursue love, Asuma. Your burning fire of emotion has completely ignited me. Where am I ignited? Who's burning? Asuma was nearly going crazy, wishing he could dig a hole and bury himself on the spot. Only Dai too, that single-celled organism, sat cross-legged on the ground, scratching his head. He blinked his big, clear but stupid eyes and shouted loudly. Huh, Asuma likes Hong. How come I didn't know? Usually Hong doesn't even give him a glance. This sincere critical hit dealt massive true damage to Asuma. Kakashi sat on a tree trunk, resting his chin on one hand, rolling his eyes mercilessly. You idiot, no one will take you for a mute if you keep quiet. Conceited Kakashi, who are you calling an idiot? Dai too instantly bristled. On the last day of summer vacation, you still dare to mock me. Today I'll let you taste my fire release. Kakashi snorted coldly, jumped down, didn't even draw his sword, and directly assumed a fighting stance. The two skillfully tangled together. But surprisingly, after a summer of being mercilessly tormented as a tool by Yi plus Kai's devil training, Dai Tu's taijutsu had undergone a qualitative change. Dai too threw a straight punch that Kakashi dodged by leaning back, but a knee strike insidiously came up from below. Kakashi raised his arm to block, and Dai too seized his forearm, swinging a roundhouse kick. Kakashi was forced to backflip to create distance, then countered with a heavy leg sweep. Dai too crossed his arms to tank the hit, used the force to step back half a pace, and immediately followed up with an uppercut to drive Kakashi back. Dust flew as the two fought evenly. Dai Tu's close combat skills had jumped 3 levels. This tremendous progress made Kai exclaim in excitement, his blood boiling. As for Yi, he couldn't be bothered to watch the rookie exchange over there. He patted the grass and signaled the flustered Asuma to sit down. The show was about to begin. Yi put on a brotherly, earnest expression. Asuma, do you know why Hong usually— Yes, voice was low and extremely seductive, his grand deception technique instantly activated. Think about it carefully. Isn't Hong different from those girls in class who swoon over everything? Asuma, who had been about to jump up and protest, froze, a hint of frustration involuntarily surfacing in his eyes. Following Yes' line of thought, he fell for it. Asuma nodded, creating an afterimage. Under the influence of the filter, he felt that all the girls in the village combined were no match for a single strand of Sunset Red's hair in terms of grace. Ding. Recognition value from Sarutobi Asuma 999. Knight suppressed a smirk at the corner of his mouth and activated his big bluff mode. Red is naturally more mature than her peers and will only be attracted to mature men. Look at you blushing at every incident, relying on shouting in fights. In her eyes, you're just a pure childish fool. Each word struck like a bullet, dealing real damage. Asuma's face went from red to white, then from white to green. His eyes reddened, gripping Knight's sleeve tightly, as if holding onto a lifeline. Brother Knight, you're right. Asuma's voice trembled. What should I do then? How can I become a mature man? The big fish was hooked. Knight took a deep breath, maximized his expression management, and leaned close to his ear. Then he pointed at the Hokage building and threw out a bombshell statement. The answer is far away in the heavens, yet right before your eyes. That is your father Sarutobi Hisashi. Asuma was dumbfounded. What charm could that old coot have besides scolding people? Knight slapped him heavily on the shoulder, seriously spouting nonsense. Do you think he became Hokage by chance? Ninjutsu. Connections. All wrong. It all depends on the mature aura he exudes while smoking his pipe. Knight was wildly delivering his brainwashing package. Just think about how your dad looks when he smokes, brows slightly furrowed, eyes deep. No matter when or where, the pipe never leaves his mouth. That's not an addiction, that's depth. A puff of smoke carries the sediment of time. This is the storytelling quality of a man. Knight stared intently into Asuma's eyes, delivering the final blow. Why doesn't Red look at you? Because you aren't weathered enough. Listen to me tomorrow in front of her. Take a deep puff with profound seriousness. I guarantee she will definitely be mesmerized by you on the spot. Boom. Asuma felt as if he had been struck by lightning, as if the meridians in his body had been opened. The values he had cultivated for 7 years shattered instantly, and then reassembled in an utterly ridiculous manner. I understood, completely understood. No wonder the old man treats that broken pipe as a treasure. It turns out to be a tool for exuding lethal charm. Ding. Shock value from Asuma 999. Ding. Enlightenment value from Asuma 888. Listening to the continuous notification in his mind, Knight comfortably squinted his eyes. Asuma seemed to have opened the door to a new world. On his youthful face, he forcibly squeezed out an extremely pretentious expression of profoundness. For the beloved goddess, the intellect of this filial son instantly took the high ground. Profound. Pipe smoker. My old man will be in a meeting at the Hokage building all night. The study will be empty. In the left second drawer of his desk, there are top-quality tobacco leaves. Knight, who was listening beside him, nearly burst into laughter. He seriously patted Asuma's back. Go. For love, bravely take the first step of a mature man. Asuma nodded heavily, looking determined like a lone hero in a fierce wind. To make the goddess look at him more, he had to pry open his father's drawer tonight. He leaned close to Knight, earnestly sketching out his plan of action. It should take me about 2.5 minutes to unlock the 3 locks in the study. The box containing the pipe is sealed, but I can force it open with chakra. Knight stood with his hands in his pockets, giving a serious professional response. Oh, you have that skill? And then, this extraordinary declaration from the filial son drifted to the nearby grass. Kakashi and Obito, who were grappling, froze in place. Kakashi's dead fish eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Knight, as if looking at an indescribable horror. What did he just hear? In just a few sentences, the Hokage's son was planning to go home and pick the lock to steal from his father. Cold sweat broke out on Kakashi's back. This was no classmate. This was a living king of hell, proficient in mental pollution, convincing people to go to their doom, and they still had to be grateful to him. But Obito, the single-celled organism, clearly thought differently. After hearing this mature theory, a flash of inspiration struck him. Knight. Obito rolled and crawled towards Knight, hugging his leg tightly. His clear yet foolish big eyes were filled with a thirst for knowledge. Teach me. I also want to become mature. I want Rin to fall hopelessly in love with me. From a distance, Kakashi painfully covered his forehead. Let it be destruction. This idiot was beyond saving. Kakashi recalled the Obito he had just pressed into the dirt, and suddenly felt a strong sense of tedium. How could he possibly have a back and forth with such a single-celled idiot? It was a tremendous insult to his intelligence. Knight looked at Obito's goofy face and couldn't suppress a mischievous grin. He earnestly patted Obito's shoulder. Obito, you're different from others. You don't need to change anything. Just maintain your innate foolishness. Obito was stunned. Huh? Can that work? Knight's eyes were terrifyingly sincere. Trust me, that is your greatest shining point. As long as you stay true to yourself, sooner or later Rin will fall head over heels for you. This cleverly articulated statement could be interpreted as Rin falling for Obito or Obito falling for Rin. It didn't matter who was enamored by whom. What mattered was that Obito took this double entendre as profound wisdom. He jumped 3 feet high with excitement. Knight, you are truly my lifelong brother. Rin, wait for me. I'm going to showcase my true self to you right now. Kakashi rolled his eyes dramatically from a distance. Ding. Shock value from Kakashi 999. Ding. Ecstasy value from Obito 999. Ding. Defensive value from Danzo 999. Looking at the notifications, Knight chuckled. Since Shoma returned safely after completing his mission, Danzo had been providing thousands of defensive values every day. Perhaps this old dog had it too easy in the latter half of his life, and even the slightest setback drove him to breaking point. With the crisp notification sound, this chaotic summer training concluded perfectly. Obito laughed wildly, imagining how to attract Rin tomorrow. Asuma, on the other hand, wore a serious expression radiating a killing intent of success or death as he headed straight to the Hokage building. Knight strolled back to the clan filled with anticipation for the big show at school tomorrow. The next morning, outside the first-grade classroom of the ninja school, the homeroom teacher Gongzi Yun gripped the attendance sheet, his legs heavy as if filled with lead. Having taught for 20 years, he had never been as fearful of opening a door as he was today. Last semester's durian-flavored biochemical ink attack was simply the shadow of his life. Last night, he dreamt of desperately hand-washing that stained vest. After taking 3 deep breaths, he cautiously opened the door slightly, as if defusing a bomb. His gaze instantly locked onto the back row's designated seat of misfortune. Is there really nothing? Knight supported his chin with one hand, looking out the window. The desk was clean enough to reflect light. Gongzi Yun let out a long sigh, finally feeling his suspended heart settle. He adjusted his collar and walked confidently onto the podium. But as soon as he scanned the entire class, the smile on his face froze on the spot. The seating arrangement in the classroom exuded an extremely eerie aura. In the past, where Knight and Obito were, there would definitely be no survivors in that vacuum isolation zone. But today, this isolation zone had inexplicably shifted. The previously popular Asuma was now surrounded by nothingness. The students in the front row wished they could bury their heads in their desks. Everyone tightly covered their mouths and noses, their faces filled with terror, as if dodging a biochemical weapon. Gongzi Yun's heart sank, and when he looked closely, his eyes nearly popped out. There sat Sarutobi Asuma, the son of the Hokage, extremely arrogantly crossing his legs. He was tightly holding a rustic-looking special wooden pipe in his mouth. That was the exclusive smoking pipe of the Third Hokage. Asuma closed his eyes, inhaling deeply with a look of intoxication, his cheeks hollowing out. Then he opened his eyes, squeezing out an extremely pretentious expression of weathered and profound, pouting his lips. A thick cloud of grayish-white secondhand smoke billowed out. It unerringly enveloped the exquisitely pale face of sunset red in the diagonal front. The pungent aroma of the premium tobacco specially supplied for the daimyo instantly exploded in the classroom. Cough, 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 cough. Shiri Hong was hit by the thick secondhand smoke straight to her forehead, and immediately tears burst forth. She coughed violently, her small hands gripping the edge of the desk tightly, her delicate face flushed red. Her red-rimmed eyes were filled with humiliation and fury, and she was teetering on the edge of insanity. With a desperate sharp retch, she grabbed the thickest book on the desk, History of the Ninja World, and turned to slam it fiercely against Asuma's shoulder. Asuma didn't dodge at all. He took the hit from the book and even casually took down his pipe, elegantly tapping off the ash on the corner of the desk. Then, with a deliberately lowered baritone voice, he uttered a line worthy of being recorded in the medical history of the ninja world. "Hong, I can tolerate your little feminine temper." Faced with this absurd scene, Gang Xian's brain was completely blank for 5 seconds. He felt he was about to go crazy. Restrained by the fact that the other party was the son of the Hokage, he forced himself to swallow the "curse, little bastard," back into his stomach. His cheek muscles twitched wildly, and he gritted his teeth and demanded fiercely, "ASMA." His deafening roar almost shattered the window glass. "What the hell are you doing? Who taught you to smoke in the classroom?" The whole class fell into deathly silence. In this silence, Asuma stood up unhurriedly. He slightly raised his chin, his gaze sweeping over the whole class, and finally looked affectionately at Shiri Hong, who was nearly choked into rolling her eyes. Then, with an arrogant expression, he gave his response, "Teacher, you don't understand. This is the charm of a mature man." This incredibly outrageous CEO-style statement echoed in the classroom for a long time. With a crack, the last remnants of Gang Xian's reason shattered into pieces. His face turned purple, and his fingers trembled like Parkinson's as he pointed at the door and roared hysterically, "Asuma, get out of here. Get far away." Bang! The classroom door was slammed mercilessly. Asuma, who was shouted out of the classroom, not only didn't go far, but instead crossed his arms and leaned against the window frame in the corridor, striking a pose. He had his father's pipe in his mouth, took a deep drag with closed eyes, and blew a crooked smoke ring with great enjoyment. He gazed into the distance, his face full of the loneliness of the peak, as if he were a lone wolf from the north. Inside the classroom, Gang Xian gripped the edge of the podium firmly and took 3 deep breaths. Accidentally inhaling 2 mouthfuls of secondhand smoke, he almost broke down again. He barely suppressed the curses that rose to his throat and forcefully patted the chalk dust off his hands. Everyone quiet. Gang Xian hammered the blackboard and switched back to his ruthless teaching mode. First lesson of the new semester practical sparring assessment. Gather at the abandoned training ground in 10 minutes. Let me see if you've improved over the summer or just gained weight. As soon as the words fell, Dai-Tu in the back row shot up as if a spring was under his butt. His eyes sparkled and he shook Yes' sleeve wildly. Yi, this is our chance. Today I have to beat Kakashi down with my new moves. Lin is sitting in the front row. After she sees this, she'll be devoted to me for sure. He glanced sidelong at Daida's clear but foolish eyes, held back his laughter, and said casually, don't worry. Today Lin will definitely see you in a new light. Got it. Dai-Tu nodded heavily, treating this jinx as a sacred decree. Across the aisle, Kakashi silently covered his face and let out a painful sigh. Let the world perish if this idiot is hopeless. After a while outside at the abandoned training ground, more than 30 people formed a circle with dust swirling in the wind. Gang Xian opened the attendance book and announced loudly, first match, Yuzhibo Yi vs. Maite Kai. Alright. A deafening shout exploded, almost sending the nearby girls flying. Maite Kai leaped into the arena like an arrow from a bow. Tears gushed from his eyes like 2 wide noodles as he struck a classic attacking stance. This, comrade. Please go all out, don't hold back. Yi slowly walked out from the crowd. He took his hands out of his pockets, casually dusted off his sleeves, and stood in the center of the sand. Just taijutsu. Yi casually assumed a minimal defensive stance. Of course. Maite Kai was boiling with passion. Come. Yi nodded. Before the words faded, gravel exploded under Maite Kai's feet, and he shot forward like a cannonball close to the ground. The whole class expected this to be Kai's signature Matig-like reckless charge, but as soon as they engaged, everyone was dumbfounded. In the middle of his sprint, Kai abruptly braked and changed direction with uncanny movement. His left foot cut outward, his center of gravity suddenly dropping. Then a devilish low-angle intercepting straight punch struck at a blind spot with a whistling wind. Hua! Gang Xian's eyebrows jumped. He was unhurried, sidestepping slightly and lightly deflecting with his right arm. Kai followed up with a spin and a seamless iron elbow, the transition between offense and defense terrifyingly smooth. Bang! 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 The two exchanged blows on the sand with afterimages flying. Each clash kicked up large clouds of dust, turning the students' sparring into textbook-level pressure. The onlookers were collectively stunned. Was this the same loser with thick eyebrows who only used wild sweeping moves? In the corner of the crowd, Yuzhibo Teihuo's eyes widened like bells and cold sweat poured from his back. Laymen watched the excitement while experts see the technique. Others might not understand, but as a member of the Yuzhibo clan, how could he not? The subtle footwork and weight transfer that Kai just performed clearly bore the shadow of the Yuzhibo-style taijutsu secret arts. That was the core secret transmission of the entire clan. Tiehua looked in horror at Yi, who was handling the fight with ease. Is this guy crazy? He gave away the clan's ultimate techniques like free cabbage to a civilian for training. Even more absurd, Maite Kai, a muggle who couldn't even refine chakra properly, actually managed to master it. This heretical behavior directly stunned Tiehua. Dust and sand flew in the field as the sparring reached a fever pitch. After a dozen exchanges, having figured out Kai's current physical limits, Yes' eyes flickered and he stopped holding back. His figure suddenly exploded. His left foot precisely hooked Kai's sweeping leg and his right hand tightly clamped Kai's wrist. With a clean side grapple, he locked the joint and used the momentum to redirect the force. Boom! A vicious shoulder throw. Maite Kai was slammed heavily into a sand pit, kicking up a cloud of dust. But Kai didn't give up. Just as he was about to spring up and resume the fight, he suddenly took a step forward. He put away his casual expression and instantly switched to a deeply pained, tragic look, as if he were about to sacrifice himself. He looked down from above, his eyes so deep it was terrifying, and with a hoarse voice, he delivered a cringe-worthy Chinibyu line. Comrade, no need for words. I will carry your youthful power and move forward. The wind stopped, the entire field was dead silent. Kai was completely stunned. The next moment, 2 streams of tears burst forth again. He lay in the pit, crying like a child, wailing to the sky, Comrade, I'm counting on you. My entire youth is entrusted to you. Faced with the theatrics of these 2 lunatics, the entire class of girls recoiled 3 steps in unison, as if they had just witnessed something filthy. Yuhi Kurenai in particular was filled with disgust, her stomach churning violently, unable to bear the sight any longer. Ding. From Yuhi Kurenai, defense breaking points 999. Ding. From Yuhi Kurenai, speechless points 555. Ding. From Might Guy, move points 666. Enough. Get off immediately. Gang Ziyun's temples throbbed as he slammed his palm heavily on the lectern, cutting off their pathological exchange with a sharp shout. What in the world was all this nonsense? Gang Ziyun roughly wiped his face, glanced down at the list, and yelled out loudly. Second match. Sarutobi Asuma versus Uchiha Tekka. Hearing his name, Asuma clenched the extremely conspicuous pipe between his teeth, hands in his pockets, and shuffled slowly onto the sand. Before stepping onto the field, Asuma turned back, giving Yuhi Kurenai what he thought was a brooding look. 3 parts sardonic, 3 parts aloof. This, one look that spans 1,000 years, only caused Kurenai's eyes to twitch wildly as she turned her head away, unwilling to endure another second of the sight. Yet Asuma was secretly delighted. Humph, this woman is blushing. Tekka rolled his wrists, his entire demeanor screaming, get this over with. He sneered with merciless sarcasm. The Hokage's son, I hope your skills are as tough as your fashion sense. Enough chatter. Asuma committed to his brooding act, mumbling indistinctly around his pipe. The entire class was convinced this would be a one-sided stomp. After all, Asuma was usually a slacker, while Tekka was an elite student nurtured by a prestigious clan. Begin. The instant the fight started, Tekka's fast punch flew straight at Asuma's face. In the nick of time, Asuma nimbly sidestepped and ducked, then countered with an elbow strike aimed at Tekka's ribs. Bang! Tekka winced in pain, forced to lean back, his expression completely changed. A low gasp rippled through the crowd. The ensuing exchanges completely shattered everyone's expectations. After 2 months of brutal special training at night, Asuma's taijutsu had been utterly transformed. What was worse, the bastard had no sense of honor. Eye-gouging groin strikes, stepping on toes, all dirty underhanded tricks. Facing Tekka's storm of relentless attacks, Asuma held his ground through sheer shamelessness, sending sand flying as they fought evenly. What truly blew minds came in the 23rd exchange. Tekka forced Asuma back with a sweeping kick. Seizing the brief gap in distance, Asuma leisurely pulled a match from his pocket. With a scratch, he nonchalantly relit his extinguished pipe. The flame illuminated his face, which he forced into a look of worldly weariness, and he took a deep drag. Good heavens, taking a smoke break in the middle of a real fight. Dead silence fell over the field. Gang Ziyun's mouth hung open wide enough to fit a duck egg, and the roll call sheet nearly slipped from his hand. Was this still the same slacker? Tekka was even more shaken. His proud family background was barely enough to match a thug who smoked and fought at the same time. Ding. From Uchiha Tekka, defense breaking points 888. Ding. From Gang Ziyun, shock points 777. Ding. From the entire class, all points 1000. He stood at the edge of the field, chin propped on one hand, watching the numbers leap on the panel like an old farmer rejoicing over a bumper harvest in his vegetable patch. Still, a genius was a genius. After dozens of rounds of high-intensity brawling, Asuma's chakra finally ran low and his movements slowed by a fraction. Tekka seized the opening, delivering a heavy low sweep that caught Asuma on the shin. Bang! Asuma fell flat on his back, eating a mouthful of sand, and the pipe flew from his mouth, bouncing a couple of times on the ground. The match is over, Gang Ziyun declared. Asuma lay sprawled on the sand, gasping for air. Though he lost, he was incredibly pleased with himself. That combo, paired with the pipe-lighting move, must have showcased the ultimate charm of a mature man. Just then, a faint, pleasant fragrance drifted over. Out of classmate camaraderie, Yuhi Kurenai took the initiative to walk up. She bent slightly and extended her fair hand. In the backlight, Kurenai's crimson eyes were clear and bright, a gentle breeze stirring her stray hairs. Asuma, are you hurt? Your taijutsu earlier was impressive. Kurenai had always gotten along well with Asuma, and seeing him perform so admirably in battle, she was genuinely happy for him. As for his earlier bizarre behavior, she chalked it up to a momentary lapse of reason. Surely he was back to normal now. But staring at the beautiful goddess so close, Asuma had another epiphany. The great con artist's brainwashing rhetoric echoed crazily in his mind. Women are only drawn to the world weariness of a mature man. One puff of smoke exhaled is the sediment of years. It worked. The pipe tactic was an epic triumph. Kurenai had taken the initiative to help him up. She must be captivated by me. Asuma's blood rushed to his head, sinking into an extreme state of self-righteous admiration. He grabbed Kurenai's hand and pulled himself up, but he didn't let go. Then with lightning speed, he picked up the fallen pipe and stuck it back in his mouth. Gazing deeply into Kurenai's eyes, he took a massive drag of premium tobacco. Then, puff, an extremely thick, spicy, acrid cloud of secondhand smoke. With a plop, it landed squarely and completely on Kurenai's delicate face, just inches away. Kurenai froze entirely. Before she could react, Asuma, forcing a deep, gravelly voice, stared at her with the greasiest gaze possible. Woman, don't pay me too much attention. In the end, I am the man you desire but can never have. The air on the training ground solidified in that instant. Cough, 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 cough. Kurenai stumbled backward, tears streaming from the smoke. That fleeting spark of friendly sympathy was instantly crushed into dust by extreme revulsion. Sarutobi Asuma, you're insane. Kurenai let out a hysterical roar. The next second, she slapped him hard across the face, the crisp sound echoing across the field. But one slap wasn't enough to vent her rage. Then a small fist wrapped in furious chakra tearing through the air with a whoosh landed without reservation on Asuma's right eye socket. Bang! Asuma let out a shriek and flew in a parabolic arc, crashing heavily into a nearby sand pile. The third Hokage's pipe plunged directly into the mud. Absolute idiot. Go die. Kurenai pounced, unleashing a flurry of kicks on Asuma, lying on the ground. At the edge of the field, Gang Ziyun's blood pressure skyrocketed past the limits of human endurance, nearly causing him to faint. Ding. From Yuhi Kurenai, defense breaking points 1000. Ding. From Sarutobi Asuma, dumbstruck points 999. Ding. From Gang Ziyun, defense breaking points 1000. Ding. Amidst the utterly chaotic absurdity, Yi leaned against the chain-link fence, listening to the firecracker-like notifications rattling in his mind, nearly doubled over with laughter. In the distance, Kurenai had already stormed away from the crime scene. As she passed a group of girls, she overheard someone muttering, "Have you noticed? Everyone who hangs out with Uchiha Yi is more or less a nutcase." Kurenai paused mid. She slowly turned her head, fixing her gaze across half the field on that black-haired boy watching the show with an innocent expression. Despite his eyes being so clean and untainted, an inexplicable chill ran down Kurenai's spine. They were nothing but a pack of complete lunatics. On the other side of the sand, the simple-minded Obito was eagerly eyeing Rin Nohara, mumbling excitedly, "Next up, it's time for me to reveal my true self." At the edge of the playground, Uchiha Obito was still staring at Nohara Rin, muttering to himself, "Next it's my turn to reveal my true self." Nohara Rin, just recovering from the shock of Asuma's beating, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. With her hands behind her back, tilting her head slightly, her crisp voice was filled with confusion. "Obito, what do you mean by that? What does true self mean?" Obito froze on the spot. The goddess had taken the initiative to speak. This was an opportunity. His mouth instantly stretched into a grin, but he still tried to lower his voice to appear mysterious. "Rin, it's a secret." Obito puffed out his chest, his eyes sparkling. "You'll find out soon. It will definitely surprise." Rin blinked. She didn't understand, but her instincts told her that things might not be good. Kakashi, standing not far away, heard this and dropped his hand that was propping up his chin. He turned his head, rolled his dead fish eyes, and coldly spat out 2 words, "Idiot." The words were not loud, yet they were extremely insulting. Obito immediately exploded with rage. He spun around, jumping 3 feet high, pointing directly at Kakashi, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Stupid Kakashi, who are you calling an idiot? Next it's our battle, just you wait. Today you'll use fire release to scorch your head." Kakashi didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. He stuffed his hands into his pockets, casting a casual glance at Obito, his tone completely flat. "Today is a physical training class. The use of ninjutsu and ninja tools is not allowed. Didn't you even look at the schedule?" Obito's finger, which was raised in the air, froze his mouth agape. Oh no, he really hadn't checked. However, under Rin's watchful gaze, a man could bleed, could fall, but he absolutely could not admit to being a fool in front of the goddess. Obito retracted his hand, puffed out his neck, and forcibly raised his voice. "Of course I know. But I'm afraid that if we don't have an unrestricted spar after you lose, you'll make excuses saying the rules limited your performance." Kakashi withdrew his gaze. He didn't want to waste time arguing about the rules with Obito. It was a significant drain and humiliation on his intelligence. He turned around to head toward the sparring area, planning to knock this loudmouth down in record time. Seeing Kakashi ignore him, Obito's fighting spirit was completely ignited. He relentlessly followed behind, loudly proclaiming, "Kakashi, you aren't scared, are you? If you're scared, then just run away. Everyone knows that you, this genius, only fight battles you can win. When faced with a true powerhouse, you start pretending not to hear." This extremely sarcastic remark hit precisely at Kakashi's sore spot. What did Obito mean? Was he saying that he avoided battling against the likes of Knight? It wasn't fear, it was just a matter of not crossing paths with a king, along with mutual admiration among geniuses. What would this fool Obito understand? The usually calm Kakashi suddenly halted. The wind swept across the sand of the playground, yet his shoulders remained still. But nearby Knight clearly saw Kakashi's brow twitch and the veins on his forehead throb twice. Knight's eyes brightened. Here it comes. A few simple taunts from this single-celled organism sometimes work better than high-level genjutsu. There is only one way to silence someone. Kakashi slowly turned around, raised his right hand, and shouted loudly toward the center of the arena, "Teacher Gazouian, I request an unrestricted battle with Uchiha Obito." In the center of the arena, Gazouian was crouching down, checking Asuma's injuries. He was already quite irritated when he heard Kakashi speak, and his heart skipped a beat as he looked up, his face full of bewilderment. What now? Unrestricted battle? Gazwian stood up, his brow furrowing deeply. The practical combat class at the Ninja Academy rarely has this specification. Upgrading to an unrestricted battle requires the agreement of both parties. Before he could finish, Obito immediately shouted in response, louder than anyone else, "Teacher, I agree too." He was afraid that if he was a second late, Kakashi would backtrack. The whole class exchanged glances. Just now the ruckus with Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai had just ended, and the tension was rising again. Everyone instinctively stepped back a few paces, clearing a large space for the two. Gazwian helplessly rubbed his temples. This batch of students was simply exhausting, one a dead fish-eyed genius, and the other a Uchiha fool. Plus there was that Uchiha knight next to them looking innocent while watching the show. He suddenly felt an urge to take a sick leave. But the whole class was watching, and the authority of the teacher couldn't be lost. Gazwian picked up the attendance book and slapped it on his thigh. "Alright, since both of you agree, let's upgrade it to an unrestricted battle. You may use ninjutsu and ninja tools, but I must make it clear beforehand, no heavy strikes. Do you two need to prepare first?" "No need." Obito waved his hand grandly, shaking his head proudly. "I can start at any time. I'm in perfect condition." Kakashi, however, did not respond. He slightly furrowed his brow and glanced at his hands. As a descendant of the Hatake clan, much of his battle strength depended on his swordsmanship. The technique of the White Fang short sword requires weapon coordination to unleash its maximum lethality. But today was the first day of cultural class with continuous physical training. What normal person brings a sword to class? He only had regular kunai and shuriken on him. If he really had to use his fists and feet to contend with fire release, he would indeed be at a tactical disadvantage. But it didn't matter. Against Obito, fists and feet were enough. Just as Kakashi was pondering tactics and preparing to enter the arena, a lazy footstep sounded from beside him. Knight had his hands in his pockets, his face showing a demeanor of just passing by, strolling over casually, stopping 2 steps away from Kakashi. "No sword?" Knight's tone was flat. Kakashi turned his head to glance at him and nodded. Knight's right hand went behind his back. The next second, he casually felt behind him, produced an unremarkable short sword, and tossed it directly to Kakashi. "Use this." The blade arced through the air, and Kakashi raised a hand to catch it steadily. The moment he grasped the handle, Kakashi's expression changed. Kakashi had followed Hatake Sakomo in sword training since childhood, having handled numerous famous ninja tools. He could tell the quality of a blade just by touch. This sword was not only made of superior material, but more importantly, it seemed designed specifically for high-end micromanipulation. He felt the anti-slip texture on the handle. The weight distribution of this short sword was even and stable. Even the curvature of the grip fitting the palm and the counterweight ratio was strikingly similar to his family's heirloom, the Hatake short sword. This was definitely not a decorative item, but a weapon capable of killing. The blade was drawn half an inch, and the edge showed no reflection, the texture surprisingly good. This was undoubtedly one of the few remaining 100-hand short knife that Knight had drawn from the system lottery. Kakashi suddenly looked up, an unprecedented strong shock revealing in his dead fish eyes. He fixed his gaze on the black-haired boy with hands in his pockets and a casual expression. Why was this guy bringing a ninja blade to school? Was he secretly practicing when no one was around? This unfathomable depth made Kakashi's wariness and respect for Knight rise another level. Ding. Defense value broken by Hatake. Kakashi 333. Thank you. Kakashi tightened his grip on the short sword, his tone unusually serious. Knight casually responded with a his expression showing no cracks, remaining calm. Inside, however, he was elated. This thing couldn't be used for reckless slashing, but it was absolutely top-notch for creating dramatic effects. As long as Kakashi went for a downward slash, would Obito be able to respond? He wouldn't want to avoid it, even if he could. At that time on the Ninja Academy playground, publicly kneeling and receiving the blade would be a sight too beautiful to behold. At this moment, Dai-Tu, who was watching from the side, immediately could not stand the sight anymore. He strode over furiously, his face full of grievance, hopping with frustration. Pointing at the short sword in Kakai's hand, he shouted in protest at the top of his lungs. You actually gave that arrogant brat a weapon, but not me. Are you still my good brother or not? This is unfair." He turned to look at Dai-Tu. Gazing at Dai-Tu's clear yet foolish big eyes, his face practically screamed, "Pamper me quickly." Yi barely suppressed his laughter, the mischievous ideas bubbling up inside him again. He pulled his hand out of his pocket and walked over to Dai-Tu. Yi restrained the casual look on his face, his expression turning serious in an instant. He raised his hand and gave Dai-Tu a firm pat on the shoulder. "Dai-Tu." He looked straight into Dai-Tu's eyes, his voice low like a cult mentor's. "Kakashi needs a knife because without it his combat power would take a nosedive. But you're different." Dai-Tu was stunned, forgetting to protest. "You don't need any external props to package yourself." Yes' tone was filled with an undeniable brainwashing power. "Your greatest weapon has never been something external, but your natural true self." Dai Tu's breath instantly quickened, his face flushed red. Go ahead, I believe in you. Yes' voice grew heavier, his eyes full of encouragement. Show Lin that most natural, most unadorned version of yourself. Defeat him in the most authentic way, fair and square. At the very moment, Yi patted Dai Tu's shoulder and delivered that final cursed comfort. Yes' wrist turned subtly. A nail-sized bark voice changer slid out between his fingers. The sticker attached itself unnoticed to the inside of Dai Tu's collar. The whole motion was fluid and seamless, like rain nourishing things silently. Hearing Yes' heartfelt support, Dai Tu's psychological defense completely collapsed. What was this? This was the ultimate trust of a blood brother. His big eyes instantly filled with tears, 2 streams of hot tears streaming down his cheeks. Dai Tu clenched his fists tightly, so moved, he could barely breathe. A kindred spirit. The whole world treated me as a simpleton, but my big brother saw my brilliance at a glance. No way was he going to let his brother down. All the classmates stood at the periphery watching Dai Tu with this inexplicable tear-streaked expression. The air on the playground suddenly fell silent, the atmosphere becoming unbearably awkward. Mai Teikai clenched his fists beside them, also crying hot tears as he yelled youth along with him. As for the others, the way they looked at Dai Tu was completely as if they were staring at a terminal patient with a missing brainstem. Shi Rihong even took 3 huge steps back in disgust, afraid the condition might be contagious. Kaka's mouth twitched violently. He simply turned his face away, unwilling to spare another glance that might insult his eyes. Yi slowly withdrew his hand, his smile extremely gentle. Go ahead, let everyone see the real Uchiha Dai Tu. Having said that, Yi put his hands in his pockets and stepped aside, hiding his merit and fame. Next, one held a causality artifact that forced opponents to kneel, and the other was about to let out a loud dog bark in front of the girl he had a crush on. The absurdity of this match would surely be nailed to the pillar of shame of Konoha's Ninja Academy. The wind stirred up a fine cloud of yellow sand. Kakashi and Dai Tu, about to step onto the field, made their final preparations on opposite sides of the sandy ground. The air between them felt unusually tense. Yi Yuanlin jogged out of the crowd and stood between them. She clenched her fair little fists, her big eyes full of expectation, her voice clear and sweet. Go for it, Dai Tu Kakashi. Give it your all. Kakashi held the exquisite short sword with no counterweight in one hand. He did not even bother lifting his eyelids, squeezing out an extremely perfunctory hum from his nose, maintaining cold aloofness to the end. On the other side, Dai Tu, hearing his goddess-exclusive encouragement, his heart practically exploded. Brother, yes, words echoed wildly in his mind. Show her your truest self. That's right now. Dai Tu yanked off his goggles, puffed out his chest, and flashed a sunny smile that showed his back teeth. He gathered his chi in his dantian, ready to shout an earth-shattering pledge of victory to Yi Yuanlin. He opened his mouth wide. Woof, woof, watch me. 2 extremely loud, full-throated dog barks burst from Dai Tu's throat. The tone was pure wildness, maxed out penetrating power comparable to a top-grade Tibetan Mastiff. Yi Yuanlin shuddered violently, her smile frozen on her face. She tilted her head in bewilderment, her bright eyes filled with confusion. What kind of new greeting was this? In that half-second of suffocating awkwardness that could make you cringe so hard you'd dig out a 3-bedroom apartment, Mai Teikai suddenly flopped to the ground with a thud. He propped himself up with his hands, tears and snot flying, and immediately started doing furious push-ups on the spot. Sweating profusely, he raised his head and roared with mental translation, I see. Dai Tu, you mean to let the fire of youth burn even brighter. What a wild, pure, hot-blooded youth. Hearing Mai Teikai's earth-shattering god-level translation, Yi Yuanlin let out a long sigh of relief. She nodded with sudden understanding, even looking at Dai Tu with a hint of admiration. So that was an expression. Dai Tu was full of question marks. He had clearly yelled, watch me. Why were these people overreacting so much? But never mind, at least they were looking at him with admiration. Dai Tu forcefully adjusted his goggles, turned around triumphantly, and strode like a war god to the center of the sandy ground. The two stood about 10 meters apart. The whole class consciously backed away, leaving a large circle. He leaned lazily against the chain-link fence at the edge, a mischievous grin on his face that he could barely suppress. Teacher Gang Ziyan stood outside the field, raised his right hand high, and chopped it down heavily. Unrestricted combat began. The moment the words fell, Dai Tu instantly lowered his center of gravity. Without hesitation, his 10 fingers flew up and down, rapidly forming hand seals to prepare the fireball jutsu. If he covered the ground with fire, even if she ran fast, he'd still get burned. On the other side, Kaka's eyes sharpened. He had no intention of giving Dai Tu time to complete the seals. He directly drew the short sword with his right hand. The blade swept a cold arc past his side, followed by an extremely standard downward pressing starting posture. He prepared to forcefully charge in and cut off Dai Tu's rhythm with one slash. The moment she pressed down the short sword, judged by the conceptual artifact as swinging a blade at an enemy. Causality directly intervened forcibly. Dai-2 in the middle of his rapid hand seals suddenly stiffened, as if his hands cramped and his chakra was instantly cut off. His muscles completely defied his brain's commands. He could only watch as his body was violently yanked by an invisible giant hand. His legs erupted with a power so absurd, even the six paths could not suppress it. His entire body shot forward like a cannonball, executing an extremely bizarre diving motion. The 10-meter distance was erased in less than a tenth of a second. The speed was so fast it left an afterimage on the sand. Before the whole class could even finish a breath, thud. An earth-shattering sound of kneeling. Dai-2 ignored all physical distance and appeared directly in front of Kakai's face. His knees slammed hard into the hard sand and his hands uncontrollably snapped upward. Smack! His palms clamped tightly around the blade of the short sword that she was about to swing. An extremely standard, devout, empty-handed catch of a blade. Time at this moment came to a complete standstill. The entire crowd inhaled sharply. The playground was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Gang Ziyun's mouth opened wide enough to fit a duck egg, and the roster in his hand fell onto his foot with a plop. What the hell was that? Kakashi's dead fish eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and his jaw nearly hit the ground. His mind buzzed, his CPU instantly overheated and smoked as various tactical analyses crashed into a mess within his thoughts. Obito's burst of speed just now was so fast that even Kakashi's prideful dynamic vision couldn't catch a single trace. No hand seals. Zero startup lag. Not even a fluctuation of chakra. This had transcended the realm of the body flicker technique. It was pure extreme explosive power. If it were a real life-or-death battle with just a rusty kunai in his hand, Kakashi would surely be dead by now. Yet Obito didn't go for the kill. Instead, he used this extremely bizarre and humiliating kneeling blade trap to interrupt him. Why? This was clearly telling him, even on my knees I can crush you with my bare hands. This was a dimensional crushing of absolute power and a bare-faced humiliation in front of the whole class. Kakashi's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He had always thought Obito was a simple-minded loser resting on the Uchiha name. The clown was me. This guy had been hiding this deep. Meanwhile, Obito, still on his knees, was on the verge of going mad. He had no idea why his body was moving, and even less did he understand why in front of the whole class, especially Rin Nohara, he had to cross over 10 meters to kneel and catch his rival's blade. Desperate to explain this completely uncontrollable situation, Obito jerked his head up and roared at Kakashi, trying to disown the action. Woof. Woof woof woof. What the hell? What's going on? The frenzied, tragic, and piercing series of dog barks echoed across. Woof. Woof woof woof. What the hell? What's going on? The frenzied, tragic, and piercing series of dog barks echoed across the empty training ground. The entire class stood frozen like stone. Kurenai Yuhi covered her face in disgust. Gozu thought it was the end of his career. Ding. Hatake Kakashi's frustration value, 999. Ding. Uchiha Obito's breakdown value, 888. Ding. Noara Rin's shock value, 666. Hearing this blatant, unrestrained series of dog barks, the last thread of rationality inside Kakashi snapped with a loud pop. He seemed to understand everything. Now he was completely certain of his suspicion. Obito wanted through this absurd method to tell everyone that this so-called genius was less than a dog before his terrifying speed. An overwhelming sense of humiliation caused Kakashi's eyes to twitch violently, his chest to heave, and his anger to surge to his skull. Grinding his teeth, he stared at Obito at his feet and roared with barely contained fury. What the hell are you barking like a dog for? This shout unleashed 14 years of pent-up composure. Obito was full of grief and indignation. Damn it. Kakashi pins me down with a blade, forces me to kneel, and then turns around and accuses me of barking like a dog. Is there any justice? In extreme rage, Kakashi abruptly pulled back his blade. He found the blade slid back smoothly with no resistance. Released from the forced control of the law, Obito scrambled to his feet and retreated backward, rapidly widening the distance, afraid that the cursed short blade would touch him again. Kakashi also retreated swiftly. The two were again separated by over 10 meters. Staring intently at Obito, his anger boiling, Kakashi tore off the edge of his mask once he had enough safe distance. He panted heavily, deciding to cast aside all underestimation. He had to bring out his full power to fight this deeply hidden monster. Kakashi took a deep breath, gripping his short blade with both hands, and channeled chakra into his soles. Instinctively, he once again assumed the absolute starting stance of the Hatake sword style, the blade slanting downward. The moment the blade descended, SHWW. Obito's feet didn't even kick up a speck of dust, as his entire form turned into a blur. Thud! The crisp sound of kneeling echoed for the second time across the training ground. Knees hit the ground, hands clasped together. Obito had once again crossed half the field and clamped Kakashi's short blade before it could even move an inch. Same posture, same position, same kneeling. Perfectly uniform like copy and paste. A double serving. The entire field was dead silent. Ding. Hatake Kakashi's despair value 1000. Ding. Obito's despair value 1. Ding. The whole class shock value 999. Watching Obito appear out of thin air again, kneeling properly at his feet to catch the blade. The fury in Kakashi's eyes was instantly doused by ice water, transforming into profound despair and trembling. His worldview was shattered. Once was a coincidence, or what did two identical results mean? It meant Obito was telling him in the most direct way, no matter how many times you draw your blade, I can catch it before you react. His speed had truly reached such a terrifying, space-defying level. Obito's eyes were red as he struggled desperately. He tried to pull his hands back, but was completely locked by an invisible force, frantic and sweating. Helpless, he tilted his head back and screamed in despair, woof. Woof, woof, woof. Kakashi, was it your doing? Hearing this piercing, grating bark, Kakashi quivered all over. The pain of his shattered pride made him roar in desperation, can't you just speak properly? Obito's face was a mix of grievance and fury, his eyes wide, nearly crying, woof. What do you mean? Kakashi gripped the handle tightly, his breathing completely disordered. He barely squeezed out the last shred of his pathetic dignity through clenched teeth. Fine. So now you don't even want to speak human language with me, huh? On the training ground, a gust of wind stirred up choking dust. Kakashi's legs exploded with power as he performed consecutive backflips. Landing, he dug his feet into the ground, plowing 2 deep furrows, instantly gaining over 10 meters of distance. He stopped, his chest heaving violently, his breathing rhythm a tangled mess. He closed his eyes and took 3 deep breaths. Chakra coursed rapidly through his body, forcibly suppressing the raging emotions in his mind. Calm. Don't panic. He warned himself frantically. A simple-minded creature like Obito with such a tiny brain. If he truly possessed the monstrous physical strength to cross over 10 meters, instantly catch a blade with 0 startup, and do it with bare hands, he would have flaunted it all over the village long ago, his tail held high. There was no way he could have hidden it until today. Something was definitely wrong here. Either a rare dojutsu, or a high-level body flicker genjutsu. Kakashi barely calmed his heartbeat and opened his eyes. His peripheral vision unconsciously swept toward the fine short blade in his right hand. The moment his gaze focused, his pupils violently contracted, and his fingertips trembled uncontrollably. He was horrified to discover that this legendary weapon, which moments ago felt perfect and balance comparable to the Hokage family heirloom, now had 3 or 4 extremely fine oblique cracks on its edge. He was horrified to discover that this legendary weapon, which moments ago felt perfect and balance comparable to the Hokage family heirloom, now had 3 or 4 extreme. It was from Obito's 2 seemingly ridiculous kneeling blade catches earlier. He had actually used his monstrous physical strength to crack that legendary weapon with just his hands. Monster. This guy, under the guise of a simpleton, was a monster whose physical strength could crush a jounin. Cold sweat dripped from Kakashi's forehead. The cracks running through the blade, this defiance of common sense, completely overturned all his previous experience and pride. The blade could endure, at most, 1 more high-impact clash. Kakashi bit his lip, so hard it bled, the coppery taste filling his mouth. He must never let Obito read his attack intent again. The next strike had to be an instantaneous killing move of a single sword stroke. A decisive battle. On the other side, Obito was also retreating with lingering fear. He was drenched in sweat, his face full of frustration. As he stepped back, he scratched the back of his head, conducting an extremely meticulous tactical analysis in his mind. After a profound 3-second deliberation, this single-celled organism quickly arrived at a core conclusion. The previous 2 times, whenever he clasped his hands to form seals and prepare to release the great fireball, his body would uncontrollably launch forward and land at Kakashi's feet. This was definitely being controlled by that bastard's dirty trick. Understood. All understood. Obito's eyes lit up, feeling that his intelligence had once again reclaimed the high ground. Since releasing ninjutsu would be interrupted and humiliated, he would absolutely not form seals. He would create distance and settle the fight with ninja tools. Obito decisively abandoned hand seals, reaching into his ninja tool pouch at the small of his back. Shwa. A golden kunai was clutched tightly in his hand as he yanked it out. In the sunlight, even Kakashi across from him couldn't help but squint. This was precisely the ultimate Miss Every Shot kunai that Obito had shamelessly begged from Yi yesterday, finding it extremely flashy. Outside the field, Yi stood with arms crossed, leaning against the wire fence, originally enjoying the spectacle. When he saw Obito pull out that golden kunai, his eyelids twitched violently, and he quickly covered his mouth, barely suppressing a laugh. Obito was simply not content with just digging himself into a hole. He had to shovel 2 more scoops of dirt on top. At this moment, 5 meters directly behind Obito, the homeroom teacher Gang Ziyun had every muscle tensed, his palms drenched in cold sweat. He stared fixedly at the two living ancestors in the center of the field, his heels slightly raised, all his chakra concentrated in his legs. Even if it cost him his old life today, he absolutely would not let any harm come to these two students. Inside the field, the wind stopped, and the atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Kakashi gripped the hilt of the cracked blade with both hands. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. The surrounding noise gradually faded away. When he opened his eyes again, his trademark deadfish gaze had vanished, entirely replaced by extreme focus and sharpness. The potential of a true genius under the high pressure of utter humiliation was fully unleashed. He entered the peak state of his life in 7 years. The world before him slowed down. The falling leaves in midair, the slowed breaths of his classmates, even the trajectory of sand grains stirred by the breeze, all were perceived with perfect clarity. Kakashi was certain that he had no weakness now. His ankles bent. Bang! The sand beneath his feet exploded into a deep crater. Kakashi, like an arrow released from a bow, charged at Obito with his blade bursting forth with a terrifying speed that surpassed his limits. From the depths of his throat erupted a roar of unyielding defiance. "Come on, Obito." Hearing this challenge, Obito felt his blood surge straight to his crown. His good brother's words echoed crazily in his ears. "Show your true self. Defeat him in the most natural way. Yes, right now. With this most flamboyant, can I put an end to this arrogant brat? Re-establish his manly dignity before Lin." Obito's eyes bulged. He raised the pure gold kunai high, puffed out his chest, and unleashed his chakra fully. He was about to shout his victorious declaration in the most heroic and domineering voice. His mouth opened wide. Woof, woof, woof. "Come on, Kakashi." A piercing, wild, and even slightly manic barking sound like that of a purebred husky erupted directly from Obito's mouth. The entire class covered their ears, their expressions collectively shattered. But it wasn't over. Kakashi didn't stop. Veins bulging on his forehead, he forcibly blocked out the insulting barking, his eyes locked only on Obito's position. Distance closed. 3 meters. 1 meter. Kakashi leaped into the air, unleashing the full power of his core, swinging the most perfect, unstoppable strike of his life. Distance closed. 3 meters. 1 meter. Kakashi leaped into the air, unleashing the full power of his core, swinging the most perfect, unstoppable strike. Obito's golden kunai didn't even have a chance to leave his hand. His legs once again developed a will of their own, exploding with such absurd power that even the 6 paths would crawl out of the pure land to witness. Shwa! Space seemed to fold forcibly. Obito vanished for the 3rd time, instantly appearing before Kakashi, who was midair. Plop! Obito's knees crashed heavily into the sand in front of Kakashi, smashing 2 deep pits. His hands clapped together fiercely, perfectly, and tightly catching Kakashi's so-called strongest strike. Kakashi's blade halted in midair, unable to press down an inch further. Then, accompanied by this powerful stopping force, a crisp sound echoed throughout the field. Crack! The 100-blade catch short sword, having reached its 3-use limit, had its durability fully depleted. Caught between Obito's palms, the entire exquisite short sword suffered a physical collapse and shattered on the spot. It turned into a sky full of silver-gray metallic powder, without fire or explosion, drifting gently between the two of them in the breeze. The divine weapon turned to dust in an instant. The air on the training ground solidified completely. Kakashi remained in his ferocious two-handed downward slash posture, raised in midair. But in his hands there was only a bare, harmless wooden handle. The silver powder struck his headband, fell on his shoulders, and even landed in his eyes. He stared blankly at the wooden handle in his hand, his gaze slowly shifting downward. He looked at Obito, who was kneeling properly before him once again. Kakashi's proud genius belief, years of sword training, and the peak state he had just touched, all completely collapsed amidst the drifting metal powder. Shattered into nothingness. Couldn't defend. Absolutely couldn't defend. No matter how hard he tried, how he powered up, how he increased his speed. The other party didn't even need to mobilize chakra. With a mere movement of his knees, he could instantly neutralize a full power attack, and even shatter his divine weapon into dust, trampling his dignity into the mud and grinding it ruthlessly. An overwhelming sense of powerlessness and absurdity completely shattered Kakashi's defenses. Clatter! The handle slipped from his hand and fell into the sand. Kakashi's knees weakened, and with a thud he collapsed limply before Obito, utterly undignified. His eyes hollow, the deadfish gaze lost all remaining light. He was broken. The two knelt in the center of the sand, half a meter apart. Across from him, Obito was in even worse shape. Obito stared at his empty hands covered in silver powder, his eyes lifeless. He hadn't even managed to release a single ninjutsu, and had been forcibly controlled into kneeling 3 times. And to make matters worse, it was all in front of Lin, and this damned Kakashi had actually claimed he had been barking like a dog. Extreme grievance surged in his heart. Obito's eyes reddened, his nose stung, his lips trembled wildly, and he could no longer hold back his tears. Tears burst forth, washing away the mud on his face as they streamed down. At this moment, the two most prominent figures of the Ninja Academy knelt face to face in the sand pit. One's heart as dead as ashes, the other wailing loudly. Both had their defenses broken, their minds shattered. Ding. Extreme despair value from Chimu Kaka, Shi 1500. Ding. Worldview collapse value from Chimu Kaka, Shi 2000. Ding. Extreme humiliation value from Uchiha Dai, 1500. Ding. Dao heart shattering value from Uchiha Dai, 2000. Ding. Horror value from the entire class, 1888. This utterly surreal scene nearly caused Yi Yuan Lin's brain to crash. She stood in the front row, her small hands nervously twisting together. She swallowed hard, her beautiful brows knitted into a knot, her eyes scanning back and forth over Dai, feeling utterly unwell. Lin murmured to herself, "How is Dai? Always barking like a dog." Mai Kai, standing beside her, heard this and shuddered. The two streaks of hot-blooded tears streaming down his face abruptly stopped. Kai froze for a full 2 seconds, scratched his head, his thick eyebrows twisted into two pretzels, sinking deeply into severe self-doubt. Could it be? Those two barks from Dai just now were not really calling for the youth's fire to burn ever hotter. Could it be purely dog barks? Just then a hoarse voice came from behind, deliberately pretending to be profound. "I think I roughly understand this matter." Everyone turned their heads in unison. There was a Sima with a bruised black eye and freshly wrapped bandages on his head, looking like a wounded patient who had escaped from the medical unit. Although he had just been brutally beaten into the sand by Shi Rihong 10 minutes ago, but he still stubbornly kept his hands in his pockets, desperately maintaining the weathered dignity of a mature man. In his left hand he held a cold pipe, and with his right hand stroking his chin, he analyzed in a serious tone, like someone who had been through it all. "I remember during the special training Yi once casually mentioned that Dai is what they call a sycophantic dog." Asima began solemnly. "Think about it, could it be that he kept madly barking like a dog and kneeling to Kaka, Shi just now, is exactly the true self that Yi taught him to show?" A strangely eerie silence fell over the entire scene. Yi Yuanlin was completely baffled. She tilted her head in confusion, her clear big eyes full of curiosity. "Asima, what does sycophantic dog mean?" Asima reached up to scratch his bandaged scalp. How could he know what sycophantic dog meant? He had also heard Yi mention this term for the first time. But in front of a female classmate, the face of the Hokage's son could never say, "I don't know." Asima cleared his throat tactically and braced himself to offer an explanation that could only be described as shocking. "Maybe, deep down, what Dai really likes is that kind of pure communication across species." Lowering his voice, Asima said with certainty what he really likes should be the village's ninja dogs. Suddenly from a corner of the playground came the sound of someone retching. Upon hearing these words, the surrounding air instantly froze. Yi Yuanlin's brain uncontrollably went into overdrive, conjuring up a shocking and bizarre image in her mind. Dai full of tender affection, hugging those big furry creatures at the village entrance. For instance, a certain ninja dog, one person and one dog, are having a cross-species romantic chase under the sunset with Dai enthusiastically shouting, "Woof woof," at the ninja dog. An extremely intense chill rushed up Lin's spine, straight to the top of her head. She abruptly stepped back, 3 big paces, a thick layer of goosebumps instantly covering her entire body. She gripped her own shoulders tightly, staring at the still sobbing Dai in the sand pit, with a gaze as if looking at a dangerous creature. Ding. Break defense value from Yi Yuanlin, 999. Ding. Cognitive pollution value from Yi Yuanlin, 888. Yi, leaning against the wire fence at the edge of the field with his hands in his pockets, was comfortably enjoying the pleasure of system points furiously rolling in. This wave of divine-level assist from Asima had completely exceeded expectations. The dual breakdown of Kakashi and Dai directly brought about an epic explosion in his point balance. But as he was smiling, he suddenly sensed something amiss. In the corner of the system panel, the name of the homeroom teacher, Gang Ziyun, was wildly refreshing at an extremely ferocious speed. Ding. Humiliation value from Gang Ziyun, 1000. Ding. Pain value from Gang Ziyun, 1000. Ding. Break defense value from Gang Ziyun, 1000. The density of incoming points even far exceeded that of Kakashi and Dai, who were kneeling in the field with broken Dao heart. Yi frowned. This wave from Gang Z was purely abnormal. Admittedly, the battle between Dai and Kakashi was rather surreal. But logically, after being tormented by these students for an entire semester, he should have some resistance by now. How could he still explode with so much top-tier break defense value? This wool pulling was a bit illogical. With strong doubt, he turned his head, his gaze passing over the crowd and landing on the homeroom teacher not far away. Looking closely, the nonchalant expression on Yes' face instantly vanished, and he froze on the spot. There was Gang Ziyun sweating profusely with his back to the class, standing alone in the farthest corner of the field. His body was slightly hunched, his right leg taut and straight, while his left leg was trembling slightly at an extremely unnatural angle. And on his bandaged left calf, a deeply embedded, extremely familiar pure gold kunai was glaringly obvious, frantically refracting a luxurious golden light under the sun. That was clearly the ultimate absolutely cannot hit kunai that Dai-Tu had just taken out, but never had time to throw. He was a bit stunned, not knowing what had happened. Let's go back a few seconds in time. Just now, the moment Dai-Tu was forcibly controlled by the causality reversing artifact and lunged to catch Kakazai's short sword. The pure gold kunai naturally slipped from his hand. According to normal physical laws, a kunai sliding from a hand at a height of 1 meter would, under gravity, definitely fall onto the sandy ground. But the problem lies right here. This was an ultimate artifact possessing causality. Its name is absolutely cannot hit. From the moment it was born, its mission was to refuse to hit any targeted object. So when it realized its landing point was the earth, its dignity awakened. If it fell onto the ground, that would mean it hit the unchallenging earth. This was an ultimate insult to its title, violating the fundamental law of its existence. This was a great humiliation to its reputation, betraying its weapon Tao. Never admit defeat. So it struggled violently. It resisted madly. In the 0.1 second before touching the ground, this kunai erupted with extremely eerie anti-gravity kinetic energy. It defied gravity like a mad dog warrior swimming upstream, flying backward rapidly along the ground. It swept across the sandy ground and skimmed over gravel. Before exhausting its last bit of kinetic energy, it madly locked onto the only target nearby that stood the steadiest, the largest, and the closest. PFT. The kunai solidly stabbed into Gang Ziyun's calf, thus completing its principle of absolutely not hitting the target. At this moment, Gang Ziyun was trembling all over. His heart was already filled with humiliation and collapse. How shameful. Not because of the pain. Well, it did hurt a lot. But what hurt more was his pride. As a dignified Chunin of Konoha, a senior formal teacher standing by the field watching two Jinin brats in a sparring practice failing to stop them from going crazy was one thing. But to be sneak attacked and crit charged from behind by a strange kunai that flew in from a bizarre angle along the ground. This was another. Well, it did hurt a lot. But what hurt more was his pride. As a dignified Chunin of Konoha, a senior formal teacher standing by the field watching two Jinin brats in a sparring practice failing, Gang Ziyun looked down at the golden kunai with despair in his eyes. To salvage his nearly shattered Chunin pride, he endured the excruciating pain with cold sweat the size of beans dripping down his forehead. He glanced left and right. Luckily, all the students' attention was on the two clowns in the sand pit. No one was watching him. Now's the time. As long as he secretly pulled it out and stuffed it into his pocket, then used medical ninjutsu to stop the bleeding and wrap it with bandages a few times. This extremely shameful dark history would disappear into his belly without a trace and be over. Gang Ziyun quietly bent over, crouching down extremely slowly. Clenching his back teeth, he tremblingly extended his right hand and shakily reached for the golden kunai. An inch, half an inch. His fingers were about to touch the hilt. At that critical 0.1 second, a penetrating soul-bearing question drifted over from behind, ghostly and quiet. Gang Z, what are you sneaking around with your butt sticking out? A voice languid like a demon's whisper suddenly echoed above him with no warning. Gang Ziyun's outstretched hand froze abruptly. His entire being felt as if struck by a lightning bolt. He slowly lifted his head. He stood just a step away, hands in pockets, head slightly tilted, a pure and harmless smile playing at the corners of his mouth. There was no malice in those black eyes. In fact, they carried a hint of concern. A wave of immense fear instantly constricted Gang Ziyun's throat. His heart nearly leaped from his throat. When did this little brat get so close? How could he walk without making any sound? He felt as if he were being stared at by a grinning beast. Gang Ziyun swallowed hard, his atoms apple bobbing up and down with difficulty. His face twitched as he forced out a distorted smile that was more hideous than crying, attempting a final struggle. Why, ye classmate? Gang Ziyun's voice trembled. The teacher is here. Tying my shoelaces. This shoelace is a bit loose. This excuse was so flimsy that even he didn't believe it, as he was clearly wearing open-toed ninja sandals that didn't require laces at all. He said nothing. His gaze slowly descended, not even looking at Gang Ziyun's feet. That teasing gaze landed on the shining golden kunai embedded in Gang Ziyun's left calf. The thing was far too eye-catching to hide. Then Yi slowly lifted his head again. The two locked eyes. The smile at Yes' lips gradually widened, becoming increasingly mischievous and audacious. It was bad news. Gang Ziyun's face turned ashen, his pupils constricting sharply, even forgetting the pain. His mind was consumed with one thought: this brat was up to no good. Gang Ziyun shook his head frantically, his features nearly collapsing together. He lowered his voice to the limit, his eyes filled with humble pleading, almost praying with his breath and lips. Yi, please don't say. The teacher begs you. However, Gongzi Yun's pitiful plea hadn't even had a chance to hang in the air. The teasing smile on Ye's face vanished in an instant, replaced by sheer terror, utter urgency, and an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Yi suddenly took a step back, cupping his hands to his mouth like a trumpet. His legs steadied, energy sinking to his dantian. Gongzi Yun's vision went dark. It was too late. Help! In the next moment, Yi bellowed with a voice piercing enough to shatter clouds and stones, echoing throughout the abandoned playground of Konoha. Someone come quickly. It's bad. Teacher Gongzi Yun is gravely injured. Hurry and notify the principal. Where's the medical team? If someone doesn't come soon, Teacher Gongzi Yun will bleed to death. Boom. This shout, comparable to a sonic bomb, instantly tore apart the atmosphere of the playground. The 30 or so students who had been clustered around the sandpit, including the crying Obito and the questioning Kakashi, all froze in unison. All actions halted simultaneously. Over 30 pairs of shocked eyes like powerful searchlights locked onto the edge of the field. Under the sunlight there stood their homeroom teacher, the esteemed Chunin Gongzi Yun, maintaining an extremely awkward squatting position, hands suspended in midair. On his left calf, a resplendently golden kunai was deeply embedded in his flesh, reflecting a dazzling light. His expression was contorted, as if he had been constipated for 3 days. The 30 or so students took in this extremely abstract scene of tragedy. The playground fell silent for a full 2 seconds. Then it erupted. A gentle breeze swept through, lifting a withered leaf to rest atop Gongzi Yun's head. Call. A crow flew by at just the right moment, leaving behind a series of caws. Gongzi Yun felt darkness closing in before his eyes. Ding. Ultimate social death value from Gongzi Yun 2000. Ding. Worldview collapse value from Gongzi Yun 2000. Ding. Survival instinct collapse value from Gongzi Yun 1500. Ding. Shock value from the entire class 1888. Gongzi Yun's knees buckled, and he knelt directly on the ground. He tilted his head back, 2 streams of murky tears silently sliding down his cheeks. His dignity as a chunin, his authority as a teacher, along with his dwindling sanity, all utterly vanished in that moment. After 20 years of teaching, the one, kneeling on the playground, had become 3. With Yes shout, the dead silence of the playground was shattered. Over 30 pairs of shocked eyes turned in unison. Meanwhile, Gongzi Yun knelt in the sandy ground of the playground, letting the wind whip the sand mercilessly against his face. The sunlight was blinding, murky tears swirled in his eyes, blurring his vision. He lifted his head to gaze at the sky, recalling the petals attempting to fall. In a daze, his mind began to race. He seemed to see that bright spring 20 years ago at the end of the corridor of the south building of the Ninja Academy. 18-year-old him, full of vigor, grasped his newly issued teaching credential, beautiful pink cherry blossoms falling onto his shoulder. Back then he vowed that this lifetime would be dedicated to the podium, to become a respected great mentor. Looking down at the present, on his left calf a glaring golden kunai was embedded, dazzling to the eye. That thing resembled an extremely abstract piece of modern performance art, the light reflecting from it more blinding than the prospects he had 20 years ago. It's over. 20 years all gone. Gongzi Yun murmured in despair, his lips moving, the sound barely louder than a mosquito. He seemed to witness the image of his teacher's authority along with his future retirement funds sprouting wings and flying away in a sorrowful scene. Teacher Gongzi Yun, pull yourself together. What happened? A crisp female voice shattered the despairing. It only brings out a shovel to continue digging downwards, for Uchiha Yi was about to reveal to him what lay beneath the bottom of the abyss. Teacher Gongzi Yun, pull yourself together. What happened? A crisp female voice shattered the despairing reverie. Noera Rin furrowed her brow, her clear eyes filled with concern. She, along with 3 or 4 kind-hearted girls, broke away from the onlookers and hurriedly trotted over. Rin crouched down, taking a quick, yet professional glance at the injury. The kunai hadn't sunk too deep, and the amount of blood seeping out wasn't significant. She swiftly and skillfully pulled out a roll of emergency bandages from her ninja tool pouch, her tone calm. Teacher, don't panic. I'll first help you remove the kunai, and once we stop the bleeding, it'll be fine. Hearing this, Gongzi Yun's heart, which had plummeted into a deep abyss of silence, was suddenly steadied by a pair of warm little hands. A spark of joy ignited in his eyes. An angel. This is an angel. All he had to do was remove the kunai, wrap it up, and hide the weapon before the loud medical team arrived. He could simply say he was accidentally brushed by a ninja tool in combat. That would save most of his face. He had even rehearsed 108 nonchalant explanations in his mind. Rin's fair fingertips reached out, about to touch the handle of the golden kunai. Smack! A hand shot out like an iron clamp from the side, firmly gripping Rin's wrist. The force wasn't heavy, but it was steady as an iron hoop, forcefully interrupting this near-saving straw. Rin stiffened reflexively, looking up in shock. The nearby girls were equally stunned, their faces filled with disbelief as they looked at Yi standing beside them. Yi released Rin's wrist. The carefree and spectator-like expression on his face instantly vanished. In its place was an unprecedented seriousness and gravity. He crouched down, leaning close to Gang Ziyun's calf, his gaze fixed intensely on the kunai, staring at it for a full 3 seconds. His expression was one of utmost vigilance, as if what lay before him wasn't a kunai, but a tailed beast ball about to detonate. Then he stood up, taking a step back, his brow tightly knitted. "Do not act rashly. The teacher's condition is very serious." He lowered his voice. "The angle of this kunai strike is extremely treacherous. You have no idea how dangerous it is. It has completely pierced the femoral artery of Instructor Gang Ziyun." He swept his gaze across the surrounding girls, his pace suddenly quickening as he delivered the final blow with a grave tone. "Nobody touch it now. Forcing it out will cause a terrifying spurting hemorrhage. If we mess this up tomorrow, our whole class will have to pool money to buy white flowers and get a new homeroom teacher." Several girls' faces instantly turned pale, their beauty shattered by fear. Some covered their mouths, gasping and retreating half a step. But Noera Rin, the top student in medical ninjutsu, furrowed her brows deeper, maintaining a She re-examined the kunai lodged into the outer left calf, then straightened up and voiced a highly reasonable doubt with a serious tone. "That's not right, classmate Yi. From standard human anatomy, the outer calf area is all muscle tissue and venous networks. There's no major artery there. Are you confusing things?" This well-founded medical rebuttal snapped a few of the frightened girls back to the right. Rin is a gifted medic. She must be correct, isn't she? Everyone's eyes turned back to Yi. Not only did he not panic, but he straightened his spine even more. He lifted his gaze, meeting Rin's pupils. "Rin, let me ask you. How long have you known Instructor Gang Ziyun at most?" "A whole year, right?" Rin was stunned and nodded instinctively. "Since you've only known him for a short year, how dare you apply the physiological structure of ordinary humans to Instructor Gang Ziyun?" He stepped forward half a pace, raising his voice an octave, pressing forward with a righteous fury. "How can you be sure that the artery in his leg is exactly where the textbook marks it?" Bang! The air on the training ground froze. This utterly illogical, yet loudly righteous nonsense slammed down like a heavy hammer. The clever and quick-witted Rin instantly suffered a mental collapse. Completely abandoning her usual refined demeanor, she unconsciously extended her pinky and in utter confusion dug at her ear. She seriously doubted whether her auditory system was malfunctioning. The other girls, already ignorant of medical knowledge, were led astray and fell into a bizarre mental shutdown. Right, what if the instructor's blood vessels really are different from others? Yi gave no one a chance to breathe, pressing his advantage wildly. "I have known Instructor Gang Ziyun one day longer than any of you." "A full day?" Yi raised an index finger, his expression solemn and heartbroken, pointing at Gang Ziyun on the ground. "So I am the only one here familiar with his body structure. Not to mention whether this kunai has injured his unusually positioned femoral artery." Yi lowered his voice, dramatically enunciating each word. "It is entirely possible that this sinister force traveling backward along the nerve endings has directly damaged his cerebral center. So we absolutely cannot touch him. We must wait for a qualified medical ninja to handle this." The words brain damage landed and Rin's pupils contracted sharply. The last shred of rational thought among the girls was annihilated, and they clutched each other's arms. He gave no time for rebuttal, whipping around to bellow at the still-dazed entire class. "What are you standing around for? You heard me. The instructor is not only hemorrhaging, his brain might be broken. Go get help." At this earth-shattering shout, Gang Ziyun, kneeling on the ground, felt his internal organs spasm violently. He jerked his head up, eyes bulging with bloodshot veins. Watching the situation hurtle toward utter disgrace, he became so enraged that he no longer felt the searing pain in his leg. What damn nonsense! A knife in the calf travels upward to damage the brain. He absolutely could not let these fools go for help. Gang Ziyun took a deep breath, his chest heaving and veins bulging. He prepared to summon the last ounce of his strength to roar out his innocence. But a split second before his vocal cords vibrated, a sly glimmer flashed in Yes' eyes. His right hand shot from behind, like lightning, slipping a black patch the size of a fingernail between his fingers. Seizing the moment when everyone's attention was fixed on Gang Ziyun's agonizingly twisted face, Yes' fingertip flicked, and the patch silently and precisely adhered to the inside of his collar. "I'm not brain damaged. Don't listen to this little brat, and run for help." Gang Ziyun opened his mouth in bitter desperation, unleashing an urgent protest from his chest. Yet the moment it passed through the voice modifier, it was completely distorted. What poured from the throat of a dignified chunin was a series of ferocious hoarse and vigorous husky barks. Woof, 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 woof. The loud, wild canine howls like a thunderclap pierced the abandoned training ground and exploded. The echoes lingered, refusing to fade. In that moment, the entire class of over 30 people was struck as if by lightning, petrified. The classmates who had been half-doubting 2 seconds ago now heard those wild barks, and their worldview shattered completely. So, Instructor Gang Ziyun really did damage his brain. A knife in the calf can actually mess up the brain. 30-plus pairs of eyes turned in unison to Yi. Indeed, only classmate Yi was the living immortal who understood the instructor's condition best and spotted the brain disease in advance. Ding. Soul destruction value from Gang Ziyun, 3,000. Ding. Cognitive shatter value from Noara Rin, 999. Ding. Devout worship value from the whole class, 2,000. He put his hands in his pockets, turned sideways, and naturally blocked the barely suppressed grin on his face. Meanwhile, Gang Ziyun on the ground opened his mouth for the 4th time, trying to produce human sounds. Woof. Woof. The sound grew fainter and weaker. He slowly lowered his head as his physical strength, spirit, and dignity collapsed completely. Finally, with a thud, he fell face first into the sand, utterly motionless. Gang. Hold on, Gang. Yi slid into a kneeling position in one swift motion, his knees kicking up a choking cloud of sand. He scooped up Gang Ziyun's sand-covered upper body, gripping the man's stiff shoulders and shaking him violently. Yes' face was twisted in extreme grief, his voice hoarse to the point of tearing sorrow beyond despair. Gang. Wake up, Gang. Hold on. You cannot die. Uchiha Yi swear I will not let you leave like this. Heart-wrenching cry was the final straw, utterly terrifying the 30-plus students whose worldviews had already been shattered by the barking. Yi whipped around, eyes bloodshot, and unleashed a deafening roar at the completely petrified crowd. Gang, hurry and notify the medical unit and the vice principal. Do you want to see him die? Silence. The class was dead silent. Then bang, the crowd exploded. More than 30 people, like ants with their tails on fire, didn't even bother grabbing the medical emergency kit. A few girls burst into tears on the spot. Everyone wailed and scrambled, charging toward the Ninja Academy office building. Fear fermented in the running and fissioned in the transmission. As the news spread, it underwent a series of absurd mutations. At the edge of the training ground, a first-year student grabbed a running senior. What happened, senior? Instructor Gang Ziyun is bleeding profusely. His brain is broken. By the time they reached the first teaching building, the news reached the third-year hallway. Did you hear? Terrible. Instructor Gang Ziyun had his head blown off by a hidden weapon. His brains have all flowed out. When the fastest runners, sweating with snot and tears streaming down their faces, kicked open the vice principal's office door, they fell to their knees with a thud, howling in unison. Principal, you have to come see. Instructor Gang Ziyun has fallen in battle. Instructor Gang Ziyun has fallen in battle. Clang. Behind the office desk, the old vice principal of the ninja school, who had been sipping tea from a cup, twitched his hand. The cup fell to the floor and shattered. The scalding tea spilled all over his thigh. He sprang to his feet, eyes blazing with fury, utterly ignoring the burn on his leg. At the main campus of Konoha Ninja Academy, on the first day of school, inexperienced Chunin teacher dies in front of the entire class. Had the Awakens ninjas infiltrated Konoha? Medical team. Highest alert. Full deployment. The old vice principal slammed his palm down, shattering the desk. Less than 3 minutes later, at the abandoned training ground, the old vice principal of the academy, leading a fully armed, grim-faced team of top-tier medical ninjas, stormed into the field like a hurricane. Secure the perimeter. Prepare for enemy attack. The medical team leader barked out orders with utmost caution. For medical, Jonin immediately fanned out professionally, dispersing the crowd. He himself rushed toward Gang Ziyun, who lay on the sandy ground. The entire class huddled back 10 meters, not daring to breathe. The medical team leader's expression was extremely grave. Kneeling on one knee, he swiftly donned sterile gloves. He stared at the blindingly shiny pure gold kunai embedded in Gang Ziyun's left calf, then rapidly formed hand seals. A green healing chakra enveloped his palm as he carefully grasped the hilt. Prepare hemostats. Cardiotonic. Chakra infusion. Before he could finish the command, his voice abruptly ceased. Whooshed. The golden kunai was pulled out in an instant. The entire class squeezed their eyes shut, dreading the gory sight of a blood fountain. Yet, the air remained still for 3 full seconds. Nothing happened. The medical team leader's grim expression froze instantly. He stayed frozen in his position, holding the golden kunai aloft, then looked down at Gang Ziyun's calf. There was a wound smaller than a fingernail. The surrounding skin had already pressed together due to the swift extraction, not even a single drop of blood. The medical team leader was baffled. He stood up, his mouth twitching, and turned to the ashen-faced old vice principal. Not even a vein was nicked. The bleeding stopped on its own. Just a scratch. Applying iodine would be overkill. And you call this a battlefield death? The old vice principal was stunned. The 30-odd students watching were equally dumbfounded. All eyes snapped toward Yi, who was crouching nearby. Didn't they say he was bleeding out and dying? How was he completely fine? Yi remained expressionless. Just as this colossal blunder was about to ignite the old vice principal's fury, Ugh! Gang Xian groaned, his eyelashes fluttering as he slowly regained consciousness. Opening his eyes, he saw a circle of medical ninjas in white coats and the grim-visaged vice principal. The unbearable, humiliating memories crashed back into Gang Xian's mind. His eyes were bloodshot. Shame, rage, and despair mingled together. He had to clear his name. He had to denounce that demon Uchiha Yi. Gang Xian opened his mouth, struggling to let out a final roar. Teacher! Teacher is awake. Yi feigned ecstasy, the first to rush forward, wrapping his arms around Gang Xian's back to help him sit up. In the split second when Yes' shoulder blocked everyone's view, Yes' left finger slid with unrivaled smoothness along the inside of Gang Xian's collar. The black voice changer patch was retrieved into his palm without a trace, then silently slipped into his pants pocket. The movement was fluid, leaving not even an afterimage. But his current state was utterly terrifying. Every muscle in his body was convulsing and trembling wildly. His teeth gnashed audibly, in language. But his current state was utterly terrifying. Every muscle in his body was convulsing and trembling wildly. His teeth gnashed audibly. His fingers dug desperately into the sand, his eyeballs bulged from extreme congestion. His tongue twisted in fury and foam gathered at the corners of his mouth from sheer rage. He pointed accusingly at Yi, his features twisted like a demon crawling out of hell, unable to form a coherent sentence. Yi, this roar of, "I'm not sick," paired with that utterly deranged visage. The medical team, about to wrap up, instantly went on high alert. The entire class gasped collectively, their scalps crawling as they shuffled back 3 full paces. It all added up. Perfectly. Physically he was fine, but this frenzied behavior. His mind had truly been driven mad by that bizarre kunai. The medical team leader's expression changed. He stepped forward and forcibly pinned Gang Xian's shoulders. Green chakra enveloped his head, delving deep into neurological scanning. 5 seconds later, the medical team leader withdrew his hand with a grimace and let out a heavy sigh at the old vice principal. Physically no issues. But his psyche has clearly suffered a horrendous trauma. Brainwaves are chaotic, chakra extremely volatile. The stress has driven him to the brink of mental collapse. The medical team leader waved his hand and delivered the final diagnosis decisively. He must be sent immediately to Konoha Hospital's psychiatric ward for isolation and rest. Quick restraints. Any delay and he'll be truly broken. Gang Xian's eyes bulged as he struggled and let out a miserable scream. Bullshit. My mind is perfectly fine. Let me go. The patient is showing severe cognitive disorder and resistance. Administer a shot of cardiotonic. 2 burly medical ninjas pounced and efficiently bound Gang Xian to the stretcher with white restraint. Uchiha Yi, you. Gang Xian foamed at the mouth, writhing wildly, his despairing eyes locked. His piercing shrieks faded into the distance as he was forcibly carried away. The worldview of the entire class was shattered and then rebuilt. The way they looked at Yi had completely changed. Their earlier extreme fear had been replaced by reverence and worship. Yes, deadly accurate insight was terrifying. So when he earlier predicted brain damage, he wasn't referring to physical arteries, but psychological devastation. He had truly seen at a glance that the teacher had lost his mind. A living oracle. Ding. Extreme admiration, shock value from the entire class, 4,000. Ding. Dao, heart-shattering value from Gang Xian, 2,000. He stood still with his hands in his pockets, listening to the delightful chimes in his mind. Without changing expression, he lowered his head with feigned meekness, hiding his merits and reputation. The old vice principal watched the departing stretcher, rubbed his brow helplessly, and felt he had aged 10 years instantly. He turned to face the 30-odd terrified students. A sudden critical incident. The homeroom teacher of Class 1 Year 2 has suffered a psychotic episode. The old vice principal waved his hand and sighed. The school is fully staffed. We can't spare a substitute teacher on short notice. Today is the first day of school. Your class is hereby given a day off. Await further notice tomorrow. With that, the old vice principal walked away without looking back. The atmosphere on the field stagnated for half a second. Then an earth-shattering cheer erupted. Who could reject a divine classmate who on the first day of school sent the homeroom teacher to a mental hospital and scored everyone a paid vacation? Even Obito forgot his own grievances. Everyone looked at Yi with even greater fervor. This was a living ancestor. The crowd soon dispersed in jubilant cheers heading home. Only 5 people remained on the field. Mai Teek, with his thick eyebrows and trademark bright white teeth, approached Yi with burning passion. My sworn brother, today fate has gifted us a youth benefit. Since we have the day off, let's continue our demonic youth training in the back mountain. Let's run 50 laps around Konoha. Yi stretched lazily, yawned, and waved his hand in decisive. I've been grinding all summer, my body is already overloaded. Today is a gift from the heavens. Training would be impolite. Let's go to the shopping district. I need to really unwind today. Beside him, Asuma, his head still wrapped in bandages and his eye socket bruised and swollen, leaned in and nodded eagerly. Obito wiped the mud from his face with his sleeve and decided to tag along like an eager puppy. Kakashi stared at the broken hilt in his hand, his eyes hollow, as he dragged his feet forward. Thus the five-man squad was formed, and they shuffled messily toward the Konoha shopping street. The streets were bustling with people. As they walked, Asuma and Obito, that pair of laughable fools, began a headache-inducing exchange of romantic advice. It started when Obito glanced at Asuma's swollen eye and couldn't help but speak. "Brother, with that pig face of yours, you still want to win Kurenai. Better just go to bed early." Asuma touched his highly swollen purple-black right eye, wincing in pain. Yet his face showed no sign of discouragement. Instead, it brimmed with spring breeze. He deliberately lowered his voice, striking the pose of a seasoned veteran, and imparted his wisdom to Obito in a tone he believed to be profound. "Obito, this is where you don't get it. When Kurenai hit me so hard just now, what does that mean?" He paused dramatically. "It means deep inside she's desperately resisting the mature man's charisma I exude. The more she resists, the more she cares." Asuma declared with conviction. "This is what they call love deep, so reproach deep. I've already engraved an indelible mark in that woman's heart, as she's about to be completely conquered by me." Hearing this, Obito puffed out his chest and planted his hands on his waist, unwilling to be outdone. He cast aside all the humiliation of being forced to the ground 3 times to catch blades. "What you said is nothing." Obito's face glowed as he boasted with equal certainty. "When Rin saw me sliding on my knees to catch the blade, saw my innate wildness, her eyes instantly got starry. After that, she never took her eyes off me. That look, she was definitely captivated by my wild, tough, and unpretentious style. Tell me what woman in the ninja world can resist a rugged man with such contrast as me?" Asuma snorted disdainfully. "Rugged man? You knelt 3 times and didn't even spark a flame. Compared to my sneaking the old man's pipe and blowing smoke rings that has real depth and tension. You know nothing. This is pure wild release, miles above your failed cool guy secondhand smoke." The two argued fiercely about whose method was superior and who was closer to their crush, walking down the street with red faces and flying spittle. Kakashi walked beside them, hands in his pockets, his dull eyes rolling upward until only the whites showed. Walking with these 2 idiots, he could feel his face burning with shame. Let it all be destroyed. If Konoha's future were left in the hands of these 2 brainless morons, it would be better to let a Wagakure flatten it sooner. He walked at the front, listening to the racket behind him, and couldn't help but laugh. He was in an excellent mood today, and for once decided to be a decent person, no longer fueling the fire for those 2 fools. All right, stop arguing." He stopped and waved his hand, casually pointing at the busiest street ahead. "Today's expenses are on me. Pick whatever you like and bring some gifts for the others. Just spend, I'll pay." Guy was taken aback. His family wasn't well off, and he had never really strolled through the shop. Hearing that, Mike Guy, who was already dirt poor, instantly teared up. He howled and tried to give Yi a 90-degree bow, but Yi firmly held him back. Yes, generosity wasn't a change of heart. When it came to paying, the image of Uchiha Nobu's manic, ecstatic face flashed in his mind. Ever since returning from the border, that guy, as if possessed, would show up every few days with a thick stack of banknotes and shove them into Yi's house. His eyes were wild with frenzy, muttering constantly, "Everything's taken care of. Just focus on getting stronger, they'll pave the way for you." He still couldn't figure out how a captain of the security force could get so much money. Surely he hadn't mortgaged the security building. Also, what did pave the way mean? He had no idea. But it didn't matter. The funds were plenty. Spending someone else's money didn't hurt at all. Chatting and laughing, the 5 of them strolled into a department store filled with a dazzling array of goods. Minutes later, Kakashi leaned against the doorframe, utterly bored. Asuma meticulously picked out a delicate red rose bookmark. Obito stood rooted in front of a wall covered with various hair accessories. With his arms crossed, his brow furrowed into a knot, he was clearly facing the toughest decision of his life. He looked left, touched right, his gaze shifting between 2 different headbands. How to choose? Obito stared at the 2 headbands on the wall, biting his lower lip, muttering in distress. "Should I get Rin this pink Katir headband?" His finger hovered in midair. "Or should I get the one next to it, the black and white spotted dog-ear headband?" Obito gazed at the wall. On the left hung the pink Katir headband, on the right the black and white spotted dog-ear one. "Or should I get the one next to it, the black and white spotted dog-ear headband?" Obito gazed at the wall. On the left hung the pink Katir headband, on the right the black and white spotted dog. In fact, the most bewildering trio in the Ninja Academy was Kakashi, Obito, and Rin. In Obito's simplistic mind, Rin had always been smitten with the genius Kakashi, so he was constantly sour. Meanwhile, Kakashi, with rational analysis, concluded that Rin, kind, gentle, and nurturing, was a perfect match for the loud, troublesome Obito, who always needed looking after. As for Rin, she often watched these 2 live wires bicker, a hint of an intriguing smile on her face, wondering how far these 2 would go together. Thus, whenever the 3 stood together, each in some sense felt like the third wheel. Now watching Obito scratching his head like an idiot, Kakashi felt no urge to mock him for once. Instead, he sighed inwardly. Considering that he was treating them today and being a decent person for once, Kakashi decided to sheath his sharp tongue and for the first time help this fool with some advice. He stroked his chin, his mind racing. Cat ears. Rin certainly had a gentle, cute personality. But Kakashi's gaze swept over Obito's foolish face. Then he recalled today's training ground where this guy had dropped to his knees 3 times in a row with a resounding thud, even letting out pure barks like a husky. Kakashi suddenly understood. Rin would definitely prefer something with a puppy vibe since Obito's canine attributes were already maxed out. Obito by the black and white spotted dog ear accessory. Kakashi crossed his arms, his eyelids slightly drooping, speaking in a flat, yet gentle tone. As soon as the words left his mouth, Obito's body stiffened. He turned his head, his eyes full of disbelief, staring hard at Kakashi, suspecting he was hallucinating. This arrogant Kakashi who couldn't go a day without mocking him hadn't even sneered today. Huh? What? Why this one? Obito scratched his head, his face full of wariness and unease. Because Rin is the kind of person who accepts all your behaviors, she would probably like this style. Kakashi's dull eyes rolled upwards, slightly meeting Obito's gaze directly, with no trace of mockery or insincerity. He wasn't lying. Rin would most likely see Obito giving her something that symbolized himself as a clumsy kind of romance. Seeing Kakashi's utterly serious eyes, Obito's guard instantly dissolved. As if receiving some sacred guidance, his gaze became unwavering, and he nodded emphatically. Good. He'll trust you this once. Kakashi stood with one hand in his pocket, rooted to the spot. He muttered inwardly, Rin usually takes good care of me. As a friend, I should give her a little gift. So he casually took down the pink cat ear accessory from the wall. Meanwhile, Guy picked out the heaviest weighted ankle band and walked to the counter with delight. Seeing that everyone had made their choices, he clapped his hands. All right, gifts all picked. Let's go, we'll treat you to grilled meat. As much as you can eat. The 5 of them, loaded with bags, marched triumphantly toward the most popular grill queue on the Konoha commercial street. In the private room, the charcoal fire blazed beneath the grill grate, and plates were piled high with premium marbled beef. Fat dripped, and the smoky aroma, mixed with sizzling sounds, filled the air. Obito and Guy clashed with their chopsticks midair, fighting for the first piece of prime pork belly. Under the table, their legs exchanged invisible kicks. Guy's face remained expressionless, while Obito grimaced, probably with bruised shins. Asuma showed no interest in the grilled meat. He poked absently at the dipping sauce, carefully wiping the stolen premium pipe. His mind was entirely occupied with how to showcase the damn allure of a mature man to Kurenai tomorrow. Yi. Kakashi, sitting across from him, suddenly put down his chopsticks. That short blade. I will compensate for it. Kakashi's voice was steady but carried a stubborn edge. He was chewing on a piece of char-grilled ribs. At those words, he waved his hand dismissively. No need. It was just a spar tool, wear and tear is normal. We're classmates, it's just a blade. If it breaks, it breaks. Yi knew full well the truth. That blade, guaranteed to be caught barehanded, was originally a one-time conceptual tool with only 3 durability points. No. Kakashi's brows furrowed deeply. The stubbornness of the Hokage clan's warrior's spirit flared up. Whether the blade itself had issues or not, it was my fault that my teammate's family heirloom was damaged. The responsibility is mine. The Hokage clan's code borrow and return damage means compensation. This is the Bushido my father taught me. I will repay you. This is non-negotiable. You saw the solemn expression on Kakashi's face, as if he would perform seppuku if denied, and the corner of his mouth twitched. But staring at this earnest little genius of the Hokage clan, an idea flashed in his eyes. An easy opportunity not to be missed. Yi sighed, putting on a helpless demeanor. Fine then. It's settled. The barbecue gathering ended amidst the group's noisy chatter. Yi slapped a stack of banknotes on the counter, and the 5 of them waved goodbye at the commercial street intersection. The night deepened, and the bustling lights of Konoha fell behind. Yi walked alone, hands in pockets, sauntering toward the Uchiha clan grounds. The night breeze rustled the treetops at the street corner, carrying a hint of early autumn's chill. After crossing 2 blocks, a faint crimson flickered deep within Yes' previously languid black eyes. Tutamo Sharingan activate. Coupled with his Uzumaki constitution's monstrous chakra perception, he clearly sensed an inescapable tail lurking in the shadows behind him. 50 meters away, breathing frequency extremely low, chakra suppressed to absolute minimum. Yi remained expressionless, his pace undisturbed. The third Hokage's routine surveillance, Yi sneered inwardly. He had caused quite a stir lately. The Umbu had tailed him countless times. Yi ignored it and continued forward. But as he turned into a secluded alley connecting the periphery of the Uchiha clan grounds, the presence behind him shifted instantly. The earlier feeling of surveillance vanished, completely replaced by killing intent. Yes' steps faltered slightly. The Umbu directly under the Hokage would never operate with such aggression and destructive impulse. Moreover, killing him in the village now would only tighten the sensitive nerves of the Uchiha clan. This was definitely not something the Third Hokage wanted. Thus the source of this killing intent could only be one, Root. Yes, gaze turned ice cold. Shimura Danzo, that old dog lurking in the sewers, had truly lost his mind. To dare assassinate an Uchiha genius in broad daylight within Konoha, though Danzo was known to target village children as experimental subjects. However, harshly put, those children were of little significance. But if word leaked of an attack on an Uchiha clan prodigy, the entire Uchiha clan would instantly erupt and overturn the table. Without time for further thought, a faint sound of movement crept closer from the shadow of the eaves. He gritted his teeth and forced a cold smile. Panic, fear, non-existent. He had no intention of fleeing. Yes, mind raced. The dog Danzo sent was likely an elite assassin jonin. In their eyes, he was just a slightly talented 7-year-old kid. But he knew that with his mastery of the 3 basic techniques, Totemo Sharingan, the Uzumaki clan's terrifying chakra reserves, and those ridiculous conceptual tools, he was definitely a tough nut that could crack a jonin's teeth. Trying to erase me silently. You're not worthy. If he just flipped the table and clashed Hiden. This place was extremely close to the Uchiha clan grounds. A huge noise and chakra fluctuation would bring the Uchiha police force swarming in within half a minute. Exposing some trump cards early didn't matter. The plan might change, but if he could drag Danzo into the light and provoke a direct confrontation between the Uchiha and Root, this deal would be far from a loss. Yes, feet were firmly planted on the ground, his muscles tensed to the limit. The air in the dark alley solidified to an extreme killing intent, like a drawn bowstring ready to release. At the critical moment, without a sound, without disturbing even the slightest airflow, a broad rough hand, calloused from years of gripping a blade, landed on his shoulder with terrifying speed that completely surpassed his neural reflexes. Yes, pupils shrank to pinpoints, cold sweat drenched his back in an instant. Too fast. If this person intended to kill him, his head would have been off by the time the hand touched down. When did Danzo get a monster like this? This was damn impossible. Just as he was about to forcibly detonate his chakra and fight to the death, a familiar, gentle, and slightly lazy voice sounded softly by his ear. Relax. It's okay. The moment those 6 words were spoken, the sinister, lethal killing intent in the dark alley vanished like snow under the scorching sun. He froze for a second, then slowly relaxed his tensed muscles. He turned to see the silver-haired man in plain clothes standing under the pale moonlight. In an instant, the cold sharpness in his eyes switched to an innocent, harmless smile. Sakamasimo, it's you. What brings you out for a stroll this late? Hatake Sakumo wore the iconic white fong short blade at his waist. Even in casual attire, his calm, deep, and irresistibly sharp aura was impossible to hide. He patted Yes' shoulder with a smile, just passing by. I noticed you walking alone in the dark, so I followed for a while. Huff. Huff. Rapid panting came from the alley entrance. Kakashi rushed over, hands on his knees, drenched in sweat. He looked up at Sakumo, his dead fish eyes full of helplessness and complaint. Father, why did you suddenly use the body flicker technique? I couldn't keep up at all, and almost lost you. After speaking, Kakashi straightened up, his gaze passing over Shimao and landing precisely on Yes' eyes. The always proud genius Kakashi surprisingly showed a rare hint of awkwardness and unease on his face. His eyes wavered, as if unsure what expression to wear in front of Yi. Chimu Shuomao let out 2 hearty laughs. He reached out and gave Yes' shoulder a firm pat, his tone carrying undisguised intimacy. Haha, it's all because of this kid, Kakashi, Shuomao said, pointing at his son, who was averting his gaze, and explained with a smile. As soon as he got home, he dragged me insistently, saying he broke a companion's extremely precious blade and has been feeling guilty about it ever since. He insisted that I must take him to apologize right away and see if there's any way to make amends. Shuomao lowered his head slightly and gave you a deep look. I thought since we've come this far, I might as well take him to your place for a visit. To formally visit this genius boy of the Yuzhibo clan who has caused a stir across the entire ninja academy. Shuomao paused, his tone half joking and half serious. But I wonder if the gates of the Yuzhibo clan would welcome an uninvited guest like me. Yeah. Yes, heart jolted. On the surface, he remained composed as a veteran, but inside, turbulent waves were crashing. Chimu Shuomao, the white fang of Mai. At this sensitive juncture, when the Mai high-ranking officials were suspicious of each other, with undercurrents stirring, especially with Tawanzang constantly trying to suppress the Yuzhibo. A top-tier big shot who controlled the absolute high-end combat power of Mai, and whose prestige approached that of the Hokage, was actually going to brazenly bring his son and step through the gates of the Yuzhibo clan compound to visit. If word got back to the Root, Tawanzang would probably chew his walking stick to pieces tonight. As for Fuyue, the rigid clan head of the Yuzhibo, he would likely down 2 bottles of emergency, heart-saving pills overnight. As for the third Hokage in the Hokage building, he would surely be smoking and having meetings all night again. But, so what? What did the high-ranking official's headaches or exploding brains have to do with me, an innocent and carefree 7-year-old brat? Without hesitation, Yi raised an extremely standard, harmless, innocent smile. Of course you're welcome, Uncle Shomao. My home is huge, and there's plenty of tea. Hearing this, Chimu Shuomo's smile deepened in his eyes. Then let's go. 3 figures, 1 large and 2 small, stepped forward, chatting and laughing under the moonlight. As night fell, the gate of the Uchiha clan compound stood quietly in the darkness. It happened to be the shift change interval of the security patrol, so no one was guarding the entrance. Yi crossed the gate first, hands in pockets, with a composed expression. Behind him, Chimu Shomao appeared to walk casually and leisurely, like an uncle strolling around the neighborhood. Yet he was continuously observing the Uchiha clan compound in a seemingly inadvertent manner. Kakashi followed at the very end, looking extremely embarrassed. He clutched the hem of his clothes tightly, occasionally lifting his head to glance at Yes back, then quickly lowering it again. He unconsciously kicked pebbles on the road. He had originally planned to accompany Yi himself, but had not expected his father to come along in the end, which made the usually independent Kakashi feel very awkward. Thus the 3 strolled brazenly along the empty main road of the Uchiha clan under the night sky and moonlight. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the core area of the Uchiha compound, the home of clan head Fuyue. The imposing courtyard gate was now wide open. In the courtyard, Uchiha Yoru, the company commander of the security patrol who had been forcibly put on leave by Fuyue on the grounds of concerning mental state, was carrying a tin kettle larger than his own head, crazily watering a row of precious flowers that had just been planted a few days ago and were blooming beautifully. The clear water poured like a column, not towards the roots, but directly, performing a carpet-like wash on the delicate petals and leaves. Water splashed everywhere, smashing the delicate petals into fragments. The soil in the pots was washed away completely, and the overflowing water formed a small stream in the yard. Because of the forced vacation, Yoru had nothing to do but water flowers. Moreover, after watering his own flowers, he would go water Fuyue's. Yoru's flowers were thriving splendidly, but almost all of Fuyue's flowers had been drowned to death by Yoru. Just a few days ago, he had used the same all-angle flooding tactic to soak and drown the vibrant money tree in front of Fuyue's door, killing it completely. For this, the clan head's wife Uchiha Meichin personally came to his door and scolded him for a full 10 minutes while pointing at his nose. But who was Yoru? The top henchman of Yes faction, the future meritorious minister who would assist the dragon. He completely disregarded Maiken's scolding. Watching the muddy water flowing around the puddles, he revealed a cold smirk and ground his back teeth audibly. This old dog Fuyue, his courage is shrinking, but his tactics are getting more sinister. Giving me forced leave is ostensibly concern, but in reality, it's because he's sensed the rise of the Yi faction. He actually tried to use such despicable means to suppress me, a core elder. Yoru gnashed his teeth inwardly. He wants me to bow down to authority. Dream on. Naive. Yoru flipped his wrist, and the angle of the kettle grew steeper, almost vertical, at 90 degrees. The more he thought, the more excited he became, his eyes bloodshot and corners of his mouth uncontrollably spreading. Fuyue had no idea that Yoru was no longer alone. During this period, with the funds he had scraped together by exhausting his family fortune, he had secretly pulled 2 other flexible-minded company commanders from the security patrol into the Yi faction camp. They only awaited the opportune moment for the 3 company commanders to jointly launch an attack. They would directly force a coup, depose the battalion commander, dethrone Fuyue, and forcibly push the heaven-sent hero Uchiha Yi onto the position of new clan head. By then, Lord Yi, having unified the power of the entire clan, would not only take over this mere Uchiha, even capturing the whole of Mai, and kicking the old Third Hokage off the Hokage rock, would be an easy task. This magnificent blueprint unfolded in his mind, and Yoru could no longer control his inner frenzy. He abruptly tilted his head back, veins bulging on his neck, and burst into an extremely arrogant, almost neurotic peal of laughter toward the night sky. Ha ha ha. The situation is settled. The situation is settled. Accompanied by his wild laughter, the kettle in his hand completely overturned, and half a bucket of water crashed with a splatter onto a pot of precious orchids. The orchid roots and soil burst out of the pot, and the entire yard was instantly flooded like the Battle of Jinshan, a scene of utter mess. At the very moment when Yoru was laughing with twisted features and an air of invincibility, he, together with Shomao and his son, happened to arrive at the wide-open gate of Fuyue's home. He stopped, turned his head, and glanced at Yoru, who looked like a demon incarnate in the yard. His expression showed no ripple, not even a twitch of his brow. Languidly and calmly, he casually greeted, "Hub brother," Yoru, watering the flowers. Having said that, he turned his head to look at the utterly stunned Shomao and his son, who had stopped in their tracks, and explained with a steady, extremely serious tone. "No need to be nervous. We of the Uchiha clan are just like this, extremely rich in spirit. Add to that a bit of bloodline disease, and we sometimes look up and laugh wildly to vent our emotions. You'll get used to it. Shuomo's smile instantly froze on his face. Kakaxi's deadfish eyes abruptly widened, and the corners of his eyes began twitching wildly. Ding. Worldview shock value from Chimu Shuomao, 555. Ding. Cognitive contamination value from Chimu Kakaxi, 666. The hell is that supposed to be venting emotions? What normal person would stand in someone else's yard in the middle of the night watering flowers, while laughing maniacally? The two of them now had a completely new, highly shocking understanding of the mental state of the Yuzhibo clan. He had no intention of lingering. He tucked his hands in his pockets and directly passed by Fuyu's gate, continuing forward. And Yuzhibo Yehuo's sheer stubbornness was fully revealed at this moment. He came to water Fuyu's flowers without even closing the gate, completely unapologetic. At this moment, that brother Yehuo struck like a thunderbolt, instantly snapping Yehuo back to his senses. His laughter came to an abrupt halt. Yehuo also suddenly shivered, frozen in place with the empty kettle in hand, his expression incredibly complex. Heaven-sent hero. Why would the hero pass by at this time? No. He absolutely could not reveal his current loss of composure in front of Lord Yi. Yehuo rapidly tightened his facial muscles. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the smile at the corners of his mouth, and straightened his back. His gaze switched within a second to a deep and distant look, forcibly crafting an image of a master strategist and a profound, reliable grand minister. At that moment, Shuomao standing behind, Yi felt out of politeness and courtesy that he couldn't completely ignore the person in the courtyard. So he casually greeted Yehuo. Yehuo's still busy so late. Haven't eaten yet. Yehuo heard someone speaking to him. He merely glanced but didn't pay it any mind. After all, his mind was fully occupied with maintaining his aloof persona as Yes top lackey. Yehuo slightly raised his chin, presenting a profile that looked up at the night sky at a 45-degree angle. His three-tomo Sharingan glimmered faintly in the night. He let out an extremely disdainful and short sneer. Ha, so it's Shuomao. Yehuo responded arrogantly with a world-weary tone of having seen through all worldly affairs. Eating. That is an act of satisfying carnal desires, a behavior only the weak need to replenish their energy. Everything I Yehuo do is for the greater righteousness. How can a sparrow know the ambitions of a swan? Outside the door, the air suddenly fell silent. Shuomao stood outside the gate, his fingers stiffly scratching his silver-white hair, his expression completely frozen. He had been through countless battles, killed innumerable powerful enemies, and chatted and laughed with cage-level experts from various nations. But facing an Uchiha who had awakened the Sharingan, discussing eating is the behavior of the weak in such an abstract and cringe-inducing tone. For the first time, he felt what it meant to be impoverished in words. This conversation was simply impossible. It was no longer cross-server chatting, it was cross-species communication. Shuomao let out two awkward dry laughs and replied stiffly, "Is that so? Huh. Well, righteousness is righteousness, but you should still eat a little something. It's better for your stomach." With that, Shuomao grabbed the back of Kakaxi's collar and hurriedly walked forward. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, his own mind would become abnormal as well. Watching the three figures disappear into the night, Yehuo still stood in the puddle, maintaining his aloof posture of gazing at the stars, muttering with a low snort. "Hachimu Shao, you outsider lackey under the Hokage. How could you understand my grand ambition to assist a great ruler in commanding the world?" Before the word ambition could leave his lips, Yehuo's voice caught in his throat. He abruptly turned his head and stared fixedly in the direction the three had gone. His pupils contracted and dilated wildly as if struck by an 8-magnitude earthquake, and his breath instantly halted. Wait, that person just now. Who was it? Silver hair. White fang, short sword. Chimu Shuomao. Konoha's white fang. What the hell? Why would he appear in the core territory of the Uchiha clan in the middle of the night? Why was he walking together with Lord Yi? What the hell is going on? Where has this brought me? Wasn't I in the clan leader's courtyard? Yehuo's mind instantly crashed. He looked around in panic. The familiar courtyard walls, the familiar doorplate, and at his feet the orchid he had overwatered still lying in the muddy water. This was indeed Fuyu's home. But the white fan could never appear here. This completely defied Konoha's political common sense. Yehuo's mind raced at breakneck speed, frantically searching for the only plausible explanation. 3 seconds later, he slapped his thigh and arrived at a perfect conclusion. I see. That old dog Fuyue is not only treacherous, but his ocular power is surely above mine. He knew I wouldn't yield to the humiliation of being suspended, so he had set up an illusion long ago. The white Fang, even that nonsensical conversation just now. All of them were illusions Fuyue used to test my Dao heart and try to break my spirit. Without realizing it, I have been dragged into his illusion technique. What a malicious method. Yehuo gnashed his teeth. To break this absurd illusion, Yehuo threw away the tin watering can in his hand. With a clang, he bent his knees and sat cross-legged directly in the flooded courtyard, splashing into the water. Muddy water instantly soaked his trouser legs and the hem of his clothes. Yehuo paid no heed. He pressed his hands together tightly in a release hand seal before his chest, his eyes shut tight. Chakra surged wildly within him, his brows twisted into a knot as he mobilized all his chakra to assault his mind. Release. 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 Let me break free. Yahweh sat in the muddy pit, like a shaman performing a ritual, crazily chanting the release incantation, his body twitching rhythmically. Time passed minute by minute. A full 20 minutes, half the day spent. Yahweh shifted through over 80 different postures in the muddy water and formed hand seals more than 300 times. Yet he never felt the slightest loosening of the illusion. The surrounding environment didn't even ripple. Just as he was starting to wonder if he had fallen under a forbidden technique that even the 3-Demo Sharingan couldn't see through, a crisp sound of footsteps came from outside the gate. Yuzhibo Meichin, holding 2 bunches of freshly bought vegetables, hummed a cheerful tune and arrived at her doorstep. She looked up. Her gaze crossed the threshold. The humming stopped. Meichin stood frozen in place. She stared at the precious orchid she had just purchased yesterday through a proxy carefully tended in the courtyard, now uprooted and toppled into a huge puddle, its petals shattered all over the ground. Looking further back, the culprit who had made her furious yesterday, Uchiha Police Force Captain Yuzhibo Yoru, was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the biggest puddle, covered in mud, hands forming seals, eyes closed, chanting release like a madman. Bearing all grudges, old and new, Maiken's fury exploded at this moment. She fiercely slammed the 2 fresh bunches of vegetables onto the ground, scattering the leaves. She extended a trembling finger pointing at the still deranged Yoru in the mud. She let out a hysterical wild roar that pierced through half of the Uchiha clan compound. Yuzhibo Yoru, you truly deserve a gruesome death. Police Force Headquarters, 2nd floor, Minister's Office. The flame of the oil lamp flickered left and right as a night breeze slipped through the window cracks, stretching and shortening the shadow of Yuzhibo Fu, buried in a pile of documents. Fu stared at the pile of documents, as tall as a man, vigorously massaging his throbbing brow. He really felt like cursing. This damned clan leader. Let whoever wants it take it. When the whole clan elected him to the position, everyone spoke in glowing terms. But once he sat in this seat, all he did every day was the work of a beast of burden. The table was piled high with the past month's patrol logs, funding requests from various departments, and a huge stack of trivial dispute mediation records within the clan. What gave him the biggest headache was that the police force's accounts had recently and inexplicably shown a huge funding gap with no trace of where it went. If those old immortals on the Elder Council got hold of this leverage, tomorrow's clan meeting would inevitably invite another round of verbal attacks. Just as he was forcing himself to deal with this mess, a highly incongruous sound of footsteps came from outside the door, growing nearer. Bang! The office door was shoved open. Fuyu's face darkened, and he looked up with a heart full of anger. He saw Yuzhibo Yoru dragging his apparently stiff right leg, limping in. When Fuyu saw Yoru's current appearance, he almost peed himself. That usually stern face was now completely disfigured. Both eye sockets were swollen, high, shining purple. Dried blood stains hung at the corners of his mouth. Half his face was hugely swollen, and on his right cheek was a strikingly clear bruised shoe print. Not only was the crisp police force uniform torn at the collar and wrinkled, but most absurdly half a wet, limp, bright green rotten cabbage leaf hung over his left shoulder. A vibrant, fresh vegetable fragrance instantly filled the entire office. Yoru walked deep into the room without even glancing toward the desk. He walked straight to a black load-bearing pillar carved with the Uchiha clan emblem on Fuyu's right. Then, with his hands pressed against his pant seams, he bent over with utmost solemnity and bowed to the pillar. Clan leader, I have something to report. Yoru's voice was muffled as half of his face was swollen, making his words slurred. Fuyu's mouth was agape, pen held aloft, frozen for a full 3 seconds before he finally spoke, his voice hoarse. Who are you talking to? Hearing the voice, Yoru slowly turned his neck, his cervical vertebrae emitting a soft. As his eyelids were swollen to mere slits, he struggled to adjust his focus. Turning on the spot for a small half circle, it took him about 5 seconds to finally lock onto the blurry figure seated behind the desk. Yoru silently shuffled 2 steps, readjusted his stance, and once again assumed a profound posture facing Fuyu. Fuyu frowned at this squad captain, who looked as if he had been trampled by a ferocious beast. Yoru, your face? How did this happen? Who in my village would dare to beat the police squad captain into such a state? Yoru froze. In his mind, images of being chased and ruthlessly beaten by Uchiha Meichin flashed uncontrollably. He, a proud elite with a 3-Demo Sharingan, had been beaten by an enraged housewife without any ability to fight back, searching for his teeth on the ground. Shameful. So damn shameful. But he was the top henchman of the Knight faction, the prime minister who would assist the destined great lord in usurping the throne. How could he show weakness before this Sunto-discarded former clan leader? Thus Yoru forced himself to stand straight, even though the motion caused a painful twitch in his facial muscles. He raised his bruised and purple face, his tone low and supremely aloof. This is the one thing I do not wish to tell you. Ding. Negative emotion value from Uchiha Fu US 666. Fuyu's face instantly darkened. This bastard was not only blind, but his brain was completely fried, wasn't it? If you don't want to say it, who are you putting on a martyr's expression for? Fuyu completely gave up the idea of probing the truth with a lunatic and waved his hand in extreme exhaustion. Fine, if you don't want to say it, forget it. Why are you here in the middle of the night, instead of at home, recovering and reflecting? Yehua immediately recalled his great mission as a core member of the Night faction, bearing humiliation to deliver news. He endured the pain at the corner of his mouth, straightened his back, lowered his voice, and said mysteriously, "Clan leader, there's a guest. Would you like to receive them?" Fuyu heard this, and the anger that had just subsided flared up again. He slapped his pen onto the desk. The only people who loved to visit his home in the dead of night were the first elder or the second elder. Every visit brought trouble, either forcing him to side with the hawks or leaning toward the doves. Otherwise, they'd complain about insufficient funds, all a heap of unnutritious political claptrap. He had been working overtime until he was nearly coughing blood with a pile of crap still unfinished. How could he have time to wait on those old fossils? Fuyu pointed to the door, his tone resolute without a hint of negotiation. "Not seeing them. I still have a pile of work. You go tell him. Them to go back, come back tomorrow morning, and get out now." Yehua nodded very simply and acknowledged. "Oh." Then he turned around, obediently dragging his limping leg, and prepared to shuffle out without any. Watching Yehua's extremely decisive back, Fuyu felt a pang of exasperation. The irritability was replaced by a more complex emotion. No. If he just drove Yehua away like this, the lunatic might run to the first elder and gossip, exaggerating that he arrogantly refused to see them. That would surely stir up a heap of internal conflicts. Tomorrow's clan meeting would definitely be a bloodbath. As the clan leader who must balance the various factions, he had to go through the motions. Fuyu let out a long, helpless sigh, his voice softening, and reached out to call him back. "Forget it. Come back. First tell me clearly who exactly is the guest." Yehua stopped. Without turning his head, still facing away from Fuyu, he flatly uttered 4 words. "Chimu Shuomao." At this moment, Fuyu's mind was entirely occupied with how to deal with those 2 troublesome elders. Coupled with the exhaustion of continuous work, his mind couldn't function anymore. Now he was full of irritation, only wanting to dismiss the person quickly. He hadn't even registered what Yehua actually said. So Fuyu waved his hand and blurted out in the tone of shooing away a beggar. "Got it, not seeing them. You can get out now." Yehua acknowledged again. "Oh." Without a moment's hesitation, he 1 step, 2 steps, 3. Yehua's hand had already touched the door handle of the office, about to pull it open. Behind the desk, a crisp pat sound. The brush pen that Fuyu had been holding in his fingertips dropped straight onto the spread documents, splattering ink. Wait, what did that fool just say? "Chimu Shomao, White Fangamai. What is he doing in the Uchiha clan grounds? In the middle of the night, in what capacity?" Holy shit. Every hair on Fuyu's body stood on end at that moment. His scalp exploded. He sprang up from his chair. His knee hit the solid wooden leg with a heavy thud. Ignoring the intense pain, he rushed toward the back that was about to disappear through the door. He let out a low roar with all his strength. "Wait. Who did you just say?" Yehua's hand was still on the door handle. Interrupted, he turned his head with extreme speechlessness and impatience. Through his swollen purple eye slits, he saw Fuyu's terrified expression, pale face, streams of cold sweat, pupils shaking. Yehua sneered inwardly. Huh. Such mental fortitude. Jumping and shouting like a madman, roaring over a trivial matter. Where was the calm demeanor befitting a clan leader? How could he be worthy to lead the noble Uchiha? Indeed, the sooner the clan leader position was handed over to Lord Yi, who remained unflinching even when Mount Tai crumbled, the better. Yehua patiently, with clear articulation and measured words, calmly repeated. "White fang of my Chimu Shomao." Boom. Fuyu's mind buzzed. His face shifted from pale to livid, then to a liver-like purple. He darted out from behind the desk like an arrow, not even caring that he knocked over the chair. He dashed to the door and grabbed Yehua's shoulder tightly. "What is the White Fang of my doing in our Uchiha clan grounds in the middle of the night? When did he arrive?" Fuyu pressed urgently, his breathing trembling, spittle spraying all over Yehua's swollen face. Yehua lowered his head to think. He had been sitting cross-legged in a puddle in the yard, forming hand seals like an idiot for a full 20 minutes. Then Meichin came back from grocery shopping and unilaterally beat him for 10 minutes. Adding up, Yehua lowered his head and answered seriously, "About 30 minutes ago." Ding. Ultimate breakdown value from Uchiha Fuyu 1000. Ding. Value of worldview shattering from Uchiha Fuyu 1500. Struck as if by lightning, Fuyu abruptly released his grip on Yehua's shoulder. He staggered back half a step and slammed heavily into the back of the chair behind him. He stared wide-eyed at Yehua, trying several times to breathe, but failing. The white fang of the top-tier big shot second only to the Hokage in the village had come to the Uchiha clan grounds with unknown political intentions. And he hadn't even arrived for 30 minutes. This was a top-level political and diplomatic disaster. If this reached the ears of the Third Hokage, wouldn't it be a serious provocation by the Uchiha clan against the village's leadership? Fuyu completely lost his composure. He grabbed Yehuo's collar and roared hysterically. 30 minutes ago. He arrived half an hour ago. Why the hell didn't you come and inform me earlier? Facing the clan leader's impotent rage, Yehuo calmly wiped the spittle off his face. In his mind, the humiliating image of himself sitting in a puddle forming hand seals, and then being beaten mercilessly by a housewife with vegetables resurfaced. He averted his gaze, awkwardly looking at the supporting pillar beside him. Taking a deep breath, Yehuo's tone regained that air of unfathomable profundity and bleak resignation. This is the one thing I also do not wish to tell you. Fuyu. Fugaku was completely stunned. He gripped the edge of the desk tightly, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Yehuo as he roared through clenched teeth. Uchiha Yehuo, how many more things are you hiding from me? Hearing this query, Yehuo's expression abruptly changed. With his swollen purplish right eye, he slowly raised his head. He gazed at Fugaku, his eyes piercing through the man, through the office, through the roof tiles above. They looked all the way to the distant, glorious future that belonged to the Uchiha. Then, with an extremely deep voice that seemed to have seen through the vicissitudes of life, he slowly uttered a sentence. Forgive me, Fugaku. He paused for a second. This is the last time. In the office, the flame of the oil lamp suddenly leaped. Fugaku's pupils contracted sharply. Forgive me, this is the last time. What does that mean? What does last time signify? Does it mean he has concealed so many things that he can no longer hold them in, so this is the final report of secrecy? Or perhaps he has already made some irreversible decision, and his concealment is merely the tip of the iceberg, coupled with the huge gap in the security force's accounts that cannot be traced. Yehuo's arrogant attitude showing no remorse even after being forced on leave. Hiss. Fugaku drew in a cold breath, a tearing, wrenching pain shooting through his chest. His legs gave way, and he staggered back 3 steps, his back slamming heavily against the edge of the desk with a bang, before he managed to steady himself. He gasped for air. His complexion shifted from livid to sallow, cold sweat dripping down his temples with a steady patter. Trembling, Fugaku raised his right hand, his fingers quivering as they pointed toward Yehuo. He forced out a faint, breathy sound. Yao. Yehuo was taken aback. Seeing the clan leader looking like he could kick the bucket at any moment, his heart gave a jolt. No way is it that serious. He quickly stepped half a pace forward, leaning his ear close to Fugaku's mouth, frowning. What did you say? Speak louder, I can't hear you. Fugaku's other hand tremblingly pointed at his own chest, his lips moving as he continued to repeat in an extremely faint breath. Yao. Yehuo straightened up. In his eyes, swollen into mere slits, a glint of epiphany. I understand. I see it all. The clan leader pointing at his heart indicates his determination to shouting, Yao, he means to have me immediately invite Chimu Shimao to the security force office for a formal meeting. Damn it, I truly am the most perceptive man in the entire Uchiha clan. Fugaku used only 2 words, yet I understood it all. Yehuo forced a twitch of his swollen facial muscles into an abstract smile. Rest assured, clan leader. He patted his chest, his tone resolute. Trust me to handle it. He'll invite Shimao over right now. With that, Yehuo turned decisively and lifted his leg to charge out the door. Just as his right foot was about to step out in that 0.1 second, leaning against the desk edge, Fugaku. He erupted. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Chakra converged in his right arm, and he swung his arm in a full circle. Smack. A solid heavy slap. Yehuo took off. Fugaku pointed at the afterimage of his flying figure and screamed hysterically. You idiot. I was asking you to get the medicine from my coat pocket. Yehuo like a whip top spun 2.5 times in midair. Clang. His back hit the ground, rolling 3 or 4 meters before finally stopping against the base of the wall. He clutched his blazing right cheek, lying on the ground with disbelief in his eyes. He was a proud Uchiha. Others might not know how much damage that slap inflicted on an Uchiha, but you Fugaku, don't you know? This was a huge slap. The extreme humiliation made Yehuo want to kill himself on the spot. But within just half a second, he forcibly suppressed it into the deepest recesses of his heart with his iron will. He had not yet seen Yi become the clan head, nor the glorious future of the Uchiha. He could not die. He gritted his teeth, pressing his cheek against the cold floor. In a voice as faint as a mosquito's, he whispered word by word. I lie low today, enduring this humiliation. In the future, I shall surely follow Master Yi and soar to the heavens. Having completed his self-consolation, Yehuo nimbly got up from the ground, dusted himself off, and strode over to Fugaku in a few quick steps. He reached out and precisely pulled a small white bottle from Fugaku's coat pocket. Fugaku snatched the bottle, flicked off the cap with his thumb, and without even counting tilted his head back, and poured the pills into his mouth. Crunch, crunch, crunch. He chewed 3 or 4 rapid-acting heart-saving pills like peanuts frenziedly. Fugaku grabbed the cold leftover tea on the desk and downed it in one gulp, forcing the mouthful of pill residue down his throat. He panted heavily, his complexion slightly returning some color. He stared hard at Yehua, his voice hoarse. Chimu Shomao, coming to our Uchiha compound late at night. What, exactly, is he after? Yehua stroked his chin, recalling the 3 figures, one large, 2 small, he had glimpsed at the compound gate earlier. It seems to be related to Yi. He came in with Yi. Hearing the name, Yi Fugaku's blood instantly froze. Yi. Uchiha Yi. The unparalleled genius who in nearly 50 years is the only one to awaken a Tsutomu Sharingan at the age of 7. He is the greatest asset for the entire Uchiha clan to overturn the political landscape of Konoha. And Chimu Shomao, as the absolute confidant of the third Hokage Unhinged risen, coming to the Uchiha compound late at night to seek Yi. Fugaku's thoughts were extremely chaotic, but soon clarity returned to his eyes. He understood. He understood it all. That old fox Unhinged risen. He must have sensed the terrifying, unreasonable talent in Yi. He was afraid. An Uchiha genius who awakened 2 Tomo at 7 with maxed out taijutsu and ninjutsu. If allowed to grow normally within 10 years, he would become a force capable of overturning the village's power structure. So the third Hokage must strike early, using White Fang's hand under the guise of concern and visit to test the Uchiha clan's bottom line. If he found the compound's defenses lax and the clan leader's response slow, then the next step would be to forcibly take Yi to the Hokage's office or even hand him over to Root. Fugaku slammed his palm, shattering half the desk. Splinters flew everywhere. His chakra swirled like a storm around him, and his eyes blazed with eerie scarlet light, his 3 Tomos spinning madly. Unhinged risen. Do you think the Uchiha clan has no one? Fugaku grabbed the sword hanging on the wall, bellowing like thunder. Yehua, immediately gather the elite of the security force. We're going now. We must not let Yi suffer any harm. With that, Fugaku pushed open the door and charged into the night wrapped in killing intent. The office was left with only shattered wood and a flickering oil lamp on the verge of extinguishing. Yehua stood amidst the mess, utterly bewildered. He recalled the scene from just over 10 minutes ago where White Fang and Yi walked chatting and laughing under the moonlight. The atmosphere between those two was clearly that of an elder and junior with an excellent relationship. And now look at this clan leader completely dominated by paranoia, unable to see the basic situation, yet ready to charge with the sword. Ha, short-sighted, truly short-sighted. Yehua raised his chin haughtily. With his hands on his hips, his eyes were filled with the deep pity of a superior towards mediocre talent. Fugaku, oh Fugaku. He sighed faintly, his voice so soft that only he could hear. Your Sharingan. How far can it truly see? Yet Yehua completely forgot that he had never reported to Fugaku about saving Shomao. The night wind lashed against his cheeks like a blade, yet it could not extinguish the searing anxiety in Fuyu's heart. His left hand clamped down on his sword as he sprinted at full speed. Yi, hold on him, almost there. Fuyu's mind raced. Since Shomao was following Yi, there was no doubt. The destination was none other than the Yi family courtyard. Konoha's White Fang was undoubtedly powerful beyond reason, but he would never dare to draw his blade in the heart of the Uchiha territory. After all, bloodshed would mean all-out war. When that happened, the entire clan's elite would swarm out, a scene the Hokage faction would certainly want to avoid. With this thought, Fuyu's heart steadied slightly. Yet he reconsidered what if Shomao didn't play hardball, but took a devious route. For instance, pulling out a top-secret conscription order signed by Old Man Sarutobi, forcibly drafting Yi into the Hokage's direct ANBU. If it came to that, and Yi was taken legally, he wouldn't even have a reason to overturn the table. That half-witted wildfire, why hasn't he brought his men yet? Fuyu ground his molars until they creaked. Once the elite of the security force arrived, he would fight tooth and nail to prevent Yi from being taken by the higher-ups. This was the Uchiha's fortune for the next 50 years. Turning the last alley, the Yi family courtyard came into view at the far end. Fuyu slammed on the brakes, but did not barge in recklessly. Instead, he clenched his jaw, forcibly suppressing the chakra fluctuations within him. Taking a deep breath, he straightened his windblown collar, pushed open the courtyard gate with his left hand, and bellowed from his diaphragm. Chimu Shomao, how dare you? The roar had barely left his throat when it was abruptly choked back as if seized by an invisible hand. The scene before him was nothing like the 180 scenarios of torture and interrogation or knife threats he had conjured on the way. Under the cold moonlight, a low table sat in the center of the courtyard. Konoha's White Fang Chimu Shomao was seated cross-legged, his short blade casually placed beside him. He was holding a small teapot, pouring tea for Uchiha Yi with a benevolent expression. Yi held the teacup with both hands, sipping obediently. Kakashi knelt respectfully beside his father, a bulging paper bag in front of him seemingly as a token of apology. The overall atmosphere was as peaceful as neighbors chatting over everyday life. Fuyue froze at the doorway, maintaining the pose of pushing the door. Ding. Bafflement value from Uchiha Fuyue 666. He seated at the table raised an eyebrow slightly, nearly laughing inside. While the clan leader pays a midnight visit brandishing a sword. This act gets more and more surreal. Fuyue reacted swiftly, his gaze swept the room, confirming no chakra fluctuations from lurking Enbu. He smoothly tucked the long sword in his left hand into the shadows behind the door. The movement was fluid and natural, producing only a faint click. Oh, the clan leader is here. Yi was the first to look up, his face bearing a perfectly standard innocent smile. Uncle Shimao brought Kakashi over for a visit. I was just thinking of informing you. Fuyue's originally murderous expression underwent a Sichuan opera face change within a second. He forced a smile uglier than tears, planted himself with a swagger directly opposite Shomao. Isn't this Lord Shomao? Long time no see, a late-night visit. A rare guest indeed. Fuyue's voice was steady, his tone dripping with formality. As he spoke, his back straightened to its fullest, and the fingers on his knees curled so tightly that the knuckles turned white. His eyes locked onto the Hokage's confidant. A subtle whiff of gunpowder now hung in the air. Shomao was unperturbed. He set down the teapot and poured a cup for Fuyue with a gentle smile. Clan leader Fuyue, not resting yet. My apologies, it's quite a coincidence tonight. He looked at Yi, his tone sincere, freely lavishing praise. This child Yi has truly opened my eyes. Shomao paused. At such a young age, his taijutsu and judgment far surpass his peers. Given time, he will surely be an indispensable pillar of Konoha. Polite, sincere, flawless. Shomao was speaking from the heart. But these words landing in Fuyue's ears became utterly twisted. Far surpass his peers meant the higher-ups had detailed data on Yi's abilities. Indispensable pillar of Konoha implied that Yi must serve Konoha's high command in the future. The muscles on Fuyue's face twitched wildly. Understood, all understood. That old fox Sarutobi Hiruzen had set his sights on Yi's talent. He was saying the higher-ups had completely figured out the Uchiha's hidden card. Extreme tension and immense psychological pressure left Fuyue parched, cold sweat seeping down his back. Desperate for something to mask his trembling fingers, he snatched up the teacup before him. Tactical tea drinking. He tilted his head and took a big gulp. But because his hands were shaking so badly, the tea poured out before the cup even reached his lips. Splash. The scalding tea landed squarely on Fuyue's crotch, instantly staining a large dark patch. Drops even splattered onto Shuomo's clothing. The air froze. Shuomo's smile faltered, his hand holding the cup suspended halfway, unsure whether to set it down or keep holding it. Kakashi cautiously peeked half his head out from behind his father, his dead fish eyes filled with shock and confusion. What wild behavior was this? Tea drinking with his crotch? Such a savage move. Did the Uchiha not only lead in mental fortitude, but also have mysterious physiology? Ding. Awe value from Chimu Shomao 444. Ding. Bewilderment value from Chimu Shomao 444. Shomao quickly rose, clan leader Fuyue this. Fuyue was drenched in sweat, his face alternating between pale and red. No matter, this tea is too bitter not to my taste. He waved his hand with feigned composure, stubbornly indicating Shomao not to mind him. Shomao was full of questions. Is that tea really that bitter? Wait, you didn't even drink it. It all spilled on your pants. Baffled, Shomao could only attribute it to the Uchiha clan leader being under too much pressure lately. He cleared his throat twice, straightened his expression, and cut to the chase. Actually, there's another official matter for this late visit. Shomao pointed at Kakashi beside him, his tone serious. In today's practical class on the training ground, Kakashi received great consideration from Student Yi. Student Yi kindly lent him a blade, but during the bout he broke the borrowed sword. This kid has been feeling guilty all evening, insisted on coming in person to apologize. Shomao added, after all, the Chimu family upholds its principles. As a father, I felt I had to come personally to settle this matter properly and give a clear account. These words were forceful and candid. But in the overthinking mind of Fuyue, every single syllable was a dagger through the heart. Great consideration, and lending a blade. Fuyue's mind buzzed, his pupils trembling violently. How was he completely unaware of this? Case closed. This was clearly a political excuse fabricated by old man Sarutobi. That whole sword reimbursement was a smokescreen. The phrases "settle this matter properly" and "give a clear account" were the old fox's bared fangs. Fuyue felt a chill shoot straight from the soles of his feet through his crown. First the courtesy, then the ultimatum. The dagger was drawn. The higher-ups were ready to tear off the mask and forcibly seize their Uchiha's prodigy. In a mix of shock and anger, Uchiha Fugaku's right hand uncontrollably exerted tremendous force. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed violently in the quiet room. The hard ceramic teacup in Fugaku's hand was crushed to pieces. Scalding tea mixed with sharp shards of porcelain gushed down, instantly piercing through his palm. Blood dripped down his fingers, forming a pool of crimson on the tatami mat. Shikomo's smile froze on his face. He stared blankly at Fugaku's bloodied hands. Yet the Uchiha clan leader didn't even furrow his brow, as if he felt no pain at all. Shikomo's brows were tightly knitted, a hint of seriousness and confusion in his eyes. Kakashi, kneeling behind, instinctively took half a step back, gasping in shock. Ding. Shock value from Hatake Shikomo, 888. Ding. Ultimate terror value from Hatake Kakashi, 1000. Ding. Defense breach value from Uchiha Fugaku, 1000. Shikomo couldn't help but swallow hard. Was this really just a reaction to drinking bitter tea? If it's bitter, just put it down. Why crush the cup and injure yourself? Or could it be that this is some kind of unspeakable personal hobby of Fugaku's? His gaze subtly scanned Fugaku from head to toe. Bloodshot eyes, pulsating veins in his temples and muscles, tensed to an unnatural degree. Then he recalled the scene he witnessed half an hour ago in the courtyard. The wildfire that sat in the mud pit, laughing maniacally while shouting, "Eating is a weakness." One struggled to communicate normally while the other crushed a teacup and bled, yet remained utterly oblivious. The only commonality between these two was that both had activated their Sharingan. An outrageous thought suddenly emerged in Shikomo's mind. Could it be? The bloodline disease that Yoru mentioned earlier was not a joke, but a genuine matter. Although he knew the Uchiha might not be quite right in the head, it couldn't possibly mean they were all insane. Yoru sat at the table, resting his chin on one hand, internally exclaiming, "What a situation. Incredible." These two were completely on different wavelengths, yet they had conjured an epic tension that could lead to mutual destruction at any moment. Shikomo forcibly suppressed the feeling of absurdity within. As a figure of authority in Konoha, he decided to ignore the unsettling atmosphere that made his scalp tingle. He deliberately slowed his speech, adopting a notably gentle tone, even with a hint of restraint. It was as if he were attempting to soothe an emotionally volatile individual. Since Kakashi has received so much care from Yoru and these two children are of similar age and compatible, Shikomo's smile was sincere. From now on, whenever it's convenient for Yoru, he can visit the Hatake household at any time. Of course, other children from the Uchiha clan are also welcome to join. My dojo is more than sufficient for sparring and practice, and they could even stay long-term to exchange ideas. If needed, I can personally offer guidance as well. Personal guidance from Konoha White Fang. If this were said outside, it would surely cause a frenzy among the common ninja of Konoha. Yet these words fell on Fugaku's ears like a last straw. Visiting the Hatake household, staying long-term, receiving personal guidance. The most absurd thing was that he wanted to bring other Uchiha children along. Other Uchiha children. Good grief. Was this not enough with just Yoru? Did he intend to uproot all the seedlings of the Uchiha clan in one go? Was he going to pack up the clan leader himself next time? This was an insult too far. Truly an insult. Fugaku's eyes were instantly filled with bloodshot rage. Was the current Hokage faction not even pretending anymore? Enraged, Fugaku abruptly sprang up from the mat. In a fit of extreme anger, his right leg twitched uncontrollably. Bang! A deafening sound resonated like a thunderclap. The poor wooden low table was kicked by Fugaku, flipping in the air for a full 3 rotations. Teapot and teacups shattered midair, scattering into a million pieces. Tea splattered like petals from a heavenly maiden, soaking half the room. Kakashi was startled, his back thudding against the wall, his dead fish eyes filled with horror and existential doubt. Meanwhile, Shikomo remained seated undisturbed, allowing a few drops of warm tea to splatter onto his socks. He slightly tilted his head, gazing at Fugaku, whose eyes had unknowingly activated the Freedomo Sharingan. Fugaku stood like a fierce beast, protecting its cub, arms outstretched, firmly blocking Yoru's path. His chakra surged violently, and his crimson eyes spun wildly. He pointed a finger at Shikomo's nose, his chest heaving violently, voice hoarse as he roared, "Put away your sinister intentions, Hatake Shikomo. Yoru is a child of the Uchiha clan. He is not going anywhere. You go back and tell Sarutobi Hiruzen that as long as I, Uchiha Fugaku, still draw breath, anyone who dares to touch him must step over my dead body." Inside the room, the shattered porcelain stopped rolling and remnants of tea dripped steadily onto the wooden floor. Shikomo fell into complete silence. He stared at the clan leader, whose bloodshot eyes and bloodied hands were desperately shielding a 7-year-old child. This sight perfectly overlapped with the earlier image of the wildfire laughing maniacally in the mud pit. Shikomo slowly turned his head, looking at Yoru, who was peeking out from beneath Fugaku's arm. Yoru looked at him, wearing an extremely innocent, bitter smile. In their gaze, Yoru gently shrugged as if to say, "See, I told you so." Shikomo closed his eyes and let out a long breath. It felt as though a lightning bolt had struck his heart, leading to a complete epiphany. That absurd hypothesis weighing down on his heart was definitively confirmed at that moment. It was indeed true. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, this terrifying bloodline limit, came at the cost of burning one's reason. Their minds had long since been abnormal. This was nothing less than a severe mental illness that affected all ages and ranks throughout the entire clan. Even Fugaku, as the clan leader, could not escape. Moreover, this clan leader, who was currently going insane, displayed even more severe symptoms than the wild fire watering the flowers in the courtyard. No wonder Fugaku had shown a series of extremely bizarre behaviors, such as splashing water, crushing cups, self-harm, and flipping tables since entering the room. Shikomo, despite being battle-hardened, never expected that the dignified clan leader could be so gravely ill. Ding. Defense breach value from Hatake Shikomo, 1500. Ding. Collapse value from Hatake Shikomo, 2000. Ding. Compassion value from Hatake Shikomo, 1500. Ding. Worldview collapse value from Hatake Kakashi, 888. Ding. Defense breach value from Uchiha Fugaku, 3999. Yoru sat on a small stool listening to the notification sounds in his mind, feeling extremely happy. At that moment, all the seriousness and vigilance in Shikomo's eyes completely faded away. Ding. Worldview collapse value from Hatake Kakashi, 888. Ding. Defense breach value from Uchiha Fugaku, 3rd. Fugaku clan leader, please. Don't get too agitated, pay more attention to your health. Shikomo softly reassured. This expression of sympathy fell on Fugaku's eyes like the utmost contempt from a superior to a defeated foe. Good. Wanting to abduct his clan members while telling him not to get worked up. How could he not be agitated? At this moment, Fugaku's heart was desperate and anxious to the extreme. His peripheral vision frantically swept towards the pitch-black night outside. He screamed and roared in his heart countless times. That fool Yoru. Where are the reinforcements? Why haven't they brought someone to rescue me yet? Where the hell have you been? Fugaku was waiting. He was waiting for the footsteps outside the door that could overturn the heavens and the earth. As long as that fool Yehua brought the elite of the security squad to his aid, even if it meant completely falling out with White Fang today, he would not retreat half a step. Finally, clunk drag. A series of slow dragging footsteps came from outside the courtyard gate. A sharp glint immediately burst in Fugaku's eyes. He's here. Finally, he's here. He straightened his back, and his hands, which had been trembling from extreme tension, instantly became as steady as Mount Tai. He took a deep breath, preparing to greet his loyal subordinate with the most arrogant demeanor. Soon a hand covered in mud and water pushed open the courtyard gate. Then under the moonlight, Uchiha Yehua, with his face a mix of purple and blue eyes slitted like knives, one side swollen high, and even a clear shoe print on his eggplant-like pig head, limped and staggered into the yard. A piece of wet rotten cabbage leaf still hung from his left shoulder, swaying gently in the night wind. Even so, he walked very slowly. His hands were firmly tucked into his pockets, and he still held his head high in that iconic 45-degree aloof angle. The ecstasy on Fugaku's face upon seeing the empty night behind Yehua felt like being splashed with a basin of cold water. The night wind blew. There wasn't even a ghost shadow outside the yard. Fugaku stood frozen, the three tomo in his eyes ceasing to spin. The corners of his mouth twitched wildly, his voice squeezed out through gritted teeth. Where are the people? Why are you alone? Yehua stopped in his tracks, twisted his neck with effort, and glanced at Fugaku through his one remaining eye slit. His gaze swept aimlessly around the room. Then, with a face full of confusion, he spoke. Because his lips were too swollen, the character Jiao to call came out sounding like Jiao. Jiaoren. What people? At that moment. Fugaku. I told you to gather the elites of the security squad to rescue me. You ran back in the dead of night, changed into an even more abstract look, and came here to put on a fashion show for me. Is this my squad leader? Fugaku didn't hesitate for even a second. Boom. Without a word, he sprang up from the cushion, turning into a blur, and appeared before Yehua in an instant. His right leg lashed out like a whip, and with a roar, "I'll teach you a lesson." The size 42 geta landed with perfect precision on Yehua's already swollen face. A dull explosion sound. Yehua, without even having time to make a defensive move, once again transformed into a human top, his feet off the ground, launching into the air. This was his third takeoff of the night. He traced a perfect parabola in midair, his back crashing open the half-closed courtyard gate with a clang. Yehua rolled twice on the ground, sprawled out in the moonlight of the yard. But this was only the beginning. Fugaku was completely mad with rage, no longer caring about the dignity of a clan leader. His eyes bloodshot, he yanked out the blade he had hidden behind the door, scabbard and all. Fugaku gripped the hilt in reverse, strode out, and unleashed a ferocious, utterly unprincipled, and inhuman barrage on the fallen Yehua. It was like whack-a-mole or spinning a top. The scabbard whistled through the air, each strike making contact with flesh. Under the originally silent night sky erupted a series of soul-tearing abstract screams. The screams pierced through half the clan grounds, rising and falling with twisted tones. Ayo! Boom! Ayo ho ho! Boom boom boom. Slap slap slap. Yahua hugged his head and rolled wildly in the mud beaten until he was spitting teeth. Inside the room, Shuomo's hand holding the empty teacup hung in midair, his jaw slightly agape, maintaining an expression of dazed disbelief that was highly unbecoming of his status. In the corner, Kakashi hugged his legs, curling into a ball, pressing tightly against the wall. His deadfish eyes were filled with horror and shock. He watched the dignified clan leader of the Uchiha clan swinging the scabbard like a street thug beating a fellow clan squad leader to death. Something seemed to be growing rapidly in Kakashi's mind. He turned his head to look at Uchiha Yi, who was still sitting on the cushion with his hands in his pockets. At this moment, a thunderbolt flashed through Kakashi's mind. He understood. He finally knew why Yi was so monstrous and strong during taijutsu sparring. So this was the code of conduct of the Uchiha clan. No matter the identity, no matter the rank, they fight at the drop of a hat, without even a discussion. Inhuman, utterly inhuman. The Uchiha may seem like a family, but in reality, it's a poison farming pit. Don't be fooled by the number of people. In the end, only 1 or 2 survive. And those 1 or 2 are the ultimate poison kings of the Uchiha, with strength beyond measure. So living in this environment of a madhouse full of psychopaths ready to erupt at any moment. If you don't become a monster, you end up like that screaming bloody mess on the ground. This clan is too terrifying. Kakashi muttered, feeling a deep sense of awe toward Yi. Just as Yahua was about to be beaten into unconsciousness, the 5-minute one-sided assault finally encountered. Shomao finally snapped out of his shock, used a body flicker to appear beside Fugaku, and grabbed the wrist that was about to swing down again. Clan leader Fugaku. Stop right now. You'll kill him. Frowning deeply, Shomao forcibly pulled the maniacal Fugaku back 2 steps. He looked down at the purple eggplant head on the ground, swollen beyond recognition, even by its own mother. After a few careful looks, he finally confirmed his suspicion. Isn't this brother Yahua? To be honest, when Yahua first staggered in with that pighead face, Shomao truly didn't recognize him at all. He was watering flowers just a moment ago. How did he end up like this now? Shomao looked in shock at Fugaku, who was panting heavily. The other day at Border Warehouse No. 7. If not for brother Yahua, and yes, timely rescue, I would have been in grave danger. Meeting your benefactors, why did the clan leader strike with such deadly force? Fugaku froze, and the scabbard in his hand clattered to the ground. You? What did you say? Fugaku thought he was hallucinating. I saved you. Fugaku turned his head, staring intently at Yahua, who was like a pool of mud on the ground. Yahua lifted his battered face, spat out a mouthful of sand mixed with blood. Bearing the clan leader's murderous gaze, he nodded frantically, like a chick pecking at rice, filled with grievance. So it turned out that Chimu Shomao wasn't here on behalf of the higher-ups to snatch people. He came with his son to apologize and thank his saviors. Then this whole series of overturning tables, crushing cups, and spilling tea on his pants. In Shuomo's eyes, how was he any different from a lunatic? Even as a clan leader, Fugaku was mortally embarrassed. He pointed a trembling finger at Yahua's nose, his eyes nearly popping out, his voice low and terrifying word by word. Why didn't you report such an important matter to me? Yahua sat in the muddy water, scratching his swollen scalp. A flicker of confusion passed through his eyes, which were swollen into slits. He frowned and thought for a long time. Then he spoke, his tone carrying a hint of justified innocence and grievance. At that time I came back to report. But you told me to get lost. He paused, then naturally added a finishing blow. After that, I always thought I had reported it. These 9 words struck Fuyue dumbfounded. Fuyue slowly opened his eyes, standing still with an expressionless face, his vacant gaze fixed on the night sky. A bleak autumn breeze swept by, curling up a few withered leaves that brushed against his trouser legs, now stained with tea and mud. It felt as though all his vigor and spirit had been drained away. Fuyue shut his eyes in despair, a tear even glistened in the corner of his eye. Mustering every ounce of strength, he forced out a hoarse, lengthy sigh through gritted teeth. The Uchiha clan. Just hurry up and collapse. Ding. Dow heart-shattering value from Uchiha Fuyue, 4,500. Ding. Clan honor shattering value from Uchiha Fuyue, 2,000. After this farce, however, the misunderstanding was finally cleared up completely. Having understood that Shuomao had come with goodwill, Fuyue's stern face flushed bright red, so embarrassed he wished he could dig a 3-room mansion in the courtyard with his toes. He kicked the ground in annoyance at Yahua, ordering him to go to the side chamber and bring a new table. A few minutes later, a pristine low table was set, and Yahua, with a head full of bumps, was forced to serve as a laborer, standing by to pour tea. The tension in the room finally dissipated completely. Yi knelt by the table, lifted the new teapot with exquisite grace, and filled Fuyue's cup to the brim with scalding tea. Steam curled upward as he rested his chin on interlaced hands, tilted his head, and smiled harmlessly, his tone dripping with teasing. Clan leader, do have a taste. This freshly brewed tea. It's no longer bitter, is it? Fuyu's eyes twitched wildly. He knew this little bastard was deliberately reopening old wounds, but he couldn't lose face. As the dignified Uchiha clan leader, he absolutely couldn't show a shred of cowardice before White Fang. Bitter. Fuyue snorted coldly, his gaze steady. He abruptly lifted that cup of scalding tea without batting an eye and tilted his head back. Gulp. The hot tea flowed down his throat like molten lava. Fuyu's eyeballs bulged, veins on his neck instantly swelled, and his face reddened even more than his Sharingan. But he clenched his teeth tightly, refusing to let out a single cough. He slammed the empty cup onto the table, forcing out a profoundly insincere exclamation from his throat. This tea, it's absolutely fragrant. He lowered his head to sip his tea, the corner of his mouth twitching almost imperceptibly. Shuomao, sitting across them, watched the scene, smiled gently, and took a small sip of his own tea. His brows relaxed. But in his heart he had reached a final verdict. No doubt about it. These Uchiha were all ruthless men, and every single one of them was a damn lunatic. In future dealings, one must always stroke them the right way. After several rounds of tea, the atmosphere finally calmed. The four sat around the low table, chatting idly. Shuomao recounted a few anecdotes about Kakashi's childhood, and Fuyue occasionally offered comments. The conversation between two fathers turned out to be far more harmonious than expected. Shuomao held his teacup, his gaze fixed on the floating leaves, and his thoughts inevitably drifted deeper. In truth, had he really come to the Uchiha compound late at night, just to deliver the sword and express gratitude? Of course not. Shuomo's peripheral vision swept toward the Hokage building in the distance, a chill of unspeakable dread rising in his heart. After returning from the border, he too had sensed the strangeness of the village's public opinion. Combined with the various incidents during his mission, he understood that someone was scheming to praise him to death, and that person was undoubtedly a high-ranking official of Konoha. He knew the top brass had murderous intent toward him. He was willing to die for Konoha at any moment, but he could not bear to leave Kakashi behind. If something happened to him, the unseen hands would surely reach for that prodigy. Thus he had to secure an escape route for Kakashi in advance. A patron so formidable that even the high-ranking officials would hesitate to strike. In all of Konoha there was only one, the Uchiha. Shuomao glanced at Fuyue, who was putting on a brave face opposite him, and silently calculated in his mind. The Uchiha, despite their erratic behavior, and even the clan leader being somewhat unhinged, their foundation is simply too deep. For the top brass to completely gnaw through this hard bone, they'd need at least a few more decades of stalemate. Entrust Kakashi to the Uchiha. As long as the Uchiha stand, Kakashi will grow up safely. Meanwhile, Yi, sitting across, seemed to be idly fiddling with his teacup. But he had already sensed Fuyu's thoughts. He sneered ruthlessly in his mind. Shuomao, old man. Your plan is certainly shrewd, and your judgment sharp enough. But too bad you still underestimate this messed-up Uchiha. You think the Uchiha's foundation is deep enough to shelter you for decades. He glanced at Fuyue, who was clutching his stomach and gasping for air, his expression turning extremely odd. What you'd never imagine is, it won't take decades at all. In just a few years, this neurotic clan leader, plagued by paranoia daily, will father a peerless slaughter deity. That great filial son will personally wipe out the entire Uchiha clan. The captain of this refuge ship you found for Kakashi. That captain's son is the ultimate demolition man. The tea was finished, and the night had grown deep. Just as he thought it was over, Shuomao suddenly stood up. His face was utterly solemn. Without a word, he looked down at the short sword that had hung at his waist for nearly half his life. Moonlight streamed through the window lattice, casting a layer of cold silver radiance upon the white scabbard. Shuomo's fingers slowly rested on the hilt. Click! He actually unfastened the entire White Fang short sword, symbol of the Hokage clan's glory and a samurai's soul, scabbard and all. Then, raising it with both hands, he moved extremely slowly, heavily, and solemnly, presenting the sword before Yi. This sword I entrust to you. Everyone present held their breath simultaneously. In the shinobi world, it was well known that for a samurai the blade was his life. This chakra sword, renowned across the nations. To gift it meant succession, and even more a vow of protection. Fuyu's breath quickened. He knew all too well the weight of this blade. With this act, Shuomao was staking the entire Hokage clan's honor and combat strength behind this 7-year-old child, backing Yi with the legendary might of Konoha's White Fang. This meant that anyone who dared to move against Uchiha Yi would not only defy the Uchiha, but also face the deadly intent of Konoha's White Fang. The top brass want to move against Yi. They'd have to cross the White Fang first. Confronted with this supreme talisman offered by Shuomao, Yi lowered his lashes and fixed his gaze on the white scabbard laid before him. All traces of laziness and frivolity vanished. He rose, his expression deeply solemn, and accepted the White Fang short sword firmly with both hands. Thank you, Uncle Shuomao. I will not let this sword down. Yi bowed deeply, executing a perfect junior. He bowed low, his tone resolute. Shuomao smiled, his eyes softening completely. He reached out his broad palm and ruffled Yes' hair, vigorously messing up the black strands, his eyes brimming with expectation and trust. Good lad. Shomao withdrew his hand, turned, and glanced at the still-dazed Kakashi. Let's go, don't just stand there. Kakashi snapped out of it and hurriedly followed his father striding away. The courtyard fell silent once more. Fuyue turned his head, staring at the white fang short sword in Yes' hand. Take good care of it. Yi, for anything you need, be it ninjutsu scrolls or training resources, come straight to me. The entire clan's resources will be tilted toward you unconditionally. Yi nodded obediently. Having given his instructions, Fuyue was satisfied. He grabbed Yehua by the collar, the fool still kneeling in the corner as a laborer, and dragged the incompetent. As they reached the gate, Yehua, with his bruised, swollen pig-like face, insisted on twisting his neck to look back at Yi. He squinted his swollen slit-like eyes at Yi, wore an extremely twisted, excruciatingly painful, yet utterly sincere smile, while frantically giving a thumbs up. That expression seemed to say, it's settled, it's settled. The scene was utterly absurd and painful to behold. Yi watched the two vanish into the night with a blank expression, then closed the gate and let out a long breath. He weighed the heavy white fang short sword in his hand. Uncle Shomao, Yi murmured, his voice so low only he could hear it. Rest assured. Those who should live, this time I won't let them die. The next morning Yi ambled out of the alley and spotted a figure in goggles at the crossroads helping an old lady cross the street at a snail's pace. In all of Konoha, no one else held such an insane obsession with this. None other than Uchiha Obito. After crossing, the old lady was so moved that she insisted on shoving the steaming meat buns from her bag into Obito's arms. After much refusal, Obito gave in, his face reddening as he accepted. Yi, morning. Soon he spotted Yi and waved. Under his arm he clutched a gift box tied with a pink bow. Yi strolled over with his hands in his pockets, his eyes landing on the bag of steaming buns the old lady had just given Obito. He unabashedly reached and grabbed two and took a huge bite. Morning, Obito, Yi mumbled through a mouthful, savoring the free breakfast. They walked side by side toward the Ninja Academy. Obito kept checking the gift box under his arm to see if the wrapping was crushed. Yi, do you think? Is it really okay for me to give this today? Obito took a deep breath, his voice trembling, his mind filled with thoughts of backing out. Yi munched on the bun, nodding fervently with utter sincerity. Go for it. Kakashi himself picked it out for you. It's absolutely fine. Just kidding. If this doesn't get you sent off, I'll write my name backwards. Hearing Yes' confident assurance, Obito's worries vanished. Yet even the proud genius Kakashi helped. This time victory is mine. When they arrived at the second-year Class 1 classroom, it was still early with only 5 or 6 students. Yi walked to the back row with practiced ease. He plopped down, crossed his hands behind his head, and lazily propped his feet on the desk's edge. The show was about to begin. Near the front center of the room, Noera Rin rested her chin on her hands, flipping through a medical notebook, chatting softly with Yuhi Kurenai. Her crisp laughter was especially pleasant. Obito took a long, deep breath at the door, glancing from the gift box in his arms to Rin's profile. Here goes. He steeled himself and shuffled over hesitantly. His steps halted by her desk. Rin looked up puzzled. Obito, you're early today, what's up? Rin. Obito met her bright, gentle eyes and suddenly stammered. A gift. For you. To hide his awkwardness, he shoved the box stiffly into her view, practically forcing it into her arms. Startled by the sudden gesture, Rin instinctively tried to push it back. No, Obito, you really don't have to. Open it. If it doesn't suit you, we'll get another. It'll be perfect. Obito gave her no chance to refuse, his hands behind his back, face flushed, urging her loudly. Seeing his pitiful eyes, Rin sighed helplessly and whispered a thank you. Her fingers untied the pink ribbon, and she carefully lifted the lid. Beneath it, even a fluffy little tail pendant was sewn on with 2 droopy ears that were unmistakable. The moment Rin saw it, her warm smile beneath it, even a fluffy little tail pendant was sewn on with 2 droopy ears that were unmistakable. The moment Rin saw it, her warm smile shattered instantly. Kurenai's eyes moved slowly from the box to Obito's face, then back. Her expression twisted as she muttered, a simp. Hearing that Rin was transported back to yesterday's playground, the scenes flooding her mind. Obito had dropped to his knees with a thud, sliding 3 times, catching a blade barehanded, then barking like a dog. Ruff, ruff, ruff. Dog barks. Dog ears. Dog. Now he bought her dog ears. Was he trying to drag her into that terrifying abyss of cross-species communication? Ding. Breach value from Noera Rin, 888. Slap. Rin shot up from her chair as if electrocuted. In that instant, her hand speed broke the limits of a genin. She slammed the lid shut and hurled the box back into Obito's arms. Sorry, Obito, I suddenly feel unwell. I need some air. Without pausing for breath, she left those words, a look of utter horror on her face, knocked over her chair, and bolted toward the back door. Obito stood frozen, clutching the returned box. The bow was now crooked from all the shuffling, the ribbon drooping, as if mocking his brief, hastily concluded youth. Lost. Completely lost down to his last shred of dignity. Just as he in the back thought the kid's Tao heart would shatter on the spot, Obito's abnormally simple-minded brain took a bizarre turn. After a fleeting 3/10 of a second of heartache, instead of reflecting on the gift's problem, he cracked a strange grin. 3 parts bitter, 7 parts resigned. Huh. He scratched his head, roaring inside. Kakashi, you arrogant brat. Even your judgment fails sometimes. A flustered Rin charged right into Hatake Kakashi, who was strolling in with one hand in his pocket. As they nearly collided, Kakashi's deadfish eyes flicked, just as Obito was reveling in this weird spiritual victory. I lost love, but beat a genius. A sudden change occurred at the back door. A flustered Rin charged right into Hatake Kakashi, who was strolling in with one hand in his pocket. As they nearly collided, Kakashi's deadfish eyes flicked, and with a smooth sidestep he dodged. Chased by a dog. In such a hurry. Kakashi's tone was flat. Nothing. Rin slammed on the brakes, gasping for air. Seeing Kakashi's unruffled face, she felt she had returned to the world of normal carbon-based life. Kakashi didn't press further. His gaze flicked over her shoulder to Obito in the distance, then back to Rin. Unaware of the classroom chaos, he thought to give her the gift he had picked. So from the outermost flap of his ninja tool pouch, he pulled out a small transparent bag and handed it to Rin. Inside lay a delicately crafted soft pink, fluffy cat ear headband. Below it dangled a silver bell. Rin, a gift for you. At the word gift, Rin flinched reflexively, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Not again. It's not dog ears again, is it? What is it with boys and their sick obsession with cross-species communication? She trembled as she looked down. Pink. Cat ears. No trace of dog. In that moment, Rin clung to it like a lifeline. As long as it's not dog, anything goes. She let out a long sigh, took the headband with both hands, and without hesitation clipped it onto her short brown hair. Tinkle. The silver bell chimed, incredibly cute. Thank you, Kakashi. It's lovely. I really like it. Rin flashed a brilliant, grateful smile. Obito gaped, staring blankly for a long time. Ding. Breach value from Uchiha Obito 2000. Ding. Clown crit value from Uchiha Obito 3000. Boom. Obito's eyes bulged like bells, his eyeballs nearly popping out. He looked down at the pair of black and white dog ears in his arms, which were so despised they might as well have been thrown to Grandma's house. Then he looked up at the back door where Rin was wearing the pink cat ears, given by Kakashi, smiling radiantly. Finally his gaze was fixed firmly on that calm and aloof, smug face. Badass. You are truly a fucking badass. Chimu Kakashi. You cunning, treacherous beast. You weren't misjudging at all. You judged perfectly, you motherfucker. Obito stared at the back door. Rin pinned the pink cat ear headband in her hair, and the silver bell let out an extremely crisp sound with her movement. She thanked Kakashi with a smile as beautiful as a flower. Her demeanor was completely different from just 3 seconds ago, when she threw the dog-eared gift box back into his arms like trash. That kind of gentle, joyful, genuine smile had never been given to him. Obito slowly lowered his head and glanced at the returned gift box in his arms. The black and white spotted dog ears lay quietly on the raffia grass. The originally beautifully tied bow had completely come undone from all the jostling, dangling outside the box like a dog with its tail between its legs. He released his hands, and the gift box fell to the ground. His 10 fingers clenched tightly, nails digging deep into his flesh, and tiny beads of blood seeped through the cracks between his fingers. Fine, Kakashi. Yesterday you helped me choose the gift, putting on a face of a good brother all so you could set a trap. You deliberately tricked me into buying dog ears to be the cannon fodder and step on the mine. After I stepped on the mine and got blown to pieces, you whipped out the pink cat ears and crept in. What a feint to the east and attack to the west. What a classic scheme of using a borrowed knife to kill. Those extremely sincere deadfish eyes of yours yesterday were all acting. All part of the setup. Obito didn't hate Rin. She had the right to choose. What he hated was that the person he treated with all his heart as a brother would play him for a fool in such a despicable way. At that moment, Kakashi at the back door of the classroom met Obito's gaze. Kakashi noticed that Obito's hands were empty, the gift box gone. He judged that Obito had successfully given the gift. So Kakashi's lip curled up into a smile, and he gave Obito a slight nod. But to Obito that smile took on a completely different meaning. Mockery. Naked mockery. This was just like someone shitting right on his face. That expression was clearly saying surprise. Unexpected. I was fooling you, you big idiot, all along. His beloved taken away, betrayed by his best friend. Countless anger, despair, and humiliation accumulated in his chest. Obito closed his eyes and bowed his head deeply. Just then the front door of the classroom was pushed open. Yuzhibo Tiawa strode in with a bag slung over one. His first glance swept to Yi, who was munching on a meat bun in the last row, and then he saw Obito with his head lowered by the middle aisle. As a proud member of the Yuzhibo clan, Tiawa usually cared most about these two who had awakened their Sharingan first. That freak Yi with his Totomo Sharingan was someone he couldn't mess with. But Obito with only a single Tomo, Tiawa firmly believed he could surpass him sooner or later. Tiahua cleared his throat and sauntered over to Obito, intending to casually fish for some insights about awakening the Sharingan. Hey Obito, that thing you did yesterday. Tiahua had just stopped and barely started his sentence. A hoarse voice squeezed out from Obito's throat. The voice was filled with desolation and venom. This world is too cruel. Tiahua looked totally baffled, his mouth hanging open for a long time. What the hell? He had just arrived in the classroom early in the morning. The bell for the first class hadn't even rung, and this lunatic was going crazy here. What world was cruel? Was it because of school? This realization was too abstract, wasn't it? What the fuck use was it? Tiahua opened his mouth about to ask. Obito suddenly raised his head. In his eyes, two pure black tomo were spinning wildly. Tiahua was thunderstruck, his legs weak, staggering back 3 steps, and his lower back donged as it heavily knocked over a desk. Two tomo. Fucking Tutomo Sharingan. Are you kidding me? Ding. Defense breaking value from Yuzhibo, Tiahua, 999. Yesterday, during taijutsu class, this guy clearly only had 1 tomo. 1 second he's lamenting the cruelty of school, the next he bursts out with 2 tomo and skips a tier. So the reason I can't awaken the Sharingan is simply because I love studying too fucking much. Tiahua's worldview shattered into 1,000 pieces. Ding. Resentment value from Yuzhibo, Tiahua, 777. In the back row, Yi, who was munching on a meat bun, heard the system notification and was so amused he nearly choked on the bun skin. Tiahua hadn't even recovered from the shock. A sharp whoosh rang out. Obito's figure vanished from where Obito's figure disappeared into thin air. The speed was absurdly fast, leaving only an afterimage. At the back door, Kakashi felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Fast. Too fast. Like a ghost, Obito had already flashed behind him without warning. His right hand formed a claw with no martial ethics at all and grabbed tightly onto Kakashi's silver-white messy hair. His arm suddenly exerted force, intending to smash Kakashi's face viciously onto the hard terrazzo floor. But Kakashi was a genius after all. His combat instincts took over instantly, and his hands formed seals within 0.1 second. Bang! A puff of white smoke exploded on the spot. The silver hair in Obito's hand instantly turned into a hard wooden chair. But Obito had no intention of stopping. His fist infused with chakra smashed down. A cracked sound, the wooden chair shattered against the stone floor with splinters flying everywhere. Kakashi reappeared 3 meters away, brushing wood shavings off his shoulder, his forehead covered in cold sweat. He stared at the pile of wood debris on the ground and shouted, Obito, what the hell is wrong with you so early in the morning? Obito crushed the half-chair leg in his hand, with dust falling through his fingers. He slowly straightened up and lifted, his face twisted to the extreme. Ha! 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 A burst of extremely neurotic, harsh, almost mad laughter erupted from his mouth, echoing in the classroom. Obito pointed his finger straight at Kakashi's nose, his eyes glaring with rage. Shimu, Kakashi, you have the nerve to ask me. You still have the face to ask me what madness I'm in. Witnessing Obito's frantic state, Kakashi was also dumbfounded. He recalled the scene from last night, where Uchiha Fugaku with bloodshot eyes wildly struck his subordinates in the mud and smashed a teacup with his bare hands in a fit of madness. Kakashi shuddered, and in an instant he understood everything. Another Uchiha had gone mad, and this one was completely consumed by extreme delusions, his condition clearly more severe than the 2 from last night. Confronting a Uchiha who had activated 2 tomo and fallen into a psychotic rage, reasoning was utterly meaningless. Kakashi took a deep breath and decisively chose to retreat. He slowly spread his hands to both sides, lowering his posture to the utmost, deliberately softening his voice in a placating gesture. Obito, I don't know what's happening, but I apologize to you first. Calm down. This apology, filled with goodwill in the ears of a normal person, not only failed to extinguish the fire in Obito's world, but instead drove him completely into a frenzy. What was this? It was an admission of guilt. A sign of a guilty conscience utterly incapable of denial. It was the condescending charity and perfunctory dismissal from a triumphant betrayer. Obito let out a hysterical roar that pierced through the entire corridor. What I hate most is apologies after the fact. Kill. 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 The moment the words fell, the Tutomo Dojutsu erupted. Chakra transformed into an invisible wave of mental pressure spanning 3 meters, lancing straight into Kakashi's brain without warning. Kakashi never expected Obito to initiate with Genjutsu. His brain suddenly suffered a forceful assault, exploding with pain. His vision twisted violently, a severe dizziness struck, and his body froze for a second. Obito lunged forward, arms wide, crashing into Kakashi's chest like a cannonball, with all his force fists included. The 2 tangled tightly together, propelled by immense momentum toward the closed wooden glass window beside them. Crash! The window frame shattered, glass completely broke, emitting a deafening noise. 2 figures wrapped in flying glass shards and with splinters crashed through the second-floor classroom window, tumbling through the morning sunlight, and landing heavily on the abandoned playground outside. The classroom fell into deathly silence. Everyone sat petrified in their seats, mouths agape wide enough to hold a fist-sized rice ball. By the window in the last row, Knight leisurely swallowed the last bite of his meat bun, wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth with his thumb. Ding. From Uchiha Obito's ultimate defense-breaking value 3,000. Ding. From Uchiha Obito's broken Dao heart value 3,500. Ding. From Hatake Kakashi's shocked and crumbling value 2,500. Ding. From the whole class extreme terror value 3,000. At this moment Kakashi and Obito entangled together burst through the second-floor window and slammed heavily into the muddy ground of the abandoned playground. As if to accentuate the tragic atmosphere, the world was instantly draped in a layer of white. A torrential downpour poured from the sky, mercilessly drenching them both into soaked rats. Pant. Pant. Obito and Kakashi gasped for breath 3 meters apart. The two pitch-black Tomo in Obito's eye sockets spun wildly in the rain curtain. He stared fixedly at Kakashi opposite him, his mind replaying the image of Kakashi giving the pink cat ears and Rin's radiant smile. And that piercing mocking smirk. Kakashi. Obito's voice was fragmented by the rain. The puddle beneath his feet rippled outward from the chakra tremor. Do you know what I hate the most, eh? Kakashi didn't respond, slightly lowering his hips and assuming a defensive stance. For the first time his deadfish eyes lacked their usual laziness. What I hate most is your self-righteous charity. And that expression as if you see through everything. Before the words faded, Obito's figure blurred in the rain. Whooshed. His speed was alarmingly fast. Obito's foot created a shallow pit in the accumulated water, his entire body like a black arrow released from a bowstring, tearing through the rain curtain and charging straight at Kakashi's face. His right fist, wrapped in a visible layer of chakra airflow, slammed out fiercely. Kakashi's pupils contracted. Without time to form hand seals, he crossed his arms in front of him to brace for the impact. Bang! The immense force transmitted through his arms made Kakashi's feet skid back over 2 meters in the muddy water, his arms numbed. Seizing the advantage, Obito twisted his body at an extremely unnatural angle during high-speed movement, evading Kakashi's hastily kicked foot. Simultaneously, his left hand shot out like a venomous snake, fingers forming a claw aimed with treacherous precision at the joint of Kakashi's right arm, protecting his head. Kakashi twisted awkwardly, letting Obito's finger wind graze past his ear. Completely abandoning defense, trading injury for injury. Bang! Kakashi struck a knife-hand blow to Obito's ribs. Obito grunted but used the momentum to slam his shoulder into Kakashi's chest, tackling him to the ground. Bang! 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 Obito straddled Kakashi, raining down punches like hailstones. Kakashi blocked continuously, utterly disheveled. But Kakashi was Kakashi after all. Seizing an opportunity, he used his leg strength to deliver a rabbit kick to Obito's stomach, forcibly creating distance. Tomo. This guy only had one yesterday, and he skipped a rank after a single night's sleep. So every subtle muscle twitch and feint of Tomo. This guy only had one yesterday, and he skipped a rank after a single night's sleep. So every subtle muscle twitch and feint of mine is riddled with flaws in his eyes. The Uchiha clan awakens their eyes only by going insane, is that it? Ding. From Hatake Kakashi's shock value, 888. On the second-floor corridor, a crowd of second-year brats leaned against the windows, laughing and watching below. Hey, they're fighting. Damn, since when did Obito get so fierce? He's actually dominating Kakashi. Of course it's jealousy over a girl. I saw it. Rin accepted Kakashi's gift, but not his. Hearing the gossip from upstairs, Noera, Rin's face turned pale, her eyes red with anxiety. Her hands gripped the window ledge tightly. Rainwater soaked her cheeks, indistinguishable from tears. Rin, go find Knight. Only he. Yuhi Kurenai beside her frowned. No, it's because of me. I can't hide. Rin shook her head violently. Forgetting any ladle-like image, she pushed off the window ledge with both hands, leaped from the second floor, and landed with a splash into the muddy water. She spread her arms, shielding herself from the two sides, and shouted loudly. Stop it. You two, no more fighting. The heavy rain washed over their bodies. Hearing Rin's voice, Obito trembled all over and halted in his tracks. He slowly turned his head, cold rain streaming down his cheeks. He forced a bitter smile, his voice trembling in the rain. Rin, you want me to stop? Are you afraid it'll hurt Kakashi? As soon as this brain-clotting line came out, Rin stood frozen on the spot, mouth slightly open, utterly speechless. Beside her, Kakashi's face turned as dark as a pot bottom. What the hell kind of ultimate brain-damaged idiot was this? Rin, get out of the way. Kakashi wiped the mud from his face and pulled a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. This guy's mind is completely broken, or I have to knock him back to his senses today. What the hell kind of ultimate brain-damaged idiot was this? Rin, get out of the way. Kakashi wiped the mud from his face and pulled a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. Fine. 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 You're all protecting him. No one's leaving today. Daito leaped backward, abruptly forcing distance. Midair, his hands blurred into a phantom. His hand seals were so blindingly fast they dazzled the eyes. Snake, horse, ram, monkey, boar, tiger. His chest swelled high, inhaling a torrent of air. Fire release, great fireball technique. Boom. A massive fireball 3 meters in diameter erupted from his mouth. The scorching flames instantly set the abandoned training ground ablaze. The raindrops along its path were evaporated by the terrifying heat, turning into a blazing white steam cloud. The surging heat wave forced the students watching from the second floor to cover their faces and stagger back, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Thighs is a Chunin-level technique, right? Holy crap. What the hell? A 3-meter fireball from a second-year student? This is insane for a 7-year-old. Uchiha Yoru, clinging to the window, his jaw nearly hit the floor. Facing this terrifying fireball that seemed to crush him like a mountain, Kakashi showed no intention of dodging. His hands flew through seals, then slammed onto the rain-soaked mud. Earth release, earth-style wall. Rumble. A thick, sturdy stone wall surged from the ground, standing firm before Kakashi. The next second, the great fireball slammed into the earth wall. Sparks flew, mud boiled. Seizing the moment as the fireball dissipated, Daito ignored the flames entirely and leaped out from the side of the wall. A solid, straightforward punch landed squarely on Kakashi's abdomen. Kakashi, soaked through, stumbled backward from the force. Daito didn't press the attack. The oversized fireball had drained too much of his chakra, leaving him panting and exhausted. Ding. Extreme shock value from the entire class, 5,000. Ding. Psychological breakdown value from the entire class, 6,000. Outside, the fight raged with earth-shattering intensity, while at the back of the classroom, Uchiha Yoru leaned comfortably against his chair, his face brimming with excitement. Listening to the system's frantic notifications in his mind, he couldn't suppress the grin spreading across his lips. The points balance on the system panel, after a wild surge, effortlessly broke through the 1 million mark. Satisfying. Yi willed the system interface open. 1 million points, 10 pool, all in. Deducting 1 million emotional points, now drawing your rewards. A brilliant golden light exploded in his mind, an epic jackpot. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've drawn a top-tier reward, 3 Tomo Sharingan Bloodline Upgrade card. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've drawn a top-tier reward, 10 Tails Chakra Fragment, 2nd Tail Matatabi. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've drawn a top-tier reward, 10 Tails Chakra Fragment, 6th Tail Seiken. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've drawn a top-tier reward, Grandmaster Level Body Flicker Technique, Sealless Activation, Instantaneous Movement. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've drawn a top-tier reward, Wind Nature Chakra Transformation, Perfect Mastery. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've drawn a top-tier reward, Ice Release, Kekkei Jinkai Perfect Fusion. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've drawn a concept item, 100% Opponent's Technique Interrupting, Shuriken, X5. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've drawn a concept item, extremely eye-catching 5-colored glowing wig, X1. Ding. Yi appeared calm as an old dog on the surface, but inside, he was already soaring. A warmth surged in the depths of his eyes. A third black Tomo silently materialized, his dojutsu power instantly multiplied several times. With the sealless body flicker, Ice Release, and Uzumaki Constitution, he could now even dare to challenge a true Jonin. By then, the thick mist on the training ground gradually dissipated. Both their chakra depleted clenched their right fists. Splashing through the mud, they charged at each other one last time. Seeing their death or glory stance, someone in the classroom yelled, "Call the homeroom teacher." On the second floor, Yuhi Kurenai jumped in panic, her face full of despair. Call the homeroom teacher. Teacher Gangziyun was just dragged to the mental hospital for electroshock therapy yesterday. The other teachers can't make it here in time either. Kurenai, frantic as an ant on a hot pan, rushed to the back row where Yi sat, her big eyes pleading. Yi, you always have the most tricks. Can you find a way to stop them? Seeing Kurenai on the verge of tears, Yi slowly rose from his chair. All right. The words had barely left his mouth. Yes, figure vanished from the spot without any warning. No hand seals, no build-up. On the training ground, Daida's fist was just 2 inches from Kakashi's face. Kakashi's right fist was about to land on Daida's ribs. In that split second, splash. A very faint footstep in the puddle. A black blur like a ghost ignoring the laws of space forcibly inserted itself between them. Even Daida's frantically spinning Totomo Sharingan couldn't catch any trace. Yi casually reached out left and right. Slap, slap, 2 crisp muffled sounds. Kakashi's wrist and Daida's fist, carrying the force of 1,000 pounds, were both clamped firmly in midair by 2 hands, as if welded solid, immovable. Then he tilted his head slightly. He gently squeezed his hands toward each of them. A domineering, yet irresistible hidden force surged in. It forcibly suppressed the breath and momentum they had locked in. Using their own force against them, Kakashi and Daito instantly lost balance, stumbling together into the mud, eating a mouthful of dirt. The suicidal aura from moments ago shattered on the spot. Yi, his back to the viewing stands on the second floor, casually shoved his hands back into his pockets. Letting the heavy rain soak his hair, he looked down at the two in the mud, their faces full of shock, his tone calm. All right. His voice cut through the rain, clearly reaching everyone's ears. This farce ends here. The entire second-year class 1 was dead silent. Ding. Shock value from Hatake Kakashi 2000. Ding. Stun value from Uchiha Daito 2000. Ding. Collective worship value from the entire class 3000. Kakashi half knelt in the mud, his dead fish eyes wide open. Daito forgot to breathe, staring like a wooden puppet at the silhouette with hands in pockets. Then Kakashi swallowed a large mouthful of rain spit, a chill running down his spine. This strength was simply ridiculous. If he had grabbed their necks with a kunai instead, they wouldn't even know how. However, Daito quickly recovered from the shock. Like a wounded beast, he glared at Yi and growled, "Yi, are you on his side too?" Yi looked at the obsessed Daito and replied calmly, "Daito, calm down first." Daito threw his head back and laughed maniacally like a lunatic, completely ignoring Yes' words. "Is that so? It seems there's never anyone behind me." The heavy rain continued to pour. The muddy ground of the abandoned playground was trampled into a mess with shattered glass, broken wooden frames, and charred grass, mixed together resembling anything but a ninja school, more like a battlefield ripped apart by explosive talismans. Obito knelt partially in the mud, his chest heaving violently. After uttering the words, "There has always been no one behind me," his entire demeanor changed. Yoru looked down at him, his expression somewhat subtle. "Why did that line sound so familiar? Could it be that you snuck into the set ahead of time?" On the other side, Kakashi stood up from the mud. He wiped the rain off his face with his hand, slowly reaching behind him. The newly replaced short blade was gradually drawn out. As the blade was unsheathed, rainwater slid down the edge. Kakashi's dead fish-like eyes fixed on Yoru, his voice low, "You, don't get in the way." Obito also raised his head, his gaze icy. "Yoru, if you insist on getting in the way, don't blame me for taking action against you." A group of classmates on the second floor was left dumbfounded. "Wait, weren't you two just fighting like you wanted to devour each other? Why did you suddenly align yourselves the moment you— Is this the ninja world's version of the enemy of my enemy is my friend?" Yoru glanced at Obito on the left, gritting his teeth, then at Kakashi on the right, who was drawing his blade. Yoru shoved his hands into his pockets, his voice not loud, but clearly overshadowing the sound of the rain. "Then I must intervene." Yoru shoved his hands into his pockets, his voice not loud, but clearly overshadowing the sound of the rain. "Then I must intervene." Without wasting any words, Kakashi immediately assumed the initial stance of the Konoha blade technique, the tip of his blade pointing directly at Yoru. Meanwhile, Obito had already joined his hands together, chakra surging, targeting Yoru as well. Yoru looked at the two of them, who were poised for battle, chuckling lightly. "So you two want to dance as well?" As these words left his mouth, even the puddles at the edge of the playground seemed to fall silent for a moment. Someone on the second floor muttered, "Damn. Why does that sound so obnoxious yet so cool?" Uchiha Itachi's mouth twitched. He watched Yoru in the middle of the playground, suddenly feeling a chill in his heart. This guy was usually mischievous, but standing in the rain surrounded by two people, he didn't seem the least bit flustered. That was quite unsettling. "Stop pretending." Obito didn't understand the meaning of dance, but sensed the sarcasm. He let out a low growl, the mud exploding beneath his feet as he charged out like a mad dog. Kakashi moved almost simultaneously. One on the left, one on the right, the two figures rushed towards Yoru, shattering the rain curtain. Obito was pure unrestrained fury, his fists and feet laced with chakra striking at Yoru, as if he wanted to smash in all the grievances of the world that he felt had betrayed him. Kakashi, on the other hand, used the Konoha blade technique to block the path, taking steady steps, looking for the right moment to strike at Yoru. One was a mad dog, the other a hunting hound. They couldn't coordinate, but the oppressive feeling was palpable. Yoru didn't even pull his hands out of his pockets. He shifted his foot, taking half a step back. Obito's fist grazed his shoulder and missed. Kakashi's short blade slashed from the other side. Yoru sidestepped the blade's edge, brushing past his clothing without even touching the fabric. "Too slow," Yoru said lightly. Obito's blood pressure soared. "Who are you calling slow?" Having charged in too fiercely, he leveraged the momentum to twist his waist, sharply delivering a kick like an iron rod. Yoru's toes tapped the muddy ground, deftly flicking upward. Obito's ankle was caught, and his lower body instantly lost its weight, floating in the air. To stabilize himself, he instinctively swung his arms to regain balance. As a result, that swing not only missed Yoru by a hair's breadth, but instead, with a loud bang, his elbow struck solidly into Kakashi's chest, who was positioned nearby. What was worse was that his missed leg sweep couldn't be retracted, striking fiercely against Kakashi's calf. Hiss! Kakashi's face darkened, his body swaying slightly. His short blade also veered off course, slicing past Obito's ear, nearly shaving his head. Obito broke out in a cold sweat, awkwardly leaning back. The two tumbled into a heap, landing on their backs in the mud. The second floor fell silent for half a second. Then someone couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. That laugh was not particularly harmful, but felt extremely insulting. Ding. From all the classmates' confusion value 1200. Ding. From Uchiha Obito's helpless rage value 1999. Ding. From Hitaki Kakashi's suppressed value 1776. The two clumsily crawled up from the muddy pit. Kakashi's forehead was throbbing, his face dark. Can you watch where you're going? Obito, covered in mud, shouted back angrily, can you not block me? Kakashi coldly glanced at him. I'll return that line to you verbatim. Yoru stood 3 meters away, his expression sincere. Hurry up, the flowers, I'm waiting for our wilting. Are we still fighting? The two exchanged glances through the rain curtain. Neither of them wasted words, but both understood one thing. If they kept fighting chaotically without Yoru's intervention, they would end up taking each other out. Kakashi whispered, I'll get close, you look for an opportunity. Obito gritted his teeth, don't hold me back. Suddenly he stepped back, hands forming seals, his chest swelling. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball burst through the rain curtain, bringing with it a wave of scorching heat. Yoru took his hands out of his pockets, not even raising an eyebrow. Got addicted to the great fireball, huh? In an instant he formed hand seals, his speed, leaving afterimages. Water release, water barrier technique. Boom. The muddy water exploded, a thick water wall shooting up from the ground. The fireball crashed into the water wall with a harsh sizzling sound. White steam erupted instantaneously, a scalding wave sweeping across the playground, engulfing it in thick mist. The second floor erupted into chaos, a group of kids pressed against the window wide-eyed. Damn, we can't see anything. Is this really a second-year fight? Even the last graduating class practical exam wasn't this thrilling. Just then hurried footsteps were heard at the edge of the playground. The vice principal of the ninja school rushed over with several teachers. Looking at the playground, which was a total mess from fire, water, and mud, the vice principal's vision darkened, nearly causing him to kneel. You brats, stop it right now. Just as he was about to shout to stop, a slightly thin hand gently tapped his shoulder. The vice principal's body stiffened, and he turned to look. Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in the Hokage's ceremonial robe and wearing a straw hat, stood at the edge of the rain curtain, a pipe in his mouth. The rainwater did not touch him, kept at bay by a thin layer of chakra. Hokage-sama, this is my negligence, I'll go right away. No need. Sarutobi Hiruzen took down the pipe and slowly exhaled a puff of blue smoke. His gaze pierced through the thick fog, his tone deeply meaningful. It's a good thing for young people to have passion. The vice principal's mouth twitched. Was this passion? This was nearly turning the school upside down. Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted, his eyes locking onto Yoru. He had just witnessed Yoru's body flicker into the battlefield. At just 7 years old, that incredible reaction speed along with that subtle yet unwavering momentum. Uchiha Yoru, this child, was even more troublesome than reported. In the center of the steam, a murderous intent suddenly surged. Swish, swish, swish. 3 kunai pierced through the white mist, heading straight for Yoru's face. Yoru swiftly drew a kunai, cleanly knocking the first 2 away. The third one exploded in midair, releasing a cloud of white smoke. Kakashi's figure appeared out of nowhere. With both hands holding the blade, he pushed the Konoha blade technique to its limits. He didn't hold back at all, because he knew that if he didn't go all out, he wouldn't even qualify to make Yoru take things seriously. Yoru. On the second floor, Yuhi Kurinai gasped while Nara Shikamaru covered his mouth. The blade fell bang. Yoru's body burst into white smoke, a substitute wooden block sliced in half by the short blade falling into the mud. Kakashi's pupils constricted sharply. A substitution technique? When did he form the seals? Kakashi's pupils contracted as he stared at the substitute log split cleanly in 2 on the ground. No, that's not right. He hadn't formed any hand seals just now. When had he released that substitution technique? His brain replayed every single frame at breakneck speed. From the moment the kunai left his hand to the close quarters clash, he had kept his eyes locked on Ye's movements, not even missing a blink. Yet the result was undeniable. What he had struck was nothing but a log. Without daring to linger, he twisted midair, landed, and held his blade defensively before him. The next second, the sound of splashing water came from 3 directions simultaneously. The thick mist was torn apart, and 3 identical figures of Yi forming a triangular formation rushed at Kakashi with kunai in hand. Their movements and speed were all indistinguishable from the real. In this steam-filled environment, combined with high-speed motion, there was no way to tell. Absolutely no way. How are we supposed to tell? They all look real to me. The classmates on the second floor watched with their scalps tingling. Just as the 3 Yis closed in, Obito, standing in the distance, suddenly snapped his head up, his 2 tomo spinning wildly. His gaze pierced through the steam, locking onto the figure in the middle. Obito roared, Kakashi. The one in the middle is the real one. The voice cut through the entire training ground. Kakashi didn't hesitate for a moment. He completely ignored the kunai thrusting at him from both sides, and chose to trust Obito unconditionally. Relying almost purely on his combat instincts, his body completed the motion of raising the blade to block before his brain had even issued the command. He lifted the short blade. Clang. The crisp sound of metal clashing exploded through the curtain of rain. The kunai collided with the white short blade, sparks flying and instantly extinguished by the pouring rain. It was just a kunai. The force behind it seemed light and casual. Yet Kakashi's arms sank heavily, his feet pressing a shallow pit into the muddy water, nearly forcing him to his knees. A surge of hidden force far beyond what someone his age should possess flowed through the blade and into his forearm. Yi tilted his head slightly and commented, "Your reaction is decent." Kakashi's face darkened instantly. "Are you grading me in a Ninja Academy spar?" He clenched his molars, veins bulging on his arms, and let out a low growl. "Get off me." He jerked the short blade upward, forcing Yi's kunai aside. The screech of metal grinding echoed through the rain, leaving a trail of sparks. Yi leveraged the momentum to retreat. His body flipped twice in the air, the motion fluid and graceful. His toes touched the muddy water. Plop. Light as a feather. The water surface barely rippled, not even splashing a speck of mud. The group of students leaning by the second-floor window stared with wide eyes. That movement, unbelievable, right? I couldn't even follow Kakashi's last move, and Yi acted like he was just playing around. Is this a fight? Feels more like watching a teacher demonstrate for students. Does our school even have a teacher at this level? The vice principal standing at the end of the corridor turned green. Have you no manners? Ding. Shock value from the entire class, 1600. Obito splashed through the mud and came to a halt beside Kakashi. His chest heaved violently. That oversized great fireball had drained most of his chakra. You okay? Kakashi didn't look at him, his dead fish eyes locked on Yi a few meters away. Fine for now, but we're in deep trouble. Obito, that sounds really ominous. Kakashi lowered his voice, speaking rapidly. No more talk. Use your Sharingan to see if that guy is the real body. Obito froze, then his eyes turned. The two tomo spun at high speed. In Obito's vision, Yi's chakra flow was extremely steady and overwhelmingly vast. There was none of the ethereal quality of a clone. Every meridian's chakra flow was complete and intact. After a moment, Obito gritted his teeth and said, "He's the real one. The chakra flow is complete, no flaws." Kakashi frowned. "Are you sure?" Obito instantly got agitated. "I have two tomo." "You doubt my eyes?" Kakashi wanted to say. After witnessing the mental state of those two Uchiha Fugaku and Nobi last night, he didn't have much confidence in this clan's eyes or brains anymore. But now wasn't the time for a quarrel. He stood in the rain holding a kunai in one hand and even yawned. "Are you two done discussing?" Yi tilted his head, his tone sincere. "Want me to brew you some tea?" Obito instantly lost it, veins bulging on his forehead. "Don't underestimate people." Ding. Impotent rage from Uchiha Obito 1600. Kakashi. He glanced at the puddles on the ground, then at the heavy rain pelting down from above, speaking rapidly. "I just learned a lightning release. It's not that powerful, but rain and puddles can conduct electricity." Obito's eyes lit up. "So?" Kakashi said coldly, "There's not enough water yet. The area is too small." Obito straightened his body. Rainwater streamed down his goggles as he grinned. "Leave the water problem to me." Kakashi turned to look at him, his dead fish eyes full of doubt. "You, a guy who could brag about a single great fireball for a year. When did he learn water release?" Obito understood his gaze, and his blood pressure shot up. "What's with that look?" Kakashi was honest, the look of seeing a dog speak human language. Ding. Frustration value from Uchiha Obito 999. "Shut up." Obito's hands. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Kakashi froze as he watched the hand seals. "When did you learn what?" Obito stared at Yi, grinning fiercely with wild arrogance. "I saw it when he formed the seals just now." He paused for a second, his voice brimming with hubris. "The Sharingan isn't just for show." Kakashi fell silent. He had to admit these Uchiha eyes were sometimes just unfair. As the words fell, chakra erupted. Water released, water wall. Boom. The puddles around Yi surged violently. For short but thick water walls rose from the muddy ground, closing in from all directions. Like a crude water prison, trapping Yi in the center. The second floor exploded instantly. "Holy crap. Learn on the spot. Our Uchiha Sharingan is cheating. He can copy it just by seeing it once. Then if I sit next to an Uchiha during exams, I'm set right. Wait, does Tetsuka know this technique too?" Among the crowd, Uchiha Tetsuka, leaning by the window, turned green. "No, your ass. I don't know it either. Why could that idiot Obito with his two tomo copy a water release on the spot, while he was still memorizing kunai, throwing angle charts? This world truly sucks." Ding. Self-esteem damage from Uchiha Tetsuka 888. Ding. Despair value from Uchiha Tetsuka 999. The moment the water walls closed and Obito yelled at the top of his lungs. "Kakashi." He didn't need to shout. Kakashi was already moving. As he charged forward, his hands blurred. "Rooster, snake, ram, monkey. Lightning released lightning ball. Blue-white lightning exploded in his palm, arcs of electricity crackling with sharp pops and hisses. This was the only lightning release Kakashi currently knew. Simple, brutal, low chakra consumption. But in the rain, in the puddles, amidst all the water on the field, its significance was entirely different. Enough. The lightning ball shot out. It tore through the rain curtain, leaving a dazzling yellow-white trail, and slammed straight into the water wall, trapping Yi. In that moment, Obito severed the chakra control. The water walls lost their support, collapsing with a thunderous roar, transforming into torrents that drenched the night in the center. In the next second, Kakashi's lightning ball plunged into the water. Sizzle. Blue lightning raced along the water flow, exploding like a giant net, instantly covering the entire encirclement. Knight's figure was completely engulfed by water and lightning arcs of electricity flickering across his body. The blinding electric light illuminated the entire playground. Even the rain curtain appeared white. All students on the second floor held their breath simultaneously. Rin covered her mouth, her eyes reddening. Sunset Red's face turned pale. It won't go wrong, right? At the edge of the playground, the vice principal's face turned white. He was about to rush out when a slightly thin hand gently patted his shoulder. The vice principal froze, turning abruptly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, pipe in mouth, kept his gaze fixed on the battlefield. Just a moment longer. The vice principal nearly wet himself. Just a moment longer. Just a moment longer, and the school would be in chaos. In the center of the water, the lightning continued to crackle. Obito clenched his fists, a long-suppressed delight finally shining in his eyes. Kakashi also let out a sigh of relief. The two spoke almost in unison. Got it. But just as those words left his mouth, a muffled sound echoed. The night that had been swallowed by lightning suddenly exploded into a cloud of white smoke. The white smoke was washed away by the torrential rain, leaving only a puddle of water behind. Not a single hair remained. The playground fell silent. The second floor was silent. Obito's smile froze on his face. Kakashi's dead fish eyes also became stiff. A group of students on the second floor gaped like a row of ducks with their necks squeezed. 3 seconds later, Obito screamed in disbelief. How is this possible? Ding. Obito, Uchiha's defense value has dropped 2,000. Kakashi turned his head sharply, his dead fish eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Obito, did you not confirm that was the real body? Obito took a half step back, his lips quivering, completely disheveled. I was sure. That chakra was real. The flow was real. The breath was real. I used the Tutomo to see it. Kakashi's breath hitched. His mind raced through the records of the Hitaki clan's ninjutsu. A normal shadow clone has no physical body. The substitution technique must have a medium like wood. The chakra flow of a water clone couldn't possibly be so perfectly flawless. To fool the Tutomo Sharingan to withstand such intense physical combat, and to dissipate into white smoke when hit. Kakashi's face visibly paled. No way. Obito jumped anxiously. What do you mean? Finish your sentence. Kakashi stared intensely at the air where not even a trace of white smoke remained, his voice hoarse. That was not a basic clone at all. It was a shadow clone. This bastard actually mastered the shadow. Ding. Kakashi's shock value 2,000. As soon as these 4 words left his mouth, Obito was also stunned. He frantically rummaged through his almost empty theoretical knowledge. Shadow clone. Physical clone. Capable of being hit, and also able to attack actively. The most disgusting part is that the chakra flowing within each clone is real. This means that from the perspective of the Sharingan, one cannot distinguish between the real body and the clone. Obito felt numb. He had just activated the Tutomo, ready to reach the pinnacle of life with these eyes. Yet in his first official performance, he was toyed with by a mere clone technique. His proud bloodline limit couldn't even tell the difference between the clone and the real body. Who could take this? Obito looked up at the pouring rain, cursing with a shrill voice. Which dog developed this freakish ninjutsu? Is it specifically targeting us, Uchiha? At the edge of the playground, Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand holding the pipe trembled, and the corners of his eyes twitched violently. The vice principal stood nearby, wanting to laugh, but not daring to, his lips tightly pressed, his whole face twisted. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently put down the pipe, coughed lightly, and exhaled a puff of blue smoke, without changing his expression. Children speak without restraint. He added softly, his voice very low. Teacher Tobarama shouldn't stoop to the level of a child. The vice principal's lips twitched. Hokage-sama, your guilt is too obvious. Ding. Sarutobi Hiruzen's embarrassment value 888. On the other side, Obito and Kakashi no longer dared to separate. The two stood back to back, covered in mud, breathing heavily, their eyes scanning the entire playground. The rain was too heavy. The white mist had not yet dissipated. Every puddle, every fragment of wall, and every piece of broken wood seemed to hide the night. Kakashi's voice was low as he remained alert while quickly reviewing the situation. He only has one chance. Obito gasped. What chance? The moment the great fireball collided with the water wall, the 1 or 2 seconds when the white mist exploded, Kakashi gritted his teeth. That was when he split off the shadow clone. Obito's mind froze for a moment. In other words, from that moment on, all their charges, all their cooperation, all the life-risking tactics, were they all fighting against a shadow clone of the night? Obito felt something block in his chest. He recalled how arrogant he had been when he replicated the water wall earlier. Remembered how excited they had been during the lightning water coordination. Remembered that confident exclamation, "Got it." His face hurt. It really hurt. Ding. Obito Uchiha's humiliation value, 4,000. Ding. Kakashi Hitaki's defeat value, 3,500. A student by the window on the second floor swallowed hard, his voice trembling. What about the real body? As soon as this question was asked, everyone felt a chill down their backs. Right. What about the real body? Obito and Kakashi stood back to back on the playground. Neither spoke, afraid that the night would ambush them from the shadows. Thud, thud. Just then a very faint sound of water splashing echoed from the depths of the thick fog. Knight was seen walking into everyone's view, hands in pockets, unhurriedly facing the heavy rain. The rain soaked his black hair, sliding down his cheeks. Obito watched this scene, his face twitching, nearly choking on the breath in his chest. What is this? This is even more painful than a sneak attack. A sneak attack at least means the opponent still takes you seriously. This slow walk into view makes it very clear you two can prepare at your leisure. I'm in a hurry. Kakashi's face darkened, gripping his short blade tighter. Ding. Kakashi Hitaki's frustration value, 1,800. Ding. Obito Uchiha's humiliation value, 2,200. Obito wiped the mud off his face, raised his hand to point at the knight, his voice strained. Knight, don't get too cocky. So what if you can use shadow clones? Just now we were caught off guard. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand tall to boost his confidence. As long as Kakashi and I coordinate seriously, even if you're a freak, you won't win easily today. 2 against 1, we have the advantage. Kakashi's eyes twitched, the corners of his mouth convulsed. No, can you not drag me into this? Don't raise the flag randomly. But at that moment he couldn't dismantle the situation. At the window of the second floor, a group of students wore complex expressions. Knight stopped, looking at Obito with a strange expression. The advantage is on your side. Obito glared, angry. What else could it be? Knight nodded. Fine, then I will respect your advantage. As his words fell, Knight formed seals with both hands, and in the next second the chakra on his body surged outward. Boom. A cloud of white smoke exploded. Immediately after, boom, 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 boom. 5 clouds of white smoke exploded in succession in the rain curtain, directly shredding the heavy rain. 6 identical Uchiha Knights stood in a fan shape, tightly encircling Obito and Kakashi. Each one had their hands in their pockets. Each one looked relaxed. The chakra fluctuations within each were solid. The 6 knights simultaneously looked at Obito, their voices overlapping in the rain. Now it's 6 against 2. An average of 3 to 1. Tell me who has the advantage. Witnessing this scene, everyone present could no longer hold themselves together. Holy crap. How is this even possible? He already used shadow clones a moment ago, didn't he? How can he still create more? Is this chakra free or something? Uchiha Tekka lay by the window, utterly stunned, his mouth gradually falling open. He suddenly felt that his earlier jealousy over Obito awakening his Tsutomu Sharingan was somewhat immature. What was the point of envying Obito? The one truly worth envying was the monster below, who completely disregarded the basics of ninja. Kakashi stared intently at the 6 figures, his voice dry, his atoms apple bobbing with difficulty. Impossible. Obito turned his head. What's impossible? He just made a few more clones, right? Kakashi turned to look at him, rain streaming down his mask, his gaze as if he were looking at an illiterate. These aren't ordinary shadow clones. This is the multiple shadow clone technique. It's a forbidden technique. Obito. On the second floor, several students with good theoretical scores simultaneously gasped. The vice principal stood by the training ground, the flesh on his face twitching violently. Forbidden technique. Age 7. Second year of the academy. These 3 words together sounded nothing short of boastful. What was the academy syllabus supposed to cover for second years? Reinforcement of the substitution technique. Throwing ninja tools. Then what species did this child currently performing a forbidden technique belong to? The vice principal slowly turned his head, his eyes spelling out 4 words, please do something. Hiruzen Sarutobi took the pipe from his mouth and remained silent, his expression entirely replaced by solemnity. The difficulty of the multiple shadow clone technique lay not in hand seals, but in chakra distribution. If an ordinary person tried this, having their chakra drained and collapsing on the spot would be lucky. In severe cases, they could straight up send out funeral invitations. He was struggling with whether to immediately halt this battle. But Obito wasn't intimidated, forcing himself to shout with bravado, so what if it's a forbidden technique? He's split into so many real bodies, his chakra must be at its limit, divided extremely thin. Kakashi, give the plan. What do we do now? Kakashi took a deep breath, suppressing the unease in his heart, and spoke rapidly. Use your Sharingan to find the one with the weakest chakra. That's our breakthrough. Leave it to me. Obito widened his eyes, his two tomos spinning wildly. The world in his vision instantly changed, the rain slowed, and the flow of chakra became crystal clear. Then Obito looked at the six Yi. He only glanced once. Obito froze. Every yes chakra surged and flowed perfectly intact. And the sheer volume of that chakra. How to describe it? A river. Not enough. A lake. Still insufficient. Kakashi waited for 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Obito. No response. Obito. Still no response. Kakashi's blood pressure shot up instantly, his voice cracking with urgency. Are you blind? Speak up. How much chakra does he have left? Obito's throat moved, but no sound came out. Kakashi was about to lose it. If you can't describe it, compare his chakra volume to mine. The red light in Obito's eyes flickered. He stiffly turned his neck, first glancing at Kakashi, who was covered in mud, his chakra nearly depleted after continuous jutsu, gasping heavily. Then he looked at the six Yi, one of whom even yawned in the rain. Obito looked back at Kakashi. Then he repeated this 3 times. Obito took a deep breath, all the anger on his face gone. In its place was an indescribable mix of shock, grief, indignation, and a trace of pity that made Kakashi extremely uncomfortable. Kakashi's heart skipped a beat. Wait, what kind of look is that? Kakashi. Obito's voice dropped to a chilling whisper, very soft. Speak. Kakashi gritted his teeth. Obito closed his eyes, then opened them again, his tone laced with sorrow. With all due respect, out of those 6 guys over there. He paused. Any random one of them has more chakra than you. Boom. Kakashi's mind went blank. The sound of rain completely faded. By the second-floor window, the entire class was dumbfounded. Any random one more than Kakashi. Kakashi had already been fighting for a while. Even discounting his depleted state, this conclusion was absurd. Kurenai Yuhi muttered, Kakashi has become a unit of measurement. Someone nearby instinctively swallowed and chimed in, 1 Yi equals more than 6 Kakashis. The rain pounded against Kakashi's hair. He looked down at his own hand, then up at the 6 Yi with their hands in their pockets, as if his soul had been drained. The short sword slipped from his grasp. Clang. The Hatake short sword sank into the muddy water, splashing droplets. Kakashi's knees gave way, and with a thud he knelt in the mud. His dead fish eyes had completely lost their luster. Obito opened his mouth to offer some comfort, but after glimpsing yes chakra reserves, seemingly straight out of a cheat code, he swallowed his words. There was truly no consolation possible. If earlier they had lost in skill, now they had lost in fate itself. Even mana bars could be used for public humiliation. A genius pride was ground to dust. Kakashi looked up at the rain curtain, his voice drifting hoarse with endless despair. Any random one more than me. Then what's the point of fighting? What the hell is there left to fight for? The rain continued to pound madly. The 6 Uchiha Yi stood in the abandoned training ground, hands in pockets like 6 suffocating walls surrounding Obito and Kakashi like chicks awaiting slaughter. Kakashi knelt in the muddy water, the Hatake short sword lying before him, his dead fish eyes completely devoid of light. Any random one is more than me. He repeated in a murmur, slowly turning his head to Obito, clutching at a shred of desperate hope. What you said just now. Is it true? Obito sat nearby, his goggles askew. He wanted to tough it out and say, I'm lying, but the chakra flow visible through his Tsutomu Sharingan could not deceive. Obito sat nearby, his goggles askew. He wanted to tough it out and say, I'm lying, but the chakra flow visible through his Tsutomu Sharingan. Obito delivered the finishing blow with sincerity. It's clearly more than you. Kakashi. Obito opened his mouth again, wanting to throw some harsh words at Yi to salvage their dignity. But after surveying the 6 identical Yi, he decisively shut his mouth. If he ran his mouth any more, he'd definitely be trampled into the mud by all 6 of them in line. Yi watched the 2 of them completely deflate, yawned in boredom, and said, all right, that's a wrap. He casually raised his hand. Bam, 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 bam. 5 shadow clones simultaneously dispersed into white smoke, vanishing instantly in the driving rain, leaving only his main body standing leisurely. By the second-floor window, a bunch of kids who had been watching the excitement were now completely subdued, not daring to breathe loudly. Bam, 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 bam. 5 shadow clones simultaneously dispersed into white smoke, the birth of the chakra measurement unit in 2nd year of Ninja Academy. 1 Yi equals more than 6 Kakashis. In the mud, Kakashi's hand, which had just touched the hilt of his sword, trembled violently. Then Rin finally rushed over through the mud, standing between the 2. Her eyes were red and her voice trembled with urgency. Why did you 2 have to fight like this? Kakashi picked up his short sword and wiped off the mud. After a 2-second silence, he turned to Obito. You go. Obito's nearly depleted anger instantly revived at these words, and he completely exploded. Me go first. You have the nerve to tell me to go first. Eventually, Kakashi, Obito, and Lin sat in the muddy pit for a long time, finally clearing up that ridiculous misunderstanding. Obito was so moved to learn that Lin didn't dislike him that he cried like a 200-pound fool. However, the kid still harbored a smoldering rage, planning to have a serious heart-to-heart with Asuma later. To ask him what hellish plot that unending love between human and dog, he explained to Lin actually was. Yet he was too lazy to watch these three sitting in the mud performing teenage angsty literature. He shoved his hands into his pockets, turned around, and walked along the edge of the playground toward the secluded path beside the teaching building. Behind him, the vice principal was running with a group of teachers, their faces full of despair as they cleaned up the mess. Raindrops pattered densely on the eaves. As he just turned the corner, ripples silently spread across the puddle ahead. Splash! Water splashed softly. A figure draped in a white imperial robe appeared without warning in the middle of the path. His bamboo hat was low and he held a pipe in his hand. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the edge of the rain curtain, surrounded by a faint layer of chakra that kept him dry. Little one. Hiruzen took down his pipe, his voice gentle, yet piercing straight to the heart. The multiple shadow clone technique you just performed, where did you learn it? He raised his head, not a trace of panic on his face, but blinked instead. Reporting to the Hokage, it was Brother Yehua from the clan's police force who taught me. Brother Yehua said he had used the police force's substantial merits to officially report in exchange for the qualification to learn this forbidden technique at the Hokage's office. Hiruzen's fingers holding the pipe paused. His mind quickly flipped through the case records of the past few months. Uchiha Police Force, substantial merit expenditure, multiple shadow clone, learning qualification. Indeed, it was true. Complete procedures, all seals in order, and the approval process even bore the stamp of his Hokage's office. A flash of extreme astonishment crossed Hiruzen's eyes. Are the Uchiha out of their minds letting a 7-year-old learn a forbidden technique? And the key is he actually learned it. Ding. Astonishment value from Sarutobi, Hiruzen, 999. He chuckled inwardly. Brother Yehua, although you're not too bright and constantly self-congratulating, you sure know how to spend the police force's public funds. After confirming the legality, the scrutiny in Hiruzen's eyes slowly faded. He put the pipe back in his mouth, bent down, and his face broke into an extremely warm and kind smile. So that's it. Hiruzen kindly reached out and very naturally ruffled, yes, rain-soaked black hair like a friendly old grandfather. Xiaoyi, you don't need to be so formal, and call me Hokage in private. You can just call me Uncle Hokage or Uncle Hiruzen. The vice principal's eyelids twitched wildly behind a corner. Man, just now you were interrogating about forbidden techniques, and now you're claiming uncle status. Hokage, that turn was way too smooth. He tilted his head cooperatively, showing innocent confusion. Uncle Hokage, is there a problem? No problem. Hiruzen's tone slowed down, coaxing. Xiaoyi, I saw your performance today. Judgment chakra control, on-the-spot reactions. Better than many. Continuing to stay at the academy is too much of a waste of time for you. Hiruzen paused, and then laid out, do you want to graduate early? Come directly to the Umbu and serve under me. Boom. As soon as these words were said, the expressions of all the teachers outside the corner changed completely. Umbu special recruitment. And a personal invitation from the Hokage. If this got out, the academy would be rocked. But he didn't hesitate for even a second and decisively shook his head. Sorry, Uncle Hokage, I want to continue studying. Go to the Umbu. Are you kidding me? Spending every day with a bunch of cold-blooded ninjas wearing animal masks and as emotionally stable as rocks. How would I even earn break defense points? Nowhere is as sweet as this gold mine of the academy. Obito will break down, Kakashi will break down. This is the paradise for my rapid growth. Hiruzen's eyes flickered. Oh. He raised his face and said with utmost seriousness, there are still many things worth learning at the academy, and I want to continue building a solid foundation. Hiruzen looked at Yi quietly, the rain falling between them. After a moment, his eyes filled with deep admiration and appreciation. Possessing overwhelming power that could crush dimensions, yet facing the privileges and glory of the Umbu, he remained neither arrogant nor impatient, not tempted by power, and chose to settle. This child's temperament is even more astonishing than his terrifying talent. Ding. Admiration value from Sarutobi, Hiruzen, 999. Hiruzen smiled, even more, good, very good. Willing to build a foundation is a good thing. He took a small sealing scroll from his sleeve and handed it to Yi. Since you want to stay at the academy, study well. Take this, consider it a gift from your uncle. If you don't understand anything in the future, feel free to come to the Hokage building to see me. Yi accepted it with both hands. Thank you, Uncle Hokage. Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction, and his figure turned into a gust of wind, disappearing into the vast curtain of rain. He stood still for a few seconds, and after confirming that Hiruzen's chakra had completely faded away, the obedient mask on his face vanished instantly. The old man is quite generous. Let's see what he gave me. He casually opened the sealing scroll. He had expected at most a conventional technique like Water Dragon Bullet. But the first line of text on the scroll slammed directly into his eyes. A rank compound technique Shadow Shuriken, Clone Jutsu, yes movements froze. The next moment the corners of his mouth slowly spread, and he could no longer suppress the ecstasy in his heart. The Third Hokage's signature technique. A high-difficulty compound technique that can infinitely replicate solid ninja tools into a rain-like assault. If he combined this technique with the 5 system concept items he had just drawn, Shuriken, that 100 interrupts enemy casting. Yes, eyes lit up completely. 1 Shuriken interrupts casting. What about 100? What about 1,000? From now on across the entire ninja world, if anyone dared to form hand seals in front of him, their life would probably enter a frozen loading screen before they even raised their hands. He clenched the scroll tightly and let out a low laugh. Uncle Hiruzen, to win me over you really went all out. Several days later, Ninja Academy, Class 21. The classroom was eerily quiet. This class used to be not exactly chaotic, but at least there were sounds of turning pages, muttering, and Obito getting scolded. Now there was none. Everyone sat up straight, eyes proper, even breathing as softly as possible. A few students in the front row turned pages with extreme caution, afraid that the sound of paper would disturb that devil in the last row. Because in the last row Uchiha Yoru was sitting with his hands behind his head and his legs on the edge of the desk, lazily sunbathing. And on the podium, Gangziyun had a bandage wrapped around his head, 2 white gauze patches on his temple, his face pale, and his hands pressed tightly against the seams of his pants. He stood even straighter than the flagpole by the door. Gangziyun swallowed his gaze, passing over the front row students, and finally landing on Yi in the last row. He yawned. Gangziyun's calf immediately trembled. Ding. Fear value from Gangziyun 233. Yes, eyes brightened. Finally, some gain at last. But the next second Gangziyun immediately forced a smile uglier than crying and bent over to say, "Classmate Yi, if you're sleepy I can lower my voice." Whole class. Yi. This guy is finished. Completely finished. Gangziyun was also bitter inside. Yesterday in the mental hospital he had dreamed of this same posture. In the dream Yi sat in the last row and smiled at him. Then all the classmates simultaneously pulled out dog-ear headbands from their desks. Gangziyun woke up in fright, almost covering his face with his neighbor's patience blanket. Ahem. Gangziyun cleared his throat, turned around, and picked up a piece of chalk. Today we will cover the basics of shuriken throwing trajectories. The chalk traced half an arc on the board. Just halfway through, Gangziyun's wrist stopped. Then, as if suddenly remembering something terrifying, he threw down the chalk and turned to bow deeply at the back row. Classmate Yi. The whole class looked up simultaneously. Gangziyun forced an extremely humble smile on his face, his tone as cautious as could be. Do you think the angle of this parabola I drew is correct? He paused, then added another sentence. Or regarding chakra adhesion, do you have any valuable insights you'd like to share with everyone? The classroom fell into a deathly silence. A few students in the front row kept their heads down their shoulders, trembling violently from suppressed laughter. Yi stood expressionless, staring at the homeroom teacher, who groveled like dirt on the podium, remaining silent for 2 seconds. Then he rolled his eyes. Teacher, you may continue. Gangziyun felt as if granted a great pardon, almost kneeling to kowtow on the spot. Sure. After saying this he realized he had agreed too naturally. Gangziyun's face stiffened, and he quickly corrected himself. Okay, student Yi. Yi. This life is unbearable. Ding. All value from Gangziyun 66. Yi stared at the system panel, his face turning dark. 66. Is this charity for beggars? Before, whenever Gangziyun was triggered, it was always at least 3 digits. Now this guy has evolved from a sustainable harvest of leeks into a worship-type potted plant. There's also all value, but pitifully little, like mosquito legs. Yi slowly turned his gaze to the left. Then he felt even more silent. There sat Daitu and Kakashi. Logically speaking, these two were the village's top-quality big triggers. One was a flammable explosive powder keg, the other a tsundere, arrogant narcissist. But at this moment the scene was so absurd that you wanted to flip the table. Daitu was taking out a clean handkerchief from his ninja tool pouch and meticulously wiping Kakashi's kunai. After wiping, he handed the kunai back with both hands. Kakano. 2. Check if it's shiny. Kakashi took the kunai and calmly nodded. Not bad, Dino. 2. Saying this, Kakashi pushed the class notes he had just copied over to Daitu. Dino. 2. You missed copying a PowerPoint on the 3rd line. Your theory class is weak. Here are my notes, take them and correct it. Daitu looked touched. Thanks, Kakano. 2. Kakashi. The number 2s need to support each other. Daitu nodded solemnly. Exactly, the number 1 is no longer within human limits. We won't compare with him. Daitu also instantly tensed his back. In that gaze there was no anger, no resentment, and certainly no fighting spirit of 30 years on one side, 30 on the other. Daitu also instantly tensed his back. In that gaze there was no anger, no resentment, and certainly no fighting spirit of 30 years on one side, 30 on the other. Only a clear after being beaten by society. Acceptance. Boss, see something? Daido asked sincere. Kakashi paused, then also nodded. If you need notes, I can copy you another set. Yi remained expressionless. It's over. This field is completely useless. Ding. Respect value from Yuzebo Daitu, 88. Ding. Approval value from Chimu Kakashi, 99. He stared at those two-digit numbers, feeling a pang of frustration in his heart. He finally understood what it meant to be lonely at the top. It wasn't that no one in the world could fight. It was that when leaks see you, they uproot themselves and kneel in the dirt shouting, "Welcome, please come again." Yi then looked toward Yara Lin and Shiri Hong. Lin lowered her head to organize her medical notes, occasionally stealing a glance at Yi, her eyes full of awe. Shiri Hong was even more absurd. She had actually written 4 large characters on the first page of her notebook. Stay away from God, Yi. Yes, mouth twitched. He silently opened the system panel. The balance didn't even budge. The looks from his classmates were either fear or worship. Even Yuzebo Tiahua had stopped struggling. Tiahua now arrived the earliest and left the latest every day. His reason was to observe the daily habits of the strong up close. In plain language, it was to leech off the spiritual energy in the back row. Time passed day by day. Class 1 of Year 2 in the Ninja Academy formed an extremely bizarre ecosystem. Before class, the teacher would first check yes expression. Before sparring, the students would first ask yes opinion. Even when distributing rice balls for lunch, the back row always got one extra. Was anyone dissatisfied? No one was dissatisfied. The two who were dissatisfied last time were now one in charge of wiping kanai and the other in charge of copying notes. He tried several times to stir up trouble. The effects were poor. He asked Daitu. Lin spoke 3 sentences to Kakashi today. Aren't you anxious? Daitu scratched his head and answered very seriously, not anxious. Kakano. Tu has already assured me that his mind is entirely on training. He has no interest in women. Yi almost lost his composure, then turned to pierce Kakashi's heart. Kakashi, Daido last time publicly cursed your chakra as pitifully scarce. Kakashi remained calm and unruffled. This is a fact. Daitu quickly encouraged his good brother from the side. It's okay, you have little blue, but your blade is fast. Kakashi looked back with gratification. You have a slow mind, but your eyes are good. The two exchanged a glance. Surprisingly, in a harmonious atmosphere, they nodded at each other. He closed his eyes. It's over. The future flowers of Konoha are all doomed. As time passed day by day, this bizarre atmosphere persisted for 2 whole years. Class 1 of Year 2 in the Ninja Academy transformed from Konoha's problem class into the entire school's discipline model. It wasn't that the teacher managed well, it was that no one dared to court death. Daidu stopped being late. Kakashi stopped acting cool. Tiawa stopped struggling. Gang Ziyan stopped cursing. Every time during class questions, as long as he lifted his eyelids, the entire class could become quiet enough to hear chalk dust fall. The vice principal was initially gratified, but later the more he thought about it, the more wrong it felt. A class as quiet as a funeral hall. Was this really educational success? Soon the graduation season of the Ninja Academy arrived. On the day of the graduation ceremony, the playground was swept spotless. Beside the podium, a red firecracker string over 10 meters long was hung. The firecracker was terrifyingly thick, as if they had brought all of Konoha's New Year's stock. The vice principal stared at the thing, his eyelids twitching wildly. Teacher Gang Ziyan, what are you doing? Gang Ziyan held a firelighter in his hand, his hair combed meticulously, a sickly red glow on his face. His eyes were frighteningly bright. Celebrating. The vice principal frowned. It's just a graduation ceremony. Is such a big display necessary? Isn't it too exaggerated? Not exaggerated. Gang Ziyan slowly turned his head, tears actually welling in his eyes. You don't understand. Vice principal. Gang Ziyan's voice trembled. He is graduating. The vice principal fell silent. He understood. At that moment, the two middle-aged educators exchanged glances and saw the same thing in each other's eyes. Relief. Among the crowd, he stood at the very edge of the graduating class, hands in his pockets. He had grown much taller than a few years ago, his black hair slightly messy from the wind, and the white fang short sword hung at his waist. Kakashi stood to his right, still with that lazy expression. Daidu stood on the other side, his goggles polished to a shine. Lin and Hong were whispering in the front row. Tiahua crossed his arms, standing neither too close nor too far from Yi. He looked at that firecracker string, his face darkening. Is it necessary? Daidu beside him nodded solemnly. It is. Kakashi said flatly. I think the scale could be even higher. Yi shot him a glance. Kakashi immediately shut up. The next second, Gang Ziyan on the podium took a deep breath and with trembling hands lit the fuse. Sizzle, spark, then crackle. Boom, boom, boom. The earth-shaking sound of firecrackers exploded wildly across the playground. Smoke billowed, red paper flew everywhere. Many young kids in the front rows covered their ears, jumping on the spot in fright. Gang Ziyan stood in the choking smoke, his tears suddenly bursting forth like a dam. He grabbed the vice principal's hand tightly and shook it like a madman. Graduated. This living god has finally graduated. I've finally endured these 3 years of hellish suffering. The vice principal's head spun from the shaking, but he didn't resist. Because he also wanted to cry. Teacher Gang, calm down, calm down. Gang Ziyun cried, even louder. I can't calm down. Do you know how I survived these 3 years? Yi stood nearby, his mouth twitching. Was I usually too much? Daidu pondered for 2 seconds. Do you want to hear the truth? Yi looked at him. Daidu immediately changed his answer. No, you are gentle like the spring breeze. Kakashi added, it's just that whoever it blows on tends to fracture easily. Ding. Survival instinct value from Chimu Kakashi 666. Yes, eyes finally brightened a bit. Good. Not completely dead yet. This field can still be saved. The next second. Ding. Relief value from Gang Ziyun 3000. Yes, eyes finally brightened a bit. Good. Not completely dead yet. This field can still be saved. The next second. Ding. Relief, you still have value. The firecrackers had finally finished. Gang Ziyun stood beside the podium, hands clasped behind his back, his chest puffed out. He looked at the half-exploded firecracker wrapper at his feet, tears welling in his eyes, yet his face was glowing red. It was over. Finally over. 2 years, a full 2 years. During that time, he dared not speak loudly in class, dared not take evening roll call, and grading homework required checking the mood of the big shot in the last row first. Every time Yi raised an eyelid, Gang Ziyun felt as if all his past sins were being unearthed anew. Today that living nightmare had finally graduated. From now on, the wind at the Ninja Academy would be free, the chalk would smell sweet, and the blackboard would be benevolent. Gang Ziyun took a deep breath of the gunpowder smoke, nearly choking to death, yet he smiled even brighter. This smell, it was a new beginning. The vice principal, seeing his blissful expression, couldn't help but remind him. Teacher Gang, you'll go take a picture with class too. Watch your image, will you? Gang Ziyun immediately restrained his smile and nodded solemnly. Got it, got it. Then he turned and waved at class one of the second year, his voice booming. Everyone line up. Go back to the classroom and wait for your respective Jonin instructors to pick you up. Even though you've graduated, don't slack off. From now on, you are true shinobi of Konoha. He spoke like a true official, and if it weren't for the smile he couldn't suppress at the corner of his mouth, everyone might have believed him. At the end of the line, Yi walked slowly with his hands in his pockets. On the system panel, the freshly credited notification was still glowing. Ding. 3,000 relief points from Gang Ziyun. He glanced at the number, his eyes flickering with slight satisfaction. 3,000. Old Gang still had some heat left. He looked ahead. Gang Ziyun was beaming, clapping his hands as if sending off a plague, urging students to leave quickly. The anticipation in his eyes was impossible to hide. He was silent for 2 seconds. Then he flashed a broad grin. Since he was here, leaving without a souvenir before graduation seemed rather rude. He slowed his pace and slipped out of the line without a sound. No one in the class dared to stop him, some even moved out of the way. Only Kakashi seemed to sense something, silently pulling Obito half a step aside. Yi circled behind Gang Ziyun, raised his hand, and gave his back a not a light slap. Slap. Yi tilted his head and leaned in, his tone casual. Gang, what's up? We're about to part ways, and you're smiling. Gang Ziyun's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. It took him a full 3 seconds to turn around slowly. Oh, it's Yi. He rubbed his hands together, forcing a dry laugh. Teacher is just seeing everyone graduate smoothly. As your homeroom teacher, I'm truly gratified and overjoyed. Yi squinted. Gratified? Gang Ziyun nodded quickly. Yes, gratified. Yi slowly turned and pointed to the not far away. The homeroom teacher of class 2 was weeping messily, hugging several students, wiping tears and snot all over their shoulders. The students looked utterly desperate, but couldn't bring themselves to push him away. Yes' voice suddenly rose. Gang, that's not right. Gang Ziyun's heart skipped a beat. Here it comes. That familiar opening, that familiar suffocation. Yi pointed at the class 2 teacher, his face full of anguish. Look at teacher from class 2. When students graduate, he's so reluctant. And look at you. We're about to leave, and you're grinning like that. Do you even care about his students? Gang Ziyun choked on the spot, blood pressure surging to his skull. He wanted to shout, cry my ass. You're not even in that bastard's class. If you were in class 2, the firecrackers he set off today would stretch from the ninja school gate to the Hokage rock. But he dared not say it. He forcibly twisted his facial muscles, trying to squeeze out sorrow. Yet the delight in his brows and eyes, the joy of finally getting through it, simply couldn't be suppressed. His face became an abstract mess, as if had just won the lottery and had to attend a funeral at the same time. Ding. 888 bitter points from Gang Ziyun. He listened to the prompt, feeling good. Indeed, old Gang still needed a push. You never know how much oil is left until you squeeze. He slipped his hands back into his pockets, slowly raised his head, and looked at the sky stained with gunpowder smoke. His tone suddenly dropped. Is that so? Seeing you like this. He paused. Sweat broke out on Gang Ziyun's back. Yi sighed softly. Gang, actually, after all this time together, I really am going to miss you. Miss you. Those two words fell, and the expression on Gang Xian's face froze completely. The wind around them seemed to stop. He instinctively took half a step back, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Yi. What do you mean? Yi lowered his head, the melancholy instantly gone, replaced by a smile, so bright it made Gang Xian's heart and liver split apart. He slowly pulled a neatly folded paper from his bosom. Slap. The paper unfolded. Black characters on white paper with a vivid red seal. It was a retention application form. Yi held it up to him, grinning, and read word by word clearly. So Gang. He slowly pulled a neatly folded paper from his bosom. Slap. The paper unfolded. Black characters on white paper with a vivid red seal. Red paper scraps in the distance paused their broom. Gang Xian stared at the application, his eyes instantly bulging. He clutched his chest, stumbled back 7 or 8 steps, and finally collapsed to the ground with a thud. No, it can't be. He graduated. He already graduated. You blinked. Gang, didn't you say? Gang Xian's lips trembled. What I miss is education, not you. The moment he roared this, the playground fell dead silent. Gang Xian himself froze. Damn, the truth had slipped out. Yes, smile grew even brighter. Oh. Gang Xian's pupils shook. No, teacher didn't mean that. Teacher meant. Yi pushed the application forward. Then could you sign it for me? Gang Xian stared at the paper. The corner of his mouth twitched twice. Then he suddenly fell quiet. Terrifyingly quiet. Slowly he raised his head to the sky, and 2 streaks of clear tears rolled down his cheeks. Retention. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. The laughter grew louder and sharper. Retention. Damn it. You're not a student at all. I quit. I'm not crazy. I'm really not crazy. Gang Xian clutched his head, laughing with tears and snot flying everywhere. Ha 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 ha. I knew it. That day the psychiatrist lied to me. They said it would be fine after graduation. They're all liars. Ding. 10,000 ultimate breakdown points from Gang Xian. Ding. 6,000 Dao heart shatter points from Gang Xian. Yes, eyes lit up. Holy moly, old Gang had truly exploded this time. Even the aged oil had been squeezed out. Not far away, the vice principal had just finished taking photos with the graduates. Upon hearing the laughter, his face turned pale. He turned around and saw Gang Xian sitting on the ground, clutching his head and laughing wildly. His scalp went numb. Medical team. Call the medical team immediately. Teacher Gang Xian's condition has fully relapsed. Within half a minute, several medical ninjas rushed in from the side entrance of the playground, their movements so practiced it was heartbreaking. One pinned his shoulder, another his leg, and a third pulled out heavy-duty psychiatric restraints from a ceiling scroll. Gang Xian kept laughing. I'm not crazy. The world is crazy. You don't understand. You just don't understand. The medical ninjas expressionlessly tied him up like a pretzel. As Gang Xian was being dragged away, he passed by Yi and shed 2 streaks of clear tears. His voice suddenly calmed. Yi. You looked up him. Gang Xian's lips trembled for a long time before he finally choked out. After you graduate, never come back to visit teacher. Yi was silent for 2 seconds, then nodded seriously. Don't worry, I'll definitely come back to see you when I have time. Ding. 10,000 deathbed terror points from Gang Xian. As Gang Xian was completely dragged away, a piercing scream tore through the sky. Ha 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 ha. Heaven gave birth to me, Gang Xian. And Konoha's eternity would be like endless night. All of Konoha's sins, I, Gang Xian, shall bear them on my shoulders. Bear them on my shoulders. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, holding 2 freshly submitted documents in his hands, a deep furrow carved between his brows. The tobacco in his pipe had been changed for the 3rd time. On the left was a report personally delivered by the head of Konoha Hospital's psychiatry department. Recommendation for the complete deterioration of Ninja Academy instructor Gang Xian's condition and involuntary long-term confinement. The black ink on white paper was starkly clear. The patient had suffered severe and irreversible cognitive contamination. Now, upon hearing the words night repeat a year or graduation ceremony, he exhibited acute stress reactions. Hiruzen's eyelids twitched as he read. On the right was the list of graduating students from the Ninja Academy assigned to teams. The names were circled and crossed out with red ink over and over until the paper was nearly worn through. The assignments for the others were not difficult. Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, Noira Rin. These 3 could easily form a team. A genius, a hot-blooded one, and a medical prodigy. Their personalities complemented each other and their strengths were balanced. Only the name at the very top had kept Hiruzen seated from morning till now. Uchiha Yi. Hiruzen rubbed his throbbing temples and couldn't help but sigh. At 9 years old, his strength was nearly that of a jonin. His chakra reserves were absurd enough to sustain multiple shadow clones. He could even single-handedly suppress Uchiha Obito, who had awakened his Totemo Sharingan, and the genius Hatake Kakashi. More critically, this kid's talent for causing trouble was 10,000 times more terrifying than his combat prowess. He had driven his homeroom teacher to a mental breakdown and into the hospital. Who could possibly be entrusted with such a living nightmare? Hiruzen stared at the list, his headache worsening. Who could possibly take on such a terror? He mentally reviewed every elite jonin in the village from first to last. After turning the matter over in his mind for an entire day, his 3 disciples, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, were ruled out immediately. Tsunade, afflicted with hemophobia, now felt nauseous at the mere sight of the word Konoha, and had long since left the village wandering who knows where to drink. Jiraiya spent every day roaming around under the pretext of searching for the prophesied child, while also gathering research material, and was nowhere to be found. As for Orochimaru, Hiruzen thought of those increasingly cold eyes and dismissed the idea outright. Lately, Orochimaru had buried himself in his underground laboratory, often missing even routine meetings. The look in his eyes when examining subjects was practically glowing, letting him near Uchiha bloodline. Absolutely not. Then, Hatake Tsukumo. At the mention of that name, Hiruzen felt an inexplicable pang of guilt and fell silent. Ever since returning from the border mission, Tsukumo had sensed that someone in the high ranks had deliberately leaked information to ambush him, so he had stepped back to the second line. A few days ago, Hiruzen had personally visited him, tentatively bringing up the matter of leading a team. He even hinted that he suspected the mastermind behind the whole affair was hiding among the higher-ups. At that time, Hiruzen had chosen to smooth things over and gave no direct response. Tsukumo had been equally blunt. Dispensing with pleasantries, he simply served tea as a signal for departure. From that day onward, he never set foot in the Hokage building again. The already fragile layer of trust between them had shattered. It became a thorn in Hiruzen's heart that could not be removed. This time the high ranks had truly chilled the White Fang to the bone. Then what about assigning an Uchiha clan jonin to lead? Hiruzen gnawed on his pipe, not even thinking before shaking his head. No, absolutely not. He wasn't senile enough for that. This was a red line for the high ranks. Once this door was open, the Uchiha clan could expand their influence among the new generation through the master-disciple relationship. The existing political balance of Konoha would be torn apart on the spot. That would be the true raising of a tiger. After eliminating all these candidates, only one person remained who possessed the qualifications strength, patience, authority to keep order and distance from the Uchiha and other factions. Namikaze Minato. This young man was Jiraiya's apprentice, a direct line of the Hokage. He had a sunny, gentle personality, acted with extreme caution, and was beyond reproach. Most crucially, Minato had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. If Uchiha ever caused any chaos, Minato was the only person in the entire village who could forcibly stop him in an instant. Perfect. Hiruzen picked up a brush loaded with ink, about to write Namikaze Minato after yes name, with the brush tip hovering over the list. Bang! The heavy wooden door of the office was violently kicked open from outside, slammed into the wall, and bounced twice. Shimura Danzo, his face dark and gloomy, strode in with long steps. Hiruzen frowned, the brush tip pausing on the paper. Danzo, what is it? Danzo quickly approached the desk, skipping any greeting, slammed both hands on the surface, leaned over, and said in a cold, blunt tone, Hiruzen, I've come to ask for someone. Hiruzen's heart sank. Coming to the Hokage's office to demand a person at this time, the target was obvious. Danzo wasted no words and directly spat out 4 characters. Uchiha. Silence fell in the office for a moment. Hiruzen set down his brush and pipe, his gaze turning sharp. Impossible. Danzo's eyes contracted sharply and his face instantly darkened. Hiruzen unhurriedly tapped the ash from his pipe and lowered his voice as well. Any superfluous move could become the last straw that breaks the balance. Have you considered what signal the Uchiha, already harboring resentment toward the village, would interpret from this? Any superfluous move could become the last straw that breaks the balance. Have you considered what signal the Uchiha, already harboring resentment toward the village, would interpret from this if word got out? Even Danzo was stunned for a moment by these words. He had thought Hiruzen would agree. But how could Hiruzen possibly agree? What kind of place was Root? It was a place that stripped emotions, obliterated the self, and trained people into tools. If he actually transferred there, the Uchiha would revolt by tomorrow. Danzo's chest heaved violently after listening. The next second, he charged forward and slapped the desk. Slap. A teacup was knocked over. Several confidential documents and the team assignment list slid off the edge of the desk and fluttered to the floor. Hiruzen, do you have any idea what you're doing? Danzo lowered his body, fury blazing in his eyes, his voice exploding in the office. That brat mastered the forbidden multiple shadow clone technique at the age of 7. His strength is comparable to a Jonin, and he possesses the Threedomo Sharingan. Are you just going to leave such an uncontrollable monster in the light unchecked? Waiting for him to become the second Uchiha Madara. Danzo grew more agitated with each word. Hand him over to Root. I can turn him into Konoha's sharpest blade. I can completely sever him from the Uchiha's control. What exactly are you afraid of? Afraid that those lunatics in the Uchiha clan will cause trouble? Faced with Danzo's almost face-to-face interrogation, Hiruzen did not lose his temper. He simply stood up slowly from his chair, planting his hands on the desk. His eyes, already slightly clouded with age, finally revealed the sharpness of the hero of the shinobi world. He met Danzo's gaze squarely, his voice not loud, yet pressing down on the entire office. Of course I know what I'm doing. Hiruzen looked straight into Danzo's eyes and countered. Let me ask you, Danzo, do you know what you yourself are doing?